Chapter 1. Joyful Dormitory. Grandpa, rest assured, I'm doing quite well at school. Just yesterday, the cafeteria lady generously added an extra chicken leg for me. Xiaoyu chuckled into his phone, discreetly tucking the bowl of instant noodles into the trash. I truly have enough money, you needn't worry about sending me more. Save it for some nutritional supplements. After ending the call, Xiaoyu took a deep breath and returned to diligently highlighting key points in his marine biology textbook. A few years prior, during the fishing moratorium, his parents tragically lost their lives in a car accident while working away from home. The insurance company and the responsible party compensated them with several 100,000 yuan, and with his grandfather's frugal living, they barely managed to support his college education. Fully aware of the hardship behind every penny, Xiaoyu dedicated himself to studying with unparalleled fervor. Scholarships, financial aid, part-time jobs. He seized every opportunity without exception. You go. I'm back. The dormitory door burst open as Wang stormed in, reeking of the salty sea breeze, brandishing a crumpled 100 yuan bill. Xiaoyu did not look up. You glutton, have you been terrorizing the fish again today? Luck was on my side today. Caught 3 large sea bass and sold them to the cafeteria lady for 120 yuan. Wang proudly waved the cash. What do you say, shall I treat you to a late-night snack tonight? Finally lifting his head, Xiaoyu adjusted his glasses. Sure, but you must first clean the fish scales off your shoes, otherwise, the dorm supervisor will have a word with you. Wang glanced down and indeed found several glimmering scales stuck to his soles, awkwardly scratching his head. Occupational hazard. Just then, the dormitory door swung open once more, and Chun Hao and Li Mu sauntered in, one reeking of smoke and the other sporting a suspicious lipstick mark on his collar. Comrades, the late-night snack has arrived. Chun Hao triumphantly held up a plastic bag. 2 bowls of pig offal congee, along with a heartfelt serenade from this handsome fellow. Li Mu snatched the congee bowl from him. Don't listen to his boasting. I paid for this congee. Knowing how hard they'd been studying, he continued, I specifically, but before he could finish, he suddenly sniffed the air. Wait, fatty, did you go fishing again? You smell like a fish market. Wang proudly shook the cash in his hand. Of course, it was a bountiful catch today. Xiaoyu silently pushed his notebook toward the 2. I've highlighted the main points you should start memorizing now, or you might still salvage your grades. Chun Hao immediately dove for the notebook. You go. You are my savior. Li Mu rolled his eyes. Come on, if your father knew you were relying on last-minute cramming for finals, he'd probably resurrect from the grave in fury. Wang chimed in, no worries, if he comes back to life, he can send you some pocket money. Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh, and the dormitory erupted into a lively commotion. At that moment, his phone vibrated. A voice message from his grandfather came through. Xiaoyu, I've just learned how to use WeChat. I've transferred 500 yuan to you, remember, to buy something delicious. In truth, Xiaoyu's account still had money, but the elders always worried about their descendants facing hardships outside. The dormitory fell into a sudden silence. Xiaoyu felt a warmth in her eyes, cleared her throat, and feigned a fierce glare at the 3 of them. What are you staring at? If we don't memorize this notebook by tonight, I shall bestow your gaming accounts upon the junior tomorrow. At your command, esteemed scholar. The trio responded in unison, straightening their postures. Outside, the sea breeze gently stirred the curtains, and the distant sound of waves could be faintly heard. Xiaoyu smiled softly, continuing to peruse her textbook while enjoying a late-night snack. Whoosh, the lights in the dormitory suddenly extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Damn, why did the lights go out so quickly? Chun Hao lamented. Is the school conspiring against us? Can't they delay it by 5 minutes? Li Mu cursed as he fumbled in the dark to climb into bed. Exactly. I had just gotten to marine biology classification, and now it's all ruined. Xiaoyu calmly closed her book and retrieved her phone, activating the flashlight function. All right, stop wailing. We have an exam tomorrow, so you better get some rest. Rest? What rest? You can't sharpen a spear at the last minute without haste. Chun Hao sprang up like a fish out of water, pulling out a small night light from under his pillow and flicking it on. You go. Your notebook is my lifeline. If I don't finish memorizing it tonight, I won't be able to sleep. Li Mu quickly followed suit, retrieving a similar night light from his bedside. How go? Where did you buy this lamp? The brightness is quite impressive. On Pinduoduo, just 9.99 with free shipping. And it even comes with batteries. Chun Hao boasted, shaking the lamp. What do you think? Want the link? Who needs it? Li Mu rolled his eyes. This pathetic lamp is blinding me. It's not as good as my phone flashlight. Then use your phone. Chun Hao retorted. Duh, but I need to save my phone for gaming. Li Mu defended himself. Xiao Yu sighed, and at that moment, Wang De, who had been silent, suddenly sat up in bed, his expression grave. Brothers, heed my advice. The three turned to him, anticipating some profound life philosophy. Instead, Wang De took a deep breath and solemnly declared, Go pee and then sleep. Damn! Chun Hao and Li Mu exclaimed in unison, grabbing their pillows to throw at him. Wang De nimbly dodged, grinning triumphantly. Ha, you can't hit me. You all carry on with your late night, studying. This handsome gentleman needs his beauty sleep. Xiao Yu shook her head helplessly. All right, if you wish to study, go ahead. I'm off to sleep. Chun Hao and Li Mu exchanged glances and chorused, You go. You can't abandon us. Xiao Yu turned over and replied softly, If you keep making noise, I will reclaim my notebook. The dormitory fell silent once more. 3 seconds later, whoosh, Chun Hao and Li Mu's night lights simultaneously extinguished, and they obediently lay down. Good night. Wang De added from the darkness, Hum in. Xiao Yu sighed. Outside, moonlight spilled over the sea, and within the dormitory, only the rhythmic sounds of breathing remained. Until the early hours of the morning, Chun Hao abruptly sat up as if resurrected from the dead, exclaiming in terror, Damn! I dreamt that the exam was on the reproductive methods of deep-sea fish. Li Mu, still hazy from sleep, replied, Don't panic. After all, you wouldn't. Xiao Yu remained silent. Meanwhile, Wang Da's snoring echoed like thunder. Tomorrow's examination would be a test of fate. Chapter 2. The Enigmatic Jade Pendant. All right, brothers, see you in 2 months. Xiao Yu clapped his backpack and waved farewell to the 3 disheveled figures in the dormitory. After completing their final exam yesterday, the 4 friends celebrated perhaps mourned at, a roadside eatery. Chun Hao and Li Mu wore expressions that suggested their doom was imminent, while Wang De, reveling in their misfortune, mocked, Serves you right. Since you never study, prepare for the retake fees next year. No sooner had he spoken than Chun Hao and Li Mu seized him from either side, grinning wickedly as they forced beer into his mouth. Fatty, tonight it's either you die or I live. Eventually, the 3 intoxicated souls stumbled back to the dormitory, with Xiao Yu single-handedly supporting them, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Arrival at Qixia Village. Passengers, please ensure you take all personal belongings with you. Xiao Yu stepped off the motorcycle taxi, inhaling deeply the salty, briny breeze. Having been away for a semester, the village remained unchanged. Weathered fishing boats, sun-darkened fishermen, the pungent scent of fish wafting through the air, and the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Hey, isn't that Xiao Yu? Back for the holidays? Aunt Zhang from the village shop was the first to spot him, her eyes lighting up. Oh, you've grown taller. University is treating you well, I see. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. Hello, Aunt Zhang. The school cafeteria is decent, but it can't compare to your salted fish. What a sweet talker. Aunt Zhang chuckled as she rummaged through her counter, producing 2 packets of dried squid to hand to him. Here, take one for your grandfather, and keep one for yourself. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Just a few steps later, he encountered Uncle Lu, who was carrying a fishing net. Xiao Yu, you're back. Uncle Lu boomed. I heard you received a scholarship at university? Well done. Xiao Yu bashfully scratched his head. Just luck, Uncle Lu. How was your catch today? Uncle Lu laughed heartily, patting his bulging fishing net. Not too bad. Caught a few small yellow croakers. I'll send one to your home. No. Please keep it for selling. Sell? Your grandfather used to help me a lot. Of single fish is nothing. Uncle Lu waved his hand dismissively and strode away. Turning the corner, several elderly fishermen mending their nets spotted Xiao Yu and waved enthusiastically. The university student is back. Xiao Yu, we heard you're studying marine biology. Are you going to become a scientist? Xiao Yu responded with a smile. Hello, Uncle Li and Uncle Wang. A scientist is still a long way off. I need to finish my studies first. Very good. You have a bright future. Uncle Li gave a thumbs up. Our village needs educated individuals. Once you've completed your studies, come back and help us prosper. Uncle Wang interjected, prosper? Xiao Yu is destined for great things, unlike us, who spend our lives dealing with fish. Xiao Yu quickly waved his hands. Uncle Wang, don't say that. Without fish, there would be no me. My parents were fishermen too. A group of elderly individuals erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing the news. As they neared home, Mrs. Chun from next door was seated at her doorstep, meticulously sorting vegetables. The moment she spotted Xiao Yu, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Oh my, little Yu has returned. Your grandfather has been mentioning you for several days." Xiao Yu hurried over, inquiring, "Mrs. Chun, how is your health?" "Oh, I'm doing well," she replied with a twinkling smile as she scrutinized him. "You've lost weight. Is the school's food not satisfactory?" "Not at all. Perhaps I've simply been studying too diligently," Xiao Yu quipped lightly. Mrs. Chun nodded sagely and then lowered her voice. "By the way, your grandfather has been coughing a lot lately. You must persuade him to smoke less." Xiao Yu felt a pang of concern and promised, "I will certainly keep an eye on him." Upon pushing open the wooden gate to his own courtyard, Xiao Yu was met with a booming voice from inside. "You little rascal, why are you dawdling at the door? Come in." With a grin, Xiao Yu called back, "I'm coming." "Grandfather, your voice is still as robust as ever. It seems you're in good health. Less chatter. Hurry up, the food is getting cold." The sea breeze gently wafted through the courtyard, carrying with it the familiar briny scent. After a delightful lunch, Xiao Yu accompanied his grandfather, Xiao Dafu, as they sat outside, enjoying the cool breeze. The salty air caressed their cheeks, while the fishing nets hanging in the sun swayed gently, producing a soft, rustling sound. Xiao Dafu puffed on his pipe, squinting at the distant horizon, while Xiao Yu fiddled with his phone, occasionally glancing up at his grandfather. "Grandfather, I'm going for a stroll by the sea," Xiao Yu announced, putting away his device. Xiao Dafu exhaled a plume of smoke and frowned. "In this blazing midday sun, you mustn't risk heat stroke." "It's fine, I just want to check on our boat," Xiao Yu replied with a light-hearted smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of unease. Xiao Dafu paused in contemplation, letting out a sigh. He understood that Xiao Yu was missing his parents. That old fishing boat, a legacy from Xiao Yu's father, had remained docked since their departure, seldom venturing out to sea. "Go ahead, but don't linger too long," Xiao Dafu finally acquiesced, nodding. "Remember to wear a hat, we don't want you to get sunburned." "Understood." Xiao Yu grabbed a weathered straw hat and placed it upon his head, waving goodbye to his grandfather as he stepped out of the courtyard. The dock at Xixiao village was not far. A leisurely 10-minute stroll down the village road would suffice. Along the way, Xiao Yu encountered several fishermen mending their nets, greeting them with a smile. "Little Yu, are you off to check on your father's boat again?" Uncle Li, an elderly fisherman, inquired as he looked up. "Yes, just taking a stroll," Xiao Yu nodded. "The boat hasn't been used in ages. The wood is rotting. It's about time for some repairs," Uncle Li sighed. "If your father knew how much you cared, he would surely be pleased." Xiao Yu smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued toward the sea. Near the dock lay a rocky area, typically devoid of visitors. Although Xiao Yu had no intention of approaching it, a glimmering reflection caught his eye amidst the rocks. What is that?" Driven by curiosity, he cautiously stepped onto the slick stones, inching closer. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he stumbled forward, landing heavily on the rocks, his chin striking the surface with a jarring pain that coursed through him. His breath hitched sharply as he instinctively touched his hand, finding it smeared with blood. Damn, what terrible luck! Just as he attempted to rise, he noticed with alarm that the jade pendant hanging at his chest had become stained with blood. This is bad. This pendant was the sole birthday gift bestowed upon him by his parents, a cherished keepsake he had worn close to his heart without ever removing. In the next moment, something bizarre occurred. The jade pendant appeared to be absorbing his blood. What on earth? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the crimson stains gradually seep into the pendant, which began to emanate a soft golden glow. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the pendant suddenly turned scalding hot, akin to a piece of red-hot iron. Ouch! He hastily loosened his collar, desperate to remove the pendant. Yet, the very instant his fingers brushed against it, swoosh! The pendant transformed into a beam of golden light and plunged directly into his forehead. Ah! Xiao Yu felt as though his head had been struck by a hammer, an intense pain engulfing his entire being. He collapsed onto the rocky surface, clutching his head as darkness crept into his vision. What was happening? He gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. After what felt like an eternity, the agony began to ebb. Once he regained his composure, His first instinct was to reach for his chestanley to discover that the pendant had indeed vanished. How could this be? A wave of dread washed over Xiaoyu. The sole memento left by his parents had mysteriously disappeared. He glanced down at the blood on the rocks, only to find that the wound on his chin had already stopped bleeding, and the pain had considerably diminished. Strange. He instinctively extended his hand, intending to wash away the blood with seawater. However, the moment his fingers touched the water buzz, an extraordinary sensation surged into his mind. The entire underwater scene materialized vividly before his eyes. Schools of fish darted about, seaweed swayed gently, and crabs scuttled along the seabed, all visible in astonishing detail. The range extended roughly 10 meters in diameter. What the hell? Xiaoyu recoiled in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at his palm. I can perceive the seabed. He swallowed hard and cautiously dipped his hand back into the water. Buzz, the underwater imagery reappeared, even clearer than before. A grouper swam leisurely through his field of perception. He could even see the fish's gills opening and closing. This is just like a magical ability from a web novel. Xiaoyu stood frozen for a few seconds before his heart began to race. Could it be that pendant? He sprang to his feet, gazing out towards the distant sea, his expression shifting from shock to exhilaration. Now this is getting interesting. Chapter 3. Self-healing ability. Xiaoyu stood in knee-deep seawater, attempting to invoke his powers once more. He fixed his gaze intently on his palm, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. One more time. A faint glimmer flickered, and a shell materialized in his palm, only to plummet into the sea a moment later. This marked his 10th attempt, and suddenly a wave of dizziness engulfed him, the scene before him twisting like muddied watercolor. Damn! He staggered against a reef, his nails scraping against the moss-covered stone, leaving behind several white marks. His knee struck sharply against a jagged oyster shell. Yet he barely registered the pain. The entire world was spinning uncontrollably, his stomach churning violently. He retched. Acidy water mixed with the instant noodles he had eaten for lunch spilled between the crevices of the rocks, and Xiaoyu collapsed like a stranded fish. The salty, fishy sea breeze filled his throat, tainted with a metallic taste of blood. Trembling, he reached for his chin, where a cut from his fall should have been. As the tide gradually crept over his ankles, Xiaoyu lay on the rocks, counting his heartbeat. Approximately an hour later, the sensation of vertigo began to fade. He struggled to sit up and took a selfie with his phone. In the photo, aside from his pale complexion, his chin appeared perfectly intact. The wound had vanished without a trace. This ability can also heal, Xiaoyu murmured to himself, pinching his thigh to confirm that he was not dreaming. Xiaoyu, your grandfather's voice called from the alley. Have you been playing by the sea again? Your pants are soaked. Xiaoyu instinctively touched his smooth chin, stammering, I was just wandering about. His grandfather approached, carrying a fishing net with a conspicuous tear. This net is broken again. As Xiaoyu gazed at the net, something suddenly crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head. All he wished was to return home swiftly and delve into the mysteries of this newfound self-healing ability. After dinner, Xiaoyu sat at the dining table with his grandfather, Xiao Defuku, as he did every evening. His grandfather regarded him with warmth and expectation in his eyes. Suddenly, Xiaoyu said, Grandfather, I've finished eating. I'd like to go back to my room and read for a while. His voice sounded somewhat unnatural, as if concealing something. Xiao Defuku did not perceive the peculiarity in his grandson. He smiled and nodded, saying, All right, Xiaoyu, you are indeed a diligent child. Studying is important, but remember to rest as well. Do not study too late, understand? Xiaoyu quickly replied, I understand, grandfather. You should rest early too. Those worn-out fishing nets can wait until you have more time. With that, he hastily rose and strode towards his room. Once inside, Xiaoyu gently closed the door and quickly locked it. He took a deep breath, as if that might calm his racing heart. Under the dim light of the desk lamp, he locked the door and retrieved a craft knife from the drawer. The cold glint of the blade cast slender shadows across his face. With a swift motion, the sharp edge sliced through the pad of his finger, blood immediately welling up and blooming into a small red flower on the practice book. Xiaoyu gasped in pain, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. He fixated intently on the wound, observing the droplets of blood meandering along the lines of his fingerprints. Just as the thought lingered in the air, an uncanny scene unfolded. His flesh seemed to flatten as if caressed by an unseen hand, the blood retracting into the wound like a film played in reverse. 3 seconds later, his fingertip was as smooth as new, not a trace of the injury remaining. Xiaoyu trembled as he caressed the site of the original injury, the sensation astonishingly smooth. In a sudden impulse, he seized a utility knife and made a deeper incision on his arm. The sound of blood splattering on the floor resonated distinctly. Yet this time, Xiaoyu's eyes widened as he witnessed the skin's tissue writhing and healing as if it were a living entity. The edges of the wound emitted a faint blue glow, fleeting and ephemeral. Rip! The cover page of his workbook was violently torn in two. Xiaoyu pressed his finger against the jagged edge, holding his breath for 5 minutes. But the paper remained tattered. It seemed only effective on myself. He despondently collapsed onto his bed, staring at the moldy ceiling that formed bizarre patterns. Outside, the sound of his grandfather mending fishing nets blended with the rhythm of the waves, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. Reclining on his bed, the old ceiling fan creaked above him, stirring the humid and stifling air. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. He gazed at the peeling paint on the ceiling, yet his thoughts had already drifted far away to the vast ocean. If only he could go to sea with Brother F.A. He turned over and retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow. The screen illuminated, revealing the lock screen wallpaper, a photo taken last year with Brother F.A. at the pier. The boy in the picture was sun-kissed and grinning brightly, his arm draped around Xiaoyu's shoulder with their beloved little blue fishing boat in the background. His fingers mindlessly scrolled through the contacts, pausing at Brother F.A.'s name. Xiaoyu hesitated, but ultimately refrained from pressing the call button. I can't be so reckless, he murmured to himself, needing to devise a plausible excuse. Just as dawn broke, Xiaoyu stealthily slipped out of the house. The fishing village was shrouded in a thin mist, the air thick with the briny scent of the sea and the rumble of diesel engines. The clattering sounds emanating from Brother F.A.'s tin boat shed caught his attention. Peering inside, he found Brother F.A. crouched on the ground, repairing a fishing net, his face smeared with grease. Ah, the college student is up so early? Brother F.A. remarked without looking up, deftly maneuvering the shuttle through the mesh of the net. Teasing Xiaoyu, "You're not here to borrow notes, are you?" Xiaoyu nudged an empty paint can on the ground. "I want to go to sea with you." "What?" Brother F.A.'s hand trembled, nearly pricking his finger with the shuttle. "Will your grandfather agree?" "I'll just say it's for a marine biology survey." Xiaoyu had already prepared his explanation. It was a summer project assigned by the school. Brother F.A. scrutinized him skeptically. "That area with the reefs?" "Yes." Xiaoyu's heart raced, though he maintained a composed exterior. "I've heard that the coral there is quite unique." Brother F.A. set down the shuttle, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I'm willing, but—" He rubbed his fingers together, revealing a sly grin. "You'll need to pay for the boat fare." Xiaoyu pulled out a crumpled 50-yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Brother F.A. F.A. Gu grasped the banknotes and inspected the watermark against the morning light. "Deal? However, if your grandfather inquires, rest assured, simply say we ventured to a secure maritime area." Chapter 4. The astonishing discovery. F.A.G.'s fishing vessel was an aged wooden boat, its engine sputtering as it carved a white wake across the surface of the sea. In less than an hour, the boat gradually came to a halt near a dark reef area. With a cigarette clenched between his lips, F.A. Gu squinted at the water before turning to Xiaoyu and saying, "Xiaoyu, I'm going to cast my nets now. You entertain yourself, but don't wander off." "All right, F.A. Gu," Xiaoyu replied with a smile, then leaned against the side of the boat and stealthily dipped his hand into the water. In an instant, a vivid underwater scene unfolded in his mind, an enchanting world within a 10-meter radius, displayed with the clarity of a 6D movie. Amidst the coral clusters, a few small fish swam leisurely, while several crabs lounged on the sandy bottom, but there was little of monetary value to be found. F.A. Gu skillfully lowered the long line, the engine humming softly as the boat began to move slowly. Xiaoyu pretended to admire the scenery while continuing to scan the seabed. Suddenly, a flash of brilliant red caught his eye. A splendid lobster. Xiao Yu's heart raced. Upon closer inspection, he indeed spotted several plump lobsters leisurely waving their antennae among the crevices of the rocks. To his delight, he also noticed a few green groupers and spotted groupers hidden in an adjacent cave. Wealth awaits. Xiao Yu suppressed his excitement and casually called out to F.A. Gu. F.A. Gu, why don't we drop more hooks around this reef? I believe there might be treasure below. F.A. Gu, cigarette in mouth, gave him a skeptical glance. Xiao Yu, while it's true that groupers and lobsters love to hide amongst the rocks, this is coastal water. Where would so many good catches come from? Do you think this is a deep-sea fishing ground? Xiao Yu scratched his head, feigning a resolute demeanor. Let us give it a try. We're waiting anyway. It's only a bit of bait wasted. On me. F.A. Gu chuckled at his enthusiasm and flicked off some ash. All right, you're quite stubborn. There's still half a bucket of bait over there. Have fun with it. In the cockpit, there's a broken long line setup about 10 meters long. Feel free to take it if you need it. Thank you, F.A. Gu. Xiao Yu grinned widely and immediately dove into the cabin to retrieve the old setup. Although the line was broken, the hooks remained intact. With nimble fingers, he attached the bait and carefully lowered the long line along the edge of the reef. He thought to himself, now let us see where you can escape. As he released the line, he used his underwater vision to pinpoint the locations of the lobsters and groupers, accurately casting the hooks near them. F.A. Gu watched nearby, shaking his head. Youngsters are full of energy. If you manage to catch something, I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. Xiao Yu grinned mysteriously. Fajie. You better be ready with your wallet. What followed was a lengthy wait. 2 hours later, F.A. Gu started the engine and said to Xiao Yu, let us first retrieve my long line setup, then we'll collect yours. We can make a complete turn. You call the shots, F.A. Gu. You're the captain. Xiao Yu replied with a smile. F.A. Gu's long line setup was a full 300 meters long, and reeling it in took almost 2 hours. As the sun gradually inclined to the west over the sea, beads of perspiration formed on F.A. Gu's forehead, and his arms ached slightly from the prolonged effort of reeling in the lines. When he finally tallied the catch, he found only a few meager small fish, barely sufficient to cover the cost of fuel for this outing. Alas, today's luck was rather dismal. F.A. Gu wiped his brow and turned to Xiao Yu, asking if he needed assistance with his fishing hooks or if he intended to manage on his own. Xiao Yu, crouched at the side of the boat, looked up and smiled. F.A. Gu, you've been working hard all day. Why don't you take a break? I can handle it myself. F.A. Gu, indeed weary, did not insist further and plopped down at the edge of the boat, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water and gulping down nearly half of it. Well then, be careful not to cut your hands on the fishing line. Xiao Yu nodded, reaching for his modest 10-meter-long fishing line. As the first hook broke the surface, what the heck? F.A. Gu nearly spat out the water, his eyes widening at the sight of a lively grouper wriggling on the hook. This luck is extraordinary. He wiped his mouth and leaned in closer. Xiao Yu feigned surprise. Oh, there really is something? The subsequent scene left F.A. Gu utterly astonished. The second hook, a coral trout. The third hook, a tiger grouper. The fourth hook, an empty hook. The fifth hook, a splendid lobster. In the brief span of 10 meters, 9 hooks yielded high-end seafood. The splendid lobster, in particular, flaunted its claws, shimmering with a gem-like azure hue under the sunlight. The bottle of mineral water slipped from F.A. Gu's hand, clattering onto the deck, his mouth agape in disbelief. Oh my goodness. He rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. Xiao Yu, did you? Have you opened the heavenly eye or something? I've fished in this reef area for over a decade and have never caught so many exquisite goods at once. Xiao Yu stifled a laugh, scratching his head innocently. Perhaps it's just good luck? F.A. Gu seized his shoulder, shaking him excitedly. Good luck? This must be a gift from the Sea Dragon King. He crouched down carefully to cradle the splendid lobster, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This quality, this size, it must fetch at least 1,000. And these few groupers combined should be worth 3,000 to 4,000. Xiao Yu pretended to be bashful. Well, F.A. Gu, remember we promised to have a barbecue. F.A. Gu burst into hearty laughter, thumping his back. Barbecue. Absolutely. Tonight, I'll treat you to a barbecue. You truly are remarkable. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the surface of the sea, casting a golden sheen over the entire fishing boat. F.A. Gu beamed with delight. while Xiao Yu gazed at his palm, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As the fishing boat approached the shore, Fa Gu deliberately slowed the engine, allowing the exhaust to puff out black smoke, resembling a proud old sea turtle. A few fishmongers squatting at the dock, smoking, immediately extinguished their cigarettes and gathered around. Afa, what good catch did you haul in today? The leading vendor, Boss Huang, craned his neck to peer into the cabin. As Fa Gu leisurely tied the ropes, he let out a deliberate sigh, lamenting, don't even mention it. He wiped away non-existent sweat and pulled up a few inconsequential grouper fish, along with a scrawny lobster that barely sufficed. The fishmongers nearby were immediately taken aback, rolling their eyes in disbelief. "Ha!" Boss Huang exclaimed, laughingly rebuking him, "You old trickster. Putting on an act again. Last time you said just a few small fish, and you ended up hauling in 20 large crabs." Fa Jie, undeterred, shot a knowing glance at Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, help me bring the fish basket up. Let these inexperienced folks have a proper look." Xiao Yu stifled a laugh, and, alongside Fa Gu, hoisted the heavy basket to the shore. When Fa Gu lifted the damp cloth covering it, "Holy cow!" Boss Huang's exclamation startled the seagulls perched on the dock. Inside the basket were an abundance of grouper, tiger fish, and more, crammed to the brim, with the topmost lobster brandishing its massive claws, shimmering like emeralds in the setting sun. The fishmongers erupted in astonishment. "Is this what you call worthless? Fa Gu, has your conscience been devoured by a dog? That lobster is thicker than my arm." Boss Huang whipped out his phone, fervently recording. "Come and see. A wild lobster appears at the Chi Xia village dock. At least 3 pounds." Fa Gu could no longer contain his amusement, placing his hands on his hips and bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! This is what you get for trying to undercut me every day. This specimen, he stretched out his tone, is going to cost you." Instantly, the dock erupted into chaos as fishmongers scrambled to place their bids. Standing aside, Xiao Yu watched Fa Gu animatedly haggle, the salty sea breeze wafting around them. And he suddenly thought, perhaps this kind of life isn't so bad after all. Chapter 5. The Super Ocean System at last. Fa Gu sold all his catch for the price of 730 yuan, squatting by the dock, counting his money with a whistle of excitement. He deftly counted out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Xiao Yu, his youthful visage glowing in the sunset. "Xiao Yu, shall we set sail again tomorrow?" Fa Gu winked, his tone laced with anticipation. Though merely 3 years older than Xiao Yu, his years of life at sea had bestowed upon him a maturity beyond his age. Xiao Yu tucked the money into his pocket, shaking his head with a smile. "Tomorrow I need to find someone to repair my family's old boat. Grandpa has been urging me for quite some time." Fage's expression immediately fell, resembling a seagull robbed of its catch. "Ah, what a pity." He cast a lingering glance at the empty fish basket, lamenting that today's outing had been the most profitable of his fishing career. As he pushed open the courtyard gate, the rich aroma of cooked food enveloped him. Grandpa Chen Dafu was busily tending to the stove in his old apron, the clatter of the spatula ringing out. Without turning around, he called out, "Back already? How is it out at sea with Fa?" "Look, Grandpa." Xiao Yu proudly displayed the stack of banknotes, waving it before the elder's eyes. "Fa Gu gave me 1,000 yuan. How much?" Chen Dafu nearly dropped his spatula into the pot, his eyes widening as he turned around. "Can there be such valuable catches near the coast? You didn't steal from some fish farm, did you?" Xiao Yu chuckled at his grandfather's reaction, helping to set the table while explaining, "We dropped our lines near the reef and caught several grouper, along with a splendid lobster." The elder's eyes grew ever wider, and when he learned the location chosen by his grandson, a glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in his murky gaze. He turned back to stir the vegetables in the pan, his voice quivering slightly. "Good, good indeed." The university education was not in vain. Xiao Yu felt a sudden lump in his throat. He understood that his grandfather had misunderstood, believing this knowledge stemmed from school. Yet in that moment, he did not wish to explain. He simply watched the elderly figure diligently working at the stove. Amidst the swirling steam, Chen Dafu's graying hair appeared to be veiled in a thin mist, his apron still specked with scales from the fish he had cleaned earlier that day. His hands, calloused and skilled, deftly tossed the vegetables in the sizzling pan. Dinner is served. The elder turned, bearing 2 plates of food. Beneath the dim light, the wrinkles on his face were filled with joy. Xiaoyu suddenly noticed that his grandfather's little finger on his right hand was unnaturally bent. That was an old injury from 20 years ago when a rope had severed it and never healed properly. What are you dawdling about? Eat while it's hot. Chen Dafu tapped the edge of Xiaoyu's bowl with his chopsticks. Startled, Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, quickly grabbing a mouthful of vegetables. The taste was just right, a familiar flavor from his memories. As he dug into his rice, he mumbled, "Grandpa, once I fix the boat, we will go out to sea ourselves." The elder paused mid-action, his hand holding the vegetables momentarily still, as his murky eyes glimmered with unexpected brightness under the light. "All right, as long as we stay near the coast, it shouldn't be a problem. Just pay attention to the weather." At the dining table, the silhouettes of the old man and the young boy were elongated by the light, gradually merging into the old photographs adorning the wall. There, frozen in time, lies a family portrait from years past. Young Chen Dafu stands proudly before a brand-new fishing boat, cradling little Xiaoyu, clad in open crotch pants. Suddenly, an icy mechanical voice intrudes upon his thoughts. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 yuan. The super ocean system has been upgraded. The current detection radius has increased by 1 meter, now totaling 2 meters. Startled, Xiaoyu jolts upright from the bed, nearly colliding with the upper bunk. His eyes widen, heart racing, fingers instinctively pinching his thigh. Pain? This isn't a dream. A system? He whispers, voice trembling with excitement. "Are you saying I can upgrade my abilities by earning money?" "Correct. For every 1,000 yuan earned, the detection radius increases by 1 meter. The next level will increase it by 2 meters, and so forth." Xiaoyu's eyes gleam in the darkness as a flurry of wealth-making schemes flashes through his mind. Chartering a fishing boat, leasing a fish farm, opening a seafood restaurant. Wouldn't that allow him to scan the entire bay in no time? He rubs his hands together in glee, but then pauses. It can't be that simple, can it? Indeed, the system's subsequent words doused his excitement like a bucket of cold water. Upgrade rules. The required amount doubles each time. The next upgrade will require 2,000 yuan, then 4,000 yuan, and so on. What? Xiaoyu nearly bites his tongue in disbelief. As he calculates swiftly, for the 10th upgrade, 512,000 yuan. For the 15th upgrade, 384,000 yuan. Who could possibly afford that? Just as despair begins to settle in, the system adds, special mechanism. After completing 20 upgrades, the amount resets to 1,000 yuan. Xiaoyu instantly feels rejuvenated. Why didn't you mention that sooner? This is akin to a seasonal reset in a game. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, moonlight streaming through the window illuminates his sparkling eyes. A 2-meter detection range. Tomorrow, he will venture out to see what he can gather. Suddenly, he realizes something and quickly lowers his voice. "System, do you possess any additional functions? Surely, you aren't just a seabed scanner? More functions will unlock upon upgrading." "Ah, a reticent system." Xiaoyu smirks, lies back down, but sleep eludes him. The distant sound of crashing waves seems to beckon him with a mysterious allure. He turns over, gazing at the moonlight outside, his mind already mapping out the itinerary for tomorrow. First, a visit to the dock to scout for suitable fishing boat parts, and then Chapter 6, Unexpected Call the Sea Breeze, imbued with a salty tang, brushed through his hair, while sweat trickled down his temples. Yet, his hands remained unwavering in their task. The rhythmic thud of the hammer, striking the wooden planks, resounded sharply in the tranquil harbor. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone shattered his concentration. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiaoyu answered without glancing at the caller ID. "Hello? Xiaoyu, are you busy?" A melodious female voice emanated from the other end, akin to a refreshing breeze on a summer day. Xiaoyu paused momentarily. It was Lu Yinxin, the belle of the marine biology department from the adjacent class. "I'm all right, just repairing a boat." He straightened up, instinctively lowering his voice. "Is there something you need?" A light laugh floated through the phone. "You're quite direct." Only then did Xiaoyu realize how brusque his response had been, a faint blush creeping onto his ears. Leaning against the boat's railing, He gazed at the undulating waves in the distance, awaiting her next words. During the last student council event, you mentioned your family lives by the sea, right? Liu Yanxin's voice brimmed with anticipation. Our class has a summer project that requires sampling by the coast. May I visit your place? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. He certainly remembered Liu Yanxin. At every student council gathering, this girl with her high ponytail always stood out, not merely for her exquisite features, but also for her fervor for marine biology. Of course, he replied instinctively, then added, but my home is rather modest. You might need to stay at an inn in town. No worries. Liu Yanxin's voice brightened. I'll buy a ticket today and arrive tomorrow. Before Xiaoyu could utter another word, the call was already disconnected. He stood there, phone in hand, gazing blankly at the sea. The rhythmic hammering resumed. Yet Xiaoyu's thoughts had drifted far from the planks before him. He was well aware of Liu Yanxin's affections for him. His dorm mates had gossiped about it countless times. Chun Hao had even remarked with a hint of jealousy. The way the bell looks at you is akin to how one gazes at a rare specimen in the lab. Yet, Xiaoyu had always maintained a deliberate distance. Not only due to Liu Yanxin's privileged background, rumor had it her father was the owner of a seafood company, but also because he understood the weight of his family's expectations resting upon his shoulders. Let us just consider it as hosting a classmate, he thought, shaking his head as he returned to fixing the boat's exterior. Yet somehow, the rhythm of his hammering felt considerably lighter than before, as the last rays of the setting sun painted the fishing village in hues of crimson. Xiaoyu carried his toolbox along the cobblestone path back home. After an entire day of toil, the old fishing boat had been revitalized. The repaired planks fit seamlessly, and the newly applied anti-rust paint glimmered with a deep red sheen in the twilight. Xiaoyu shook his aching arms, contemplating installing the engine tomorrow. It should be ready to set sail. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, he found his grandfather, Xiao Dafu, seated beneath the old locust tree, mending fishing nets. The elderly man's rough fingers nimbly wove through the mesh, and without lifting his gaze, he inquired, Xiaoyu, is the fishing boat repaired? It should be fine now. Xiaoyu placed the toolbox in the corner and squatted down to help his grandfather sort the fishing nets. Tomorrow, they would need to test the engine. It should still be in the storage room, right? Is it functional? It's right there. It was just overhauled last year. Still in good shape, replied Xiao Dafu, squinting at the setting sun. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, by the way, you mentioned a classmate is coming? Xiaoyu paused for a moment in his task, then continued to sort the nets nonchalantly. Yes, a fellow student from the same department is coming to conduct summer experiments. He might stay for a few days if it's inconvenient. I'll arrange for him to stay at a hotel in town. What nonsense! Xiao Dafu exclaimed, glaring at his grandson, and lightly tapped his hand with the shuttle. There is plenty of space at home. Why waste money? The elder stood up and brushed off the threads clinging to his clothes. After dinner, go to the village supermarket and buy a new set of bedding, and tidy up the west room. Then, lowering his voice, he asked, is it a male or female classmate? Xiaoyu felt his ears heat up. Just an ordinary classmate. Oh, Xiao Dafu elongated his tone, a mischievous glint sparkling in his murky eyes. Then you better clean up properly. Hurry and cook. This old man is hungry. Xiaoyu shook his head in exasperation and turned to enter the kitchen. The window by the stove faced the sea, and the last rays of the setting sun bathed the entire kitchen in a warm orange glow. He adeptly rinsed the rice and placed it in the pot, then retrieved the leftover fish from the fridge, preparing to make braised fish fillets. The rhythmic thud of a knife on the cutting board intertwined with the sound of his grandfather mending the nets in the yard, creating a soothing nocturne of the fishing village. Classmate, as Xiaoyu poured oil into the pan, he unconsciously recalled that crisp voice from the phone call. The oil sizzled in the pan, and the rising steam blurred his vision, concealing the slight upward curve of his lips. As night descended, the gentle sound of waves lapped at the shore. Xiaoyu settled into the old vine chair in the yard, the glow of his phone screen illuminating his face. After a moment of hesitation, he finally opened the chat window with Liu Yanxin. His fingers paused over the keyboard for several seconds before he slowly typed out a message. Xiaoyu, what time is your train tomorrow? I'll pick you up at the village entrance. After sending the message, he immediately placed the phone on his lap, as if he had committed some secret transgression. Ding! The phone buzzed almost instantaneously. Lu Yanxin, wow, is the sun rising in the west? The esteemed Xiao University scholar is actually taking the initiative to inquire about my schedule? Surprised, Xiao Yu watched the animated emojis on the screen, his lips twitching involuntarily. Xiao Yu, just confirming the time. Lu Yanxin, sneaky smile, I was just joking. I arrive tomorrow at 10:15, D4567 train. By the way, is your village entrance easy to find? Xiao Yu, yes. You'll see it right after getting off the bus. There's a large stone that says Qixia Village. Lu Yanxin, great. So see you tomorrow? Just as Xiao Yu was about to respond, another message popped up. Lu Yanxin, by the way, is the seafood there particularly fresh? Anticipating Xiao Yu, it's decent. We caught some grouper yesterday. Lu Yanxin, is it the green grouper or the tiger grouper? I've seen pictures in my textbooks. Xiao Yu, both. And there's also a splendid lobster. Lu Yanxin, is it that large blue-shelled lobster? Can you show me? As Xiao Yu gazed at the exaggerated expression in the emoji, the image of Lu Yanxin in the laboratory, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she examined the specimens, floated before him. He shook his head in resignation. Xiao Yu, it has already been sold. Lu Yanxin, what a pity. Will he be able to catch it tomorrow? Xiao Yu, it depends on luck. Lu Yanxin, then I must go earlier. By the way, how is the internet signal over there? I might need to transmit experimental data. Xiao Yu, it's average. Lu Yanxin, what about the video conference? Xiao Yu, the village committee has Wi-Fi. Lu Yanxin, wonderful. Xiao Yu, you are truly my savior. Observing the increasingly absurd conversation, Xiao Yu could no longer refrain from interjecting. Xiao Yu, it's getting late. We have to catch a bus tomorrow. Lu Yanxin, oh right. Then, good night. Xiao Yu, Setting down his phone, Xiao Yu let out a long sigh. In the courtyard, the moonlight bathed the freshly washed bedding, exuding a faint scent of laundry detergent. Chapter 7. The arrival of the beauty sunlight cascaded upon the cobblestones at the village entrance as Xiao Yu stood beside a large rock inscribed with the words Qixia Village, frequently glancing towards the road. In the distance, an old bus ambled its way towards them, coming to a slow halt at the village's edge with a creaking sound. The door swung open, and a figure clad in a floral dress gracefully leaped from the vehicle, sunlight casting a golden hue upon her. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Yanxin, who typically donned loose laboratory attire and sported a simple ponytail at school, now stood before him with her long, silky hair cascading over her shoulders. The light blue dress fluttered gently in the sea breeze, accentuating her slender waist. Her fair calves glimmered in the sunlight, captivating all who beheld them. Xiao Yu, a melodious voice rang in his ears, snapping him back to reality. He realized Lu Yanxin was now directly in front of him, tilting her head to observe him. Oh, I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. Xiao Yu hastily averted his gaze, his ears burning with embarrassment. Lu Yanxin mischievously winked. Have I enchanted you with my beauty? He anticipated her to be met with a stammered denial. Yet to his surprise, he replied, yes. You look stunning today. I was momentarily speechless. The words escaped his lips, leaving him astonished, wishing he could vanish into the ground. A soft laugh escaped Lu Yanxin, who initially paused before bursting into laughter. Ha! Xiao Yu, you are too adorable. Flushing, Xiao Yu took her suitcase. Let us go, my home is just ahead. Curious glances from villagers drying their fishing nets flitted towards them. Xiao Yu, is this your girlfriend? Aunt Zhang was the first to approach, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Yu waved his hands in a panic. No, she's just a university classmate. Hello, Auntie. Lu Yanxin greeted warmly. I'm Xiao Yu's classmate, here for marine biology research. Oh my, what a lovely girl. Aunt Zhang beamed, her smile wide as she turned to grab some oranges from her basket. Try these. They're homegrown. After a few paces, Uncle Lu, carrying a fishing net, ambled over. Xiao Yu has done well for himself, bringing such a beautiful girl home. Xiao Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. Uncle Lu, she's really just a classmate. Lu Yanxin chuckled to herself before suddenly linking her arm with Xiao Yu's. Hello, Uncle. Xiao Yu is quite popular at school. Hey, you. Xiao Yu froze in surprise. Uncle Lu laughed heartily. Good. Youth is wonderful. Thus, what should have been a 10-minute walk turned into a half hour of enthusiastic introductions with the villagers. Upon finally arriving at his home, Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Lu Yanxin tilted her head. What's wrong? Are you nervous bringing me home? Not at all. Xiaoyu wiped his brow. Our villagers are just very warm. Suddenly, Lu Yanxin leaned closer, lowering her voice. So, if I were truly your girlfriend, would you be even more nervous? Xiaoyu's hand trembled, causing the suitcase to clatter to the ground. Lu Yanxin observed his flustered demeanor and couldn't help but double over in laughter. Xiaoyu, you are simply delightful. In the courtyard, upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Dafeng pushed open the door and was greeted by this scene. The elderly man squinted his eyes, revealing a meaningful smile. Standing awkwardly in the middle of his grandfather and Lu Yanxin, Xiaoyu introduced them. Grandpa, this is my classmate Lu Yanxin. Yanxin, this is my grandfather. Lu Yanxin immediately bowed politely. Hello, Grandpa. I apologize for the intrusion. Xiao Dafeng's eyes crinkled in his slits as he chuckled. Wonderful, wonderful. A girl from the city knows her manners. He then turned and shot Xiaoyu a glare. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to bring her inside to rest? Before Xiaoyu could respond, the old man was already bustling outside. I'm off to the dock to buy some fresh seafood and a couple of pounds of pork belly. Xiaoyu hurriedly interjected. Grandpa, you don't need to go to such trouble. Trouble? What trouble? Xiao Dafeng snapped, lowering his voice. You silly boy. A young lady is visiting for the first time, and you plan to serve her salted fish with porridge? His voice suddenly soared. You better treat her properly. Watching his grandfather's brisk retreat, Xiaoyu scratched his head in embarrassment. My grandfather usually isn't like this. Lu Yanxin covered her mouth and giggled. Your grandfather is too adorable. She mimicked Xiao Dafeng's tone, you silly boy. Xiaoyu felt his ears heat up and hastily shifted the topic. Let me show you to your room. He opened the bedroom door, and sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating the tidy bed. This is my room. The bedding is all freshly changed. You can see if it suits you. If it's not comfortable, I can take you to an inn in town. Lu Yanxin curiously examined the room, the neatly arranged marine specimen on the desk, the tide chart affixed to the wall, and the uniquely designed shell lamp on the bedside table. Wow, this lamp is so special, she exclaimed, leaning in for a closer look. Is it made from real shells? Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, my dad collected them while he was at sea. Sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere, Lu Yanxin quickly diverted the topic. This room is great, but she mischievously blinked. If I'm staying in your room, where you sleep, I can stay in my parents' old room. Xiaoyu gestured to the adjacent door. It's just across the hall. You can call me anytime. Lu Yanxin suddenly moved closer. But what if I get scared in the middle of the night? Xiaoyu was instantly at a loss. Our village has very good security. I was just kidding. Lu Yanxin laughed heartily. But since you're so considerate, she patted her suitcase. Could you help me move it in? Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly seized the suitcase. Not a trouble at all. Just as he bent down to place the luggage, Lu Yanxin suddenly exclaimed, Oh, what's wrong? Xiaoyu turned back nervously. Lu Yanxin pointed at the photo frame on the desk. Is this you when you were little? How adorable. In the photograph, 5-year-old Xiaoyu, clad in a sleeveless shirt, embraces a lobster that is thicker than his own arm, grinning widely. His face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. He stammered that. Was the first time my dad took me out to sea. Goodness, you could catch lobsters at such a young age? Lu Yanxin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Could you teach me? Nowadays, it's quite rare to. Xiaoyu's words faltered as he recalled his unique ability, and he amended. I will do my best to try. Lu Yanxin clapped her hands in delight. That's wonderful. It's a deal then. From outside, a robust voice resonated. Xiaoyu, come out and lend a hand. Xiaoyu felt as though he had been granted salvation. Grandpa's back. I will go help with dinner. With that, he dashed out of the room. Behind him, Lu Yanxin's laughter rang out like a melodious bell. Slow down. I won't eat you. Chapter 8. A series of surprises that evening. As night descended and the city lights began to twinkle, Xiao Dafu busily toiled in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous seafood feast for Lu Yanxin. He meticulously selected an array of fresh seafood ingredients, skillfully crafting each dish. Before long, a table laden with exquisite and aromatic seafood delicacies was set before them. Lu Yanxin, seated at the table, gazed at the spread with eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement. She eagerly sampled each dish, the delectable flavors enchanting her senses. Without any pretense, she indulged freely, devoid of the coyness often exhibited by other young women. As she savored the seafood, a radiant smile illuminated her face, filling Xiao Dafu with immense satisfaction. The following morning, sunlight danced upon the shimmering sea surface, while a gentle breeze caressed the coconut palms lining the shore. Xiao Yu carried an outboard motor, and Lu Yanxin held a fishing rod as they made their way to the village dock. Just as Xiao Yu placed the motor onto the small boat and prepared to set off, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Xiao Dafu rushing towards him, breathless as he exclaimed, "You're heading out to sea without bait? Are you planning to fish like Jiang Tai Gong?" Realizing he had forgotten the bait, Xiao Yu scratched his head, a sheepish grin appearing on his face as he replied, "Oh dear, I completely forgot." Lu Yanxin, observing Xiao Yu's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes narrowing in delight as a bright smile graced her lips. The morning sea glimmered with golden reflections as the fishing boat chugged away from the dock. Lu Yanxin leaned against the boat's railing, the sea breeze playfully tousling her hair and carrying a hint of fragrance. Xiao Yu inhaled deeply, gripping the steering wheel with determination. "Do you really have a driver's license?" Lu Yanxin suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Xiao Yu extracted a small booklet from his pocket and waved it with pride. "I obtained it right after graduating high school." "Wow." Lu Yanxin leaned in closer to examine it, her hair brushing against Xiao Yu's cheek. "It's still Class A?" Xiao Yu felt his ears flush with warmth and quickly shifted the conversation. "Hold on tight, we're about to accelerate." As the fishing boat sliced through the tranquil waters, Xiao Yu steered while stealthily dipping his hand into the sea. Images of the underwater world flooded his mind, schools of small fish swimming by, with the occasional crab scuttling across the sandy bottom. Suddenly, a flash of blue caught his eye. What was that? Xiao Yu held his breath, spotting a cluster of small blue lobsters queuing in the crevices of the rocks. Even more astonishing, a few plump squids lurked nearby, their tentacles swaying gracefully with the currents. "This is it." He abruptly halted the boat, nearly causing Lu Yanxin to tumble into his arms. Lu Yanxin steadied herself by gripping his shoulder. "What did you find?" Xiao Yu smiled mysteriously, a family secret, adept at locating treasures hidden from others. Lu Yanxin rolled her eyes playfully. "You're boasting." Yet her curiosity piqued. She watched him spring into action. Xiao Yu moved with fluid grace, each hook landing precisely near the lobsters and squids. Lu Yanxin rested her chin in her hand, gazing at him. "Do you truly believe that tossing it carelessly will yield any catch?" "Just wait and see," Xiao Yu replied confidently. 10 minutes later, his underwater vision revealed the first little blue lobster clamping onto the bait. Soon after, an octopus entwined itself around the fishing line. "Activate the live bait chamber," Xiao Yu suddenly shouted. Lu Yanxin, flustered, hurriedly opened the hatch. "What is happening? What is happening?" The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Xiao Yu began to reel in, his arm muscles taut. As the first fishing line broke the surface of the water, Lu Yanxin's shrill scream startled the seagulls. "Oh my goodness, it's a little blue lobster!" Following closely were the second and third. By the time the last octopus was hoisted aboard, Lu Yanxin was left utterly speechless. How did you manage that?" she stammered. Xiao Yu merely smiled in response, handing her a wriggling blue lobster. "Would you like to feel it?" Lu Yanxin carefully accepted it, the lobster's claws gently waving in her palm. Sunlight filtered through the crystalline seawater, casting flickering reflections upon her face. In that moment, Xiao Yu felt that the brilliance in her eyes was more enchanting than the bounty itself. The sea shimmered like diamonds, and Xiao Yu contentedly patted the hatch of the live bait chamber. 11 little blue lobsters and 6 octopuses. Quite a satisfactory haul. He turned his gaze towards Lu Yanxin, the sunlight bestowing a golden hue upon her face. "Sit tight. We shall continue." Lu Yanxin playfully saluted. "At your command, Captain." They exchanged a smile as the engine roared back to life. The fishing boat sliced through the azure expanse, leaving a trail of white foam in its wake. An hour later, Xiao Yu suddenly reduced speed. "Have you spotted something?" Lu Yanxin inquired curiously, leaning closer. Xiao Yu winked mysteriously. "You could tell just by the color that it's something valuable." He pointed towards a rocky area to the right. For greenfin fish. Lu Yanxin's eyes widened. Is it the exquisite fish that is entirely emerald green? I've seen it at the seafood market. It costs over 1,000 yuan per pound. Sure. Xiaoyu gestured for silence. Don't scare them away. He deftly baited the hooks, each one landing precisely near the greenfin fish. Lu Yanxin watched in awe. Your casting technique is astonishingly precise. Practice makes perfect, Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, retrieving bottled water and bread from the cabin. Let us have a light snack. I'll treat you to a hearty meal when we return at noon. Lu Yanxin accepted the food, puzzled. Didn't they say fishermen usually return by evening? Xiaoyu took a sip of water and pointed to their small boat. That's for large fishing vessels. Ours is only 6 meters long. We can't venture far out to sea. Wiping his mouth, he added, working in the near shore is sufficient for half a day, unless our luck is exceptionally poor. So, are we heading back now? Lu Yanxin gazed longingly at the shimmering sea. Xiaoyu glanced at the live bait chamber. This is enough to fetch a good price. Besides, he paused. Your grandfather is surely waiting to see you enjoy his braised greenfin fish. Lu Yanxin's eyes sparkled. Then what are we waiting for? Let us head back. At the horizon where the sea meets the sky, a group of dolphins frolics and leaps amidst the splashing waves. Sunlight cascades upon their sleek backs, tracing shimmering silver arcs. Xiaoyu instinctively slows the boat's speed. They are bottlenose dolphins, a sign that today is indeed a fortunate day for them. Lu Yanxin, filled with excitement, hastily retrieves her phone to capture the moment, only to inadvertently get her sleeves drenched by the spray. Xiaoyu, acting on impulse, removes his jacket and offers it to her, remarking on the strong winds at sea. Thank you, she replies, draping the warm garment around her shoulders. Suddenly, she whispers, Xiaoyu, this is the most beautiful sea I have ever seen. Xiaoyu's grip on the steering wheel tightens, and though he remains silent, the slight upward curve of his lips betrays the joy he harbors within. Chapter 9. A further upgrade. The midday sun scorched the dock, while the sea breeze carried the briny scent directly to the senses. Xiaoyu's fishing boat gradually approached the shore, where only the fishmonger, Old Wu, was napping in the shade. Upon hearing the engine's roar, he lazily lifted his head, and his eyes brightened as he jogged over. Little brother. Old Wu wiped the sweat from his brow, a broad smile stretching across his dark face. You're back so early? Got something to sell? Xiaoyu deftly secured the mooring line. Just so happens I have a few catches. What do they call you, elder brother? Everyone calls me Old Wu. He rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed eagerly on the cargo hold. And your surname? I am Xiao, a local from this village. Xiaoyu smiled as he jumped down from the boat, extending a hand to assist Lu Yanxin onto the dock. Only then did Old Wu notice the beautiful girl aboard, and he instantly grew bashful. Oh, who is this? My classmate, Xiaoyu briefly introduced. Would you like to see the goods? Is it convenient? Old Wu rubbed his hands again, but his eyes were already glued to the live well. Xiaoyu gestured invitingly. Unable to contain his excitement, Old Wu eagerly lifted the hatch. My goodness! His exclamation startled a seagull perched on the mast. Little brother, you've hit the jackpot with these lobsters. Inside the live well, a dozen small blue lobsters were thrashing about, their vibrant claws on display, while the ink sac of squid was still gently contracting. Old Wu, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered the quality, the size. You found these in near sea? Lu Yanxin chuckled quietly to the side, while Xiaoyu remained composed, casually patting the boat's side. Just a stroke of luck. What is your offer, elder brother? Old Wu produced a calculator, the buttons clicking rapidly under his fingers. The small blue lobsters go for a market price of up to 380 per pound, and the squid. He suddenly looked up. All right, I'll buy at the highest market price, just to befriend you. That sounds fair. Xiaoyu nodded, as they weighed the catch. Old Wu's hands trembled with anticipation. 11 lobsters totaling 8 pounds and 6 ounces, and 6 squids weighing 5 pounds and 2 ounces. He calculated fervently, finally declaring, That's 4210. I'll give you 4,300. Just as Xiaoyu was about to decline, Old Wu had already pressed the money into his hands. No need to be polite. Remember to call me if you have good goods in the future. He handed over a business card. Old Wu values integrity in business above all. Once Old Wu hummed a tune and departed, Lu Yanxin, who had been stifling her laughter, could no longer contain herself. Wow, you earned over 4,000 in just one morning. You are incredible. Xiaoyu scratched his head, feeling shy. It's really just luck. He glanced at his watch. Let us head to the market for some groceries. What do you want for lunch? I want to eat. Lu Yanxin's eyes sparkled as she paused. Wait, didn't your grandfather say he would make us braised fish? Oh yes. Xiaoyu slapped his forehead. Then let us just buy some side dishes. They exchanged smiles and began walking home. The sunlight elongated their shadows as the sea breeze carried waves of laughter. Nearby, Old Wu pulled out his phone, excitedly speaking into it. Boss, I found a remarkable person. Caught a dozen blue lobsters in the near sea. The cool air from the supermarket enveloped them as Lu Yanxin flitted through the aisles like a jubilant little bird. Xiaoyu, look at this seasoning. She picked up a bottle of Thai sweet chili sauce, her eyes sparkling with delight, envisioning it as a perfect dip for seafood. Noticing that Xiaoyu remained unresponsive, she turned back in confusion, only to find him lost in thought, gazing intently at the shells with a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. Xiaoyu. Lu Yanxin puffed out her cheeks and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Are you so unwilling to accompany me on this shopping trip? Startled, Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, meeting her slightly aggrieved gaze, and quickly clarified. No, I was just thinking about something and got distracted. As Lu Yanxin placed the sweet chili sauce into the shopping cart, she tilted her head and inquired, what could possibly be so captivating? You aren't daydreaming about some young lady, are you? I was calculating, Xiaoyu replied, pushing the cart to keep pace with her. If the luck of this summer continues as it has today, perhaps I can afford a larger fishing boat before school starts. Lu Yanxin halted in surprise. You want to change boats? How much would that cost? A second-hand iron-hull boat would be around 300,000, Xiaoyu replied, gesturing toward a bag of chips on the shelf. Our school is near the sea. We could go out on weekends. Oh my. Lu Yanxin suddenly grasped his arm. Does that mean you'll be a captain? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to be the first to sign up as a crew member. Xiaoyu felt his ears flush from her unexpected gesture, stammering you don't mind the sun? It's tough out at sea. What's there to fear? Lu Yanxin boldly waved her hand, inadvertently knocking over a nearby promotional display, sending several packets of instant noodles tumbling to the ground. The two of them hurriedly squatted down to gather the mess, their heads colliding accidentally. Ouch! They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Lu Yanxin rubbed her forehead, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. It's settled. Once you buy the new boat, I want to be the first mate. As Xiaoyu looked at her dust-covered nose, he suddenly felt that the goal of 300,000 didn't seem so distant after all. Upon returning home, they found Xiao Dafeng sitting in the courtyard mending fishing nets. He looked up at their arrival, cheerfully setting down the shuttle. Back already? But so many things. Grandpa. Xiaoyu set down the shopping bags and pulled out a stack of cash. I earned over 4,000 today from fishing. How much? Xiao Dafeng's hand trembled, causing the fishing net shuttle to clatter to the ground. He shakily took the money, counting it twice in disbelief. This is equivalent to my earnings for half a month. Lu Yanxin chuckled to herself. Grandpa, Xiaoyu is truly remarkable. Those fishmongers were clamoring for his catch. Xiaoyu scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. I just got lucky. He crouched down to help his grandfather pick up the shuttle. Grandpa, I have an idea. Xiao Dafeng squinted, intrigued. Go on. What scheme are you concocting this time? If I can achieve such gains this summer. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. I want to save enough money before school starts to buy a second-hand iron-hulled boat near the school. The air in the courtyard suddenly fell silent. Xiao Dafeng quietly pulled out his pipe, leisurely filling it with tobacco. Lu Yanxin anxiously tugged at Xiaoyu's sleeve. At last, the elderly man flicked open his lighter, inhaling deeply from the smoke. You are already an adult. Amidst the haze, his gaze softened remarkably. From a young age, you have always been more mature than your peers, and your studies have never been a source of concern. He gently tapped the pipe against the stone slab. As for the matter of buying a boat, you must make your own decision. Xiaoyu felt a warmth welling in his eyes. Grandfather. However, Xiao Dafeng suddenly raised his voice, the pipe stem striking heavily against his grandson's shoulder. You must promise me 2 things. Speak, replied Xiaoyu. First, the elder raised a finger. Your studies cannot falter. If you dare to fail a subject, I shall break your legs. Lu Yanxin stifled a laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Second, With a second finger raised, Xiao Dafeng's tone shifted to a solemn murmur. No matter how much you earn, you must return safely. He gestured towards the faded family portrait on the wall. Before each sea voyage, always remember your parents. Xiao Yu swallowed hard, nodding earnestly. I promise you. The evening breeze brushed through the yard, carrying the aroma of seafood porridge. Lu Yanqing discreetly wiped the corners of her eyes, suddenly raising her hand. Grandfather, I will supervise him. If he dares to disobey, I shall. I shall replace your tobacco with tea leaves. Hey, you little rascal. Xiao Dafeng feigned anger, yet his laughter made his beard tremble. Come, let us eat. Today's fish is the finest I specially selected. Chapter 10. Nighttime beachcombing as the sun dipped below the horizon. The salty sea breeze caressed the sandy shore. Xiao Yu, carrying a bucket and a pair of tongs, was followed closely by Lu Yanqing, who eagerly scanned the surroundings. The tide had just begun to recede, and several village women, baskets in hand, had already gathered on the beach. Oh, isn't that Xiao Yu? Anne Zhang was the first to spot them, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Bringing your girlfriend to the beach, are you? Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson now. She's just a classmate. A classmate? Sister Li leaned closer, playfully winking. Bringing a female classmate to the seaside at night. This young man knows how to have fun. The women erupted into laughter, leaving Xiao Yu standing there, flustered, his grip on the bucket tightening to the point of distortion. However, Lu Yanqing gracefully linked her arm with his. Hello, Andes. I'm Xiao Yu's classmate, here to study intertidal organisms. She waved her specimen bag, adding cheerfully, I hope you can offer us some guidance. Oh my, this girl is quite charming. Aunt Zhang beamed. Come. This stretch of mudflat is rich in clams. I shall leave them for you. Thank you, Aunt. Lu Yanqing replied sweetly, pulling the still stiff Xiao Yu towards the water, whispering, people from your village are so warm-hearted. Xiao Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. They just enjoy joking around. The cool seawater lapped at their ankles, eliciting a soft exclamation from Lu Yanqing. Is it cold? Xiao Yu instinctively reached out to support her. I'm fine. Lu Yanqing splashed a handful of water, exclaiming, look, there's a little crab here. Observing her childlike enthusiasm, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile. He quietly dipped his hand into the water, his mind envisioning the underwater landscape. Yet, regrettably, he found only common shellfish and small fish nearby. The two strolled along the shoreline, leaving a trail of side-by-side footprints in the wet sand. As the tide continued to recede, revealing the damp beach, Lu Yanqing suddenly pointed into the distance. Over there, in the rocky area, it seems something is moving. Xiao Yu focused his gaze and spotted several reddish-brown stone crabs leisurely swimming in the pools among the rocks. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Those are stone crabs. If they don't escape before the tide fully recedes, they'll be sitting ducks. Lu Yanqing eagerly rolled up her pant legs. Shall we wait for them? Indeed. Xiao Yu handed her a pair of tongs, cautioning, be quick. Their dorsal spines are venomous. Lu Yanqing nodded seriously, lifting the tongs as if wielding a surgical instrument. In the moonlight, her profile appeared particularly focused. Suddenly recalling something, Xiao Yu pulled a net from the bucket. This would be safer. And what about you? Me? Xiao Yu shook the tongs. I'm a professional. Lu Yanqing giggled, right? Right, the esteemed Xiao. In the distance, the laughter of the village women floated on the sea breeze. Look at that young couple. They are quite a match. Youth is wonderful. Xiao Yu pretended not to hear, but his ears burned like the evening glow on the horizon. Lu Yanqing lowered her head to fiddle with the net, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As the tide receded with a gentle rush, the moonlight spilled over the shimmering surface of the sea, elongating their shadows into infinity. With the tide fully drawn back, the rocky area glistened under the moonlight, sparkling like silver. Xiao Yu crouched upon a slick rock, deftly ensnaring an escaping eel with his iron tongs. Got you, he exclaimed as the slippery creature writhed in protest, which he promptly tossed into a bucket. As he turned around, he noticed Lu Yanqing stealthily approaching a puddle, her net poised in midair like a cat ready to pounce. Hey! With a sudden motion, she brought the net down, splashing water everywhere. Excitedly, she lifted her catch. 3. Am I impressive? Under the moonlight, the scales of the stone fish shimmered with a bluish glow, floundering within her net. Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle, truly deserving of the title of class flower. Even fishing is done with such grace. Indeed, Lu Yanxin replied, proudly lifting her chin, but suddenly her foot slipped. Watch out. Xiao Yu dashed forward, steadying her shoulder with his left hand while catching the nearly fallen net with his right. The proximity between them narrowed, and the sea breeze carried the faint fragrance of her hair. Thank you, Lu Yanxin stammered, her ears tinged with a blush as she hurriedly regained her footing. Xiao Yu cleared his throat, gesturing toward their catch in the bucket. Oysters, eels, and with your stone fish, we have enough for a pot of seafood porridge. Shall we head back now? Lu Yanxin gazed longingly at the distant rocks. Yes, Xiao Yu replied, bending to lift the water bucket. If we stay out too late, Grandpa will start to worry. On their way back, Lu Yanxin suddenly pointed at the sky. Look, the Milky Way arched across the night, its stars twinkling like diamonds. Xiao Yu halted, listening to the girl beside him softly marvel. It's far more beautiful than the sky in the city. Are we coming back tomorrow? Xiao Yu asked, almost unconsciously. Lu Yanxin's eyes sparkled. Yes. I want to catch a splendid lobster. Then you must pray for the mercy of the Sea Dragon King. Isn't there you, the expert? As they exchanged playful banter, a voice called out from the distance. Two little ancestors. I thought you weren't coming back. They exchanged knowing smiles and quickened their pace. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, and the sea breeze carried their laughter, mingling with the salty aroma of seafood, wafting towards the warmly lit courtyard. Chapter 11. Parting at the dining table, Lu Yanxin set down her utensils, her voice as soft as a feather. Grandpa, Xiao Yu. I will be going back tomorrow. Xiao Yu's chopsticks clattered to the table. He mechanically picked them up, his throat tightening unexpectedly. Flashes of the past 3 days spent together danced in his mind. Her delighted scream upon first seeing the lively lobsters. Her pouting expression when splashed by the waves, and last night, under the moonlight, her eyes sparkling like stars while beachcombing. My dear girl. Xiao Dafeng's booming voice shattered the silence. Come again next holiday. Grandpa will save the best room for you and make braised fish. Lu Yanxin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, Grandpa. I will surely come back. In the deep of night, moonlight filtered through the gauzy window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Xiao Yu was lost in thought, staring at the ceiling, when the door creaked open. Who? He sat up abruptly, only to see Lu Yanxin standing at the door in a light blue nightgown, droplets of water still clinging to her hair. Xiao Yu jumped out of bed as if electrocuted, hurriedly pulling her into the room and closing the door stealthily behind them. You, what are you doing here? His voice trembled. What if Grandpa sees us? Lu Yanxin lowered her gaze, twisting the hem of her garment. Do you think I'm an unashamed girl? Of course not. Xiao Yu, flustered and sweating, fumbled to articulate more but failed. The room fell into a silence where they could hear each other's breathing. Moonlight cast delicate shadows on Lu Yanxin's eyelashes, and she suddenly chuckled softly. Xiao Yu, I've truly enjoyed these past few days. Me too, Xiao Yu murmured, his eyes fixed on his slippers. Thank you for accompanying me to the sea. Silence enveloped them once more. Lu Yanxin discreetly raised her eyes, observing the boy who had been so gallant at sea, now rendered awkward. She yearned for him to say something, even if it was just, I will see you tomorrow. Finally, she stood, her smile in the moonlight somewhat forced. I'll head back to sleep now. Good night. Good night. The door closed gently. Suddenly, Xiao Yu struck the bed frame with frustration. I'm such a fool. He raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. Just moments before, when Lu Yanxin turned away, he had clearly seen a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Outside, the sound of the tide ebbed and flowed. Xiao Yu took out his phone, staring at Lu Yanxin's name in his contacts for a long while before finally letting it drop in despair. Some words remained unspoken. Morning sunlight poured into the courtyard, the aroma of seafood porridge wafting through the air. Xiao Dafeng hummed a tune as he placed freshly made scallion pancakes on the table. My dear girl, taste Grandpa's specialty. Wow, it smells amazing. Lu Yanxin's eyes sparkled, her previous night's melancholy nowhere to be seen. She picked up a golden pancake and took a big bite. Her cheeks puffed like a little hamster. Grandpa's cooking is better than any restaurant. Xiao Yu surreptitiously observed her radiant smile. feeling a mix of sweetness and bitterness in his heart. At the bus stop at the village entrance, the cicadas sang their chorus. The wheels of her suitcase clattered along the cobblestone path. Xiaoyu swallowed hard a few times before finally speaking. Yanxin, see you at school. Please be careful. Lu Yanxin abruptly halted her steps, turning to gaze deeply into his eyes. Is that all? Do you have nothing else to say? The sea breeze tousled her long hair, and sunlight danced in her bright eyes. Xiaoyu inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly. I like you. His fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the handle of his suitcase. Will you be my girlfriend? Time seemed to stand still in that moment. In the next instant, Lu Yanxin leaped into his embrace, causing the suitcase to topple to the ground with a thud. You fool. Her voice quivered with emotion. I've been waiting for those words for so long. Xiaoyu's stiff hands gradually encircled her slender waist, the subtle scent of shampoo lingering at the tip of his nose. In the distance, the sound of a car horn broke through, yet he wished for this moment to linger, to extend indefinitely. The car arrived, and reluctantly, Lu Yanxin released her hold, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Remember to call me every day. Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, helping her lift the suitcase. Just before she got into the car, Lu Yanxin suddenly turned around, mimicking a phone gesture. Under the sunlight, the shell ring on her ring finger sparkled. It was a trinket Xiaoyu had casually picked up for her while beachcombing the previous night. The car slowly pulled away, carrying the girl into the distance. Xiaoyu remained rooted in place until the vehicle's silhouette vanished at the end of the road. The sea breeze carried a salty tang, and he took out his phone, the screensaver now featuring the candid silhouette he had captured last night. Beneath the moonlight, the girl held a net, her smile radiant. Xiao Dafu was mending fishing nets in the yard when he looked up to see his grandson lost in thought, his gray brows raising in intrigue. Well, looks like you've struck gold. Huh? Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, his ears flushing. No, I'm just going to get the fishing gear. The old man chuckled, shaking his head at his grandson's awkward demeanor. Youth is a wonderful thing. The surface of the sea shimmered, and the roar of the engine startled a flock of seagulls. Xiaoyu hummed an off-key tune, occasionally glancing at his phone. The screensaver, showcasing Lu Yanxin's smiling face, made his heart race anew. Beep. The phone's navigation announced the arrival at the target fishing area. Xiaoyu switched off the engine, eagerly plunging his hand into the sea. Wow. The image that flashed in his mind nearly made him leap with excitement. The sandy seabed was teeming with large blue crabs, the smallest of which was the size of a palm. I've struck it rich. Xiaoyu hurriedly retrieved 10 crab traps, each filled with enticing bait. He deliberately chose several spots where the crab population appeared most dense. Plop, plop. The sound of the traps entering the water startled nearby fish. Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his brow, meticulously marking each trap's location on his phone map. This was his love fund with Lu Yanxin. As he prepared to restart the fishing boat, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to shut off the engine once more. He took out his phone, snapped a picture of the azure sea, and sent it to Lu Yanxin. Discovered a crab cluster, saving up for your dowry. Only after sending did he realize the implications of his words, hastily trying to retract the message, but saw her reply almost instantly. Who wants a dowry? I want to eat steamed hairy crabs. Angry, followed by another message. Be careful. I won't accept if you lose a leg. Xiaoyu held his phone and broke into a silly smile. The sea breeze caressed the tips of his hair, carrying with it a sweet salinity. In this moment, even the roar of the engine seemed to be singing. Chapter 12. Farewell to school. The morning dock is always abuzz with activity. A Xiaoyu's fishing boat just moored. The fishmonger, Old Wu, hurried over with several merchants, their eyes fixated on the live catch compartment. Xiaoyu. Old Wu rubbed his hands together, his voice booming enough to resonate throughout the dock. What treasures have you netted today? The moment Xiaoyu lifted the hatch, a collective gasp echoed around him. Over 20 blue crabs brandished their claws, a dozen grouper flopped energetically, and beneath them lay several plump, exquisite lobsters. Incredible. Truly incredible. Old Zhao from the neighboring fish stall clapped his thigh in astonishment. I've fished for 30 years, and I've never seen anyone who can fill their hold every single day. Old Wu, beaming with pride, pulled out his cash, holding it aloft like a trophy. See this? 8,006. What Xiaoyu earns in a morning is equivalent to what you lot make in half a month. After meals, The villagers of Chisha gathered to discuss the extraordinary young man. Rumor has it that the boy can see beneath the sea. Aunt Zhang gestured mysteriously, just like X-ray vision. Uncle Li, puffing on his pipe, scoffed. Nonsense. He must have learned high-tech methods at university. He tapped the ash from his pipe. What is it called again? Ah yes, marine remote sensing technology. At the corner of the village shop, a group of truant students squatted against the wall, their ears tugged by parents who scolded. Look at Xiao Yu. He excels in his studies and is a master fisherman. And you? You can't even cast a net properly. He's just lucky, muttered a rebellious youth. Nonsense. Uncle Lu smacked his son's head lightly. He sets out to sea at 5 every morning, while you sleep until noon. Even the town's seafood market, tales of Xiao Yu circulated widely. Have you heard? That lad from Xiao family village has filled his hold again today. Is that true? Hasn't it been 28 consecutive days? Absolutely. Old Wu himself said it. Whoever manages to get his catch can flip it for a 30% profit. The owners of seafood restaurants were eager to befriend Xiao Yu. That noon, the renowned owner of the Hai Tiange restaurant personally visited, presenting 2 bottles of Matai to old Xiao de Fu. Old man, could you ensure your grandson supplies my establishment first? We can negotiate a favorable price. Old Xiao de Fu chuckled, pushing the liquor back. When it comes to my grandson's affairs, I cannot make decisions. Amidst all the chatter, Xiao Yu merely smiled in silence. As the sun set, he sat alone by the dock, perusing a message from Lu Yanxin. Famous person, I heard your legend again today. Sly smile. Xiao Yu replied with a resigned emoticon, then lifted his gaze to the shimmering sea. The tides gently lapped against the rocky shore, as if narrating a secret known only to the ocean. In the evening, the fishing village was enveloped in golden twilight. Xiao Yu sat in the courtyard, tallying up this month's earnings. A thick stack of banknotes lay neatly on the table, totaling over 130,000. Xiao Defuku stood by, holding a tea canister, his murky eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, I have spent my entire life fishing, yet I have never encountered such substantial banknotes. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, the screen illuminating with a message from a high school classmates group. Xiao Yu, their essay reunion this weekend at the seafood restaurant. You must come. Indeed, our academic prodigy is now a figure of renown. I hear you've been raking in the big bucks from fishing. Bring your brothers along to witness. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, pausing his fingers over the screen for a moment before ultimately replying. Sorry, I've been quite busy lately. He set the phone aside and continued organizing the banknotes. He was all too familiar with these gatherings. Zhang Xin bragging about his new car, Li Si flaunting his civil service position, Wang Wu boasting about his business profits. Rather than squander time listening to such trivialities, he would prefer to cast his net once more. Another classmate reaching out? Xiao Defuku sipped his strong tea, pondering that it was rather beneficial for the young to gather. Grandfather, Xiao Yu carefully placed the banknotes into an iron box. Do you know what they call me now? The Dragon King reincarnated. The old man sputtered tea from his mouth. Those little rascals. Thus, Xiao Yu chuckled, patting the iron box, instead of indulging in their flattery. I might as well earn enough to secure a daughter-in-law for you. Xiao Defuku's beard twitched with amusement. You little rascal. How dare you jest with your grandfather? In the stillness of the night, Xiao Yu repeatedly calculated on his phone's calculator. Daily average of 4,500 yuan, 40 remaining days, 180,000. Current 130,000, expected 180,000, 310,000. That's enough. He stared at the flashing numbers on the screen, his heart racing. The second-hand iron hull boat was priced at 280,000, leaving him with 30,000 to procure new fishing gear. This meant, before school commenced, he could indeed realize his dream of returning with a new boat. Outside, the moonlight spilled over the tranquil sea. Xiao Yu retrieved a photograph hidden beneath his pillow. It was a selfie secretly slipped into his bag by Lu Yanxin before her departure, with a message scrawled on the back. Waiting for your boat, as the morning sun filtered through the curtains, Xiao Yu stuffed the last neatly folded t-shirt into his suitcase. The aroma of fried eggs wafted from the kitchen, where Xiao Defuku, hunched over, busied himself at the stove. Xiao Yu approached and gently took the spatula from his grandfather's hand. Let me handle it. Go on, go on. The old man waved dismissively. Students should sit tight. Yet, the The wrinkles at the corners of his mouth subtly unfurled with a smile. At the dining table, golden fried eggs accompanied freshly steamed buns, along with a bowl of steaming seaweed soup. This was the breakfast combination Xiao Yu had enjoyed since childhood. Grandfather, Xiao Yu swallowed the last bite of bun. I'm off to school. You'll be alone at home. I know. Xiao Defuku waved his hand impatiently. Take your medicine on time, smoke less, and call if you need anything. I've told you 1,000 times. But as Xiao Yu shouldered his bag and reached the courtyard gate, the old man rushed out, hurriedly stuffing a plastic bag into his hands. Here's something to eat on the way. Don't go hungry. Inside the bag were several still-warm tea eggs and a bottle of chilled herbal tea. The high-speed train sped along, the scenery outside racing past in a blur. Xiao Yu gently caressed the phone case, a shell sticker that Lu Yanqing had secretly affixed last time. Suddenly, the screen illuminated, revealing a message. I've boarded the bus. I'll arrive in an hour. His thumb hovered over the keyboard for a moment, ultimately responding with a terse okay. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed the elation bubbling within him. The dormitory building was eerily quiet. Xiao Yu neatly spread the bed linens, hanging the conch shell wind chime, a special request from his grandfather, by the window. Its soothing sound reminiscent of the ocean promised a restful sleep. As he was tidying his desk, his phone rang unexpectedly. He fumbled to answer it, and a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Xiao Yu. I've arrived at the dorm. Are you here yet? I'm here, he replied, his heart pounding like thunder. Have you had lunch? Not yet. Lu Yanqing's voice trailed off playfully. Shall we meet at the cafeteria? Sure. After hanging up, Xiao Yu glanced at himself in the mirror, tousling his hair, then sniffing his collar. Thankfully, there was no hint of the sweat from his long journey. The midday sun blazed down upon the campus. Xiao Yu nearly sprinted through the shaded pathway, only to come to an abrupt halt at the cafeteria entrance. There stood Lu Yanqing on the steps, her white dress fluttering gently in the breeze. The shell hairpin he had gifted her nestled in her hair. Slow down, she laughed, waving her hand. No one is competing with you for food. Gasping for breath, Xiao Yu paused, suddenly pulling a container from his backpack. My grandfather asked me to bring this for you. Inside the box, several crystal-clear shrimp dumplings steamed warmly, procured by Xiao Dafu early that morning, long before dawn, when he rode to the town to buy them. Lu Yanqing's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. She stood on her toes and whispered in Xiao Yu's ear, I missed you. Chapter 13. Happiness amidst the clamor of the cafeteria. Xiao Yu and Lu Yanqing settled into a cozy corner by the window. Lu Yanqing eagerly opened her container, and the enticing aroma of shrimp dumplings wafted through the air. Wow, grandfather is simply wonderful. She picked up a glistening shrimp dumpling, then mischievously winked. Ah, Xiao Yu was taken aback. What is that for? I'm giving you the first bite. Lu Yanqing shook her chopsticks playfully. This is grandfather's heartfelt intention. Xiao Yu's ears flushed crimson as he glanced around, quickly leaning in to take a bite of the dumpling. Delicious. Puffed. You've got sauce at the corner of your mouth. Lu Yanqing pulled out a tissue and effortlessly reached out to wipe it away. At your age, still eating like a child. Xiao Yu froze, unable to move, his senses overwhelmed by the subtle fragrance of jasmine from her wrist. By the way, Lu Yanqing suddenly leaned closer. Guess what I did during summer break? I don't know, Xiao Yu stammered, subtly shifting back. She was too close. He could count her eyelashes. I got a diving certification, she exclaimed, pulling out her phone now. We can dive together to catch lobsters. In the photo, Lu Yanqing was clad in a wetsuit, making a peace sign underwater. Xiao Yu frowned. Did you go to the deep sea? That is quite dangerous. Relax. Lu Yanqing waved her hand dismissively. I practiced in shallow waters. But, she lowered her voice, I secretly swam down to 10 meters and saw a school of grouper. Xiao Yu immediately grew anxious. What if you encountered a current? I know. Lu Yanqing stuck out her tongue. From now on, I'll listen to Captain Xiao, okay? With that, she popped the last shrimp dumpling into his mouth. A bribe for you. Xiao Yu, cheeks puffed out, looked at her helplessly. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her joyful face. And he suddenly thought, perhaps taking her out to Siwun Tea be such a bad idea after all. On the weekend, Xiao Yu spoke up. I'll take you somewhere. Huh? I rented a small dock near the school. His voice trailed off. The boat has arrived. Lu Yanxin dropped her chopsticks with a clatter. You mean? Yes. Xiaoyu scratched his head, just as you said. Wait for my boat. In the next moment, the entire cafeteria echoed with the sound of a girl's excited scream. Xiaoyu, I adore you. Classmates turned to stare, and Xiaoyu wished he could disappear beneath the table. Yet, seeing Lu Yanxin's delighted expression, he couldn't help but smile back. As they exited the cafeteria, the September sun filtered through the sycamore leaves, casting dappled shadows on the cobblestone path. Lu Yanxin confidently turned onto the tree-lined avenue, then spun around, walking backward. Captain Xiao, where's your boat docked? At East District, Fishing Port, Space 3. Xiaoyu instinctively reached out to protect her from behind. Be careful watching where you're going. I know. She twirled gracefully. I could find the library with my eyes closed. How could I trip? Xiaoyu shook his head in exasperation. Indeed, this is the campus where they have shared 2 years of their lives, with every path etched by their footsteps. By the way, Lu Yanxin suddenly grasped his wrist. Have you checked the lifeboat equipment on your ship? Everything is prepared, Xiaoyu replied, retrieving a checklist from his phone. In addition to the standard life jackets, I've also included 2 emergency diving kits. Lu Yanxin leaned closer to the screen, her hair brushing against his cheek. Wow, you even have a sonar locator? Isn't that what we learned in our ocean exploration class? Yes, I purchased it with last semester's scholarship, Xiaoyu whispered conspiratorially. Actually, I even named the boat. What? Her eyes brightened with curiosity. Xiaoyu winked mysteriously. You'll find out this weekend. Oof. Teasing. Lu Yanxin pretended to pinch him, but he skillfully evaded her grasp. The two laughed and played as they passed by the College of Arts, startling a flock of sparrows foraging on the lawn. In the distance, the glass facade of the library reflected the setting sun. Lu Yanxin suddenly fell silent, gently resting her head on his shoulder. It's wonderful. We can watch the sea together again. Xiaoyu gazed at the golden specks dancing on her eyelashes and quietly held her hand. The leaves of the phoenix trees rustled softly, as if rejoicing in their reunion. Outside the west gate of the campus, in the Whale Falls CAF, azure lights illuminated their faces. Lu Yanxin cradled a caramel macchiato, leaning in with curiosity. You're being so mysterious. What is it you want to tell me? Xiaoyu pulled a savings book from his backpack and slid it toward her. This summer, I earned 310,000. How much? Lu Yanxin's exclamation drew the attention of nearby patrons, and she quickly lowered her voice. Did you rob a bank? No, it was all from fishing, Xiaoyu said sheepishly, scratching his head. I went out to sea every day at 4 in the morning. Lu Yanxin suddenly grabbed his hand, inspecting the calluses on his palm. Those marks from the fishing nets were especially pronounced under the light. You fool. Her voice faltered. Why didn't you tell me how hard it was? Xiaoyu hurriedly handed her a tissue. It's not so bad. Look, I've earned enough of the boat, and I can. Wait. Lu Yanxin abruptly looked up. You didn't really buy that second-hand iron boat, did you? Yes. It's docked at the east pier of the school. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. I've modified the live well and added. Before he could finish, Lu Yanxin had already dashed around the table to embrace him, knocking over the coffee cup. The waiter rushed over, only to see the beautiful girl laughing and crying as she exclaimed, My boyfriend is the best fisherman in the world. Xiaoyu fumbled to right the cup, his ears burning with embarrassment. Yet, when he looked down and saw the glimmering tears in Lu Yanxin's eyes, he suddenly felt that all the sunburn and fatigue of the past 2 months had been worth it. Chapter 14. Such a coincidence amidst the clamor of the cafeteria. Xiaoyu was assisting Lu Yanxin in picking out the ginger strips from the fish-flavored shredded pork. Suddenly, an exaggerated shriek pierced through the air from behind. Lu Yanxin's chopsticks clattered onto her plate as she stiffly turned her head. Her 3 roommates were standing there, holding their plates, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, Lin Xiaoyu, her hair in a bun, dashed over with a swift motion. I wondered why you returned to school 2 days early. It turns out, her gaze flitted between the two, clearly intrigued. No, we are just. Lu Yanxin's ears flushed crimson. What is this? Chen Lu, the girl with short hair, grinned mischievously, pointing at the chopsticks in Xiaoyu's hand. You're having her pick out ginger strips for you? Your relationship must be quite special. Xiaoyu's hand froze mid-air, caught in a moment of indecision. Come on, don't tease. Lu Yanxin attempted to salvage the situation. Xiaoyu is the top student in our department. We were discussing. Discussing how to hold hands? Fang Yuan adjusted her round glasses, the lenses reflecting a sharp glint. I saw someone escorting you back from the East Wharf just a moment ago. The three girls leaned in unison, their voices harmonizing. Come clean. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yanxin suddenly grasped Xiao Yu's hand and declared, yes, we are together. So what? The cafeteria fell into a stunned silence for 3 seconds. Oh, Lin Xiaoyu was the first to leap up. The campus belle and the academic prodigy. I knew it. Chen Lu had already whipped out her phone. Quick, sisters. Let us post on the school forum. The title will be, Shocking. Who has plucked the high mountain flower of the marine department? Wait. Xiaoyu hurriedly interjected, how about I treat everyone to milk tea? Milk tea? Fang Yuan adjusted her glasses. It should at least be a seafood feast, right? I heard a certain newly minted shipowner made 300,000 yesterday. Lu Yanxin's eyes widened. How do you know about that? It's the talk of the school. The three girls exclaimed in unison once more. With a flushed face, Xiaoyu raised her hands in surrender. All right, I'll take everyone out to sea this weekend, and we'll catch lobsters. Take pictures. Watch the sunset. The three girls excitedly chimed in with their demands, while Lu Yanxin sighed, my image as a refined lady. Xiaoyu quietly held her hand beneath the table and murmured, it's all right. They are quite adorable. The plastic chairs in the cafeteria screeched as the three girls formed a tight circle, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Confess. Lin Xiaoyu banged the table. When did it all start? Lu Yanxin stirred the pearls in her milk tea, murmuring softly, well, over the summer. Over the summer. Chen Lu leaned in suddenly. Was it when you announced you were going to conduct research by the seaside? She turned to Xiaoyu with narrowed eyes. Ah, so you were using public affairs for personal gain. Xiaoyu nearly choked on her cola. No, I genuinely went to conduct an experiment. Don't play coy. Fang Yuan adjusted her reflective glasses, and Yin Xian's recent social media post, unexpectedly discovered a stunning sea, caught her attention. She swiftly retrieved her phone. Who was the figure in the image, rowing a boat? In the photograph, Xiaoyu's profile was bathed in golden hues by the setting sun, with well-defined arms as she pulled in the net. Wow! The three girls exclaimed in unison. Lu Yanxian, blushing, lunged for the phone. Fang Yuan, you actually stalked my social media. That's not the point. Lin Xiaoyu interjected, counting on her fingers. The picture was posted on July 15th, and today is August 30th. Suddenly, her eyes widened. You've been clandestinely dating for a month and a half. Xiaoyu timidly raised her hand. Actually, it was officially on July 20th. Huh, Chen Lu exclaimed. So, you were already flirting on the 15th. Lu Yanxian buried her face in her palms. Could you all keep it down? Details. We demand details. Fang Yuan produced a small notebook from seemingly nowhere. Who confessed first? How'd it go? Xiaoyu and Lu Yanxian exchanged glances and spoke in unison. At the village entrance, he said it first. The three immediately perked up their ears. Lu Yanxian kicked Xiaoyu. You say it. Xiaoyu, her ears flushed, stammered, well, on the day I gave her a ride back to school. And then? I said, Xiaoyu's voice dwindled. Can you be my girlfriend? Wow. The three girls struck a pose, cradling their faces in awe. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly had a realization. Wait, so you suddenly bought a boat? It couldn't possibly be to facilitate dates. Chen Lu understood at once. No, Xiaoyu hurriedly clarified. It's for part-time work. Lu Yanxian pinched him sharply under the table. Idiot, you're making it worse. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the boy's flushed cheeks and the girl's embarrassed expression. Just as the three girls continued their playful teasing, an unexpected shout echoed from the cafeteria entrance. Damn. Old Xiao. Xiaoyu's chopsticks clattered onto the table as he slowly turned his head. His three roommates stood not far away, with Wang De dropping his suitcase with a thud, Chan Hao's sunglasses slipping down to the tip of his nose, and Li Mu with his mouth agape in disbelief. The air froze for 3 seconds. Brothers. Wang De suddenly raised an arm, caught in the act. The three pounced like hungry tigers, surrounding Xiaoyu. Chen Hao, heartbroken, pointed at Lu Yanxian, the campus belle. You hooked up with our university's belle? Li Mu had already pulled out his phone. Quick. Send a red envelope in the class group. Just say congratulations to Comrade Xiaoyu for becoming single. Lu Yin Xian's roommates immediately formed a united front. Lin Xiaoyu slammed her hand on the table. Hey, we interrogated first. Huh, Wang De retorted. We've lived and studied with old Xiao for a year. We have priority. The two groups bickered loudly, attracting the attention of the entire cafeteria. Xiaoyu covered his face, peeking through his fingers to see Lu Yin Xian sharing the same exasperated expression. Confess for leniency. The six of them suddenly shouted in unison. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. How about we set sail together this weekend? It's the maiden voyage of my new boat, no way. Chun Hao interjected, wrapping an arm around his neck. First, tell us how you managed to win her over. Exactly. Fang Yuan pushed up her glasses. Our interrogation is only halfway through. Wanda suddenly had a flash of insight. Wait, could it be that during the summer break, old Xiao was messaging girls at midnight, asking what their favorite colors were? Wang, duh. Xiaoyu lunged forward to cover his mouth. It was too late. Lu Yanxin's eyes sparkled with realization. So the choice of Tiffany blue for the boat paint was because of oh wow. The six of them chimed in unison, teasingly. Xiaoyu, his ears flushed with embarrassment, stood up. I just remembered that the water pipe in the dorm seems to be leaking, not a chance. The three brothers restrained him. Lu Yanxin attempted to make her escape, but was pulled back to her seat by her roommate. Thinking of running away? In the sunlit cafeteria, two groups commenced an unprecedented joint interrogation. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Xiaoyu and Lu Yanxin discreetly intertwined their fingers beneath the table. Chapter 15. Shocking the campus in the girls' dormitory. Ahaha, stop tickling me. I said, I'll tell everything. Is that not enough? Lu Yanxin laughed until tears streamed down her face, twisting in a tangle on the bed. Three girls surrounded her, with Lin Xiaoyu brandishing a feather duster. Quickly, speak up. Fang Yuan nudged her reflective glasses. That night, you secretly slipped into his room. What truly transpired? Lu Yanxin, her cheeks flushed, sat up with her hair in disarray. We just chatted for a bit. You're lying. Chen Lu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Lu Yanxin's waist. A lone man and a woman alone in a room. And you merely chatted? Really? Lu Yanxin stamped her foot in frustration. That blockhead didn't even dare touch my hand. She abruptly covered her mouth. And the dormitory fell silent for 3 seconds, while Lin Xiaoyu leaned in with a mischievous grin. So, you were the one who made the first move? Lu Yanxin buried her face in the pillow. I just touched his finger, that it. The three girls chorused in disbelief. Fang Yuan suddenly pulled out her phone. Sisters, I propose we form the Operation Rescue Straight Man, Xiaoyu team. Over in the boys' dormitory, old Xiao, you're not being fair. Chen Hao lunged forward, but was nimbly dodged by Xiaoyu. Exactly. Li Mu picked up a broom as if it were a microphone. What does it feel like to date the campus flower? Xiaoyu calmly folded his clothes. Anyone who makes a move this weekend can just forget about going out on the boat. The three froze in place. Wang De was the first to react, sliding to his knees and clutching Xiaoyu's thigh. Brother you, let me massage your legs. Get lost. Xiaoyu playfully kicked him away. However, he lowered his voice. This weekend, I can take you all camping on a deserted island, but there's a condition. Three heads immediately leaned in closer. First, rein in your night clubbing habits. Xiaoyu raised a finger. Second, understood. Chun Hao immediately stood at attention, vowing to behave decently in front of the sister-in-law's roommates. Li Mu suddenly remembered something. Wait, what about our makeup exams? The dormitory fell silent. Xiaoyu massaged his temples. How many subjects did you all fail last semester? Chun Hao scratched his head. All of the nonsense. Wang De jumped up. I got 60 in moral education. The four glanced at each other before erupting into thunderous laughter. The neighboring dormitory banged on the wall. It's the middle of the night. Stop raising the dead. The following day on campus. Have you heard? That pair from the Marine Department, my goddess the male god, is actually taking Xiaoyu, and Lu Yanxin walk side by side along the tree-lined path, oblivious to the whispers around them. I told them about the camping trip. Lu Yanxin said, swinging their intertwined hands. Xiaoyu said she'd bring a guitar. And Lulu has even prepared a bikini. Xiaoyu stumbled slightly. Well, what? I'm just kidding. Lu Yanxin laughed uncontrollably, clearly amused by his startled expression. In the introduction to marine biology class, the elderly Professor Zhang was explaining coral reef ecology. Thus, this symbiotic relationship. The old professor's words abruptly halted as a sharp gaze swept towards the back row of the classroom. Several girls were frequently glancing back, whispering in the direction of Xiaoyu. Certain students. The chalk struck the podium with a resounding thud. If you're disinterested in my lecture, you may leave now. Instantly, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Xiaoyu lowered his head, unconsciously drawing circles on his notebook with his pen. He could sense the myriad of gazes directed at him, some filled with curiosity, some with envy, and a few unmistakably laced with hostility. If I hear any more idle gossip, Professor Zhang adjusted his reading glasses. The focus for the final exam will be doubled. This statement proved more effective than any threat. Meanwhile, in the aquaculture lab, Yan Xian, I heard you've already met the parents? Lu Yan Xian nearly dropped the pipette in her hand. Who said that? Campus forum. A classmate displayed their phone. The headline boldly stating, shocking, the department's beauty allegedly engaged due to pregnancy. Her academic boyfriend has already met the parents. The accompanying image was a candid shot of Xiaoyu wiping her mouth in the cafeteria from the previous day. What on earth is going on? Lu Yan Xian's cheeks flushed with anger. However, her three roommates were barely containing their laughter. Fang Yuan adjusted her glasses. The latest version is that you've even submitted a leave of absence request. Nonsense. The usually gentle Lu Yan Xian let out a curse. Lin Xiaoyu stifled a laugh and added, there's even talk of you being seen at the obstetrics and gynecology department. Lin, Xiao, you, in a corner of the cafeteria during the lunch break. I'm furious. Lu Yan Xian slammed her tray down. Now the entire school is spreading rumors that I'm pregnant. Xiaoyu, who was sipping soup, choked abruptly, WH. What? Just because you insisted on wiping my mouth in the cafeteria yesterday. Lu Yan Xian seethed, stabbing at her rice with her chopsticks. Now the forum is saying we. Xiaoyu suddenly set down his chopsticks. A serious expression on his face. This is outrageous. Exactly. These slanderers. If only I had truly made you pregnant. Lu Yan Xian's chopsticks froze in midair, her brain stalling for 3 seconds before processing the statement. Xiao, you. Her fist rained down on her boyfriend's shoulder. You. Shameless. Xiaoyu dodged while laughing. I'm serious. Just think if it were now. Be quiet. Lu Yan Xian grabbed a steam bun and stuffed it into his mouth, declaring that he shouldn't even think about a video call tonight. Not far away, a few classmates who had been eavesdropping excitedly posted live coverage. The academic beauty flirts in the cafeteria, suspected wedding date set. As the last class of Friday concluded, 3 heads stealthily peeked through the back door of the classroom. Ye. Wang sprinted in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. We just went to the supermarket. Do you want us to bring this? He stealthily pulled out a small square box from his pocket, emblazoned with the conspicuous Durex logo. Xiaoyu's textbook clattered to the floor. Ew. You guys. Don't get excited. Chen Hao quickly covered his mouth. We bought 3 boxes. ISNT, that enough for brothers? Li Mu added, strawberry flavor, mint flavor, and an ultra-thin one. Be quiet. Xiaoyu blushed, stuffing the box back into Wang Da's pocket. We're going camping, nah. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, not going to engage in outdoor combat. The 3 lively companions immediately displayed expressions of disappointment. Then, we must bring the barbecue grill, right? Wanda asked, refusing to give up. Xiaoyu sighed, rubbing his forehead. I have already rented professional camping equipment, including tents, cooking gear, and so on. Suddenly, Chen Hao raised his hand. Who is responsible for cooking? It can't be that we have to eat sashimi, right? I'll take charge of catching seafood. Xiaoyu began assigning tasks. Wangda, you'll start the fire. Chen Hao, you'll handle the ingredients. Li Mu, I want to be the barbecue master. Li Mu exclaimed, pulling a chef's hat from seemingly nowhere and placing it on his head. Xiaoyu helplessly nodded. All right, but if you burn the fish to a crisp again. That was an accident. Li Mu protested, jumping up in frustration. Who knew the sea breeze would suddenly pick up? In the midst of their lively banter, a cough suddenly echoed from the front door of the classroom. The 4 froze and slowly turned their heads. Professor Zhang, his hair as white as snow, stood at the entrance holding his lesson plan, his eyes squinting behind his reading glasses. Are we having a heated discussion? Hello, Professor. The 3 immediately stood at attention. We were discussing. Xiaoyu thought quickly, the topic of marine ecological conservation. Oh, Professor Zhang leisurely approached Wang De, suddenly reaching into his pocket and pulling out the small square box. Is this what you're using for protection? The air instantly thickened. Professor, this is... Wang De stammered, pointing at the English on the box, a waterproof case. For the phone. The old professor snorted coldly, slamming the box onto the table. Submit a paper on the impact of marine debris on ecology by next week. No less than 8,000 words. After the door closed, the three slumped back into their chairs. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Now, who still wants to bring the waterproof case? The three heads shook like rattling drums. Chapter 16. Camping on a deserted island in the early morning mist, 8 figures trudged towards the dock, burdened with various bags. Old Xiao exclaimed, noticing Wang De panting as he carried the barbecue grill. Does your boat really have a refrigerator? I brought 10 kilograms of lamb. Without turning his head, Xiaoyu gestured ahead. Wei arrived, just that one. As the morning fog dissipated, a brand new blue iron-hulled vessel came into view, its name, Yusin, glimmering in the sunlight with 3 large white characters. Wow! Lu Yinxin suddenly covered her mouth, her ears visibly reddening. Lin Xiaoyu, with her keen eyes, immediately teased, oh my. Yusin, TSK, KSK. Chun Hao shook his head, knowingly. Some people appear serious on the surface, but secretly. Shut up. Xiaoyu, with flushed ears, jumped onto the deck. If you keep talking, I'll toss you overboard to feed the fish. The chaos of boarding resembled a scene from a disaster movie. This engine looks fantastic. Wang De leaned over the engine cover. How many horsepower does it have? Don't touch anything. Xiaoyu yanked him away. This is a newly installed 300 horsepower diesel engine. Quite expensive. Meanwhile, the girls were gathered around the live well, marveling. Oh my, this glass window lets us see the fish inside. Lu Yinxin crouched by the hatch, lightly tapping the observation window. Xiaoyu approached, unconsciously softening his tone. Yes, it's specially modified. This way, we can check our catch without opening the hatch. Scholars are indeed different. Fang Yuan adjusted her glasses. How much did the modifications cost? Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Yinxin. 380,000. How much? The 3 boys screamed in unison, nearly startling a seagull into flight. Amid the roar of the engine, Xiaoyu stood at the helm, issuing orders. Wang De, coil the anchor line. Chen Hao, check the number of life rings. Limu, don't lean over the side. You'll get seasick. Lu Yinxin stifled a laugh as she placed a sun hat on him. Captain Xiao is so imposing. Just as Xiaoyu was about to respond, the boat suddenly lurched. Li Mu had already hunched over the trash can, retching uncontrollably. I told you, not to eat so much breakfast. Chun Hao patted his back, relishing the moment. During the voyage, Xiaoyu discreetly activated the underwater vision. The detection range, with a diameter of 100 meters, swept across the seabed like radar, revealing schools of fish, coral, and seaweed. He silently rejoiced at not having to touch the seawater. If anyone saw him playing with it all day, he might be mistaken for a weirdo. Xiaoyu. Lu Yinxin suddenly embraced him from behind. What are you daydreaming about? Nothing. Just checking the route. He hastily concealed his ability. There's an uninhabited island ahead. We should. Captain. Wang De burst in, dolphin spotted on the port side. Everyone rushed to the left side of the deck. Indeed, several dolphins were frolicking in the waves, occasionally leaping out of the water. A good omen. Lu Yinxin excitedly snapped photos. Are they leading us? Xiaoyu gazed at her radiant profile, suddenly wishing this journey would never end. As the deserted island loomed closer, Xiaoyu unexpectedly reduced speed. What's wrong? Lu Yinxin inquired, puzzled. Xiaoyu gestured towards the rocky area to their right, declaring, there lies our treasure. He turned to the others, instructing, you all set up the tents on shore while Yinxin and I procure our dinner. Aye. Wang De stood at attention, saluting, I assure you, the tent will be pitched splendidly. The fishing boat gradually approached the rocky terrain, the crystalline waters revealing the wriggling antennae of lobsters beneath. This is the spot, Xiaoyu announced as he shut off the engine, retrieving 2 nets from the stern. I will dive in shortly. You stay on the boat to assist. However, Lu Yinxin had already deftly tied her long hair up, exposing her slender neck. Don't underestimate me, she exclaimed, brandishing her waterproof camera. I hold a diving certificate. Xiaoyu attempted to dissuade her, but she had already plunged into the water with a splash that refracted rainbows in the sunlight. The underwater realm was serene and vibrant. Xiao Yu swam to Lu Yinxin's side, pointing towards a crevice in the rocks where two small lobsters waved their formidable pincers. He gestured for a flanking maneuver, and they instinctively split apart. Lu Yinxin moved with unexpected agility, stealthily circling behind the lobster before suddenly reaching out to grasp its back. Startled, the lobster leapt and inadvertently landed in Xiao Yu's open net. Splashing up to the surface, they both emerged, with Lu Yinxin excitedly raising the net. "We caught, oh no!" The lobster, having escaped through a tear, pinched her finger fiercely. "Don't move." Xiao Yu swam closer, securing her wrist with one hand while pinching the lobster's shell with the other. The lobster, in pain, released its grip, leaving a red mark on his hand. "You're bleeding," Lu Yinxin exclaimed, grabbing his palm. "It's nothing," Xiao Yu replied, shaking his hand dismissively. Compared to that, he suddenly pointed behind her. "Look over there." In the shadow of a larger rock, a magnificent lobster lay in wait. Its blue-violet shell gleamed with a metallic luster under the sunlight, measuring the length of a forearm. Lu Yinxin gasped, nearly choking on the water. Xiao Yu made a shushing gesture and silently submerged. As he was about to seize it, the lobster suddenly became alert, its antennae erect, and it sprang backward. To the left, Lu Yinxin shouted. Xiao Yu instinctively sidestepped, the net intercepting perfectly. The splendid lobster thrashed wildly within the net, stirring up a cloud of sand. "We got it." As they surfaced, Lu Yinxin leaned close, her damp hair brushing against his face. "Xiao Yu, the way you saved me just now." Her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. "You look so cool." Water dripped from her eyelashes, and Xiao Yu, almost unconsciously, reached out to wipe it away, only to be interrupted by a distant, comical bellow. "Where have you two been fishing?" "I'm starving." Wang stood on the shore, brandishing a spatula, a thick plume of smoke billowing behind him. Clearly, the barbecue plan had encountered a slight hiccup. Chapter 17. Camping on the deserted island as Xiao Yu and Lu Yinxin, drenched from head to toe, dragged their net bag ashore, the chaotic scene on the beach came to an abrupt halt. What in the world? Wang Da's spatula clattered into the charcoal fire. Could it be a splendid lobster? 6 heads all leaned in unison, forgetting even the billowing smoke from the bonfire. Within the net bag, a large blue-purple lobster waved its claws angrily, accompanied by 7 or 8 smaller lobsters and several plump grouper fish. "My goodness!" Lin Xiaoyu sank to her knees on the sand, exclaiming that this was enough for a grand seafood feast. Chen Hao, trembling, poked the lobster shell with a finger. "I've seen this at the seafood market. It costs over 1,000 a pound." "Clear the way." Fan Yuan pulled out a marine biology encyclopedia from nowhere, her glasses glinting with light. "The scientific name is Panulirus ornatus, belonging to—" "Shut up, academic." Li Mu snatched the book from her hands. "What's important now?" He suddenly turned, bowing 90 degrees to Xiao Yu. "Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects." "Get lost." Xiao Yu playfully kicked him away, only to see Lu Yinxin surrounded by a group of girls. "Yinxin," Chen Lu excitedly shook her shoulder. "Your husband is incredible." Lu Yinxin blushed, stealing glances at Xiao Yu. "It's just luck. Don't play coy." Lin Xiaoyu pointed at her reddened fingers. "Did you get that injury from catching lobsters?" "Oh my, is this a romance film or an adventure film?" Wanda had somehow set up his phone. "Family. Look at this. Purely wild, splendid lobster." He shouted into the camera. "If this gets over 10,000 likes, let old Xiao perform a bare-handed shark capture." Wang. "Duh." Xiao Yu grabbed a coconut and hurled it, only to be stopped by Lu Yinxin. "Don't mind them." She discreetly intertwined her fingers with his, droplets of water still clinging to her damp eyelashes. "Should we change into dry clothes?" This sentence instantly ignited another round of cheers. Amidst the crowd's wild shouts, Xiao Yu seized the net bag filled with seafood and fled in disarray, the synchronized voices behind him calling, "Wishing you 100 years of harmony. May you bear precious children soon." The bonfire crackled, casting a warm glow on the 8 youthful faces. "Gome, gome." The first skewer for our Sea King couple. Wang De knelt on one knee, presenting the charred lobster skewer to Xiao Yu. "Your Majesty, please enjoy." Xiao Yu stared at the charred lump. "You call this food?" "Oh dear." Chen Hao suddenly slapped his thigh, No wonder Yanxin complained of sore waist earlier. She must have been bumped by some big fish in the water. Chun, how? Lu Yanxin scooped up a handful of sand and threw it, but was stopped by Lin Xiaoyu. Wait. Quickly, tell us what kind of fish it was. She winked mischievously. Was it one of those particularly clingy octopuses? Amidst the laughter, Xiaoyu quietly placed fish fillets on the grill, his ears turning a vivid shade of red. I bear witness. Limu suddenly jumped up. While changing clothes earlier, I saw old Zhao's back covered in scratch marks. Those were from the lobster claws. Xiaoyu nearly pierced the fish fillet with his frustration. Oh, 6 voices echoed in unison, their prolonged tones startling the seabirds perched in the trees. Lu Yanxin buried her face in her palms, yet she could hear Fang Yuan adjusting her glasses with utmost seriousness. According to the study of marine biology, certain crustaceans indeed. Fang Yuan. As the commotion persisted until the moon ascended, Wang suddenly produced a guitar. This is for our beloved fisherman and mermaid. His discordant singing floated across the sea. Sister, you sit at the bow, brother. I swim below. Xiaoyu, unable to bear it any longer, snatched the guitar away. His slender fingers strummed the strings, producing a melodious tune that silenced everyone. Lu Yanxin looked up in surprise. He was playing that song, Under the Sea, which she had hummed throughout the summer. The flames danced upon his focused profile, and the sea breeze carried the distant sound of the tides. In that moment, even the stars served as a backdrop. Ahem! Wang suddenly disrupted the atmosphere. Should we perhaps look away? The 6 light bulbs turned their backs in unison, dramatically covering their eyes. You all, Xiaoyu helplessly set down the guitar. That's enough. However, Lu Yanxin unexpectedly leaned in and planted a swift kiss on his cheek. The bonfire erupted with a spark, as if to celebrate this youthful feast. As the fire gradually waned, everyone reclined on the soft sand, clutching chilled soda bottles. Hey, have you heard? Wang propped his leg casually. Next month, the school is hosting a marine technology competition, with a prize of 50,000. You? Chenhao scoffed. You're the one who couldn't even classify seaweed last semester. Nonsense. I now have the Sea King as my brother. Wang sprang up with a flourish. Old Xiao. Want to team up? Xiaoyu gazed at the starry sky in silence, but Lu Yanxin suddenly poked his waist. Hey, didn't you mention wanting to buy a bigger boat? Yeah. Xiaoyu turned to her, a deep-sea fishing vessel. While Lin Xiaoyu cupped her face. Even scholars in love are different. Fang Yuan adjusted her reflective glasses. I plan to apply for the Antarctic Research Station after graduation, working part-time while pursuing my master's. Huh. Limu nearly spat out his soda. ISNT, that place filled with penguins and seals? There's no takeout. What do you know? Fang Yuan, rarely excited, continued. The Antarctic krill resources. She abruptly fell silent, realizing everyone was staring at her with incredulous expressions. What's wrong? Nothing. Chun Hao stifled a laugh. I just suddenly feel you would get along well with the penguins. A sandball accurately struck his face. Amid the sound of waves, Lu Yanxin suddenly asked softly, Xiaoyu, what do you want to do in the future? Xiaoyu stared at the pitch-black sea. I'd like to buy a bigger boat. He paused, then added, and take you to see the fishing grounds where my parents worked back in the day. Lu Yanxin quietly hooked his little finger. Hey. Wang suddenly pointed at the sky, a shooting star. Quick, make a wish. Everyone scrambled to sit up, witnessing a silver streak across the night sky. I wish, don't say it. Idiot. If you say it out loud, it won't come true. The sounds of merriment startled a few seabirds, which fluttered towards the moonlit surface of the sea. Unbeknownst to anyone, the wishes of Xiaoyu and Lu Yanxin quietly converged within their clasped palms. Chapter 18. Camping on the deserted island as the night deepened, the sea breeze carried a chill across the sandy shore. All right. It's time for bed. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly clapped her hands, casting a knowing glance at the others. Chun Hao immediately caught on, yanking Wang De and Li Mu along. Exactly. Our tent is small. It can't accommodate so many people. Huh? Wang De looked bewildered. Didn't we bring 4 tents? Fang Yuan adjusted her glasses, the lenses glinting in the moonlight. According to the camping regulations, a safe distance must be maintained between tents. That's right. Chen Lu pushed Lu Yanxin toward Xiaoyu. So you two, go sleep on the boat. The 6 of them burst into laughter, resembling a pack of cunning foxes. Xiaoyu's ears flushed crimson. Stop it. There's only one bed on the boat. Wow, Wang De exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest. Old Xiao, is that all you've arranged? No, I meant, Xiao Yu stammered, flustered. That's the captain's lounge. Lu Yanqing had already buried her face in her palms, embarrassed enough already. Don't worry, Lin, Xiao Yu handed her a small pouch. Sister prepared you some safety gear. Lu Yanqing opened it and exploded. Lin, Xiao Yu, this is obviously mosquito repellent. Oh dear, I must have grabbed the wrong one. Lin Xiao Yu feigned rummaging through her bag. It might be with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, pushing her glasses up coolly, remarked. According to statistical data, the swaying frequency of fishing boats correlates with. Shut up. Along the journey, neither of the two spoke. It was not until they climbed onto the deck that Lu Yanqing chuckled softly. Your roommate is quite amusing. Xiao Yu hurriedly organized the lounge area. You take the bed. I'll sleep at the helm. Hey. Lu Yanqing suddenly tugged at his shirt. It's cold on the boat. Then should I get you a blanket? Idiot. Lu Yanqing stamped her foot in frustration. I meant, let us sleep together to keep warm. Xiao Yu froze. A myriad of contingency plans flashing through his mind. Don't worry. Lu Yanqing leaned closer, her breath brushing against his flushed earlobe. I won't bite you. Moonlight streamed through the porthole, casting their intertwined shadows upon the wall. In the distance on the beach, 6 shadowy figures were peering through binoculars. Have they kissed yet? Don't crowd. I can't see. Shoo. They've drawn the curtains. The gentle ebb and flow of the sea rocked the fishing boat like a tender lullaby. Lu Yanqing sat at the edge of the bed, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Do you want to also? Xiao Yu stood at the door, resembling a schoolboy caught in a reprimand. I'll go check the anchor line again. Xiao Yu. Lu Yanqing suddenly looked up, her damp eyes shining brightly in the dim light. Are you afraid of me? No. He hastily shook his head, only to bump into the low door frame. Ouch. Lu Yanqing couldn't help but laugh, patting the mattress beside her. Come here, let me see. Xiao Yu hesitated before approaching, and, as he bent down, she grasped his wrist. The cool touch of her fingers against his forehead made them both hold their breath. The scene was awash in crimson hues. Her fingertips delicately grazed the injury. Does it hurt? Xiao Yu shook his head, his Adam's apple bobbing. They were too close. He could perceive the scent of sea salt wafting from her hair and observe the droplets of water on her collarbone, slowly trickling into her neckline. Suddenly, the boat rocked violently. Lu Yanqing lost her balance and stumbled forward, and Xiao Yu instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. By the time he realized what had happened, she had already fallen into his embrace, her soft lips barely brushing against his throat. I'm so sorry. Xiao Yu fumbled, attempting to release her. Yet she clutched his collar tightly. What are you hiding from? Lu Yanqing tilted her face upward, her breath caressing his chin. You were quite brave, catching lobsters during the day, weren't you? The moonlight fractured into stars in her eyes, and Xiao Yu was suddenly reminded of an unuttered wish upon a shooting star. A loud crash resounded from the stern, followed by Wang Da's frantic cries. Old Xiao, help! Li Mu will overboard. They instinctively sprang apart. As Xiao Yu rushed out, he heard Lu Yanqing chuckle behind him. Your roommates truly are the best wingmen. 10 minutes later, a drenched Li Mu was hoisted aboard like a soaked chicken. I swear, he shivered beneath a blanket. I was just checking if they had covered themselves properly. Nonsense. Wang De slapped the back of his head. You clearly said you wanted to eavesdrop. The laughter and banter faded away on the beach, and the fishing boat returned to a tranquil state. When Xiao Yu returned to the lounge, he found Lu Yanqing curled up in bed, fast asleep, clutching his jacket. He quietly lay down on the floor, only to hear her drowsy murmur, Fool, how can you keep warm from so far away? A pillow landed squarely on his face. The morning sea shimmered with golden waves, and the engine of the rain Xin startled a flock of seagulls. All hands on deck. Xiao Yu stood at the helm, the morning light outlining his tall figure. Wang De was in charge of the left side with the long-line fishing, Chun Hao on the right, and Li Mu was tasked with recording the catch data. Aye, Captain. The trio saluted comically, eliciting giggles from the girls. Lu Yanqing, with a blue scarf tied around her head, deftly attached bait to the long-line hooks. Mr. Xiao, is this mackerel bait large enough? Xiao Yu's ears flushed slightly. Yes, quite enough. He turned to the others. Today, we'll primarily use long-line fishing and crab pots. The trawling will have to wait until we have a full crew. Understood. Fong Yuan adjusted her reflective glasses, stating, selective fishing, according to Fisheries Resource Management, is more sustainable. The process of baiting the hooks was nothing short of chaotic. Oh no, the line is tangled. Chen Hao, you idiot. That's my rig. Don't move. Let me take a picture. Ouch. Xiao Yu sighed, personally demonstrating how to cast a long line fishing. The hook traced a gleaming arc through the air, landing precisely beside the buoy 100 meters away. Wow. Everyone gasped in unison. Lu Yanxin proudly lifted her chin. Isn't my boyfriend impressive? EW. 6 light bulbs chimed in teasingly. 2 hours later, the live well had yielded a bountiful harvest. 5 grouper, Li Mu shouted while holding his record book. And 3 blue crabs. Wang De suddenly pointed into the distance. Old Xiao, there are particularly numerous seabirds over there. Xiao Yu squinted, and through the system's vision, he distinctly observed a congregation of yellowfin tuna in the rocky underwater area. Prepare the second set of fishing gear. He abruptly turned the helm. Yanxin switched to the fluorescent lure. The fishing boat carved elegant waves as it startled a school of flying fish. When the first tuna leaped out of the water, a deafening cheer erupted from the deck. Tonight we feast on sashimi. Xiao Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Lu Yanxin, winking at her. Just as you like. In the morning light, her smile shone brighter than the rising sun. MHM, Chapter 19, a joyful gathering, the 4 of them, freshly emerged from their showers, sprawled across their beds. Suddenly, Chen Hao shot up with a start. Brothers, I have an announcement. Spit it out, Wang De replied, busy drying his socks with a hairdryer. Chen Hao hesitated for a moment, then confessed, I want to pursue Lin Xiaoyu. The dormitory fell silent in an instant. Li Mu's comic book slipped from his hands and thudded onto the floor. What the hell? Didn't you say that women hinder your speed in drawing your sword? Get lost. Chen Hao retaliated by hurling a pillow at him. I'm serious. Wang De switched off the hairdryer and remarked, what a coincidence. I have my sights set on Chen Lu. What? Li Mu sat up straight, and what about Fong Yuan? His voice trailed off. I think she looks pretty cute with glasses. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward the quiet Xiao Yu, who slowly put down his phone. What are you all staring at me for? Brother Yu. Chen Hao leaped forward to clutch the bedpost. You must help your brother out. Indeed. Wing da Gaimding. Talk to your sister-in-law. Arrange more gatherings. Xiao Yu sighed and sat up. Are you all really certain about this? The 3 nodded vigorously. All right. Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened, but let's get one thing straight. He pointed at each of them. Chen Hao, if you try to flirt with 3 girls at once again. I wouldn't dare. Chen Hao interjected. Li Mu, stop disappearing into games. I'll change. Li Mu promised. Wang De. Xiao Yu paused. Don't start drinking and going wild every time you argue. Wang De scratched his head. I'll do my best. Not just your best. Xiao Yu slammed a slipper on the table. If your antics cause me trouble with Yen Xin, you'll have hell to pay. The 3 immediately lined up and raised their hands in oath. We guarantee not to betray the trust of the organization. Xiao Yu rubbed his forehead. Tomorrow, I'll have Yen Xin probe the situation. Yay. Chen Hao immediately pulled out his perfume and began spraying it wildly. Old Li, help me check my hairstyle. Li Mu had already dug out the psychology of love and was engrossed in it, while Wang De practiced his wink in the mirror. Xiao Yu silently messaged Lu Yanxin. Help. Our dorm is going crazy. The next day, amidst the clamor of the cafeteria at noon, Xiao Yu and Lu Yanxin sat in a corner by the window. Xiao Yu gently tapped the edge of his plate with his chopsticks. There's something I need to tell you. Lu Yanxin was focused on picking out the carrot strips from her fish-flavored shredded pork, responding without looking up. Well, Xiao Yu rubbed his nose, Chen Hao and the others. Lu Yanxin suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling. Wait. Let me guess. She put down her chopsticks and counted on her fingers. Chen Hao is interested in Xiao Yu. Li Mu has his eyes on Fong Yuan. And Wang De wants to pursue Lulu? Xiao Yu widened his eyes in astonishment. How did you know? Lu Yanxin burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped. Those 3 guys practically had their eyes glued to my roommate during the camping trip yesterday. She scooped a spoonful of corn soup from Xiao Yu's bowl, while Chen Hao passed Xiao Yu 7 skewers of grilled meat. Li Mu secretly helped Fong Yuan wipe her glasses 3 times, and Wang De went so far as to stealthily collect the half bottle of water that Lulu had left behind. Xiao Yu nearly choked on the soup. Wang De is such a weirdo. However, Lu Yanxin waved her index finger, attempting to convey that winning over the girls from our dormitory 302 would not be so simple. She suddenly leaned closer, her hair brushing against Xiao Yu's cheek. Unless what? Unless. She mischievously blinked. You promised to take us out to sea again this weekend. Xiao Yu smiled helplessly. You're taking advantage of the situation, Lu classmate. This is called a reasonable exchange. Lu Yanxin proudly scrunched her nose. I could act as their relationship consultant, but she suddenly turned serious. You must ensure they're sincere. Xiao Yu nodded earnestly, gently holding her hand under the table. They were already taught a lesson last night. Lu Yanxin interlocked her fingers with his. Then it settled. However, she suddenly lowered her voice. If they dare to bully my sisters, I will be the first to deal with them. Xiao Yu immediately responded. Now, that is more like it. Lu Yanxin, satisfied, picked up the last piece of sweet and sour rib from his bowl. As a reward, tonight, I'll help you invite them to the milk tea shop. Xiao Yu gazed at his girlfriend's mischievous smile, silently mourning for his 3 roommates for 3 seconds. This group of fools was unaware that their greatest ally in the pursuit of love was, in fact, a little fox in sheep's clothing. In the evening, the neon signs of the milk tea shop outside the campus flickered in the night, with 8 people crammed around a large round table in a corner. So, Lin Xiaoyu sipped her pearl milk tea, her eyes darting between Chun Hao and Xiao Yu. Is today the brothers helping brothers win over their ladies' conference? Wang Da's milk tea erupted from his nostrils. Fang Yuan adjusted her glasses. According to social behavioral studies, group courtship activities among primates indeed. Stop. Chun Lu slammed her hand on the table. Speak in plain language. Xiao Yu and Lu Yanxin quietly shrank their necks, pretending to be mere bystanders. The ordering segment had transformed into a battleground. Xiao Yu prefers strawberry flavor. Chun Hao dashed to the counter, 2 cups of strawberry bubble tea. Li Mu was unwilling to be outdone. Fang Yuan want a 4-season spring with less sugar and ice. Wrong. Fang Yuan suddenly raised her hand. I want brown sugar today. Li Mu was instantly petrified, his little notebook dropping with a thud. It was filled with Fang Yuan's dietary preferences. Pervert. The crowd chimed in unison. Wang De seized the opportunity to curry favor. Lulu, you said last time you liked. Shut up. Chun Lu glared. I'll decide what I want to drink today. The seating arrangement was equally turbulent. Chun Hao accidentally kicked Li Mu and plopped down beside Lin Xiaoyu. What a coincidence. You like sitting by the window too? Unfortunately, Lin Xiaoyu smiled and remarked, it was you who pushed me over here. On the other side, Li Mu was exuberantly exclaiming over Fang Yuan's notebook. Wow. The data model for your piece on population changes of Antarctic krill is simply splendid. Fang Yuan squinted her eyes and retorted. You haven't even read the abstract thoroughly, have you? No way. Li Mu pointed to the 3rd line, insisting it clearly states, that's the references. Witnessing this, Wang De employed his secret weapon, a crab-shaped hairpin, exclaiming, Lulu, here, a little gift for you. Isn't this a children's version? Shrieked someone. Xiao Yu and Lu Yanxin huddled in the corner, desperately stifling their laughter. Your roommates, Xiao Yu whispered, are even more incompetent than I imagined. Lu Yanxin, biting her straw, stifled a giggle. I bet 5 jiao that Chun Hao will spill his milk tea all over his pants. No sooner had she spoken than there was a loud crash. Ah, my new pants. The room erupted in laughter as Chun Hao, face flushed, dashed toward the restroom. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu stealthily switched seats, only to be struck on the head by Fang Yuan's bag. Wang De attempted to assist but slipped on a pearl, inadvertently bowing down in front of Chun Lu. Xiao Yu quietly transferred 5 jiao to Lu Yanxin. Chapter 20. The signature part-time employee shocking. Ocean Science academic prodigy seeks crew members for high-paying positions. Priority for marine engineering students. Hourly wage of 25 yuan. The moment this headline emerged on the campus forum, it instantly soared to the top of the trending list. Goodness, is Xiao Yu planning to become a ship owner? Exclaimed a boy in the cafeteria, clutching his phone. A bespectacled girl nudged her glasses and replied, 300 yuan for each outing? That is significantly higher than the internship wages. The class group for the marine engineering major erupted with excitement. Zhang San, brothers, check the forum. Xiao Yu is hiring crew members. Li Si, 300 yuan for 12 hours? This is far better than interning at the shipyard. Wang Wu, Already added as a friend. I'm in the top 10 of my major. This is a sure thing. Suddenly, the class monitor interjected, Ahem, just a reminder, we have the midterm exam for marine dynamics tomorrow. The group fell silent for 3 seconds. Everyone, damn. Time to hit the books. Xiao Yu's phone vibrated incessantly on the desk. Friend requests on WeChat cascaded in like snowflakes. Li Chong, a junior in marine engineering. Certified crew member. Wang Ming, a sophomore, scored full marks in last semester's metalworking internship. Zhang Wei, a graduate student, has published papers on marine power systems. Xiao classmate, a hushed voice from the back piped up, I'm the president of the Shipbuilding College Student Union. Could you possibly grant me a referral? The old professor at the podium adjusted his reading glasses. Certain students, if you keep playing on your phones, you'll be asked to leave. Flustered, Xiao Yu hurriedly silenced his phone, only to find a message from Lu Yinxin. Boss Xiao, I heard you're looking to sponsor the entire marine engineering department? Doghead, as soon as the class bell rang, Xiao Yu found himself surrounded. Brother Yu, look at me. I can fix diesel engines. Senior, I participated in the National Ship Design Competition. Captain Xiao, I can sing sailor. 3 classmates, Wang De and his companions, squeezed into the throng, guarding Xiao Yu like bodyguards. Queue up. Queue up. First, send your resumes to the email. Chen Hao leaned closer to Xiao Yu's ear. Old Xiao, can you save a spot for my cousin? Get lost. Xiao Yu laughed and scolded. We must have fair competition. That evening, Xiao Yu's email overflowed. Rubbing his temples, he complained to Lu Yinxin in the video call. I've received over 200 resumes. Is the entire marine engineering department mobilized? Lu Yinxin chuckled while biting into an apple. Who told you to offer such a high salary? The school ship team only pays 80 for a day's internship. I just wanted to find reliable candidates. Xiao Yu scrolled through the resumes. This one looks good, has won a national scholarship. Wait, he suddenly widened his eyes. Why is there someone from the literature department? A new message popped up on the screen. Dear Captain Xiao, although I am from the Chinese department, my love for the sea is profound. Attached is my original poem, The Ocean. Xiao Yu collapsed onto the keyboard. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, his desk lamp remained aglow. On the desk lay the last 3 resumes, marked with a red pen to highlight key points. Zhang Zhun, a senior in marine engineering, a key member of the school's sailing team, with experience in oceanic internships. Wang Jiqiang, a graduate student, who has published a paper on energy-saving modifications of fishing vessel power systems. Chen Hai, a senior, whose father is a seasoned captain with 30 years of experience, having grown up on fishing boats. Xiao Yu rubbed his weary eyes just as his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Yinxin. Still awake? Sleepy, he smiled and replied. Soon, just selecting the last crew member. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu ultimately dialed Chen Hai's number. On the other end, a sound akin to crashing waves emanated. Hello, a hoarse male voice mumbled sleepily. Senior Chen? This is Xiao Yu. Oh my goodness. A heavy thud sounded on the other end. Captain Xiao. Wait, let me turn on the light. After a cacophony of clattering noises, Chen Hai's voice became noticeably clearer. Did I not write my resume well enough? I can add more. No need, Xiao Yu interrupted. Tomorrow morning at 6, Eastdock. A silence lingered for 3 seconds on the line, followed by an outburst of suppressed cheer. I promise to be on time. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Xiao Yu spotted a tall figure standing at the dock, a severely worn toolbox at his feet. Chen Hai jogged over, his bronze face etched with anxiety. Captain, good morning. He handed over a stack of documents. This is my crew certificate, health certificate, and just call me Xiao Yu. You're my senior. No need for such formality. Xiao Yu accepted the documents, surprised to find a yellowed photograph on top. A young Chen Hai, no more than 10, standing on a fishing boat, the tumultuous sea behind him. My father said. Chen Hai scratched his head bashfully. Those who go to sea must let the captain know their roots. Xiao Yu nodded and tossed him the keys. Go check the engine. Chen Hai's eyes sparkled as he opened the toolbox with a clang. Every tool inside was polished and neatly arranged. Inside the engine room, Chen Hai exclaimed, This modification is fantastic. A dual-circuit cooling system? What fishing vessel has this? Xiao Yu crouched nearby, observing him skillfully inspect each component. Senior, with your qualifications. Why not work for a shipping company? Chen Hai paused momentarily. My father said, a true captain must start from the dirtiest engine room. Those big companies 1T let a graduate student near the engine. The morning sun streamed through the porthole, and Xiao Yu suddenly smiled. Are you ready to set sail? Partner. Chen Hai raised his oil-stained hand. Always ready, Captain. At the dock, Liu Yanxin held 2 cups of soy milk. Watching the 2 young men emerge from the engine room, their camaraderie evident as they laughed like 2 playful kittens. Time swiftly turned to Saturday, the morning fog still lingering. As East Dock bustled with activity, main engine preheated. Chen Hai poked his head out from the engine room, a streak of grease across his face. Oil pressure and water temperature are both normal. Xiao Yu stood on the deck, meticulously inspecting the navigation equipment. Let me double-check the lifeboat gear, she instructed. It's already been checked thoroughly. Liu Yanxin exclaimed as she emerged from the cabin, cradling a first aid kit. Senior Chun had even verified the expiration date of the life raft 3 times. Chen Hai sheepishly scratched his head, recalling his father's adage, sweat more before sailing to shed less blood at sea. Profound. Xiao Yu chuckled, tossing him a bottle of water. Today, we shall test the vessel in the nearby waters and return before noon. The fishing boat sliced through the tranquil sea, and Chen Hai's maneuver surprised Xiao Yu. That S-turn to evade the waves is splendid, she remarked, watching the spray at the boat's stern. Who taught you that? My father, Chen Hai grinned, explaining. He says a good helmsman must understand the temperament of the waves. Liu Yanxin leaned over the side of the boat, suddenly pointing into the distance. Look, a pod of dolphins. 3 dolphins frolicked in pursuit of the boat's wake, leaping joyfully from the water. Chen Hai abruptly slowed down, allowing the boat to gently sway with the waves. This way, they can have more fun. Sunlight bathed the trio, as the engine's roar blended harmoniously with the sound of the waves, creating a lively melody. On the return journey, Xiao Yu's live well brimmed with several grouper. Today's catch is modest. She patted Chen Hai's shoulder, but the trial run was a success. Chen Hai diligently recorded the data in the nautical log. Captain, can we try night sailing next time? I know where the moonlight fish congregate. Absolutely. Xiao Yu laughed, but you must first pass Yanxin's safety assessment. Liu Yanxin placed her hands on her hips, feigning seriousness. The theoretical exam on lifeboat equipment requires a score of 90 or above to qualify for night sailing. I promised to complete the task. Chen Hai stood at attention, saluting, nearly tripping over a mooring line. As they parted at the dock, Chen Hai suddenly produced a packet. Dried shrimp for my family sun-drying, he offered to Xiao Yu. My mother says, thank you for the opportunity, Captain. Just as Xiao Yu was about to decline, Liu Yanxin had already taken it. Please thank Andy for me. Bring some of her pickles next week. Watching Chen Hai's retreating figure, Liu Yanxin nudged Xiao Yu. This senior has made the right choice. Indeed, Xiao Yu took her hand. He truly understands the sea. Chapter 21. A prosperous start on a Sunday morning. With a thin mist lingering over the sea, the rain had already departed from the dock. Chen Hai was inspecting the ship's equipment when he suddenly heard Xiao Yu shouting from the deck, Senior, adjust the course 15 degrees northeast. Chen Hai looked quizzically at the calm sea, aware that the water depth there was insufficient. Trust me, Xiao Yu replied with unwavering confidence. I have studied the currents and migration patterns of fish in this area. Liu Yanxin curiously leaned in. How did you come to that conclusion? Isn't it stated in the textbook? Experience, Xiao Yu quickly interrupted, flipping through the navigation log. Look, there were signs of fish activity in this area last week. As the fishing boat entered the target area, Chen Hai muttered, this place is riddled with hidden reefs. Before he could finish, the sonar suddenly emitted a flurry of beeping sounds. Wow! Chen Hai's eyes widened as he stared at the screen, astounded by the density of the fish. How is this possible? Xiao Yu swiftly donned his gloves, deployed the net. Liu Yanxin watched in amazement as he expertly operated the equipment. When did you learn to read sonar charts? I taught myself over the summer, Xiao Yu replied, turning his face away sheepishly, pretending to focus on adjusting the winch. As the net was pulled up, everyone held their breath. With a splash, the deck was soon covered in shimmering silver. Yellowfin tuna, mackerel, and plump black sea bream. The lively catch instantly filled the deck. Chen Hai knelt on the slippery deck, exclaiming, This is equivalent to what an ordinary fishing boat catches in 3 days. Liu Yanxin's eyes widened. Xiao Yu, confess honestly, did you secretly take a course in fisheries resources? It's just good luck. Xiao Yu hastily grabbed a fish to divert the conversation. Senior, this black sea bream. Junior, Chun Hai suddenly grasped his shoulder. Your ability to locate fish is more accurate than my father's 30 years of experience as a captain. The sea breeze tousled Xiao Yu's hair, and he offered an awkward smile. Perhaps the Sea Dragon King favors me? On the return journey, Chun Hai remained lost in thought, fixated on the sonar screen. Something feels off, he murmured, recalling that the same area had yielded different results just yesterday. Xiao Yu quickly opened the live well. Yanxin, come look at the pattern on this grouper. At that moment, Lu Yanxin bent down to observe, allowing Xiao Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. He gazed towards the horizon where the sea met the sky, contemplating, I need to devise a more plausible explanation. As the fishing boat docked, a middle-aged man in a waterproof apron jogged over to greet them. Zhou Weigua, whom Xiao Yu had met through Wang De, was the man to whom Wang De sold his catches. Little brother, today's haul looks promising. Fishmonger Old Zhou stood on tiptoe, peering into the live well, his eyes shining like searchlights. Xiao Yu lifted the hatch, revealing a bounty of silver scales glimmering in the sunlight. Uncle Zhou, what is your offer? Old Zhou squatted down to inspect. The quality of the tuna is quite good, but the Black Sea bream are a bit small. He smacked his lips. 8,000 for the whole lot. 8,000? Xiao Yu swiftly closed the hatch, having just received a message from Old Wang at the dock offering 12,000. Oh dear. Old Zhou anxiously pressed down on the hatch, urging the young man not to rush. Look, the gills of this tuna are already turning pale. Lu Yanxin suddenly interjected, Uncle Zhou, this fish just struggled due to lack of oxygen. See how bright its eyes still are? Her fingertips gently traced the gills, revealing fresh bloodlines. Old Zhou looked at the lovely girl in surprise. A connoisseur. 9,005. He bit down hard, unwilling to go any higher. Xiao Yu feigned reaching for his phone. I should check with Old Wang. 11,000. Old Zhou quickly pressed down on his phone, but insisted on including those several mantis crabs. Xiao Yu and Lu Yanxin exchanged knowing glances, the corners of their mouths curving upward. Deal. The evening sun cast a golden hue over the dock as Chun Hai mounted his old, clattering bicycle, waving goodbye to the two. See you next weekend. Xiao Yu watched him recede into the distance, then turned to Lu Yanxin with a smile. It's the first day of business. We must celebrate. He patted his bulging wallet and asked, what do you want to eat? It's on me. Lu Yanxin's eyes lit up as she playfully linked her arm with his. Of course, it's your treat. Boss Xiao, she intentionally elongated her final syllable. I'm just waiting for a sumptuous meal. The food street behind the school was bustling with activity. Neon signs flashed to life, and the air was infused with the mingling aromas of barbecue, spicy hot pot, and candied chestnuts. The streets were thronged with people, where couples strolled hand in hand, some sharing a cotton candy, others feeding each other takoyaki, and a few hiding in the shade of trees for a secret kiss. Look over there. Lu Yanxin suddenly squeezed Xiao Yu's hand, gesturing towards a pair sharing an ice cream cone. Xiao Yu understood and leaned towards her ear, whispering, shall we go buy some? Warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her to blush. Who wants to share with you? Eventually, they halted in front of a seafood stall. Boss. Xiao Yu pointed at the clawing lobsters in the tank. Steam this one, and add a portion of spicy shrimp. Lu Yanxin's eyes widened in astonishment. So extravagant? ISNT earning money meant to be spent on one's wife? Xiao Yu blurted out, immediately realizing his slip and hastily corrected himself. I meant, for. Lu Yanxin, blushing, pinched his arm. Who is your wife? Yet, her lips betrayed a smile. While awaiting their dishes, cheers erupted from the neighboring table. A group of students surrounded a cake in celebration, where a boy knelt to place a couple's ring on the girl's finger. The onlookers urged them to kiss, and the couple shyly brushed their lips together. Xiao Yu felt a tightening in his hand. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yanxin had entwined her fingers with his. Will we? She murmured, her voice as soft as a feather. Be like this in the future? Xiao Yu did not respond, merely lifting her hand gently to bestow a kiss at the base of her ring finger. At that moment, the street lights illuminated, casting elongated shadows of the intertwined couple, merging them into the bustling crowd of the food street. Chapter 22. Conflict as the leaves of the sycamore trees on campus gradually turn yellow. Xiao Yu's life spins with the regularity and fulfillment of well-oiled gears. From Monday to Friday, within the confines of academia, in the early morning hours at the library, Xiaoyu always secures a seat by the window for Lu Yanxin. Sunlight streams through the glass, illuminating the tips of her fingers as she flips through pages. And he often finds himself lost in the dancing light until she gently prods him back to reality with the cap of her pen. Daydreaming again, Lu Yanxin whispers, "We have finals coming up." With a smile, Xiaoyu sketches a small fish in his notebook, just contemplating the tides for Saturday. "Liar," she retorts, her cheeks flushed as she playfully kicks his calf. On that very page rests a corner adorned with a heart, inscribed with SYXY. By the evening, beside the playground, they finally break through their mutual reserve. On that day, Lu Yanxin wore a light blue dress, her hair carrying the scent of jasmine shampoo. As they parted, she suddenly tugged at the hem of Xiaoyu's shirt. "Hey, do you know how the French say goodbye?" Before he could process her words, a soft sensation brushed against his lips. Instinctively, he cradled the back of her head, and beneath the shadows of the sycamore, they shared their first French kiss. Ahem! A passing security guard shone his flashlight at them. "Students, mind your surroundings." Breathless, they pulled apart, and Lu Yanxin buried her flushed face against his chest. "This is all your fault. The weekends by the sea are always generous. Steer hard to port." Xiaoyu commanded from the helm. "Chun, prepare to drop the net." Shanghai had come to fully trust this junior's uncanny intuition. Whenever the sonar displayed tranquility, Xiaoyu could accurately pinpoint the location of the fish, prompting Chun to scratch his head and mutter, "This is uncanny." The live well brimmed once again, as splendid lobsters waved their blue-purple pincers within the net. Fishmongers at the dock were already alerted, with old Zhou pressing forward, waving cash. "Xiao, you must sell to me today." Following their usual tradition, Xiaoyu grinned and raised 3 fingers, highest bidder wins. Such days continued for 2 months, until one weekend, Chun Hai conspiratorially pulled Xiaoyu aside. "Junior, I've heard that fisheries companies are watching the nearshore fishing grounds." He lowered his voice. "Our catch is too conspicuous." Xiaoyu paused, his hand stilling on the wheel. In the distance, Lu Yanxin was feeding seagulls by the side of the boat, her hair billowing in the sea breeze like a flag. On a Saturday morning, the air at the dock was thick with the briny scent of the sea. Just as Xiaoyu steadied the rainy Xian, a woman clad in a beige trench coat approached briskly in high heels. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, her makeup immaculate, and adorned with a pearl bracelet that suggested she was no ordinary fishmonger. "You must be Xiaoyu," she said, smiling as she extended her hand. "I am Linya, the owner of Hai Yin Lu." Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, politely shaking her hand. "Hello, Ms. Lin." Lu Yanxin, who had been on the deck organizing the fishing nets, approached with curiosity, eyeing the suddenly appeared female proprietor. Linya's gaze flitted between the two, her smile deepening. "I've heard tales of a fishing prodigy from Ocean University. Today, I finally meet him." 3 evenings ago, Xiaoyu and Lu Yanxin visited Hai Yin Lu. That day marked Lu Yanxin's birthday, and Xiaoyu deliberately took her to this upscale seafood restaurant near their school to celebrate. During the meal, the manager personally presented a steamed mouse grouper, stating it was a special gift from the owner. "Our boss mentioned that this rare fish arrived today," the manager respectfully explained. "And since I heard that you, Xiao, are an adept fisherman, he wishes to befriend you." At the time, Xiaoyu thought it was merely a courtesy, unaware that Linya would come to seek him out today. At the dock, Linya was straightforward. "Xiao, I wish to establish a long-term partnership with you." She retrieved a list from her exquisite handbag. "This is my target fish list: stonefish, green grouper, mouse grouper. These high-end seafood items are in great demand at the restaurant." Xiaoyu took the list, which not only specified the types of fish, but also detailed the required specifications. "Market price purchase, cash settlement," Linya added. "As long as the quality meets the standards, the price is negotiable." Lu Yanxin leaned over to take a glance, exclaiming in surprise, "These fish are quite difficult to find." Linya smiled, "Precisely why I came to you, Xiao. I've heard that you can locate fish that others cannot." Xiao did not respond immediately. He cautiously inquired, "Why have you chosen me, Lin?" "There are many professional fishing boats at the dock." Linya tucked a strand of hair, tousled by the sea breeze, behind her ear. "Last month, I purchased a batch of exquisite lobsters from Old Zhou. He mentioned they were caught by you." Her expression turned serious. "Those lobsters were vibrant and of better quality than those I sourced from professional fishing grounds." She paused. "Moreover, I checked your fishing records. You have never been implicated in the illegal capture of juvenile fish. Xiaoyu was taken aback by her thorough investigation and was momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, he accepted the collaboration. However, I have one condition, he stated earnestly. If I catch a protected species, I reserve the right to decline. Linya readily agreed. That is precisely what I value about you. She handed him a gilded business card, indicating that he could contact her anytime with 24-hour airport pickup service. Once Linya's high-heeled footsteps faded away, Lu Yinxin quietly asked, "Are you truly confident in finding these fish?" Xiaoyu gazed at the distant horizon, a slight smile gracing his lips. Let's give it a try. He understood that with the system's assistance, these so-called rare fish were merely specks of light in the depths of the sea. In the early morning, the sea was shrouded in a thin mist as the Rain Xian sailed towards a reef area marked by Xiaoyu. Shenhai stood at the bow, peering through binoculars at the horizon. Strange, why are there so many boats today? Xiaoyu squinted. The usually tranquil fishing ground were now crowded with 5 or 6 fishing vessels, among which a rusted iron ship stood out, emblazoned with the faded characters Fu Hai. Be careful, Xiaoyu lowered his voice, that's Old Ma's boat. Lu Yinxin, who was organizing the long-line fishing gear, looked up at the mention of Old Ma. At the bustling dock, Chen Hai's expression was grave as he specialized in the high-end seafood trade, having heard that his supply from Haiyan Tower had recently been cut off. Before he could finish his thought, the Fu Hai vessel suddenly veered its bow, charging directly towards them. With a resounding crash, the Yusin vessel tilted violently, and Lu Yinxin nearly tumbled into the sea, only to be saved by Xiaoyu, who grasped the strap of her life jacket. Unkulima, Jianhai Saotet, clutching the ship's railing. What are you doing? On board the Fu Hai vessel, a burly middle-aged man leaned out, clutching a bottle of liquor. You little brat, trying to steal my business, are you? He drunkenly pointed at Xiaoyu. You dare intercept me before you've even grown a full set of hair? Xiaoyu steadied the helm. Uncle Ma, we're following the rules for fishing. Rubbish. Old Ma waved his hand, and several crew members began tossing nets into the sea, declaring, Today, I'll ensure you catch nothing. The surface of the ocean erupted into chaos as the Fu Hai vessel's nets spread like a web, directly covering the area where Xiaoyu had marked the fish. To make matters worse, they began throwing firecrackers into the water. Bang! Bang! The explosions startled the fish, leaving a grim scene of lifeless bodies floating on the surface. Shenhai's face turned pale with fury. That's illegal. It's a death net. With gritted teeth, Xiaoyu revved the engine. Yinxin, record this. Lu Yinxin promptly retrieved her phone, aiming the camera at the Fu Hai vessel's registration number and the illegal nets. Seeing them filming, Old Ma furiously hurled a harpoon toward them. The gleaming metal struck the mast of the Yusin vessel, narrowly missing Lu Yinxin's head by mere inches. You're courting death. Xiaoyu's rage ignited. As he instinctively shielded Lu Yinxin behind him, he accelerated, ramming the bow of the Yusin vessel forcefully against the side of the Fu Hai vessel. The deafening crash sent Old Ma staggering to the deck, shattering his bottle. You little bastard! He roared as he scrambled to his feet. I'll kill you. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the piercing wail of a Coast Guard siren sliced through the morning fog. A blue and white patrol boat sped towards them. The authoritative voice from the loudspeaker commanding, Fu Hai vessel, immediately halt and prepare for inspection. Old Ma's face drained of color. Evidence of the illegal nets and dead fish still floated ominously on the sea surface, an irrefutable indictment against him. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu realized his hands were trembling slightly. Lu Yinxin tightly clasped his hand and whispered, You were so fierce just now. He nearly hurt you. Xiaoyu's voice still bore traces of anger. Beside them, Chen Hai clicked his tongue in astonishment. Junior, I didn't expect you to be so intimidating when you get serious. In the distance, the Fu Hai vessel, now encircled by the Coast Guard, bore the brunt of Old Ma's venomous glare, as sharp as a knife. Chapter 23. Thunderous Measures in the Upper Office of the Haiyan Tower. The expansive windows revealed a breathtaking view of the harbor at night. Xiaoyu reclined on a leather sofa, turning his phone towards Linya, saying, Ms. Lin, you must provide an explanation for this matter. I cannot venture out to sea with such trepidation. The video displayed the glinting harpoon of Old Ma's gang, with Lu Yinxin's expression of terror vividly captured. Linya's originally graceful smile gradually stiffened. She placed her wine glass down, her pearl earrings shimmering softly in the light. Xiao, do you know why I chose to establish my restaurant on the top floor of this building? Before Xiao Yu could respond, she rose and pressed a conceal button on her desk, causing a projection screen to descend from the wall. The screen revealed a real-time satellite map, densely populated with red markers covering the entire East China Sea fishing grounds. With a mere click of the remote, she zoomed in on the area where the morning's altercation had occurred, tracking the movements of each vessel. It was then that Xiao Yu comprehended Lin Ye's formidable background. Her father was the founder of the Lin Ocean Group, commanding 60% of the cold chain logistics in East China. By relinquishing her executive position in the family business to independently create Haiyan Tower, she aimed to establish a premier seafood brand. Old Ma, Lin Ye scoffed, merely a smuggler turned thug. How dare he threaten my business partner? She picked up her diamond-studded phone and dialed a number. Director Zhang, I hear the Coast Guard apprehended a rogue fishing vessel today. A respectful voice replied from the other end. Rest assured, Miss Lin, it has been detained. The owner, Ma Daqiang, is suspected of illegal fishing and endangering navigation safety, facing a minimum of 15 days in custody. Not sufficient, Lin Ye's voice turned icy. Investigate his cargo from last year's fishing ban and also his son's warehouse in the bonded area. Xiao Yu felt a chill run down his spine. This woman had thoroughly researched her opponent's vulnerabilities. 3 days later, a notice was posted at the dock. The Fuhai vessel has had its license permanently revoked due to multiple violations. And owner Ma Daqiang has been criminally detained for smuggling endangered species. Even more audacious, Lin Ye dispatched people to purchase the dilapidated ship at scrap metal prices, repurposing it into a seafood display at Haiyan Tower, prominently showcased in the restaurant's lobby. When Xiao Yu encountered Lin Ye again, she was elegantly slicing steak in the VIP room. It's resolved, she said, sliding a check towards him. This is for your emotional distress. Xiao Yu shook his head. No need, I know what you're thinking, Lin Ye interrupted, taking a sip of her red wine. But business is akin to warfare. If I do not strike, there will be more old moss troubling you by tomorrow. Suddenly, she flashed a playful smile. By the way, I heard your girlfriend was startled. This weekend, I've arranged a private yacht party as an apology. As Xiao Yu exited the restaurant, he glanced up at the brightly lit floor-to-ceiling windows above. He finally understood why Lin Ye was able to establish a strong foothold in this industry. On a serene morning, the Yusen vessel sliced through the tranquil sea, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. Standing at the helm, Xiao Yu observed the sparse distribution of fishing boats on the radar, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ever since the incident with Old Ma, this stretch of ocean had become remarkably more serene. In days gone by, those fishing vessels that were fond of vying for position now instinctively yield the passage upon sighting the azure hull of the Rain. Turn left by 15 degrees. Xiao Yu instructed Chun Hai, casually resting his hand on the ship's railing. The icy seawater crept over his fingertips, instantly conjuring images of the underwater realm. A school of plump grouper gliding amidst the coral reefs, accompanied by a few rare eastern star groupers. Drop the net, Xiao Yu commanded decisively. Chun Hai, now accustomed to Xiao Yu's remarkable intuition, promptly began operating the winch without hesitation. Liu Yanxin stood nearby, diligently recording the latitude and longitude. Although she was unaware of Xiao Yu's secret, the sight of his focused profile invariably brought a smile to her face. At the dock, Lin Ye's personal presence to oversee the collection had become routine. Today, she donned a beige suit, and her pearl earrings glimmered softly in the morning light. Upon seeing the few impeccably sized Eastern Star groupers in the live well, her eyes brightened instantly. Xiao Yu, she called out, using his name for a rare occasion. This batch of fish surpasses even that of professional fishing grounds. She gestured for her assistant to bring forth an exquisite wooden box. This is for you. Inside lay a Swiss mechanical watch, its dial embossed with a small anchor emblem. Boss Lin, this is too generous, Xiao Yu quickly declined. Lin Ye gently pressed his hand down. Accept it. You are now my most important partner. She added with significant emphasis, in the entire East China Sea. Only you can consistently supply this quality of wild grouper. This collaboration flourished over 2 months, during which Xiao Yu's savings soared. One weekend, as Xiao Yu routinely delivered the catch to Haiyan Building, Lin Ye unexpectedly proposed, would you be interested in investing in my new project? She opened her tablet to reveal a blueprint for a coastal resort. I wish to establish a high-end sea fishing club, and I require professionals like you. Xiao Yu was taken aback. He turned to gaze out the window. Lu Yanxin was feeding seagulls at the dock, the sunlight casting a golden hue upon her hair. Inside the conference room of Haiyan Building, the floor-to-ceiling windows framed a shimmering sea. After hearing Xiao Yu's terms, Linya's lips curled slightly. Is that all? I thought you would negotiate. Elegantly, she closed the folder, sealing the deal. The sleek pen flowed across the contract, and Xiao Yu suddenly felt a sense of unreality. 3 months prior, he had been an ordinary student, and now he was a partner in a high-end club. However, Linya suddenly leaned forward, the faint scent of Chanel No. 5 wafting between them. Are you truly not considering becoming our brand ambassador? She pointed to the promotional poster of the club on the wall. This profile shot has caused our booking lines to be overwhelmed. The poster depicted Xiao Yu standing at the bow of a boat, the rising sun casting a golden outline around him, a veritable image of a maritime king. No negotiations. Xiao Yu firmly declined. I am solely responsible for finding fish. Linya shrugged. All right then, but... She mischievously winked. If your girlfriend is willing to model. The hourly pay is 5,000. That evening, aboard the fishing vessel, Xiao Yu conveyed this news to Lu Yanxin. 5,000. Lu Yanxin was meticulously organizing the fishing nets when she nearly stumbled over a rope. Why didn't she mention it sooner? I must go now. Xiao Yu grasped her arm firmly, exclaiming, wait. Are you truly going? You silly girl. Lu Yanxin playfully poked his forehead. I intend to negotiate terms with her. If we are to shoot, it must be a couple S theme. Otherwise, there's no discussion. Suddenly, the sea breeze picked up, tousling her long hair. Xiao Yu reached out to smooth the strands away from her face, only to notice his watch glimmering softly in the moonlight, an exquisite gift from Linya earlier that day. Actually, he murmured, I would prefer to save up for my own yacht. Lu Yanxin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and then Xiao Yu gazed towards the distant lighthouse beam. I would take you on a world tour, capturing only the fish we desire. 3 days later, Linya received a response from Lu Yanxin. As she read the words couple S theme in the email, she could not suppress a laugh. Outside, the Rain Xin was slowly departing the dock, its wake shimmering like scattered gold in the sunset. Her assistant cautiously inquired, Boss, shall we accept? Linya twirled her pen thoughtfully, of course. Her gaze drifted meaningfully towards the horizon. This enchanting pair would serve as our finest advertisement. The sea breeze rustled the documents on her desk, revealing the name of the new club, Yusin Sea Fishing Club. The character XN could represent either Lu Yanxin or Linya Xin. Chapter 24. Mockery beneath the experimental building of the Ocean Institute. A striking yellow Ferrari arrogantly occupied the center of the road. As Lu Yanxin stepped outside, she was abruptly confronted by an extravagant bouquet of roses. Yanxin, exclaimed Zhao Mingxian, adjusting his slick-back hair and removing his sunglasses. I've secured a reservation at a Michelin 3-star restaurant for tonight. Lu Yanxin frowned and took a step back. Zhao, I've already told you I have a boyfriend. The fisherman? Zhao Mingxian laughed exaggeratedly. I heard he went to sell fish again this morning. Do your dates always take place at the market? Ha ha ha. A few passing students halted, whispering amongst themselves. At that moment, Xiao Yu arrived to pick up Lu Yanxin, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Zhao Mingxian bowed dramatically. How is the catch today, my esteemed fisherman? Xiao Yu calmly handed a cup of milk tea to Lu Yanxin. Not too bad. Snagged a few Eastern Star Groupers. Eastern Star Groupers? Zhao Mingxian suddenly snatched the milk tea. This pathetic drink is worthy of our department. As flour? He carelessly tossed the milk tea into a trash bin. Come on, Yanxin, let me take you for some real Blue Mountain coffee. Lu Yanxin's face turned pale with anger. Zhao Mingxian, you, never mind. Xiao Yu interjected, pulling her back. He bought another cup of tea, muttering, a dog bites a person. One cannot always retaliate. Zhao Mingxuan's expression darkened instantly. The poor wretch can certainly put on a show, he scoffed, tossing a stack of bills onto the ground. Is this enough to buy you a month's worth of fish? Stay away from Yanxin. The crowd of onlookers grew, with some beginning to take photos. Lu Yanxin suddenly linked her arm with Xiao Yu's. Zhao Mingxian, do you know how much Xiao Yu earned last month? She pronounced each word distinctly. 150,000. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Huh, Zhao Mingxian sneered. Just a stinky fish seller? My father could make that with a single investment. Your father is quite impressive, Xiao Yu interrupted sharply. but your money is merely what your father has earned. Who knows? He might have other sons out there, and if he doesn't divide the inheritance with you, you could end up with nothing. Zhao Mingxian's expression soured, as if he had swallowed a fly. Lu Yanxin added proudly, last week, he even took me to a private island. Your Michelin, she elongated the last word, is just so as so, right? Zhao Mingxian's face shifted from red to pale, and in a fit of rage, he kicked his Ferrari. You'll regret this. As they watched the sports cars speed away, Xiao Yu suddenly asked, when did I take you to a private island? Lu Yanxin replied with a mischievous smile, in my dreams tonight that evening, the campus forum was suddenly flooded with a dozen newly registered accounts. User Ocean King defeated, posted, shocking. The truth behind a certain fishing scholar's catch revealed. Attached was a photo claiming that Xiao's fish were illegally caught in a no-fishing zone, with an image clearly photoshopped, even misidentifying the boat number. User Justice Bringer stirred the comments. No wonder he can fill his boat every day. Turns out he's using illegal nets. My uncle works at the Fisheries Bureau and says they will be cracking down on such students soon. The most insidious aspect is this. User Informant posted a deep dive into the secret relationship between Xiao and the owner of Haiyan Lu. Do you know why Boss Lin protects him? Because they. Here, 500 words of explicit content omitted. The attached image is a candid shot of the two meeting at the dock, merely a routine handover of catch. Lu Yanxin's dormitory group erupted in chaos. Lin Xiaoyu. Link, Yanxin, quickly take a look. The forum has gone wild, hasn't he it? Fang Yuan reported. According to Article 246 of the criminal law, sharing more than 500 times could result in imprisonment. Chen Lu. This is definitely the work of that fool Zhao Mingxian. Xiao Yu's phone was bombarded with messages. Chenhao Lao Xiao. Should we confront that brat? Wangda. I traced the IP address of the post. It's from the internet CAF that Zhao Mingxian frequently visits. Xiao Yu looked at the screen filled with rumors and suddenly smiled. He captured a screenshot and sent it to Linya. Boss Lin, may I borrow a legal team? 5 minutes later, all defamatory posts vanished simultaneously, and the forum pinned a new announcement. Legal statement regarding defamation by user Haiwang Bai and 12 other accounts. The signatory was the illustrious legal department of Lin Group. The next day, during the professional class, Zhao Mingxuan's seat was conspicuously empty. The professor adjusted his glasses. Zhao has taken a leave of absence. It seems there are some unexpected legal issues at home. The sycamore leaves on campus gradually turned golden, and Xiao Yu's life returned to its familiar rhythm. The weekdays in the classroom. In the library on a crisp morning, Lu Yanxin rested her head on the desk. Sunlight, streaming through the glass window, cast delicate shadows on her eyelashes. Xiao Yu gently draped his coat over her shoulders and whimsically sketched a crooked little fish beside her open marine ecology notes. As Lu Yanxin sleepily awoke and spotted the little fish, she couldn't help but laugh at its clumsy appearance. Ugly, is it? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. But this was inspired by the zebrafish discussed in today's class. Zebrafish aren't that plump. She poked his forehead. Did you drift off during the lecture again? Xiao Yu chuckled, grasping her finger. I wasn't daydreaming. I was contemplating whether we should try the newly discovered fishing spot on Saturday. Lu Yanxin shot him a glare. Xiao, can you think of anything other than fish? Certainly. Xiao Yu leaned closer, lowering his voice. There's also you. Lu Yanxin felt her ears warm, seizing her notebook as if to hit him, only to be enveloped by his arm. The two laughed and frolicked until the administrator approached, shushing them into silence. By the playground at dusk, the setting sun elongated their shadows. Lu Yanxin swayed their intertwined hands. ISNT Senior Chen Hai coming this weekend? PS off on an internship. Xiao Yu squeezed her fingertips. Just the two of us. ISNT that nice? Indeed. Lu Yanxin's eyes crescented into smiles. Then I want to eat the fishy grill. Haven't you had enough of the last batch that got burnt? Who told you to? Lu Yanxin suddenly fell silent, her face flushing as she shot him a glare. Xiao Yu smirked mischievously. Must you do that while grilling fish? Xiao Yu, she huffed, shaking off his hand, only to be pulled back into his embrace. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying the slight chill of early autumn. Yet could not dispel the warmth blossoming between them. On a Saturday morning, the surface of the sea shimmered with golden ripples. The rain Xin gently swayed as Lu Yan Xin wrapped herself in Xiao Yu's coat, watching him skillfully maneuver the helm. The morning light outlined the focused contours of his profile, his jawline sharply defined. "What are you staring at?" Xiaoyu noticed her gaze, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Just you," Lu Yin Xin replied, resting her chin on her hand, finding his serious captain demeanor quite handsome. Xiaoyu chuckled softly, suddenly leaning down to peck her lips, a reward. "Hey, focus on steering," Lu Yin Xin exclaimed. Her face flushed as she pushed him away, unable to hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. Such days were simple yet warm. The shadows of them nestled together in the library. The intimacy of sharing a bowl of noodles in the cafeteria, the silent understanding of fingers intertwined in the sea breeze. Xiaoyu often pondered that without the peculiar system, he might never have encountered someone like Lu Yin Xin, someone who would furrow her brow at his burnt fish, sneak glances at him while he was intent on steering, and blush when he kissed her. Lu Yin Xin also penned in her diary. "The calluses on his palms are the marks left by the sea breeze and time. I wish to be his eternal harbor." Chapter 25. The brother-in-law on the campus's tree-lined path in the evening. The sycamore leaves whispered softly. Xiaoyu held Lu Yinxin's hand as they strolled leisurely toward the dormitory. Lu Yinxin playfully swayed their intertwined fingers and said with a smile, "Tomorrow morning, I would like to have the soybean milk and fried dough sticks from the cafeteria. Will you accompany me?" Before she could finish her sentence, a tall figure suddenly emerged from around the corner, blocking their way. "Lu Yinxin." The man's voice was deep, tinged with suppressed anger. "Is this what you call studying in the library?" Lu Yinxin froze in an instant, her fingers tightening around Xiaoyu's hand. "Brother." Before Xiaoyu could react, a fist came flying towards him. Thud! He staggered back 2 steps, a metallic taste of blood suddenly filling his mouth. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lu Yinxin screamed, hurriedly stepping in front of Xiaoyu. "Have you lost your mind?" Lu Mingyuan, Lu Yinxin's elder brother, stood nearly 6 feet tall, dressed in a sharp suit, his face now a stormy shade of anger. He pointed at Xiaoyu, his voice as cold as ice. "Who is this kid?" 5 minutes later, in the campus CAF. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if one could squeeze water from it. Lu Yinxin, her eyes reddened, pressed a tissue against the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth. "Does it hurt?" Xiaoyu shook his head, calmly meeting the gaze of the still fuming man across from him. "Hello, Liu Yi. I am Xiaoyu, Yinxin's boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Lu Mingyuan scoffed. "How old are you? What does your family do? What is your current monthly income?" "Brother." Lu Yinxin slammed her hand on the table. "Are you conducting a background check?" Xiaoyu gently pressed her hand down and replied with composure, "I am 22 years old, a junior at Ocean University, from an ordinary working-class family. Currently, I fish on weekends, and my monthly income," he paused, "is unstable, but sufficient for our daily expenses." "Fishing?" Lu Mingyuan's brows knitted tighter. "You want my sister to be with a fisherman?" Lu Yinxin abruptly stood up. "Xiaoyu is not just an ordinary fisherman." "Wait." Lu Mingyuan suddenly interrupted, narrowing his eyes. "Did you just say you fish? Nearshore or offshore? What method do you use?" Xiaoyu, somewhat taken aback, answered, "Nearshore, primarily using longline fishing and crab traps." "Last month, the grouper from Donggang, was that you who caught it?" Lu Mingyuan inquired. Xiaoyu paused for a moment. "Yes." Lu Mingyuan's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He fell silent for a few seconds before pulling out his phone and showing a picture. "Is this the Yusen vessel, yours?" The photograph depicted Xiaoyu's fishing boat, taken at the dock. Lu Yinxin was equally bewildered. "Brother, how do you—" Ignoring her, Lu Mingyuan focused intently on Xiaoyu. "Was the 12-pound wild grouper auctioned at Haiyan restaurant last month supplied by you?" Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes." After a suffocating silence, Lu Mingyuan suddenly exhaled deeply. He rubbed his temples and turned to Lu Yinxin, saying, "You should have mentioned this earlier." Lu Yinxin responded with a confused expression. To her surprise, Lu Mingyuan's demeanor softened, even exhibiting a hint of regret. "For 3 months, I pursued that elusive E-star grouper, only to have it snatched away by that woman, Linya." He cast a glance at Xiaoyu, his expression intricate. "You lad possess some skill." Xiaoyu, Lu Yinxin. 10 minutes later, the atmosphere in the CAF shifted dramatically. What is the distance of your fishing line? 30 centimeters, though it must be adjusted according to the tides. Do you prefer live bait or lures? Live shrimp yield the best results, albeit at a higher cost. I generally use brother. Lu Yinxin could no longer contain herself, can you two refrain from discussing fishing? Both men turned to her simultaneously, feigning innocence. Lu Mingyuan cleared his throat and suddenly said with earnestness, Xiao Yu, next time you head out to sea, take me along? Xiao Yu. Lu Yanxin face-bombed. Brother, didn't you just say you want to break his legs? Lu Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively. That's a different matter. He regarded Xiao Yu with a serious demeanor. Treat my sister well, or else you shall no longer discuss fishing spots with me. Xiao Yu interjected. Lu Mingyuan. Lu Yanxin. Ultimately, this unexpected meet-the-parent situation concluded with the three of them agreeing to go out to sea together that weekend. As they departed, Lu Mingyuan patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Lad, you are quite fortunate. Xiao Yu smiled. Indeed, for I have encountered Yanxin. Lu Mingyuan shook his head. I meant, you actually managed to win over my sister. He lowered his voice and still find such excellent fishing spots. Lu Yanxin. Brother. Upon exiting the CF, Lu Mingyuan suddenly halted, turning to face the two. The night breeze tousled his suit and tie. Yet his expression remained unusually serious. Yanxin, regarding our parents, he paused. I will speak on your behalf. Lu Yanxin's eyes brightened. Brother. Really? The condition is, Lu Mingyuan suddenly pointed at Xiao Yu, a sly smile gracing his lips. This lad must take me to catch something exhilarating. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by exhilarating? Lu Mingyuan's eyes sparkled. At the very least, it must be of the caliber of last month's East Star grouper. No, it must be even larger. He rubbed his hands together. I have fished for 10 years and have yet to catch a rare grouper exceeding 10 pounds. Lu Yanxin face-bombed. Brother, are you really willing to barter your sister's happiness for fish? Lu Mingyuan retorted confidently. How can you say that? He patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. I am merely testing the future son-in-law as capabilities for our parents. On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Yanxin linked her arm with Xiao Yu's, unable to restrain her criticism. My brother has always been this way. He would do anything for fishing. She pouted. In middle school, he skipped class to go to the reservoir and was beaten by Dad so badly he couldn't tease it for 3 days. Yet the very next day, he hobbled back. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. No wonder he recognized the Yusin number. Lu Yanxin suddenly recalled that last year. He had spent 50,000 yuan on a set of top-tier fishing gear, yet after half a year of fishing, he had only managed to catch a few small crucian carp. She mischievously blinked, saying, if you truly help him catch a big fish, he might just revere you as a deity. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and then remarked, So, should I hold back a bit? I would wanting to pester us for ocean outings every day. You dare. Lu Yanxin pinched his arm. I'm counting on him to help us deal with our parents. On the morning 3 days later, at the dock, Lu Mingyuan was already waiting there, surrounded by an array of high-end fishing equipment, resembling a general preparing for battle. Is this rickety boat all we have? He scoffed at the Yusin, though the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Can we really catch something substantial? Xiao Yu smiled silently, handing him a life jacket. Brother Lu, let us set some ground rules first. I know. Lu Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively. Just follow the captain's orders. Lowering his voice, he added, as long as I can catch something decent today, I'll take care of matters between you and my sister. As the sun rose above the horizon, casting elongated shadows of the three individuals, Lu Yanxin observed her brother's childlike excitement and suddenly felt that perhaps this relationship would unfold far more smoothly than she had anticipated. Chapter 26. Just trust me at 5 in the morning, the dock was shrouded in a misty blue haze. Lu Mingyuan stood before the Rainy Heart, scrutinizing the 12-meter-long iron vessel with a discerning eye. Clad in a brand-new fishing outfit, his Rolex gleamed in the morning light. Is this it? He prodded the hull with his toe, noting the absence of sonar display. In truth, the boat was equipped with a fish finder, but it had been cleverly concealed by Xiao Yu, who wished to present a skilled image to his future brother-in-law. Xiao Yu was busy inspecting the engine when he looked up and said, Brother Lu, a good ship is not defined by its equipment, but by its captain. Lu Mingyuan scoffed. Kid, I caught more fish than you've eaten salt. Lu Yanxin peeked out from the cabin. Brother, can you tone it down a bit? As the fishing boat departed the harbor, delicate ripples danced across the surface of the sea. Lu Mingyuan sat in the cockpit, gesturing animatedly. Head east. The water is deeper over there. Xiao Yu firmly grasped the steering wheel. Brother Lu, the tide is not favorable for heading east today. What do you know? Lu Mingyuan thumped the nautical chart. I spent 30,000 on satellite fish locating. Chen Hai stifled a laugh on the rear deck, whispering to Lu Yanxin. Your brother is more difficult than old Ma. Lu Yanxin sighed. He's not usually like this. He just really wants to catch a big fish. 3 hours later, Lu Mingyuan's patience had worn thin. Is this what you call a good fishing spot? He exclaimed, pointing at the empty live well. Not even a small perch. Xiaoyu glanced at his watch. Let's wait 10 more minutes. Wait for what? Lu Mingyuan snapped, grabbing his fishing rod. I'm going back. This wretched boat. At that moment, Xiaoyu abruptly turned the boat around. Drop anchor. Lu Mingyuan stumbled. What are you on about? Ignoring him, Xiaoyu briskly strode to the deck. Yanxin, help me grab rod number 3. He turned to Lu Mingyuan. Brother Lu, use live shrimp as bait and drop it 20 meters. Lu Mingyuan, skeptical, asked, Are you sure? Not sure, Xiaoyu smiled. But if you want to catch a big fish, you should listen to me. When Lu Mingyuan's rod bent for the first time, his curses fell silent. Holy cow! He gripped the rod tightly, feeling the weight. At least 10 pounds. Xiaoyu held back his hand as he attempted to reel in. Don't rush. Let it tire a bit longer. Enough of this. Lu Mingyuan's forehead pulsed with veins. I've waited 10 years for this kind of fish. Suddenly, the sea erupted in a splash as a magnificent golden yellowfin tuna leaped from the water. Lu Yanxin shrieked, Brother, it's a tuna. Lu Mingyuan's hands trembled, not from exhaustion, but from excitement. Damn. This fish could grace the cover of Fishing Magazine. 2 hours later, 3 yellowfin tunas, 2 eastern star groupers, and a rare blue-shell lobster swam in the live well. Lu Mingyuan collapsed onto the deck, drenched but grinning like a child. Xiaoyu, you little rascal. He gasped, this is incredible. Xiaoyu handed him a bottle of water. How was it? More than just good. Lu Mingyuan suddenly stood up and embraced Xiaoyu. Brother, from this moment forth, you shall be my dear brother. Lu Yanxin chuckled to herself. Brother, didn't you say you wanted to break his legs? Who said that? Lu Mingyuan retorted, eyes wide with incredulity. Where else could I find such a wonderful brother-in-law? He pulled out his phone, declaring I must call Dad, so he can witness this. During the return journey, Lu Mingyuan seemed to transform into a different person. He eagerly offered Xiaoyu a cigarette. So, are you free next week? Xiaoyu politely declined the cigarette. I need to check the tide schedule. I understand tide schedules. Lu Mingyuan quickly retrieved his phone. Look, there's a big tide next Wednesday. Lu Yanxin couldn't help but interject, Brother, isn't your company holding a board meeting next week? What SA board meeting compared to fishing? Lu Mingyuan replied indignantly. Besides, he lowered his voice, if we could get Dad to join us for fishing. Wouldn't that settle things between you and Xiaoyu? The sea breeze swept across the deck, carrying a briny scent. Xiaoyu observed the playful banter between the siblings. An involuntary smile gracing his lips. He realized that today, he had not only conquered the sea, but also won over a rather formidable individual. Just after Lu Mingyuan finished his shower, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. As he dried his hair, he opened the group chat named East Sea Fishing King, which was already in a frenzy. Zhao family young master, no way. Lu Go, did you really catch that tuna? It can't be true. Li Xiao, it's photoshopped. It must be photoshopped. There are no yellowfin tuna that large near the East Sea. Wang Gongzi, Lu Go, is that background edited? That fish looks like it's from Australia. Lu Mingyuan scoffed, leisurely typing. Believe it or not, just landed today. 6 pounds, freshly caught and sent. He then shared a video. He stood on the deck of the UXIN, brimming with excitement while cradling the golden tuna, with Xiaoyu calmly organizing the fishing nets beside him, and Lu Yanxin filming, her laughter illuminating her face. Chinda Xiao, wait. ISNT that the UXIN? Zhao family young master, what is going on? Lu Go, how did you end up with that sea fisherman? Lu Mingyuan smugly crossed his legs and continued typing. Allow me to introduce Xiaoyu, my brother-in-law. The group fell silent for 3 seconds, and then, all members. 5 minutes later, Lu Mingyuan's private messages exploded. Zhao family young master, DM, Lu Go. Dear brother, please introduce me to Captain Xiao. I'll pay for the boat. Li Xiao, damn. Lu Go, I just ordered a set of top-notch fishing gear. Can Captain Xiao give me some pointers? Wang Gongzi, DM, Lu Go, I'll pay double. Can you take me next week? Lu Mingyuan chuckled at the flood of requests filling his screen. He slowly replied, Don't rush. Let me discuss with my brother-in-law first. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lu Yinxin's phone was also buzzing incessantly. Best friend A. Yinxin, your brother is going crazy in the group. He claims Xiao Yu is his brother-in-law. Best friend B, no way. Doesn't he your brother despise you dating? Why the sudden change? Best friend C, hurry and tell us. What enchantment has Xiao Yu cast upon your brother? Lu Yinxin chuckled at the message and replied, nothing much. Just took my brother fishing. All the girlfriends? What kind of fish could possibly make your brother submit? Lu Yinxin smiled as she closed her phone. Gazing out the window, under the night sky, the sea breeze gently caressed her, and she could almost hear her brother's excited shouts aboard the boat. A single fish. Tamed a brother. Chapter 27. The good brother-in-law. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the dock buzzed with excitement. Lu Mingyuan stood at the bow of the UXIN. Accompanied by 5 affluent young men, all adorned with top-tier fishing gear, sunglasses, designer fishing attire, and custom-made rods, resembling a team of wealthy sea anglers. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his sunglasses and scrutinized Xiao Yu's boat, inquiring, Lu Gu, is this vessel truly capable? Lu Mingyuan patted his shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his face. You shall see shortly. Xiao Yu emerged from the cabin, casting a glance at the ostentatiously equipped group of wealthy youths, and calmly stated, you may board. But there are 3 rules. First, no littering. Second, heed my commands. Third, he paused for effect. If you catch a fish, refrain from excessive shouting. It may scare away the rest. The affluent youths exchanged glances, and Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Are you serious, buddy? We are. Silence. Lu Mingyuan shot him a glare. If you wish to catch big fish, follow the rules. As the boat sailed out of the harbor, the young men began to fidget restlessly. Young Master Wang pulled out the latest fish finder, exclaiming, Captain Xiao, use this. Imported from Germany, worth 100,000. Without turning, Xiao Yu replied, put that away. It's of no use. How can it not be useful? Young Master Wang protested. This device can even measure the size of the fish. Xiao Yu pointed to his own temple, ocean currents, wind direction, water temperature, tides. Where the fish are, I can calculate better than any machine. Lu Mingyuan stifled a laugh, recalling how he had faced similar skepticism in the past. 2 hours later, the sea lay calm, devoid of any signs of fish. Young Master Chun lay sprawled on the deck, lamenting, it's over. We're going home empty-handed. Zhao Mingxian, impatiently flicking his fishing rod, asked Captain Xiao, are you certain there are fish in this location? Without a word, Xiao Yu abruptly stood, squinting at the distant waters. Drop anchor, he commanded. Everyone switch to live bait. Bottom fishing at a depth of 30 meters. The affluent youths, skeptical, complied. 10 minutes later, Li Xiao's fishing rod bent dramatically into a bow. Holy cow, I got a bite. He screamed, nearly yanked overboard. Xiao Yu dashed over, restraining him. Don't yank. Play it. How do I play it? Li Xiao fumbled. Let out line. Reel it in. Tire it out. Xiao Yu grasped his hand, demonstrating. Do you feel that? It's a big one. Suddenly, the surface of the sea erupted in a massive splash as a shimmering silver sea base leaped into the air. Oh my God! Young Master Wang fell to the ground in shock. Is this fish possessed? The ensuing 2 hours were sheer madness. Zhao Mingxian reeled in a 15-pound grouper, ecstatic and incoherent. Lu Gu, quick, take my picture. I must post this on social media. Young Master Chun battled fiercely with a ferocious red snapper for 20 minutes before collapsing on the deck, gasping for breath. This is more exhausting than lifting weights at the gym. Lu Mingyuan himself caught a rare bluefin trevally, grinning like a child weighing 200 pounds. Xiao Yu, this fish will be the talk of a lifetime. Xiao Yu stood to the side, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Do you believe it now? The wealthy heirs nodded in unison, their eyes brimming with admiration. During the return journey, this group of young masters, who typically held their heads high, were thoroughly impressed. Young Masterly approached, offering a cigarette. Xiao Gu, will you come again next week? I'll charter a boat. Young Master Wang was even more direct. Xiao Gu, are you in need of investment? I'll fund you to acquire a larger vessel. Zhao Mingxian, with an air of mystery, added, Xiao Gu, I have a cousin. Get lost. Lu Mingyuan kicked him away. Stop, I my sister-in-law. The sea breeze swept across the deck, dissipating the sounds of laughter. Xiao Yu gazed at the exuberant airs and suddenly realized, The allure of fishing lies in its ability to transform everyone into their most authentic selves in the face of the ocean. Moreover, Lu Mingxian calling him good brother-in-law brought great delight to Xiaoyu. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the rain Xian slowly approached the shore. Just as Xiaoyu secured the ropes, Lu Yinxin pulled him aside. She stood on tiptoe, tugging at his ear. I heard. Someone is going around claiming to be my brother's good brother-in-law. Xiaoyu feigned ignorance. Who? So shameless? Still pretending. Lu Yinxin's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched his chest. Zhao Mingxian even sent me a screenshot. My brother is showing off in the group. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu grasped her wrist and gently drew her into his embrace. What is wrong? Not happy? The sea breeze caressed her hair, brushing against his chin in a ticklish manner. Her fist rested on his chest, lacking its earlier vigor. Who? Who wants to be your family ass? Her voice dwindled to a whisper, the final words nearly inaudible. Xiaoyu chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear. What? Say it again. So annoying. Lu Yinxin, flustered and irritated, pushed him away, only for him to clasp her fingers in his. On the dock, the recently disembarked heirs began to jeer and whistle, while Lu Mingyuan covered his eyes and shouted, not suitable for children. Along the campus's tree-lined path, the streetlights had just flickered to life. Hand in hand, Xiaoyu and Lu Yinxin strolled when they suddenly spotted 6 furtive figures ahead. It was Chunhao Wangde, Li Mu, along with Lu Yinxin's roommates Lin Xiaoyu, Fang Yuan, and Chen Lu. The 6 formed a line, stealthily inching along the wall like a squad of covert operatives. You. Just as Xiaoyu began to speak, the 6 of them jumped in unison, turning abruptly. It's Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu shrieked, nearly dropping her milk tea. Chunhao dashed forward, covering her mouth. Keep it down. We are. Doing what? Lu Yinxin squinted suspiciously. The 6 exchanged glances, and, ultimately, Fang Yuan adjusted her glasses and declared earnestly. According to the Campus Love Observation Report, nighttime surveillance yields the most authentic data samples. Nonsense. Chen Lu slapped her back. You just insisted on researching couple interaction patterns. The truth soon came to light. It turned out that the 6 had planned to attend a social gathering that evening, but none had the courage to speak up first, leading to their surreptitious following instead. Wangde scratched his head, expressing his curiosity. We simply wish to learn how you navigate the realm of romance. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, retorting, for instance. He suddenly pulled Lu Yinxin into his embrace and planted a resounding kiss on her cheek, adding, like this. The 6 individuals erupted in astonishment. Goodness, how audacious. Make sure to take notes. Lu Yinxin, overwhelmed with shyness, buried her face in Xiaoyu's shoulder, exclaiming, Xiaoyu, you. Ultimately, this farcical episode culminated in a collective visit to a milk tea shop. Chunhao discreetly inquired of Xiaoyu, Bro, what should I do if my palms get sweaty while holding hands? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu tugged at Lu Yinxin, urging her, Quick, teach me. How can I naturally lean my head over? Xiaoyu and Lu Yinxin exchanged knowing smiles, responding in unison, practice makes perfect. Chapter 28. Summer vacation plans on the eve of the final exams. At the stroke of 11, the dormitory was ablaze with light. As Xiaoyu pushed open the door, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Chunhao, with a red cloth tied around his head emblazoned with the word strive, had 5 textbooks sprawled out before him. Wangde was confronted by a note declaring that failing would lead him to jump into the sea, and Li Mu had taken it a step further, setting up an altar for the deity of examinations, complete with 3 incense sticks. You guys, Xiaoyu began, only to be abruptly pulled aside by Chunhao. Old Xiao, help me. Chunhao pointed at the textbook on marine ecology, exclaiming, What on earth is this mechanism of red tide formation? Is that even human language? Wangde, with a woeful expression, lamented, I haven't even memorized the terminology from the first chapter. Suddenly, Li Mu knelt before the altar, declaring, as a devoted man, I am willing to exchange 10 years of celibacy for passing my exams. Sighing, Xiaoyu retrieved his notes. Red tide is simply an algal bloom. Remember 3 points: eutrophication, suitable temperature, and stagnant water. Chunhao, as if discovering treasure, eagerly recorded the information. Old Xiao, you're like a father to me. Get lost. Xiaoyu retorted playfully. Who needs a slacker son like you? Wangde raised his hand. What about marine carbon cycle? Simple, Xiaoyu explained, sketching a circle. Carbon dioxide enters the ocean, is consumed by algae, which are then eaten by fish, and when the fish die, they sink. And then it becomes oil? Li Mu interjected. Becomes your head. Xiao Yu flung a book at him. It becomes sedimentary rock. By 2 in the morning, the dormitory had descended into chaos. Chen Hao was raking his hair in despair. It's over. I can't even understand the questions. Wang De suddenly stood on a chair. Comrades, I've had an epiphany. He waved a highlighter, marking all the key points in bright yellow. During the exam, it will be a direct retinal imprint. Li Mu murmured, then the invigilator will seize your retina. Losing his patience, Xiao Yu shouted, everyone be quiet. Let's review the key points one last time. The impromptu tutoring session continued until dawn. As the first rays of sunlight streamed in, the 3 slackers lay exhausted, utterly spent. Chen Hao weakly remarked, Old Xiao, if I pass this time, I'll treat you to a month of cafeteria meals. Wang De raised his hand. I'll wash your socks for an entire semester. Li Mu had already succumbed to sleep, mumbling, carbon cycle, sedimentary rock. Xiao Yu gazed at this motley crew, unable to stifle a smile. Outside, the diligent students were already reciting their notes as the battle for the slackers had only just begun. 3 days later, the bell signaling the end of the final exams at Ocean University rang out, causing a wave of excitement to wash over the campus. As Xiao Yu exited the examination hall, he was immediately surrounded by the trio from his dorm. Chen Hao threw his arm around Xiao Yu's neck, exuberantly shouting, Old Xiao, I filled out that major question on red tide completely. Even the invigilator glanced at me twice. Wang De adjusted his non-existent glasses, feigning seriousness. According to my precise calculations, I am certain to score at least 75 in marine ecology. Nonsense. Li Mu slapped him on the back. You guessed all the multiple-choice questions with C. Xiao Yu chuckled. It seems the deity of examinations has indeed worked its magic. In the cafeteria, for individuals gathered around a table, Chen Hao devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, If we truly succeed this time, I shall treat you all to a feast at Haiyan Lu. Oh, get a rest. Wang De rolled his eyes. Last semester, you promised to treat us and ended up only providing the free soup from the cafeteria. Suddenly, Li Mu leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Did you hear? I heard that someone drew a fish on their exam paper. The trio turned their gazes toward Xiao Yu. Calmly sipping his soup, Xiao Yu remarked, I merely sketched a clownfish beside the essay question for clarity. What the heck? Chen Hao sprang up. Aren't you afraid of being accused of cheating? Xiao Yu shrugged. The professor praised the professionalism of my fish drawing just last week. On their way back to the dormitory, the 4 encountered Lu Yinxin and her roommates. Lin Xiaoyu cheerfully inquired, I heard a certain exam, God Acolyte, performed exceptionally this time? Li Mu puffed out his chest proudly indeed. The 3 incense sticks I burned were not in vain. Fan Yuan adjusted her glasses. Statistics indicate that the success rate of last-minute cramming is merely 17.3. That's because they haven't met our Xiao Yu. Wang De wrapped an arm around Xiao Yu. He is a walking ocean encyclopedia. Lu Yinxin stifled a laugh, discreetly squeezing Xiao Yu's hand. Looks like someone has become quite popular. Xiao Yu leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Only for you will I be an encyclopedia. In the dormitory, the trio had already begun planning for their summer vacation. Chen Hao lay on his bed, dreaming aloud, I want to go scuba diving in Hainan. To see the coral. Oh, give it a rest. Wang De doused his enthusiasm. You nearly drowned during last semester's swimming class in a 2-meter pool. Suddenly, Li Mu popped his head up from his bed. Hey, Xiao Yu, are we going out to sea this summer? Bring us along. Just as Xiao Yu was about to respond, his phone rang. A message from Linya. Are you free? There's a big order. Target fish, wild yellow croaker. Over 10. Price doubled. He glanced at his lively roommates, and then out at the brilliant sunshine, a slight smile creasing his lips. Xiao Yu replied to Linya. I'm interested, but catching yellow croaker is a matter of luck. Instantly, the dorm erupted in excitement. What? Going to Xiao Yu's home? Chen Hao leaped from his bed. I want to experience authentic fishing village life. Wang De immediately pulled out his phone. Wait, let me check the route. Is there a high-speed train near your place? You fool. Li Mu swatted his phone away. Of course. We must take a boat to the fishing village. Xiao Yu, does your family's dock accommodate yachts? Xiao Yu chuckled helplessly. My home is just a small fishing village. Don't get your hopes up too high. Lu Yinxin giggled to herself, only to be pulled aside by Lin Xiaoyu. Yinxin, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Does Xiaoyu's family have one of those seaside wooden cottages? Fan Yuan nudged her glasses. According to research on coastal dwellings, traditional fishing villages typically. Stop. Chen Lu interrupted. I'll ask just one question. Can we go clamming? Can we catch and eat fresh seafood? Lu Yanxin blushed. That should be possible. As soon as the words fell, all eyes turned to Xiaoyu. He raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right, I will take you all to the sea for a catch, fresh and plentiful. Chen Hao had already begun to plan the itinerary. On the first day, we shall gather at the shore. On the second day, fishing, and for the third day. He suddenly lowered his voice. Old Xiao, is there a fishing village tavern near your home? Get lost. Xiaoyu laughed and scolded. Don't even think about it. Wang just suddenly recalled something. Wait, where will we stay? Can old Zhao's house accommodate so many people? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. My house is a 2-story building. It should be a bit cramped. No need to squeeze. Li Mu waved his hand decisively. I'll have my dad send a camper van over. Xiaoyu rubbed his forehead. Are you all going to experience village life or indulge in luxurious camping? Lu Yanxin quietly tugged at Xiaoyu's sleeve. She whispered, Can I go too? Seeing the faint blush on her cheeks, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. Of course you must come. You will need to help me deal with this lively bunch. Hey, Chen Hao suddenly interjected. You two lovebirds, stop whispering sweet nothings. Quickly tell us, when do we set off? Xiaoyu glanced at the calendar on his phone. Let us leave 3 days after the exams, just in time for the high tide. In the meantime, I need to head out to sea to help Lin Yaxin see if we can catch some large yellow croakers. This is a significant business opportunity. Chapter 29. The commotion at the dock at 3 in the morning. Only a few dim streetlights illuminated the dock. Xiaoyu untied the ropes. Recalling that he had informed her last night about his early morning departure at sea, merely sending a message about commencing a fishing retreat the following day. The roar of the engine resonated clearly over the tranquil surface of the sea. As Xiaoyu gazed at the receding dock, a twinge of guilt stirred within him. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. If that girl had come along, she would undoubtedly insist on helping. He shook his head and opened the system interface. A soft blue light curtain unfolded before him, revealing a slowly emerging map of the seabed. The first day of searching yielded no results. Xiaoyu anchored near a submerged reef, munching on dry compressed biscuits. Within the scanning range of the system, only ordinary sea bream and small groupers appeared, with not even a shadow of the prized yellow croaker. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Yanxin. You deceiver, how could you sneak away? Immediately following was another message. Remember to eat on time. I packed beef jerky and vitamins in your bag. Xiaoyu chuckled as he felt the side pocket of his backpack, indeed finding several vacuum-sealed packs of beef jerky. He replied, As you command, Captain's wife. I shall return upon catching fish. The next evening, as the setting sun bathed the sea in golden hues, the system abruptly emitted a notification. High-value fish detected. Wild yellow croakers, quantity 23, depth 18 meters, distance 200 meters. Xiaoyu leapt up in surprise, nearly toppling his instant noodles. He quickly adjusted the course, his hands trembling slightly. These were top-tier catches worth over 1,000 yuan per pound. Finally, I have found you. He meticulously lowered the specially designed deep-sea fishing line, each hook adorned with the freshest live shrimp. The sound of the line entering the water resonated vividly across the serene sea. Each minute spent waiting felt interminable. Xiaoyu focused intently on the sonar screen, watching as the light spots representing the fish swam near the bait. Suddenly, one of the outermost light points vanished. A catch! He grasped the fishing rod with fervor, feeling the fierce struggle from the other end. This fish was remarkably powerful, the line creaking under the strain. After a 10-minute battle, a splendid golden yellow croaker surfaced, shimmering like gold in the sunset. Beautiful! Xiaoyu's voice trembled with excitement. He carefully placed the fish into the live well. This one weighed at least 3 pounds and was worth no less than 3,000 yuan. For the next 3 hours, Xiaoyu was nearly nonstop at his efforts. One after another, yellow croakers were hooked, causing the live well to become increasingly crowded. By the time the 18th fish was secured, Xiaoyu was drenched in sweat, his arms too fatigued to lift, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth remained uncontainable. That's enough. He collapsed onto the deck, watching the golden figures swim within the well. These fish would not only fulfill Lin Ya's order, but also allow him to purchase that pearl necklace Lu Yanxin had admired on multiple occasions. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Lu Yanxin. "Hello." Xiao Yu answered, breathless. "Xiao Yu, are you all right?" Lu Yanxin's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow as she confessed, "I had a nightmare, dreaming of you." Xiao Yu gazed at the hold filled with gold and gently reassured her, "Do not worry, I am quite well." He paused for a moment before adding, "Moreover, I have found the large yellow croaker." After a few seconds of silence on the other end, a nasal voice playfully scolded him, "Fool, who asked you that? Hurry back." The morning dock was already bustling with activity. As Xiao Yu maneuvered the Rain Xian vessel to shore, he spotted Lin Yaxin striding towards him in high heels, flanked by two seafood quality inspectors clad in white lab coats. She was dressed in a champagne-colored ensemble, her pearl earrings glimmering in the morning light, a stark contrast to the fishy scent of the dock. "Xiao Yu," she exclaimed, breaking into a rare jog. "Did you really catch them?" A smile spread across Xiao Yu's face as he lifted the hatch of the live well. Golden light burst forth. 18 wild large yellow croakers swam within, their scales reflecting the rising sun, bathing the entire compartment in a magnificent golden glow. "Oh my!" Lin Yaxin gasped, covering her mouth as her pearl bracelet jingled. This is 8 more than I requested." The dock quickly filled with onlookers. "Wow, wild large yellow croakers," a fishmonger exclaimed, "and a whole bunch of them." Old Joe squeezed to the front, his eyes wide as saucers. "Xiao, sell me the biggest one. I'll pay 3,500 per pound." "Get lost." Another fishmonger shoved him aside. "I'll offer 4,000. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the crowd. "Look, that one must weigh 5 pounds. Xiao Yu shielded the live well, offering a helpless smile to Lin Yaxin. "Boss Lin, if you don't take charge soon, my boat is going to be overturned." Lin Yaxin snapped her fingers, and 4 security guards promptly stepped forward to maintain order. She personally calculated 5 fish over 3 pounds at 4,005 per pound, 10 fish between 2 and 3 pounds at 4,002, and the remaining 3 smaller ones. Suddenly, she looked up. "Xiao Yu, can you give me the smaller ones? I'd like to keep them in the aquarium at the restaurant." Just as Xiao Yu was about to nod, a booming voice interrupted, "Wait." The crowd parted as Lu Mingyuan approached, impeccably dressed in a suit, followed by 2 assistants. He glanced at the live well, his eyes lighting up. "Brother-in-law, you must save 2 of those fish for me. My father's 70th birthday is coming up, and I'm at a loss for a centerpiece dish." Lin Yaxin raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Lu, surely there must be a proper order to this?" The 2 exchanged tense glares, sparks seeming to fly in the air. Xiao Yu quickly intervened. "How about this? We give Lu Ge 1 large and 1 medium fish, while the remaining 16 go to Boss Lin. Does that sound fair?" "Deal." Lu Mingyuan readily pulled out his checkbook, declaring, "I'll add 10%, considering it a dowry for my sister." Lin Yaxin scoffed, but ceased her contention. She signaled for the inspectors to weigh the fish, then leaned in to whisper to Xiao Yu, "Next week, there's a private auction, and I need 10 top-notch E-Star groupers. Interested?" Before Xiao Yu could respond, a familiar voice rang out from the dock's end. "Xiao Yu." Lu Yanxin rushed over, breathless, her hair clinging to her cheeks with sweat. She cast a glance at the cabin brimming with shimmering golden fish, then surveyed her impeccably dressed brother and the radiant Lin Yaxin, before her gaze finally settled on Xiao Yu's sunburnt face. You foolish boy." With tears welling in her eyes, she threw herself into Xiao Yu's embrace. Beneath the morning sun, beside the fish hold glistening in gold, this pair of entwined youths became the most resplendent sight at the entire dock. Chapter 30. Homecoming in the hotel suite. The dim glow of the wall lamp infused the atmosphere with an air of intimacy. As Xiao Yu closed the door, Lu Yanxin embraced him from behind, her cheek pressed against his sun-kissed back, her voice muffled. "You mustn't do this again. 3 days without sleep. Do you think you're made of iron?" Xiao Yu turned to face her, cradling her face in his hands. After 3 days apart, faint shadows lingered beneath her eyes. "Worried about me?" He gently traced the corner of her eye with his thumb. Lu Yanxin shot him an incredulous look. "Who is worried about you?" "I'm just afraid. Afraid my encyclopedia will wear out with no one to teach me my lessons." Xiao Yu chuckled softly, suddenly lifting her off the ground in a playful embrace. "So now, shall we have a makeup lesson?" The sound of running water ceased, as Lu Yinxin emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe, only to find Xiao Yu already asleep against the headboard. He still clutched his phone, its screen illuminating a prearranged order for a car to take her to the station the following morning. With delicate movements, she climbed into bed, her fingertips tracing the sunburned contours of his face. The ocean breeze and sunlight had left their marks, yet they could not overshadow his youthful vigor. Just as she contemplated turning off the light, she was suddenly embraced around the waist. Peeking at me? Xiao Yu chuckled softly, his voice hoarse with sleep. Lu Yinxin blushed and struggled. Who is peeking? You're pretending to sleep. Pretending to sleep, he rolled over, pinning her beneath him, attempting to catch her in the act. Their unspoken words dissipated amidst their intertwined breaths. The bathrobe's tie had unknowingly come undone, and the city's neon lights filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a dance of light and shadow across their skin. As dawn broke, Lu Yinxin curled up in Xiao Yu's embrace, playing with his long, bony fingers. Next week, we really are going to your home, right? Is my brother coming too? Xiao Yu toyed with her hair. Yes, Chen Hao has even ordered tools for beachcombing online. Fang Yuan said she would bring a water quality testing device, claiming she wants to conduct an ecological survey of coastal fishing villages. Li Mu is even more outrageous. He insists on taking his father's RV, saying he is afraid he won't be comfortable otherwise. Lu Yinxin suddenly propped herself up. Then, where will I stay? Xiao Yu's expression darkened slightly as his fingers twirled around her long hair. There is a small bedroom on the second floor of my house, with a view of the sea. Is it just for me? Her voice trailed off, growing softer. Xiao Yu swallowed hard. If you want, I can sleep on the floor. Lu Yinxin buried her face in his chest, nodding gently. At the station, their fingers intertwined tightly as they prepared to part. Message me when you get home, Xiao Yu said, squeezing her fingertips. Got it, Lu Yinxin replied, shaking her phone. You too. Don't get too busy fixing boats as soon as you return. The announcement began to urge passengers to board, and suddenly, Xiao Yu pulled her close, kissing her deeply amidst the bustling crowd of the waiting hall. Hey, Lu Yinxin blushed, pushing him away. There are so many people. Xiao Yu smiled, adjusting her collar. Let them be envious. As the train departed, Lu Yinxin leaned against the window, watching the tall figure on the platform recede into the distance. She touched the pearl necklace nestled between her collarbones, an unexpected adornment she discovered upon waking that morning. After bidding farewell to Lu Yinxin, Xiao Yu stood outside the station, lost in thought for a moment. He took a taxi to the dock, where the UXIN vessel lay quietly anchored, its hull gently swaying with the waves, as if urging him to set sail. The roar of the engine broke the silence, and the fishing boat slowly departed from the city harbor. The sea breeze embraced him, carrying a briny scent. Xiao Yu opened the system interface, and a soft blue light illuminated before him, revealing a clear map of the seabed. High-value fish detected. E-star snapper, quantity 7, depth 15 meters, distance 120 meters. The system suddenly issued a prompt, raising Xiao Yu's eyebrows. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he decided to seize it. He adjusted his course and skillfully lowered the long line. Seagulls circled above, their crisp calls seeming to cheer him on. The fishing process was surprisingly smooth. 7 E-star snappers, each weighing over 2 pounds, displayed beautiful orange-red spots that sparkled under the sunlight. Fortune smiled upon him. Satisfied, Xiao Yu placed them into the live well, just in time to prepare a dish for his grandfather. He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon, with 2 hours of sailing left to the small fishing village. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the familiar outline of the village finally came into view. The village dock was far more modest than that of the city, with a few dim yellow bulbs flickering in the twilight. A stooped figure stood at the end of the dock, the glow of his pipe flickering in and out of the dusk. Grandpa, Xiao Yu called from a distance. The old man looked up, his wrinkles easing into a smile. You little rascal, you remember to come back. Xiao Yu jumped ashore and secured the ropes. I brought you E-star snapper. We'll make soup tonight. The grandfather tapped his pipe, always thinking about this old mouth of mine. Squinting at the live well, he exclaimed, "Oh, quite a good catch." At that moment, Xiao Yu's phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Yinxin. I'm home. Mom loved the necklace so much and asked who bought it. I didn't dare say it was you. Immediately followed by another message. Have you arrived at the village? Don't forget to show Grandpa the scarf I knitted. Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, just arrived. The scarf is in my bag. I'll show it to him tomorrow. After securing the fishing boat, Xiaoyu took out his phone and dialed a familiar number. Hello, Lao Wu. I have some goods. An exaggerated gasp came from the other end. Oh my Captain Xiao. What treasures do you have this time? 5 E-Star snappers. Each over 2 pounds. Xiaoyu wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear, lifting the live well cover, revealing the gleaming scales, vibrant with life. Hold on. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Lao Wu's voice shot up an octave. Make sure no one sees the goods. In less than 10 minutes, a dilapidated van bumped its way to the dock. Lao Wu jumped out, nearly tripping over the ropes, his skin dark as aged ship wood, adorned with a golden abacus around his neck. Let me take a look. He eagerly scrambled to peer over the boat's edge, his eyes wide as saucers. Good heavens! What a specimen! Xiaoyu pulled up a fish, and its tail splashed water all over Lao Wu's face. Hey, that has some power. Old Wu, instead of fuming, smiled. There's something exceptional about wild goods. The haggling process was remarkably brief and efficient. Old Wu fiddled with his golden abacus. The market price is 380 per pound. I'll round it up for you. 4,000 in total. Xiaoyu swiftly retracted the fish. Old Zhou at the east end of the dock is offering 4,500. No, no, no. Old Wu exclaimed, pressing down on the live fish tank. 4,003. Plus 2 boxes of your grandfather's favorite liquor. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Deal. As the transaction concluded, the grandfather strolled over with his cane. Are you trying to swindle Old Wu again? The old man squinted with a smile. Old Wu quickly offered a cigarette. Uncle Xiao. How can you say that? Young Xiao is now Golden Hand Xiao. Even a little slip from his fingers is enough for me to eat for half a year. Chapter 31. Interrogation and pleading for mercy. The lights of the fisherman's cottage flickered to life, and the enticing aroma of fish wafted from the kitchen. Xiaoyu placed a plate of steamed grouper on the table, its flesh garnished with vibrant green scallions and drizzled with golden soy sauce. Grandfather had already prepared a pot of strong liquor, the fragrant notes mingling with the scent of the fish, filling the room with a delightful bouquet. Try this. Just off the boat, Xiaoyu urged, placing a piece of fish belly into his grandfather's bowl. The old man took a sip of his drink. The fish melted in his mouth, its sweetness causing him to squint with pleasure. Perfectly cooked, better than your father's. As the evening progressed and the liquor flowed, Xiaoyu began to recount his achievements from the semester. He maintained the top rank in his major, pouring his grandfather another glass, and proudly shared that he had recently scored full marks in his ocean dynamics course. The old man tapped his pipe against the edge of the table, studying well, and fishing well too. This semester, on weekends out at sea, he had earned as much as 18,000 in one trip. Xiaoyu pulled out his phone to show his grandfather the transaction records, revealing that he had saved enough to replace the boat's sonar equipment. The old man scrutinized the screen for a moment, then laughed heartily. You rascal, doing better than I ever did. When the conversation turned to Lu Yinxin, Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily. Grandvater, I'm with Yinxin now. The pipe clattered to the table as the old man fumbled to retrieve it. You mean that girl with the ponytail who visited? Yes, she knitted you a scarf. Tomorrow bring it here now. The grandfather suddenly stood up, displaying none of the earlier stiffness in his legs. Xiaoyu, amused yet exasperated, rummaged through his backpack. The cashmere scarf was a deep navy blue, its edges delicately embroidered with a small fishing boat. Wonderful, wonderful. The grandfather wrapped the scarf around his neck, savoring a sip of his drink. This girl pays attention. I noticed her bright eyes when she last visited. He lowered his voice conspiratorially, better than your mother, when I brought her home. She couldn't even steam fish. As the night deepened and the old man became pleasantly tipsy, he clutched the scarf tightly. When Xiaoyu assisted him to bed, the elder suddenly grasped his grandson's wrist. When will you bring her home? Next month, Xiaoyu replied, tucking him in. Her brother and a few classmates wish to join. The grandfather chuckled softly in the dark. Be sure to bring some good fish. We must impress the young lady. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the scarf at the bedside, resembling a small sea glimmering under the stars. In the Liu family villa, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier left Lu Yinxin feeling somewhat dazed. Yinxin, her father set down his teacup, his gaze sharp behind his glasses. Your brother says you are dating someone at school? Her mother interjected immediately. What is his name, Xiao Yu? Lu Yanqing spun around, glaring at Lu Mingyuan, who was feigning concentration while peeling an apple, the knife trembling slightly in his hand. Brother. You, oh dear. Lu Mingyuan shoved the damaged apple towards her. I'm just laying the groundwork for you. The next half hour could only be described as an interrogation. What does his family do? Their father inquired, brow furrowed. Ordinary fisherman Lu Yanqing's voice dwindled, yet she added defiantly, but he is outstanding. He ranks first in his major. Her mother gasped, fisherman? Later, Mom. Lu Yanqing stamped her foot in frustration. He can sell a big yellow croaker for 4,000. He just got a new sonar last week. Lu Mingyuan suddenly interjected, Dad, the guy is truly capable. I witnessed him. Silence. Their parents exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing about the six-figure savings, their father's expression softened somewhat. At least he understands the value of earning a living. He muttered, scrolling through his phone. Wait, Yusin? Wasn't he featured in Sea Fishing Magazine? Lu Yanqing's eyes brightened. Yes. Yes. That's the special interview. Their mother remained unconvinced. You too. Haven't crossed any boundaries, have you? Mom. Lu Yanqing's face flushed crimson. We even sleep in separate rooms. Lu Mingyuan suddenly choked, causing a ruckus. After managing to deal with their parents, Lu Yanqing furiously kicked her brother's door open. Lu Mingyuan, you're dead meat. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Who told you to blabber? Lu Mingyuan shielded his head and retreated. I'm doing this for your own good. It's better to blow up early than to have a thunderstorm when meeting the parents during the new year, right? That doesn't mean, stop. Lu Mingyuan suddenly raised his hands. I'll make it up. I'll take you to buy a bag next week. 3. All right. Also, Lu Yanqing narrowed her eyes. If Mom and Dad make things difficult for Xiao Yu. Lu Mingyuan raised his hands in surrender. I'll take the blame. I'll be the scapegoat. I'll praise him as the fishing deity of the East China Sea. Outside the window, Lu father and Lu mother were eavesdropping on their children's quarrel, exchanging smiles. At 11:30 p.m., Lu Yanqing curled up in her blanket, the light from her phone illuminating her smiling face. Lu Yanqing, my parents interrogated me today. It's all my brother's fault for being such a blabbermouth. Xiao Yu, interrogated? What did they say? Lu Yanqing, they said you're a little fisherman who knows how to make money. My mom even praised your looks. Xiao Yu, and what about your dad? Lu Yanqing, my dad looked at that issue of Sea Fishing Magazine 3 times. Now he is checking the market price for yellow croaker. At 12:15 a.m., the conversation shifted from meeting the parents to missing each other. Xiao Yu, today. Grandpa placed the scarf next to the ancestral tablet. Lu Yanqing, how embarrassing. Xiao Yu, he also asked me about your finger size. Lu Yanqing. Xiao Yu, he said the fishing net shuttle passed down in our family should be given to the granddaughter-in-law. Lu Yanqing. You're lying. At 1:03 a.m., the topics became increasingly whimsical. Lu Yanqing. What if we argue in the future? Xiao Yu, I'll go out to sea to calm down and catch you a gem fish as an apology. Lu Yanqing. What if you can't catch one? Xiao Yu. Then I'll dive down to gather corals for you. Lu Yanqing. What if you encounter a shark? Xiao Yu. Lu Yanqing. Are you hoping I'd feed the sharks? Lu Yanqing. Pa. Quickly say it's calm seas. At 2:17 a.m., Lu Yanqing's messages began to exhibit typographical errors. Lu Yanqing, my brother said he would take me to buy a bag next week. Zizi Xiao Yu. Are you tired? Lu Yanqing, not at all. I can still chat for another 500 years. Xiao Yu. Good night, my little captain. The phone slipped from her palm, the last message glowing softly. Lu Yanqing, in a half-asleep voice. You must dream of me. 200 kilometers away in a fishing village. Xiao Yu listened to this voice message, smiling as he pressed the phone to his chest. Chapter 32. The wedding feast at the break of dawn, precisely 5 o'clock. With the first light of morning barely illuminating the horizon, Xiao Yu stood resolutely on the deck of the Yuexin. The sea breeze, biting and cold, urged him to draw his grandfather's old cotton coat tighter around himself. As the breath he exhaled dissipated into the soft morning glow, the roar of the engine shattered the tranquility of the fishing village, and the fishing boat slowly departed from the dock, heading towards familiar waters. System notification. Schooling fish detected. 200 meters northeast, depth 12 meters. A smile danced upon Xiao Yu's lips as he adjusted the heading. Let the work commence. By noon, at the edge of the dock, Old Five rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed eagerly on the live well. "Siya Yi, what treasures do you have today?" Xiao Yu lifted the hatch, revealing 5 or 6 plump black sea bream and groupers swimming within. As per the usual, at market price. Old Five swiftly weighed the catch and calculated the earnings. Before conspiratorially lowering his voice, "Xiao Ge, I heard you're bringing your girlfriend back?" Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. "How did you know?" Hee. The old man was bragging to anyone who would listen this morning at the dock, saying the scarf his granddaughter-in-law knitted is quite warm. Xiao Yu chuckled, accepting the money and stuffing it into his pocket. "Enough gossip. I'll see you here at this time tomorrow." In the afternoon, Xiao Yu rode his tricycle to the town supermarket. 10 sets of thick quilts, toothbrushes, and towels. He diligently followed his shopping list on his phone, quickly amassing a mountain of goods in his cart. The cashier, a middle-aged woman, smiled and asked, "Young man, expecting guests at home?" "Yes, a classmate is coming to visit." Xiao Yu replied vaguely, feeling shy to admit that one of them was his girlfriend. After dinner, his grandfather retired early to bed. Just as Xiao Yu finished a shower, his phone buzzed, an invitation for a video call from Lu Yanxin. In the frame, she was clad in a fluffy pajama set, with a pink bedroom as her backdrop. "What did you catch today?" "Black sea bream. Sold for over 800, Xiao Yu said, toweling his hair dry. "What about you? Did you buy the bag?" Lu Yanxin pouted. "My brother is being stubborn. He insists on waiting for you to come before buying." Their conversation flowed easily, drifting on until her eyelids began to droop. "You should get some rest," Xiao Yu murmured. "Tomorrow I'll catch you a red fish." On the other end, the girl was already half asleep, mumbling a sleepy agreement. As evening approached, the threshing ground in front of the Xiao family ancestral hall was adorned with vibrant decorations, tables laden with sumptuous dishes. The moment Xiao Yu stepped inside, he was surrounded by childhood friends. "Hey, Golden Hand Xiao Yu has arrived," exclaimed the groom, Xiao Daqiang, dressed in a brand new suit, pulling him into a hug. "I heard you sold a big yellow croaker for over 4,000? With a smile, Xiao Yu handed over a red envelope. "That pales in comparison to your wedding." Upon receiving the envelope, Xiao Daqiang's eyes widened in astonishment. This thickness. "It must be around 10,000, right?" Gasps of surprise echoed around them. At the banquet, Xiao Yu found himself seated at the table of the Xiao family's new talents. "Xiao Yu, Aunt San next door just served you a big prawn. I heard you bought a house in the city." Xiao Yu hurriedly waved his hands. "Aunt San, it's just that I've saved a bit of money." "Modesty doesn't suit you," exclaimed Xiao Lu's son, taking a swig of his drink. "My father said you earned over 200,000 just from fishing this summer." The table erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. "How much?" 200,000. Our fishing boat wouldn't earn that in 3 years." When the old patriarch personally came to toast, the conversation escalated to an absurd level. "Ayu," he said, stroking his white beard, "next year, the clan's fishing fleet wishes to hire you as a technical advisor, with a monthly salary of this amount." He extended 3 fingers. Before Xiao Yu could respond, Xiao Daqiang exclaimed, 3,000 can entice Golden Hand, Ayu. I'll offer 5,000. Everyone quiet down. Old Xiao suddenly appeared, tapping his cane. "My grandson still needs to attend university." After a few rounds of drinks, the discussion gradually shifted to Xiao Yu's lifelong commitment. "I heard you're planning to bring a girl home." Aunt San's eyes sparkled. "Is it the one from last time?" Xiao Daqiang, slightly inebriated, chimed in. "She must be beautiful." With Xiao Yu's current status. "Stop right there." Xiao Yu quickly rose to toast. "No matter how impressive I am, I still need to drink to your joyous occasion." Under the moonlight, the ruckus from the threshing ground echoed from afar, startling the sparrows near the ancestral hall. At 10 o'clock, after Xiao Yu finished showering, his phone screen lit up. "Lu Yanxin, is the wedding lively?" Xiao Yu towel-dried his hair and dialed for a video call. In the frame, Lu Yanxin lay on her bed, her chin resting on a pillow, her eyes glimmering. "Lively," he chuckled, propping his phone on the table. "Xiao Daqiang is nearly bursting out his suit." Lu Yanxin pouted. "Are there any beautiful bridesmaids?" Not paying attention, Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, preoccupied with Aunt San, who insisted he had bought her a house. When the topic of red envelopes arose, Lu Yanxin suddenly sat up straight. 10,000. She widened her eyes. "Xiao Yu, if you dare to be so extravagant in the future." Xiao Yu smirked. "That depends on whose wedding it is." The girl on the screen blushed instantly, throwing her pillow at the camera. "Stop it. I don't want that so soon." "Soon for what?" Xiao Yu teased, pressing for clarification. Lu Yanxin swiftly pulled the blanket over her head, her voice muffled. You continue talking about the wedding? When discussing the patriarch's proposal for him to become a technical advisor, Lu Yanxin grew tense. You wouldn't have agreed, would you? You promised to take me around the world. Xiao Yu's heart softened. Of course, I didn't agree. He lowered his voice, however. After graduation, we can buy a big boat. Really? Lu Yanxin abruptly threw off the blanket. I want a pink cabin and a little kitchen. As you wish, Xiao Yu chuckled, but first, you need to help me deal with that bunch of eccentrics. Your brother just messaged me, saying he wants to bring 10 people along. I told him we can't accommodate them at home, but he said they would come in an RV, so we don't have to worry about that. Lu Yanxin let out a wail and buried herself back under the covers. Chapter 33. 'Cause in the morning sunlight bathed the small courtyard of the fishing village, where Xiao Yu was mending fishing nets. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside the gate. A brand new white SUV came to a halt, and as the door swung open, 3 figures emerged. Xiao Yu's great-uncle, Xiao Erfu, his great-aunt, Wang Milin, and their 16-year-old great-grandson, Xiao Xiaohai. Brother, are you? Xiao Erfu beamed with a smile, carrying 2 exquisitely packaged boxes of health supplements. I brought Xiaohai to see you. Xiao Dafeng, seated comfortably in a wrought-tan chair, soaking up the sun, squinted at the mention of Xiaohai. Oh, Xiaohai has grown quite a bit. Inside the main room, the atmosphere shifted to a subtle tension. Wang Milin placed a bag of imported fruits on the table. Ayu has really made a name for himself. The village is buzzing about your fishing skills. Xiao Xiaohai, engrossed in his phone, occasionally stole glances at his great-uncle. So, what brings you here today? Xiao Yu asked while pouring tea for the guests, cutting straight to the point. Xiao Erfu rubbed his hands together. Well, Xiaohai just graduated from middle school and isn't keen on further studies. He wishes to learn fishing from you. Wang Milin interjected. It's better for him to learn from his cousin than to work in the town. Xiao Dafeng tapped his pipe against the edge of the table. I recall, he said slowly, that the old man once remarked how being a fisherman led to no prospects, insisting on relocating to the town to open a grocery store. Xiao Erfu's expression stiffened. Brother, that was a long time ago. Great uncle. Xiao Xiaohai suddenly looked up. I want to learn from brother Yu. The girls in my class call him the little sea king of Donghai. Xiao Yu nearly choked on his tea. Ultimately, he agreed to take Xiao Xiaohai out to try fishing on the weekend. As they bid farewell, Wang Milin discreetly slipped a red envelope into Xiao Yu's hand. Ayu, please take good care of your cousin. Xiao Yu pushed it back. Great aunt, there's no need for that among family. Once Xiao Erfu's family departed, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Xiao Dafeng sat in his wrought-tan chair, leisurely stuffing tobacco into his pipe. Ayu, come over here. Xiao Yu moved a small stool to sit beside his grandfather. Grandpa, what is it? Erfu, that fellow. The old man struck a match to light his pipe, has always been motivated by profit. He left the fishing village for the town due to its poverty, and now, seeing your success, he eagerly returns his grandson to you. The sea breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying a salty tang. Xiao Dafeng tapped the ash from his pipe. Xiaohai seems rather grounded, but he squinted. Making a living at sea is not something everyone can endure. I understand, Xiao Yu nodded. I'll let him try first. If it doesn't work out, then he can go back. The old man picked up the thread. We owe them nothing. Xiao Yu smiled. I shall heed your words. Suddenly, the old man shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, your little girlfriend. Grandpa, Xiao Yu felt a warmth rise to his ears. What's the rush? Xiao Dafeng huffed. I mean, if that girl from a city is coming, we need to tidy up the west wing. He rose to his feet, leaning on his cane as he made his way into the house. The bed linens must be new, and the windows should be polished. Ah yes, purchase some of those snacks that girls adore. On a weekend morning at the dock, Xiao Xiaohai donned a brand new waterproof suit, excitedly hopping aboard the Rainy Star. Brother Yu, this vessel is even cooler than it appeared in the photographs. He grasped the steering wheel. May I steer for a while? Xiao Yu tossed him a life jacket. First, learn how not to vomit. Merely 10 minutes after the boat set sail, Xiao Xiaohai's complexion abruptly paled. Brother Yu, I feel a bit. Hold onto the railing. Don't vomit on the deck. He leaned over the side, retching uncontrollably. The sea breeze nearly splattered his own vomit back onto his face. Xiao Yu, suppressing laughter, handed him motion sickness pills and water. Swallow this. It will take effect in half an hour. This is so bitter. Xiao Xiaohai grimaced, his face contorted in distaste. It's worse than traditional Chinese medicine. Finally recovering, the real challenge commenced. Drop the net, commanded Xiao Yu. With newfound confidence, Xiao Xiaohai grasped the rope, only to scream 3 seconds later. What the hell? Why is it so heavy? Naturally, Xiao Yu replied, tugging at the other end. Do you think the fish will leap into the hole by themselves? Beneath the blazing sun, Xiao Xiaohai's arms quickly turned a vibrant red. Sweat mingled with seawater, causing him to grimace in discomfort. During the midday break, he lay sprawled on the deck like a lifeless fish. Brother Yu, he asked weakly, was it like this for you on your first voyage? Xiao Yu tossed him a chilled bottle of cola. I was on a boat at 6 years old. I got used to vomiting after a while. 6 years old. Xiao Xiaohai sat up abruptly, only to fall back down due to dizziness. My dad said fishing was easy. Do you believe it now? Xiao Yu tossed the damn towel at his face. We still have 3 more nets to haul in this afternoon. Xiao Xiaohai let out a mournful wail, drowned out by the cries of seagulls. On the return journey, Xiao Xiaohai's skin had begun to peel from sunburn. Clutching a foam box brimming with fish, his hands trembled as if sifting grain. Brother Yu, are we coming back tomorrow? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Yes. Xiao Xiaohai gritted his teeth. Once I build some muscle, I'll show those girls in class. First, clean up the remnants of your vomit from your face. Xiao Yu chuckled, pointing at his collar. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the fishing boat returned, laden with a bountiful catch and a weary yet determined young man. As Xiao Xiaohai stepped through the door, his grandparents, Xiao Erfu and Wang Milan, jumped up in astonishment from the sofa. Oh, my dear grandson, Wang Milan exclaimed, pulling Xiao Xiaohai close, her fingers trembling as they brushed against his sunburned face. What have you been through? Xiao Erfu, equally anxious, queried. Xiaohai, what happened to you? Yet Xiao Xiaohai simply grinned, retrieving 2 crumpled 100-yuan bills from his pocket. Grandpa, Grandma, look, I earned this today. At the dining table, Xiao Xiaohai devoured his meal voraciously, eagerly boasting. Brother Yu is amazing. He caught dozens of black sea bream in one net, selling for nearly 5,000. Wang Milan, her heart aching for him, added more vegetables to his plate. 5,000, and they only gave you 200? That's just 2. Grandma, Xiao Xiaohai interrupted her. I heard that the crew of other ships earns merely 150 a day. Xiao Erfu set down his chopsticks and replied, your cousin is making such a fortune now. Would he really quibble over this with his own brothers? In the dead of night, Xiao Xiaohai discreetly messaged Xiao Yu. Brother Yu, what time do we set sail tomorrow? At 5. Are you able to manage? Absolutely. I must earn enough money to buy a motorcycle. Xiao Yu glanced at his phone and smiled, responding, I will bring you some sunscreen in the morning. Chapter 34. Transformation at 4:30 in the morning. A thin mist enveloped the dock. Xiao Yu approached, carrying fishing gear, and soon spotted a figure crouching beside the rain exit. So early? As he drew nearer, he recognized Xiao Xiaohai, grimacing as he rubbed his arms. Have your parents truly allowed you to stay in the village? Xiao Xiaohai nearly stumbled to his feet. Ouch. My parents are still in town. It's just me and my grandparents who returned. He gestured towards the old house not far away, stating that Grandpa suggested living closer would facilitate learning from you. As he boarded the boat, Xiao Xiaohai moved with the awkwardness of an elderly man. Rangu. He supported his waist, shuffling slowly. I feel like my whole body is disassembled and reassembled. Xiao Yu tossed him a bottle of medicinal oil. It's normal. You'll get used to it in a few days. Really? Xiao Xiaohai unscrewed the cap, wincing at the pungent aroma. Will this stuff make it hurt more? Pain is precisely the point. Xiao Yu started the engine, indicating that the muscles were developing. Just as the boat left the harbor, Xiao Xiaohai suddenly recalled something. By the way, Rangu, he leaned in conspiratorially. Last night my grandpa secretly mentioned he wanted to introduce you to a girl from town. Xiao Yu executed a sharp turn, nearly tossing Xiao Xiaohai overboard. Stop the nonsense. I'm serious. Xiao Xiaohai clung to the boat's edge to steady himself, saying she's the daughter of the deputy mayor. Speak another word, and I'll toss you over to feed the fish. Hey, don't. Xiao Xiaohai suddenly pointed towards the sea. Over there, fish are jumping. During the midday break, Xiao Xiaohai was so exhausted he could hardly speak. He sprawled on the deck, resembling a sun-dried, salted fish. Rangu, Are you always this tired? Xiao Yu tossed him a bottle of ice water. We've only caught 4 nets today. Only. Xiao Hai nearly choked on the water. My hands feel like they're about to break. Tomorrow, we'll have 5 nets. The cries of seagulls drowned out the boy's lament. 3 consecutive weeks at sea had completely transformed Xiao Hai. At 5 o'clock in the morning, he deftly untied the ropes, the muscles in his bronze arms well defined. He caught the life jacket Xiao Yu tossing with one hand and effortlessly donned it. Rango, are we heading to the Eastern Reef area today? The tide is just right. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you can read the tide charts now? Absolutely. Xiao Hai proudly waved his phone, having downloaded a professional app and even taken notes. Today's catch was particularly bountiful. With a command from Xiao Yu, Xiao Hai dashed to the winch. The steel wire was steadily managed in his hands, a stark contrast to his earlier clumsiness. As the fishing net broke the surface, shimmering pomfret cascaded onto the deck like a waterfall. Wow, this must weigh around 200 pounds, right? Xiao Hai wiped his sweat and swiftly began sorting the fish. Xiao Yu examined the catch. We can sell this for about 8,000. Xiao Hai suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling. Then my salary. 300. Xiao Yu tossed a lively fish into his arms, contemplating the challenge of binding a lobster intact for an additional 50. The task of securing the lobster had become a new trial. Xiao Hai, donning thick gloves, eyed the magnificent lobster with trepidation, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, it's staring at me." Of course, Xiao Yu chuckled, gripping the lobster's carapace. Just take your time with the rope. It moved. Don't let go. In the end, the lobster was bound as if it were a work of art, leaving 3 red marks upon Xiao Hai's fingers. Worth it. He raised his phone excitedly, declaring, "I'm posting this to my social media." I caught it myself. On the return journey, Xiao Hai suddenly became serious. Leaning against the boat's railing, he asked, "Brother Yu, next semester, can I continue working with you?" The sea breeze tousled his hair, and the sunburnt skin on his face bore an unprecedented earnestness. Xiao Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he handed the helm to him, saying, "Try to keep the course steady." The sunset bathed the dock in golden hues as fishmonger Lao Wu loaded the last box of fish onto his truck. Xiao Yu retrieved his phone and transferred 300 yuan to Xiao Hai, 300 for wages and 2,000 as a bonus. With a chime, Xiao Hai's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw the notification. Holy cow. Brother Yu, you're like a real brother to me. He leapt half a meter into the air, nearly colliding with the crane. I'm heading to town to get my motorcycle. I've been eyeing that Yamaha for ages. Xiao Hai excitedly calculated his earnings. This month, I made 300, plus my saved lucky money. Suddenly lowering his voice, he asked, "Brother Yu, could I perhaps get an advance? That bike costs 800. Xiao Yu stacked the empty fish boxes, replying, "Sure, but tomorrow you'll need to catch crabs to offset the debt." What? Xiao Hai's face fell. Those crabs could pinch painfully. Never mind. Xiao Yu pretended to retract his phone. No. I'll catch them. 10. No, 20 will do. On the way back to the village, Xiao Hai walked with a spring in his step. He suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Yu, whispering, "Brother Yu, I have a secret to share." Oh, actually, he kicked a pebble. The class beauty said she'd go out with me once I buy a car. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. So, your relentless pursuit of money is for that? Not at all. Xiao Hai's ears flushed crimson. I genuinely want to learn skills. Just coincidentally. Bathed in the glow of the evening sky, the youth admired the balance in his phone, smiling brighter than the sunset. Upon entering the yard, he found Xiao Dafu sitting beneath the old locust tree, weaving fishing nets. "Grandfather," Xiao Yu announced, carrying 2 live fish into the courtyard. Xiao Hai caught a splendid lobster today and sold it for 800. The old man paused, his shuttle halting momentarily. "Did it pinch you?" "It left 3 marks." Xiao Yu replied, placing the fish into a basin of water. "But that kid didn't let go." Xiao Dafu's beard twitched with pride. "Well, he is definitely better than his father and grandfather." During dinner, Xiao Yu elaborated on Xiao Hai's progress. The tide tables have been consulted, and the rope can now be tied in a clove hitch. He handed a piece of fish to his grandfather, and today he even calculated the accounts himself. Xiao Dafuck took a sip of strong liquor. "Did you not complain?" "I did," Xiao Yu chuckled, but after that, I continued with my work. The old man suddenly set down his cup. Your second uncle visited this afternoon. Beneath the moonlight, the glow of the pipe flickered dimly. Er Fu remarked. As Xiao Defuk exhaled a plume of smoke, he hopes that Xiao Hai can work with you until school begins. Xiao Yu paused in her task of wiping the table. Did you agree? I said I would consult golden-handed Xiao. The old man squinted, mimicking Er Fu's obsequious tone. After all, he is now the master of the little Sea King of Donghai. Chapter 35. The arrival of friends, brothers, and lovers as night descended. Xiao Yu sat in the old vine chair in the courtyard, checking his bank account on his mobile banking app. The balance displayed, 218, 765, 43. He frowned slightly and pulled up the system interface. Current search radius, 172 meters. Upgrade requirement. Cumulative income of 3 million yuan. There was still a long way to go. Xiao Yu sighed softly and gazed up at the myriad of stars in the sky. Suddenly, his phone vibrated incessantly. Chen Hao, old Xiao, arriving at 10 tomorrow morning. The guys are so hungry they could devour a whale. Wang De, make sure to prepare plenty of oysters. I heard the oysters there are bigger than a palm. Li Mu, I brought 2 bottles of Matai. We won't return until we're drunk. Xiao Yu chuckled and shook his head, just as he was about to reply. A message from Lu Yanxin popped up. Lu Yanxin, I brought some pickled vegetables I made. I hope Grandpa won't mind. She quickly followed with another message. By the way, my brother insists on coming along. He says he wants to inspect your fish farm. Xiao Yu immediately got up and walked toward the kitchen. Grandpa was at the stove, simmering fish soup. Without looking up, he asked, how many people are we preparing for? 8, Xiao Yu replied, checking the fridge for supplies, noting that Yanxin's brother was coming too. The old man paused with the ladle in his hand. Opened that jar of 10-year-old yellow wine. Grandpa, Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise. ISNT that meant to be saved for. It's meant for occasions like this. Grandfather Xiao stirred the pot. It's the first time your granddaughter-in-law is bringing friends home. We can't be stingy. Late into the night, Xiao Yu remained busy in the courtyard. He brought out his prized seafood, the exquisite lobsters he had caught that morning, wild yellow croakers from his pond, and fist-sized abalone he had foraged from the crevices of the rocks. His phone lit up again with a photo from Lu Yanxin. She stood beside her suitcase, with 5 or 6 gift boxes piled at her feet, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner with the caption, my parents insisted on this. They said it's for the uncles and aunts as a greeting gift. As Xiao Yu gazed at her slightly flushed cheeks in the photo, he suddenly felt that the goal of 3 million didn't seem so distant after all. The midday sun bathed the fishing village courtyard in light, and the roar of engines shattered the tranquility. 3 gleaming SUVs lined up in front of Xiao Yu's home, boldly parked. Lu Mingxian was the first to step out, removing his sunglasses and shouting towards the courtyard. Xiao Yu, come greet the guests. As Xiao Yu pushed open the courtyard gate, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Besides Lu Mingxian, there were 3 young men dressed like affluent second-generation heirs, pointing and discussing his old house. Lu Ge, what is this? I brought my brothers here to have a taste. Lu Mingxian waved his hand. I heard your seafood is more authentic than Michelin. The courtyard suddenly buzzed with excitement. A silver-haired young man approached Xiao Yu. Dude, I heard you can sell a single fish for over 10,000. Is that true? Before Xiao Yu could respond, Lu Mingxian interjected. If it weren't true, would I bring you here? He lowered his voice. Xiao Yu, these are my childhood friends. Their family is in real estate, you understand. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. So, make a good impression. Lu Mingxian winked. You might just invest in your big ship. At that moment, Lu Yanxin also arrived at the village entrance to meet Chen Hao and the others. Brother. Lu Yanxin jogged over, and upon seeing the luxury car at the door, she sighed. You're showing off again. Chen Hao and his companions were left speechless. Wow. What a spectacle. Xiao Dafeng, leaning on his cane, emerged from the house, squinting as he surveyed the scene. Are you here to dine or to showcase cars? At the dining table, the atmosphere gradually warmed. The silver-haired, rich second generation was munching on lobster legs. Old master, your grandson is truly remarkable. This fish is fresher than the Matai my father has in his collection. Xiao Dafeng snorted. Can Matai compare to the flavors of the East China Sea? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Mingxian raised his glass. Grandpa Xiao, I toast to you. Yanxin has been spoiled since childhood, so you'll have to bear with her. The old man took a sip of yellow wine. Spoiled? I think she is more sensible than you. Amidst the laughter, Xiao Yu discreetly held Lu Yanxin's hand beneath the table. As night fell, the fishing village succumbed to tranquility. Lu Mingxian patted the door of the luxurious RV Brothers. We'll stay here tonight. It has air conditioning and Wi-Fi, even more comfortable than a five-star hotel. The silver-haired, rich second generation peeked at Xiao Yu's old house. Xiao Ge, aren't you joining us? This RV can sleep 6. Xiao Yu shook his head. I have to entertain my classmates. He pointed to the lights that illuminated the second floor, where they were staying in guest rooms. In the second-floor corridor, Chun Hao and his friends were distributing bedding. I'll share a room with Li Mu. Wang De winked. Old Xiao, you and your sister-in-law. Xiao Yu kicked him. What nonsense. Yanxin will stay in my room. I'll sleep in the one my parents used to occupy. Oh, the three exclaimed in unison, grinning mischievously. Pushing open the familiar door, Lu Yanxin's face flushed instantly. The room retained the appearance it had when she left last time, her forgotten hair tie on the bedside, and her neatly stacked oceanography notes on the desk. She took a deep breath, the faint scent of sunlight and sea breeze enveloping her, a fragrance uniquely belonging to Xiao Yu. This fool. She buried her face in the pillow, knowing he hadn't aired out the bedding again. Suddenly, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Xiao Yu's voice came through the door. I brought you a new towel. Also, Grandpa asked me to find out what you'd like to eat tomorrow morning. Lu Yanxin jumped up to open the door, discovering he was holding a seashell. What is this? I found it while tide pooling, Xiao Yu said, his ears slightly reddening. If you place it on your bedside, you can hear the sound of the waves. Lu Yanxin took the seashell, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against Xiao Yu's palm, causing both to flinch as if electrified. Lu Yanxin fidgeted with the seashell. What time are you going out to sea tomorrow? Xiao Yu leaned against the doorframe. It depends on the tides, probably around 5. So early, she murmured, suddenly looking up. Can I come along? Under the moonlight, her eyes sparkled astonishingly, and Xiao Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. It's quite tough at sea. I'm not afraid. I have accompanied you on your maritime adventures before. Lu Yanxin stepped forward, exclaiming, I have even learned how to tie knots. She raised her wrist, adorned with a crooked and tangled fishing line bracelet. Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to tousle her hair. You silly thing, he said in a hoarse voice. Just accompany me to the dock tomorrow. However, Lu Yanxin suddenly grasped the hem of his shirt, saying, Xiao Yu. In the corridor, Chun Hao's exaggerated cough echoed. Ahem. We have seen nothing at all. The two quickly separated, and Lu Yanxin, her cheeks flushed, pushed Xiao Yu toward the door. Hurry, go to sleep. After the door closed, Lu Yanxin collapsed onto the bed. Clutching a conch shell, she buried her face in the quilt, which was filled with Xiao Yu's scent, her legs kicking involuntarily. Fool! Outside the door, Xiao Yu touched his burning ears, fleeing in embarrassment under the teasing gazes of Chun Hao and the others. Chapter 36. Grant me 5 minutes at precisely 4:50 in the morning. Xiao Yu stood in the courtyard, wielding an iron basin and a wooden stick. The jarring clang reverberated through the stillness. Rise and shine. We are setting sail. The window on the second floor flew open with a bang, revealing Chun Hao. His hair tousled like a bird's nest. Old Xiao, have you lost your mind? It's not even dawn. Xiao Yu looked up, his expression impassive. 18 minutes. What? You have 18 minutes left? Xiao Yu indicated towards the kitchen, where breakfast awaited on the table. Those who are late will have to swim to the fishing grounds. The scene at the RV was equally chaotic. Lu Mingxian kicked open the car door, still in his pajamas. Xiao Yu, I'll pay. Let's sleep a little longer. Xiao Yu tossed him a pack of wet wipes. 15 minutes. The silver-haired rich heir crawled out of the window. Brother, we are guests. 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Goodness. In the kitchen, Lu Yanxin was the only one fully awake. She adeptly poured soy milk, whispering, Are you always this fierce? Xiao Yu handed her a boiled egg. Not to you. Just as Lu Yanxin felt touched, a sudden shout pierced the air. 10 minutes. Wanda, if you dawdle any longer, I'll feed your portion of fish porridge to the dogs. In the yard, the old guard dog barked in timely response. The early morning dock was shrouded in a thin mist, the waves gently lapping against the rocky shore. Xiao Xiaohai stood by the UXN, holding a bucket of live shrimp. Upon seeing the approaching group, His eyes widened in surprise. Brother Yu, what is this? Xiao Yu patted his shoulder. My classmates and Yinxin's brother. Lu Mingxian stifled a yawn, squinting at Xiao Xiaohai. So, this is your cousin? I've heard he is quite capable. Xiao Xiaohai scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. I suppose, just learning from Brother Yu. As the group boarded the vessel, their steps were unsteady, resembling a cluster of sleepwalking zombies. Chunhao nearly stumbled into the sea, saved by Xiao Xiaohai's quick grip. Careful. Thank you. Chunhao mumbled groggily, then collapsed onto the deck. Just let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Wang De and Li Mu were even more exaggerated, huddled together, snoring softly against the ship's railing. Lu Yinxin struggled to maintain her composure, yet her eyelids betrayed her, fighting against the urge to close. Xiao Yu, it's too early. With a sigh, Xiao Yu observed the slumbering figures before turning to Xiao Xiaohai. Go fetch some damp towels. As the boat sailed out of the harbor, the sea breeze only deepened their fatigue. The silver-haired heir lay flat on the deck. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to perish. Lu Mingxian clung to his last shred of dignity, his head drooping like a pecking chick. Xiao Xiaohai returned with the damp towels, and, upon witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yu, can they really catch fish like this? Xiao Yu calmly took the towel and placed it over Chun Hao's face. Wake up, we've arrived at the fishing grounds. Huh, what? Chun Hao abruptly sat up, the damp towel slipping from his grasp, his expression one of bewilderment. Have we arrived? Xiao Yu stood at the bow of the boat, facing the rising sun, her voice clear and bright. Prepare to cast the nets. On the deck, the crew struggled to rise, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, their steps unsteady. Lu Yinxin rubbed her eyes and unsteadily approached Xiao Yu's side. Next time. Could we start a bit later? Xiao Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. We'll discuss it next time. At noon, the sunlight spilled over the sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. After selling the day's catch, Xiao Yu set sail once more. Standing at the bow, he pointed towards the distant horizon. There, in the rocky area, lies a good catch. Those wishing to fish should hurry. Is that for real? Lu Mingxian suddenly perked up. Don't tease us. Xiao Xiaohai quickly retrieved his fishing rod. Trust in Brother Yu. We're bound to catch something big. The crew scrambled to prepare their fishing gear, excitement bubbling within them like a group of children. Chun Hao held the fishing rod, looking around with confusion. How do you swing this thing? Xiao Xiaohai leaned in. Let me show you. First like this. The silver-haired rich kid pulled out a top-tier fishing set. With this gear, I must catch something large today. Lu Yinxin took a seat in Xiao Yu's usual spot, diligently practicing tying bait, even though her fingers had been pricked by the hooks several times. Xiao Yu returned to the cabin, closing his eyes to rest. The system's interface unfolded before him, detected a school of eastern starry flounders, depth 25 meters, distance 80 meters. A smile crept across his face as he listened to the commotion on the deck. Wow, I've caught something. It's so heavy. Don't rush. Reel in slowly. It got away. Suddenly, Lu Mingxian's shout pierced through. What kind of fish is this? It's shimmering gold. Xiao Xiaohai's voice was filled with envy. It's a yellow-fin tuna. Brother Mingxian, your luck is incredible. Xiao Yu opened his eyes and, through the porthole, saw Lu Mingxian frantically reeling in the line as the tuna thrashed wildly on the surface, splashing water everywhere. He chuckled softly and closed his eyes once more. A makeshift stove had been set up on the deck, with Xiao Xiaohai wielding a large iron ladle, steam rising from the pot. Try this, he exclaimed, ladling out a bowl of milky fish soup, freshly caught and cooked, utterly delicious. Chun Hao was the first to rush over. Give me a big bowl. Line up. Lu Mingxian grabbed him. I caught the most fish. I go first. The aroma of the seafood medley wafted throughout the boat. The silver-haired rich kid held his bowl, blowing on it to cool it down. Wow, this is fresher than Michelin. Lu Yinxin took a small sip of the soup, her eyes lighting up. Xiaohai, what seasoning did you use? A secret. Xiao Xiaohai proudly shook the seasoning bottle. It's a special recipe taught by Brother Yu. Wang De and Li Mu began to quarrel over the last shrimp. It's mine. I caught it. As Xiao Yu stepped out of the cabin, he was greeted by this scene of ravenous hunger. Leave some for me, he said weakly. Lu Mingxian immediately shielded his bowl. Too late. Who told you to be lazy? Xiao Xiaohai quickly fished out a hidden abalone from the pot. Brother Yu, this was saved just for you. Traitor. The others chimed in unison. Chapter 37. Night fishing and new guests as the clock struck 6 in the evening. The setting sun painted the sea a brilliant hue of crimson. Xiao Yu stood at the pier, observing the drowsy group of individuals awakening from their slumber. Shall we go night fishing for squid? Squid! Chun Hao exclaimed, jolted to attention. Fresh catch, fresh taste? Xiao Yu nodded, right off the grill. Lu Mingxian perked up instantly. Let us go. Right now. The silver-haired young heir rubbed his eyes. Squid sashimi sounds delightful as well. As they boarded the vessel, the anticipation was palpable. Wanda carried 2 bottles of sake, exclaiming, I've even prepared the perfect pairing. Li Mu clutched an assortment of snacks for our midnight feast. Lu Yanxin quietly inquired Xiao Yu, Are we really going to catch any? Xiao Yu smiled enigmatically. I've heard the squid are particularly active tonight. The moment the boat set sail, Lu Mingxian began to shout, Xiao Yu, hurry up. The sun is about to set. Xiao Xiaohai inspected the fishing gear. What is the rush? The squid only come out at night. Chun Hao leaned over the side of the boat. I've even prepared the dipping sauce. I'm just waiting for the squid to bite. As night descended, the sea glimmered with the scattered lights of fishing lanterns. Look, squid! Xiao Xiaohai suddenly shouted, pointing at the water. The entire group rushed to the edge of the boat to behold several silvery squid swimming in the glow of the lights. Their tentacles gracefully unfurling in the water, resembling floating ribbons. Wow, they're really here, Chun Hao exclaimed, his excitement causing him to nearly drop his fishing rod into the ocean. Night fishing proved to be more lively than they had anticipated. Lu Mingxuan's hook barely touched the water before a squid ensnared it. I've got one. I got one, he shouted, only to discover, why is there only a tentacle? He stared wide-eyed. Xiao Xiaohai stifled a laugh. Brother Mingxian, you were too hasty. The squid hadn't secured the bait yet. Meanwhile, Wangda's line suddenly tightened. I've got something. He strained to reel in, only to pull up a clump of seaweed. Li Mu mercilessly mocked. Seaweed sashimi, please enjoy. Unexpectedly, Lu Yanxin had a successful catch. Following Xiao Yu's instructions, she gently swayed the fishing rod and suddenly felt a weight on her line. Xiao Yu, she called out in a flurry, as if she had hooked something substantial. Xiao Yu quickly approached, guiding her hands from behind. No need to rush, reel it in slowly. A plump squid broke the surface, shimmering under the lights. I did it. Lu Yanxin cheered, turning to embrace Xiao Yu, only to realize what she had done and blushed. Releasing her hold, the group erupted in playful teasing. Before long, the deck overflowed with their bounty. Xiao Xiaohai swiftly set up the grill, and the aroma of grilled squid wafted through the air. This is truly fresh, he declared, sprinkling chopped scallions, the fragrance making everyone's mouths water. The silver-haired heir could hardly wait, grabbing a piece with his hands. Hot, but so delicious. Chun Hao gulped down some sake. This is 100 times better than what you'd find at a sushi restaurant. Xiao Yu stood at the edge of the boat, watching the jubilant crowd. Lu Mingxian leaned over, offering him a skewer of grilled squid. Honestly, your life seems far more enjoyable than running a company. Xiao Yu smiled. If you like it, come often. After the sumptuous squid feast, the deck was strewn with people in disarray. The gentle sea breeze, imbued with a hint of saltiness, wafted away the smoky aroma of grilled squid. Chun Hao caressed his round belly and let out a satisfied burp, exclaiming, I have never tasted such fresh squid in my life. Wangda, lying on his back and gazing at the myriad stars above, declared this was worth it. Absolutely worth it. Lu Yanxin nestled beside Xiao Yu and quietly asked, Do you usually gaze at the stars like this when you're out at sea alone? Xiao Yu shook his head. I'm too busy working to have such leisure. Lu Mingxian interjected, From now on, let Yanxin accompany you. You can work while she watches the stars. Brother. Lu Yanxin tossed a piece of squid bone at him. Xiao Xiaohai nearby stifled a laugh, but was met with a glare from Lu Yanxin. Suddenly, the silver-haired wealthy heir sat up, exclaiming, Look, a shooting star. The group collectively looked up to see a streak of silver light traverse the night sky. Make a wish. Chun Hao quickly closed his eyes. Li Mu, curious, asked, What did you wish for? Chun Hao smiled mysteriously. I can't say. Otherwise, it wouldn't come true. Wanda rolled his eyes. It's obviously a wish for a girlfriend. Laughter erupted, and Chun Hao, blushing with embarrassment, scattered a handful of fish bait in retaliation. As night deepened, the gentle waves rocked the fishing boat. Lu Mingxian suddenly remarked, Xiao Yu, your life is truly enviable. Xiao Yu, gazing at the starry sky, smiled serenely. Everyone has their own way of living. Lu Yanxin discreetly grasped his hand. The following day, around noon, a taxi came to a gradual halt. As the doors swung open, 3 girls tumbled out, chattering animatedly. Lin Xiaoyu with her high ponytail, Fong Yuan adjusting her glasses, and Chen Lu carrying an assortment of bags. Yanxin, Lin Xiaoyu spotted Lu Yanxin standing by the boat and rushed over to embrace her, exclaiming, I missed you so much. Fong Yuan surveyed the surroundings and stated seriously, according to the ecological assessment of fishing villages, the air quality index here should be. Shut up, you academic. Chen Lu swiftly covered her mouth and waved at Xiao Yu. Captain Xiao, we brought a ton of snacks. Xiao Xiaohai happened to pass by, carrying a fishing net, and was momentarily dumbfounded. What is this? He stammered. Lu Yanxin smiled and introduced, these are my roommates, Lin Xiaoyu, Fong Yuan, and Chun Lu. Xiao Xiaohai fumbled to adjust his clothes. Why you hello? I'm Xiao Xiaohai. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Wow, little brother Xiaohai is so cute. Xiao Xiaohai's face flushed crimson. Lu Mingxian emerged from the RV and, witnessing the scene, whistled. Hey, Xiaoyu, are you hosting a social gathering? Xiao Yisai, please don't stir things up. Chun Hao and the others, hearing the commotion, rushed over and, upon seeing the 3 girls, perked up. You should have mentioned there were beauties coming. We'll go change clothes right now. Lu Yanxin shot them a warning glare. You dare. The group buzzed with excitement as they prepared to set sail. Fong Yuan suddenly raised her hand. I have a question. According to statistics, the probability of safety incidents for women on fishing boats. Xiao Yu promptly handed her a life jacket. Put this on. No need for calculations. Chun Lu leaned closer to Xiao Xiaohai, saying, little brother Xiaohai, I've heard that you can prepare a seafood feast. Xiao Xiaohai, feeling nervous, stammered, I could do a little. Lin Xiaoyu stifled a laugh, exclaiming, then we are in for a treat today. Chapter 38. The joyous gathering the rain, Exine set sail once more. This time the deck was particularly lively. Chen Hao, shedding his usual disheveled appearance, slicked back his hair and approached Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, allow me to carry your fishing rod. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Do you know how to fish? Of course. Chun Hao pounded his chest confidently. I have mastered the true teachings of Master Xiao. Wang De, standing nearby, interjected, come on, last time you even hooked the bait upside down. Li Mu was unusually quiet today, standing beside Fong Yuan, seemingly hesitant to speak. Fong Yuan nudged her glasses. What do you want to say? After a long pause, Li Mu stammered. Do you think the reflex arc of a squid is long? Fong Yuan's eyes lit up. According to volume 37 of the Journal of Marine Biology, the crowd groaned in unison. Stop. We are here to fish. Xiao Xiaohai had become the center of attention, with 3 girls surrounding him, bombarding him with questions. Chen Lu, with her big eyes, asked, Xiaohai, I heard you can make seafood sashimi? Xiao Xiaohai stuttered. I can, a little. Lu Mingxian chimed in. He makes it more authentic than a Japanese restaurant. Xiao Xiaohai's face turned even redder. No, it's not that exaggerated. Lu Yanxin observed the group with a helpless shake of her head. She walked over to Xiao Yu. Aren't you going to intervene? Xiao Yu shrugged. Let them be. If they can't catch any fish, they'll be the ones to go hungry. Just as the words left her mouth, a scream erupted from Chun Hao's direction. Ah, my fish got away. Wang De ruthlessly mocked. And you claim to have mastered the true teachings? In the afternoon, Xiao Xiaohai transformed into a chef once again. He deftly prepared the freshly caught fish, while Lin Xiaoyu handed him seasonings. Xiaohai, you are so impressive. Chun Hao, feeling a twinge of jealousy, chimed in. I can too. You? Lin Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. You can't even scale a fish, can you? Laughter erupted, the sea breeze carrying their joyful sounds far away. Lin Xiaoyu sat at the edge of the boat, swinging her legs, and deliberately cast her fishing rod into the sea, the line slicing through the air past Chun Hao's face. Ouch! Chun Hao dramatically clutched his chest. Xiaoyu, Are you trying to fish for me? Lin Xiaoyu tilted her head and smiled. Would you bite? Chun Hao immediately leaned in. I would. Would you prefer me steamed or braised? Wang De rolled his eyes. Chun Hao, can't you aspire to something greater? On the other side, the interaction between Fang Yuan and Li Mu was steeped in academic discourse. Li Mu pointed to the surface of the sea. Do you see that ripple? Doesn't it resemble the Fibonacci sequence? Fang Yuan adjusted her glasses, observing intently. Indeed. This pertains to fluid dynamics. Li Mu suddenly interrupted her. Actually, I just wanted to tell you that you are more beautiful than the fish in the sea. Fang Yuan was taken aback, her glasses nearly slipping down. What kind of metaphor is that? A Xiao passed by. He muttered under his breath. These two are even harder to understand than fishing. Chen Lu was the most straightforward, walking up to Wang De. She poked Wang Da's shoulder. I heard you're quite good at gaming? Wang De perked up immediately. Of course. Top 100 in the national server. Assist me in ascending the ranks, Chen Lu said with a smile. In exchange, I shall teach you the art of fishing. Wang De scratched his head, pondering. This deal seems rather unbalanced. Chen Lu raised an eyebrow. Well then, never mind. No. I shall teach. Is that not acceptable? Lu Yanxin and Xiao Yu stood at the stern of the boat, observing the commotion among their companions. Lu Yanxin stifled a laugh. I reckon our dormitory will need to digest this internally. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Quite so. It spares others from their mischief. Lu Yanxin pinched his arm. What are you saying? Xiao Yu laughed and evaded her grasp, casually draping his arm over her shoulder. Come, let us see what they have caught. As evening fell, a barbecue grill was set up in Xiao Yu's yard, the charcoal crackling merrily. Chen Hao waved a skewer of grilled squid before Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, taste my specially crafted Hao Gu skewers. Lin Xiaoyu leaned back in disdain. Are you certain this isn't burnt? Burn is precisely what makes it fragrant. Chen Hao proclaimed confidently, only to grimace after taking a bite. It seems I may have added too much salt. Wang De mercilessly mocked. And this is still special. You should rather behold my grilled abalone. Chen Lu leaned in closer. Wang De, is your abalone undercooked? Wang De glanced down to find the abalone still wriggling in its shell, immediately feeling embarrassed. This is the sashimi version. Fang Yuan and Li Mu's grilling station was unusually quiet. Li Mu stared intently at the fish on the grill, serious, as if conducting an experiment, according to thermodynamic principles. This side requires 37 more seconds. Fang Yuan nodded. However, considering the thermal conductivity of the sea breeze, I suggest flipping it. The others discreetly steered clear of the two, wary of interrupting their academic grilling. Xiaohai became the center of attention. Skillfully flipping the shrimp, he sprinkled on a secret blend of spices, filling the yard with its enticing aroma. Lu Mingxian approached. Xiaohai, you should open a restaurant. I will invest. Xiaohai scratched his head. Brother Mingxian, I'm just grilling casually. Casually? Yet it smells this divine? Lu Mingxian exaggeratedly inhaled. Your casual is simply infuriating. Xiao Yu and Lu Yanxin sat on a swing in the corner. Lu Yanxin nibbled on grilled corn. Look at them, they're causing a ruckus like primary school children. Xiao Yu handed her a skewer of grilled fish. It's quite delightful. Full of life. Xiao Yu gazed at the laughter filling the yard, a smile tugging at his lips. It has been a long time since home felt this lively. Lu Yanxin leaned against his shoulder, softly saying, It shall be like this often in the future. As night deepened, the charcoal began to fade. Chen Hao, clutching a guitar, began to wail, while Wang De and Li Mu surprisingly joined in a dance. Xiaohai quietly asked Lin Xiaoyu, Are they always this wild? Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. This is merely the beginning. Last time they were on the rooftop of the dormitory. Lu Yanxin quickly interrupted. Xiaoyu, no more. Under the moonlight, the yard was filled with the aroma of seafood, mingling with the laughter of youth, lingering long into the night. Chapter 39, Envy. The 3 days spent in the fishing village passed all too swiftly. On the final morning, everyone arose early, accompanying Xiaoyu for one last venture out to sea. Today, they must catch a significant fish. Chen Hao declared fervently, wielding his fishing rod. Otherwise, I would not do justice to this sunburn. Lin Xiaoyu chuckled beside him. Oh please, the big fish you caught yesterday was scarcely larger than my palm. Chen Hao retorted defiantly. That was merely a fry. Do you understand? Releasing it back was for the sake of sustainable development. Upon the sea, a long trail of waves followed the stern of the boat. Xiao Xiaohai adeptly maneuvered the winch, gently drawing up the fishing net. Wow! Chen Lu exclaimed, so many fish. Lu Mingxian clapped Xiao Xiaohai on the shoulder. Xiaohai, your skill is impressive. Have you considered joining my company? Xiao Xiaohai scratched his head. Brother Mingxian, I still wish to learn from Brother Yu. Lu Mingxian laughed heartily. All right. Ambition is commendable. On the return journey, Lu Yanxin stood at the stern, gazing at the receding horizon. Xiao Yu approached her. What is the matter? I don't want to go back, she murmured softly, feeling as though her time here had been too brief. Xiao Yu gently grasped her hand. We shall come again. Lu Yanxin turned to look at him, her eyes shining. You promised no backing out. At the dock, everyone bid their heartfelt farewells. Chen Hao enveloped Xiao Yu in a tight embrace. Old Xiao, next time I come, you must teach me to catch a marlin. Wang De and Li Mu joined in. Count us in. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. You are always welcome. Fang Yuan adjusted her glasses seriously. According to data analysis, we should choose spring for our next trip, as fish activity will be higher. Li Mu interrupted. Stop analyzing, just come directly. Lu Yanxin was the last to board the vehicle. Standing by the door, she turned back to Xiao Yu, her eyes slightly reddened. Xiao Yu stepped forward, gently tousling her hair. Message me when you get home. Okay, she nodded, her voice slightly choked. You. Remember to eat on time. As the vehicle slowly pulled away, Lu Yanxin leaned against the window, waving until the figures standing on the dock faded from view. The sea breeze caressed her, carrying a salty tang, as if whispering its reluctance. Life in the fishing village returned to its usual tranquility. At 5 a.m, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiaohai appeared at the dock punctually, the roar of the engine shattering the dawn silence. Brother Yu, the tides are favorable today. Xiao Xiaohai skillfully untied the ropes. There should be good catches near the eastern reef. Xiao Yu nodded. Let's go take a look. The day's harvest was particularly bountiful. With 2 nets cast, the live well was already swimming with a dozen plump black sea bream and grouper. This red grouper must weigh at least 3 pounds. Xiao Xiaohai exclaimed excitedly. It should sell for over 1,000, right? Xiao Yu inspected the fish's gills. Yes. If it's of good quality, 1,200 is quite feasible. Upon returning to the dock, Lao Wu had long been waiting on the shore, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the fish well. Xiao, I'll take this red grouper, 1,500 per pound. The villagers quickly caught wind of this transaction. Have you heard? A Yu has earned several thousand again today. I beheld the crimson patches, resembling beautiful pieces of red silk. The old Xiao family is surely on the verge of prosperity. A few seasoned fishermen squatted by the dock, mending their nets while expressing their sentiments. As evening descended, Xiao Xiaohai counted today's earnings, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother Yu, we made over 8,000 today. Xiao Yu, with a smile, handed him a stack of banknotes, saying, Your share. As Xiao Xiaohai accepted the money, he suddenly felt a twinge of shyness. Brother Yu, I wish to buy something for my grandparents. All right. Xiao Yu patted his shoulder. Wake up early tomorrow. If the tides are favorable, we might cast another net. As night deepened, the fishing village returned to tranquility. Xiao Yu sat in the courtyard, glancing at a message from Lu Yanxin on his phone. The lab was so busy today. I missed the seafood from the village. He chuckled lightly and replied, Next time, I will bring you fresh catches. The moonlight shimmered upon the calm sea, promising another splendid day for fishing ahead. As evening fell, Xiao Yu's fishing vessel, the Rainy XN, slowly approached the shore. Within the live well, silver glimmers danced. Dozens of plump East Star groupers, 2 rare bluefin trevallies, and 3 magnificent lobsters, each as long as an arm, were thrashing at the bottom of the tank. Wow! Exclaimed fishmonger Lao Wu, the first to rush over, leaning against the ship's railing with wide eyes. This must be worth 30,000. Xiao Xiaohai proudly lifted the hatch. Uncle Wu, what's your offer? The bidding escalated rapidly. I'll offer 2,000 per pound for the East Star groupers. Lao Zhou squeezed through the crowd, clutching cash. Get lost. Old Lee from the seafood restaurant shoved him aside. I'll take the bluefin trevally at 3,005 per pound. Lao Wu, flustered, jumped up and down. Xiao. We've been partners for so long. You must show some loyalty. Xiao Yu leisurely wiped his hands. The highest bidder wins. The atmosphere grew chaotic. 3,008. 4,000. I'll add 500. Several fishmongers, their faces flushed with fervor, nearly came to blows. Xiao Xiaohai stood aghast. Brother Yu, are they out of their minds? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Scarcity begets value. Ultimately, the catch was sold for 32,000. Old Li, wiping sweat from his brow, grumbled while transferring the funds. Xiao, you're going to bankrupt us. Lao Wu dejected sighed. Next time, I will definitely bring enough money. On the return to the village, the villagers' gazes followed them like searchlights. Have you heard? You made over 30,000 today. That's true skill. If only my boy had half of his talent. Xiaohai straightened his back, walking with a newfound confidence. Chapter 40. The Spring Festival on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. The town bustled with the vibrant sounds of a New Year market. Xiao Yu, clutching a freshly withdrawn sum of 20,000 in cash, navigated through the throngs of people, while Xiaohai trailed behind, arms laden with various goods. Brother Yu, should we buy these red lanterns? Xiaohai pointed at a pair of gilded lanterns displayed at a stall. They would surely add grandeur to our home. Xiao Yu shook his head. Let us opt for electronic ones. Grandfather struggles with mobility, and hanging lanterns high poses too great a risk. He selected 2 pairs of remote-controlled lanterns and a few strings of LED lights, ensuring that when illuminated at night, Grandfather could enjoy their glow from the courtyard. At the seafood stall, the enthusiastic vendor, Old Zhou, greeted him warmly. Ayu, I've saved a large yellow croaker just for you. It's perfect for a festive soup. Xiao Yu inspected the fish gills. How much? Others are paying 1,200, but for you, I'll lower it to 800, Old Zhou whispered. Xiao Yu, however, pulled out 900 and pressed it into the vendor's hand. It's the new year. Let us ensure you earn a bit more as well. Xiaohai murmured softly. Brother Yu, why give extra? Old Zhou's wife just had their second child. It's not easy for them, Xiao Yu replied while lifting the fish. In the dried goods shop, Xiao Yu was meticulous in his selections. The shiitake must be from larch wood, the longan should be pitted, and the jujubes need to be chosen from Ruoqiang. He taught Xiaohai as he went along. Grandfather's teeth aren't strong, so these ingredients need to be soft for kanji. The shop owner smiled as she packed the items. Ayu, you are truly filial. Your grandfather is lucky. Suddenly, Xiaohai recalled something. Brother Yu, should we buy something for Lu Yinxin to enjoy? Xiao Yu's ears turned slightly red. There's nothing she likes in town. The highlight of the day was yet to come, distributing red envelopes to Xiaohai. Xiao Yu took out a thick envelope from his pocket. Here, take this. You worked hard these past 6 months. Xiaohai opened it and trembled with excitement. 5,000. Work diligently next year. Xiao Yu ruffled his hair and aimed to double it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the 2 brothers made their way back to the village, bags in hand. The tassels of the lanterns swaying gently in the breeze, resembling dancing flames. In the distance, the sound of firecrackers began to punctuate the air, heralding the approaching festivities of the new year. On New Year's Eve, the Xiao family courtyard was adorned with colorful decorations. The electronic lanterns cast a warm glow beneath the eaves, while the LED lights twinkled around the old locust tree, transforming the courtyard into a dreamlike scene. Seated in a rattan chair, Xiao Dafu's favorite cup of goji berry tea brewed by Xiao Yu, squinting at the night sky, occasionally lit up by fireworks. Grandfather, do try this. Xiao Yu presented a plate of translucent dumplings filled with mackerel. The old man took a bite, his mustache twitching with delight. Better than last year. His phone vibrated, revealing a video call request from Lu Yinxin. The screen displayed her in a red sweater, the lively background of a bustling living room behind her. Xiao Yu, Happy New Year. Xiao Yu turned the phone towards his grandfather. Grandfather, Yinxin is sending her New Year greetings. Lu Yinxin immediately sat up straight. Happy New Year. Grandpa Xiao, wishing you blessings as abundant as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. The old man rarely smiled, but did so now. Such a sweet girl. He slowly rose. You two chat. I shall go watch the Spring Festival Gala. In the video, Lu Yinxin lowered her voice. My parents were just asking about you. Her eyes sparkled as she added, they said to invite you over for dinner when you have time. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Is that truly the case, or are you merely fabricating tales? Indeed, Lu Yanxin pouted. My father even praised the seafood gift box you sent. Suddenly, a magnificent firework erupted outside, illuminating Xiao Yu's smiling face. Next year, I shall personally visit your parents to pay my respects. The clock struck midnight. From Lu Yanxin's side, jubilant voices of New Year greetings could be heard as she leaned closer to the screen. Xiao Yu, you must treat me even better in the new year. Observing her flushed cheeks on the screen, Xiao Yu softly replied, all right. Oh, and I just remembered, she exclaimed. I have sent you a gift, and it will arrive tomorrow. What gift? I won't tell you. She mischievously winked, guess. The colorful lights in the courtyard shifted hues, casting a gentle warm red upon Xiao Yu's smile. On the morning of the first day of the new year, a thin mist enveloped the hillside behind the village. Xiao Yu, carrying a bamboo basket, treaded along the dew-soaked path towards his parents' grave. The basket contained freshly steamed rice cakes, his father's favorite liquor, and a yellow croaker he had caught himself. Dad, Mom, I've come, he murmured, brushing away the fallen leaves from the gravestone. The mountain breeze rustled the pine branches, producing a whispering sound, as if in response. Xiao Yu arranged the offerings and lit 3 incense sticks. This year has been quite good, he squatted before the gravestone. I ranked first in my specialized courses, and the professor recommended me to participate in the National Marine Skills Competition. As the fragrant smoke wafted upwards, he poured a cup of liquor in front of the grave. Fishing has gone well too. I've upgraded to a new sonar, and in one haul, I caught over 32,000 in goods. After a brief pause, he added, oh, by the way, I am in a relationship. The mist in the mountains gradually dissipated, and sunlight streamed down through the clouds. Her name is Lu Yanxin. She studies marine biology. Xiao Yu's voice softened. She's quite adorable, though a bit prone to tears. He took out his phone from his pocket and showed his parents a photo. Next time, I will bring her meet you. In the distance, the sound of firecrackers celebrating the new year echoed from the village. Xiao Yu stood up. Grandfather is doing all right, although he still suffers from his old leg ailment. I will take good care of him. As he prepared to leave, he gently touched the cold gravestone. Dad, the tide and fish recognition you taught me. I am now even better than you were, he smiled. Just wait until next year. I will bring a tuna for you to taste. The mountain breeze carried the paper ashes away, like a promise drifting into the distance. Chapter 41. Little Hai celebrates the new year on the second day of the new year. The door of Xiao Dafu's courtyard was knocked upon with a resounding thud. Uncle, Happy New Year! Xiao Xiaohai burst in, carrying bundles, followed closely by the entire Xiao Erfu family. Xiao Dafu, seated in the main room, sipping tea, set down his purple clay teapot. Ah, what a rare visitor. Xiao Erfu sheepishly presented a gift box. Elder brother, I brought you some American ginseng. Xiao Yu emerged from the kitchen holding a platter of fruit, and Xiao Xiaohai immediately dashed over. Brother Yu, he exclaimed, pulling out a bulging red envelope. This is a knee pad for uncle, bought with the wages you gave me. Wang Mylin, Xiao Erfu's wife, widened her eyes in disbelief. Where did you get so much money? Aren't you reluctant to let your grandson spend on gifts for Xiao Dafu? I earned it fishing with Brother Yu. Xiao Xiaohai puffed out his chest. Last month, I made over 8,000. The expression on Xiao Erfu's face resembled that of someone who had swallowed a live shrimp. Ayu, he rubbed his hands together. Previously, uncle spoke harshly. Please do not take it hard. Xiao Dafu suddenly coughed. Erfu, did you not say last year that fishing was a futile endeavor? Xiao Xiaohai hurriedly interjected. Uncle, I now understand tidal charts, can repair engines. And Brother Yu even teaches me bookkeeping. During lunch, Xiao Xiaohai raised a toast to Xiao Yu. Brother Yu, he said, his hand trembling slightly as he held up his cup, if it weren't for you, I might have just been wasting my days in an internet CAF. Xiao Yu clinked his cup with his. It is your own effort that has brought you this far. No, Xiao Xiaohai suddenly raised his voice. That night you taught me to identify fish schools. I heard you tell Uncle Xiaohai has potential. His eyes reddened, for no one had ever said such words to him. The entire table fell silent, the only sound being the bubbling of the hot pot. After lunch, Wang Mylin seized a moment while clearing the dishes to lean close to Xiao Yu. Ah Yu, she said with a beaming smile, her voice barely above a whisper. I heard you've been making quite a bit from fishing lately? Xiao Yu, focused on wiping the table, kept his head down. It's sufficient. Wang Mylin's eyes darted. A few of my nephews from my family are diligent workers. Do you think you could? Xiao Yu paused in his task. Aunt, he straightened up. The boat is small. I cannot accommodate so many. Wang Milan, undeterred, pressed on. Isn't your Yusin boat capable of carrying 7 or 8? Xiaohai mentioned you took classmates out to sea last time. Just then, Xiaohai entered with a fruit platter and nearly dropped it upon hearing her words. Grandma, those are my classmates. We went fishing. If we are serious about catching fish, the cabin won't have enough space. Xiao Erfu, hearing the commotion from the living room, rushed over to mediate. Milan, why speak of such things during the new year? He tugged at his wife's sleeve. Wang Milan shook off her husband's hand. I am merely seeking an opportunity for my relatives. She turned to Xiao Yu. You, just consider it a favor for your aunt. Take them along, even if the wages are lower. Xiao Yu set down the cloth, his tone calm. Aunt, fishing is not a game. He pointed to Xiaohai's sunburned face. Xiaohai vomited 7 times his first month, suffered 2 injuries from the ropes, and had his hands bloodied by crabs. Xiaohai cooperatively extended his scarred palm. Wang Milan's expression shifted. Furthermore, Xiao Yu supplemented, currently, the fishing regulations are stringent. Newcomers must register before boarding, and penalties for overloading start at 50,000. Xiao Defuck's voice came from the inner room. Ew, come help me find my reading glasses. Xiao Yu responded and nodded to Wang Milan. Aunt, I will go take care of Grandpa first. As he exited the kitchen, he heard Xiaohai muttering softly, Grandma, please don't embarrass yourself. In the evening, the door to Xiao Defuck's home was knocked upon once more. Just after Xiao Yu finished tidying the dining table, he heard Xiaohai's excited voice. Great uncle, my parents have come to wish you a happy new year. Before him stood Xiaohai's father, Xiao Jiqiang, carrying 2 bottles of Maotai, while his mother, Lin Xiuying, held a beautifully wrapped gift, both smiling at the door. Happy New Year, uncle. Xiao Jiqiang greeted respectfully. Xiao Defuck, seated in his armchair, rare to show a smile, said, Jiqiang has arrived. Come in and sit. The hall instantly filled with warmth and cheer. Lin Xiuying grasped Xiao Yu's hand. Oh, thank you for taking care of Xiaohai over the past 6 months. He has become so much more sensible now. Xiao Jiqiang patted his son's shoulder. I hear you have quite the fishing skills now. Xiaohai puffed out his chest with pride. Dad, I can earn 300 yuan a day now. Wang Milan interjected with a hint of envy. If it weren't for Yu guiding him, he wouldn't have such abilities. Xiao Yu served hot tea, and Xiao Jiqiang suddenly became serious. Yu, I must thank you. Xiaohai used to be idle all day, but now he finally has a proper livelihood. Lin Xiuying's eyes glistened. The gifts he bought for us for the new year were all with his own earnings. Xiaohai bashfully scratched his head. Mom, why say such things? Xiao Defuck coughed lightly and took out a red envelope. Jiqiang, you have raised your child well. It is rare for the old man to praise someone. Xiaohai is a fine prospect. Xiao Jiqiang hurriedly declined. Uncle, this is too much. Take it. Xiao Defuck insisted. Buy some study materials for the child. He needs to learn culture alongside fishing. As night deepened, both families joyfully shared a reunion dinner. Just as they were about to leave, Xiaohai secretly pulled Xiao Yu aside. Brother Yu, I will definitely work harder next year. Xiao Yu smiled, ruffling his hair. Do your best. In the stillness of the night, after the guests had departed, Xiao Defuck called to Xiao Yu, who was preparing to clear the dishes. Yu, come sit with Grandpa for a while. The old man patted the rattan chair beside him. Xiao Yu wiped his hands and sat down next to his grandfather. Grandpa, are you tired? Xiao Defuck shook his head, gazing at the colorful lights in the yard that had yet to be taken down. What do you think of that child, Xiaohai? Xiao Yu pondered for a moment. He is hard-working, he softly replied, quick to learn, though sometimes a bit rash. The old man acknowledged with a sound, better than his grandparents. The pipe flickered dimly in the night, and the elders suddenly said, in the future, take care of him more. Xiao Yu turned to look at his grandfather. Beneath the moonlight, the wrinkles on the old man's face appeared particularly pronounced. In our branch of the Xiao family, only the 2 of you remain. Xiao Yu nodded gently. I understand. Though his grandparents were somewhat superficial, Xiao Defuck exhaled a puff of smoke, yet this child remained fundamentally upright. In the distance, sporadic firecracker sounds echoed. Xiao Yu reached out to adjust his grandfather's collar. Rest assured, I shall take care of him. shouted Fuku, satisfied, patted his grandson's hand, and fell silent. The red lanterns swayed gently beneath the eaves, casting the shadows of the grandfather and grandson onto the ground, merging them into one. Chapter 42. New Year's visit to Uncle's home. On the morning of the fourth day of the new year, Xiaoyu stood at the village entrance, burdened with a collection of gifts, awaiting the arrival of a vehicle. "Do you truly not require my company?" Xiaohai inquired as he assisted in loading the seafood gift box onto the car. "I've heard that your uncles and aunts are rather pretentious." Xiaoyu fastened his seatbelt and replied, "Precisely for that reason, I must go." An hour later, the vehicle halted before a modest three-story building. Aunt Zhang Guifang was in the yard, sunning cured meat. Upon spotting Xiaoyu disembarking, the bamboo pole in her hand clattered to the ground. "Ah, you?" she exclaimed. "Happy New Year, Aunt," Xiaoyu greeted as he presented the gift box. "This is wild yellow croaker that I caught myself." The living room soon buzzed with excitement. Second, Uncle Wang, Jianjun scrutinized the label on the gift box. "Wow, this fish must be worth over 2,000, right?" Third, Aunt Li Xiaolon promptly pulled her son closer. "Quickly greet your cousin. Your cousin is now the little sea king of Donghai." 15-year-old cousin Wang, Xiaopeng muttered begrudgingly, "Hello, cousin." During lunch, the conversation naturally shifted to finances. "Ah, you." First uncle sipped his drink. "I heard you made over 200,000 with just one boat." Xiaoyu served dishes to the elders. "It's merely good fortune." Third uncle leaned in. "Is your boat in need of crew? Your cousin is graduating this year." Cousin Wang Lily suddenly interjected, "Cousin, isn't your girlfriend the campus beauty from the Marine University? I saw her on Douyin." Exchanging glances, several uncles fell silent. First Uncle Wang Jiangwo set down his glass with a smile. "Ah, you, I've heard that your Yusin is quite profitable. How about taking your uncles out to sea for a first-hand experience?" Third Uncle Wang Jianjun immediately concurred, "Exactly. We are family. We shouldn't let our bounty flow to outsiders." Second Aunt Li Xiaolon was even more direct. "Ah, you, your cousin just graduated. He could learn a thing or two from you." Xiaoyu leisurely wiped his mouth. His uncles wished to venture out to sea. A troubled expression crossed his face. Recently, fishing regulations had tightened. Every additional person on the vessel required registration, and being caught overloaded could result in fines of at least 50,000. Cousin Wang, Xiaopeng, piped up. "Then how can Xiaohai go on the boat?" Xiaoyu turned to his cousin, his gaze calm. "Xiaohai possesses a crew member certificate," he revealed, pulling out his phone to display a photo of Xiaohai as blistered hands from practicing knot tying over the course of 3 months last year. Third Aunt's complexion shifted. "Is it really that troublesome?" Xiaoyu added, "Moreover, coastal resources are currently scarce." He sighed, "My boat lost over 80,000 last year, and I only managed to break, even thanks to a few good hauls at the end of the year." Xiaoyu fabricated this statement, wishing to avoid further elaboration. The uncles fell silent. Before departing, first uncle pulled Xiaoyu aside. "In the past, it was the family's shortcoming towards you and your mother." He slipped a red envelope into Xiaoyu's hand. "If your mother were here, she would be proud to see how well you've done." Xiaoyu returned the envelope. "Uncle, that is all in the past. Once my cousin obtains his crew member certificate, he is always welcome." Before leaving his uncle's home, Xiaoyu made a point to visit the graves of his grandparents to pay his respects. In the early spring, the warm sunlight bathed the cobblestone streets of the town center. Xiaoyu wandered aimlessly, carrying the medicinal tea he had bought for his grandfather. As he turned the corner near a milk tea shop, a familiar figure momentarily halted his steps. Xiaoyu? Lin Yu, clad in a beige trench coat with softly curled long hair, still possessed that gentle allure. She held a cup of milk tea in her hands and looked at him in surprise. Memories surged forth like a tide. Back in middle school, Xiaoyu had once braved the rain to run 3 streets just to deliver an umbrella to her. It had been a long time since they last met. Xiaoyu nodded, his tone surprisingly calm, even to himself. Lin Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remarked, "I heard you're a captain now? Impressive." A faint scent of her perfume wafted towards him, reminiscent of the fragrance he had saved for 3 months of pocket money, which he had never managed to gift her. The wind chimes at the entrance of the milk tea shop jingled softly. "Shall we add each other on WeChat?" Lin Yu pulled out her phone, suggesting that old classmates ought to keep in touch. Just then, Xiaoyu's phone lit up. illuminating the lock screen featuring a photo of Liu Yinxin making a silly face. Sorry, he chuckled. My girlfriend is quite possessive. After taking a few steps, Xiaoyu retrieved his phone. Xiaoyu, guess who I just ran into? Liu Yinxin. A female classmate? 3 exclamation marks seemed to leap off the screen. Xiaoyu laughed as he typed. Indeed, but my mind is filled with thoughts of a certain jealous one. In the video call, Liu Yinxin puffed her cheeks like a feisty little kitten. Tell me, what did you two do in middle school? She demanded, poking at the screen. Did she ever pass you a love letter? Xiaoyu sighed, rubbing his forehead. Not at all. Then why did she write, I will always remember that umbrella in the yearbook? Liu Yinxin produced a yellowed photograph from somewhere. Reluctantly, Xiaoyu began to confess. Well, I did deliver an umbrella once on a rainy day, he admitted, scratching his nose. Then she ended up with a school heartthrob. Liu Yinxin's eyes widened. So, was that the reason you studied so hard? Yes, Xiaoyu nodded, contemplating that perhaps excelling in his studies could. You silly. Liu Yinxin suddenly teared up. Should I be worried about you meeting her again? The screen fell silent for a moment before a muffled voice emerged. Then you must not meet her alone in the future. Okay, and I want that umbrella thrown away. Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. I disposed of it long ago now. My umbrella is reserved solely for you. I went to my aunt's today. Liu Yinxin counted on her fingers and received 6 red envelopes. She proudly waved a thick stack in her hand. That's more than you have, right? Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. My aunt and her family combined gave me 2,000. Liu Yinxin instantly deflated. The most I got was 800. My second uncle said he heard you're into fishing and insisted on introducing you to a fishing boat insurance company. She mimicked the old man's tone. These days, a boat is more important than a wife. Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. My third uncle is even more outrageous. He asked me if I could take him to trade stocks. Why? He remarked that if he could predict the movements of fish schools, he surely could forecast the fluctuations of the stock market. Liu Yinxin suddenly lowered her voice, saying, my mother mentioned. She paused. That you should come over for dinner during the Dragon Boat Festival. Xiaoyu's breath hitched. Are you serious? With a blush, she nodded. However, my father might inquire about your savings. Tell him, Xiaoyu replied earnestly, that all my money is spent on buying you lipstick. Thus, Xiaoyu and Liu Yinxin continued their conversation, strolling through various corners of the town, reminiscing about their school days. Chapter 43. Setting sail alone on the morning of the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, before dawn had fully arrived, Xiaoyu quietly slipped out of the door. The sea breeze carried a biting chill, prompting him to tighten his jacket as he ignited the engine of the rain. System, where are the fish abundant today? Detected a school of base 3 nautical miles to the southeast, activity level 87. After the last upgrade, the system had added a detection feature. The sensation of venturing out to sea alone felt remarkably different. There was no chatter from Xiao Xiaohai beside him, no shouts from Liu Yinxin at the rail. Only the sound of waves lapping against the hull. The cold, iron-gray light of dawn glimmered upon the sea surface, and the rain gently swayed with the waves. Standing at the stern, Xiaoyu gripped his heavy sea fishing rod tightly, feeling the lead sinker with live bait descend towards the depths of 40 meters. The reel emitted a faint creaking sound as the 300-pound braided line trembled in the undercurrent. This is the spot. He focused on the flickering markers of the fish school on the sonar screen, adjusting his stance. The first bite was unexpected. The tip of the rod suddenly plunged downwards as if seized by a giant, the fishing line tautening instantaneously. Xiaoyu stumbled, his knees striking the side of the boat heavily, yet he clutched the rod firmly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Got it, he shouted, swiftly tightening the drag. Beneath the surface, a fierce struggle ensued, the line slicing through the water with a sharp hiss. The battle persisted for a full 20 minutes. Xiaoyu's back was drenched in sweat, the support belt around his waist leaving deep crimson impressions. On 3 occasions, the creature nearly dragged him overboard, but he managed to stabilize himself by wedging the paddle against the reel. Damn it, he gasped, watching as over 200 meters of line were drawn out. It must be a GT giant trevally. When the fish finally broke the surface, Xiaoyu's pupils constricted in disbelief. It was not the anticipated giant trevally, but a nearly meter-long red emperor, thrashing in the waves, its golden red scales shimmering in the morning sun like burning coals. The robust tail fins splashing water high into the air. A wild red-spotted. Xiao Yu's voice shifted in pitch. This size. At least 15 years of age. The concluding moments were nothing short of thrilling. As Xiao Yu hooked the fish's gills with his gaff, the massive creature suddenly surged, its tail sweeping across his cheek with a stinging blow. Gritting his teeth, he embraced the fish, tumbling onto the deck with both fish and man. Banting, banting. Xiao Yu lay on his back, his chest heaving violently. The valuable red emperor flailed futilely in his grasp, its gills opening and closing, the icy slime coating his jacket. The midday sun beat down on the sea surface, scorching the deck of the Rain. Xiao Yu switched to a lighter fishing setup, this time targeting the crevices of the rocky area. He used small live shrimp as bait, the nearly invisible number 2 carbon line blending seamlessly into the water. With a swift motion, the lead sinker, accompanied by the bait, accurately fell into the narrow gap between 2 coral reefs, marked by the system as a high-frequency area for East Star Snapper. The waiting felt interminable. Sweat dripped from Xiao Yu's chin onto the deck as he held the rod in a poised stance, resembling a statue. Suddenly, the tip of the rod quivered imperceptibly, a sign that something had arrived. In an instant, he raised the rod to strike, the carbon line tautening into a lethal silver string. Below the surface, a violent, zigzagging struggle ensued, the classic escape route of the coveted East Star grouper. Moments later, a dazzling splash of blue broke the surface. This East Star grouper measured the length of an arm, its deep blue body adorned with luminous azure spots, and its tail, fin reminiscent of feathers dyed in the colors of a peacock. It writhed wildly in the air, droplets of water reflecting rainbows in the sunlight. A magnificent celestial grouper. Xiao Yu carefully controlled the fish's gills. Such a specimen would have seafood restaurants clamoring for it. As the afternoon transitioned to deeper waters, fortune struck once more. The heavy electric reel had barely descended to a depth of 80 meters when a dull thud echoed, like a lead sinker striking something solid. Immediately, the fishing line was yanked sideways with ferocity, the spool spinning wildly. A deep-sea giant. Xiao Yu promptly activated the boat's assist system. Yet the rod remained bent in a thrilling arc. After a grueling 40-minute tug-of-war, a massive golden-lipped fish, its head swelling like that of a longevity deity, surfaced, gasping. Xiao Yu inhaled sharply. This national second-level protected species must be released, but even a mere photograph could yield research grants from the Fisheries Bureau. He carefully cut the hook, watching as the million-yuan golden fish slowly swam back into the depths. As the sun set, the live well transformed into an aquarium. In addition to the celestial grouper, there were 3 tiger-striped groupers, 5 exquisite lobsters, and tucked away in the corner, a rare bluefin trevally, its silvery blue body speckled with black spots, swimming like a projection of the night sky. Xiao Yu noted in his ledger, celestial grouper 6,800 kilograms, tiger-striped grouper 3,200 piece, exquisite lobster 1,500 each. The evening glow elongated his silhouette on the deck, merging with the moving shadows, reminiscent of a bountiful harvest captured in a silhouette painting. As the rain docked, the harbor erupted in excitement. Golden-lipped fish. It's the golden-lipped fish. Old Zhou, with his keen eyes, was the first to cling to the ship's edge, shouting in exhilaration. Instantly, fishmongers flocked like sharks sensing blood, crowding the dock to the point of suffocation. Xiao Xiaohai had to spread his arms to block their advance. Don't crowd. Everyone please step back. As they approached the dock, Xiao Yu called Xiao Xiaohai to ask for assistance in lifting the fish. Xiao Yu leisurely lifted the lid of the live well. The fully golden-lipped fish shimmered under the sun, its swollen head resembling auspicious clouds, and as it swayed, it sent a cascade of pearl-like bubbles trailing behind. Alive. Still alive. General Manager Li from the seafood restaurant, his voice trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "I'll offer 200,000. Cash." Nonsense. Old Zhou pushed him aside. At last year's provincial auction, a fish this size went for 800,000. I'll offer 250,000. The bidding escalated rapidly. 300,000. 000, 350 000, 400 000. Cash is in my car. Several fishmongers shouted, their faces flushed, one even brandishing a checkbook adorned with gold chains. Xiao Xiaohai stood in astonishment. Brother Yu, this is enough to buy a house in town. However, Xiao Yu shook his head. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, patting the hatch cover, this is a nationally protected species and must be released. A chorus of lamentation arose from the crowd. Nevertheless, he displayed the research institution's approval on his phone, announcing that documenting the release could yield a subsidy of 50,000. Who wants it? In the end, Oldly secured the right to take photographs. The remaining catch was entirely claimed by Old Wu, who gleefully winked at his fellow fishermen. The Eastern Starry Flounder goes for 8,000 per pound, and the exquisite lobster is 2,000 each. These are the friendship prices offered by you. As the sun set, the splash of the yellow-lipped fish being returned to the sea perfectly reflected the day's total earnings in the ledger. 186,400. Chapter 44. Idle chatter in the early morning. The sea surface shimmered with delicate golden hues as the rain Exine glided across the tranquil waters, heading towards the designated fishing grounds. System prompt. Northeast direction, 2 nautical miles, fish activity level 85, netting recommended. Xiao Yu discreetly adjusted the course and remarked to Xiao Xiaohai, who was busy organizing the fishing gear. Let us try heading northeast today. Huh? Xiao Xiaohai scratched his head, but the tide chart shows the east is better, doesn't it? Just a hunch, Xiao Yu replied vaguely, casually mixing the recommended bait with the ordinary one. When the first net was cast, the catch was astonishing. Wow! Xiao Xiaohai stared at the net filled with lively E-star grouper. Brother Yu, your intuition is incredible. Xiao Yu surreptitiously checked the system interface. E-star grouper. 7 pieces, estimated value 12,600. Just lucky, he said nonchalantly, quietly pouring the system's reward of fish attractant into the live well. The deep water fishing at noon proved even more peculiar. Depth 82 meters, yellow fin tuna active. Xiao Yu pointed casually to a spot. Drop the hook here. Skeptical, Xiao Xiaohai cast his line, and within 3 minutes, the rod bent like a crescent moon. What on earth is this monster? He exclaimed, struggling to control the rod, nearly being dragged into the sea. Xiao Yu glanced at the system display. Length 8 meters, estimated weight 90 kilograms, and hurried to assist. Brother Yu. Xiao Xiaohai swallowed hard. The rare fish we've caught in just half a month surpasses what I've seen in a lifetime at the old pier. Today's earnings 9,800. Xiao Yu lowered his head to organize the fishing gear. It's merely a matter of calculating the tides. But you even consider the direction of the seabirds. Xiao Xiaohai suddenly leaned in. Could it be some ancestral secret? Watch the road. Xiao Yu abruptly steered the boat to avoid hidden reefs. Reading is far superior to wild guessing. On a gloomy afternoon, while Xiao Yu was mending fishing nets at the dock, a familiar voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Xiao Yu. Lin Yu, dressed in a white dress, stood nearby, hesitating to speak. Can we talk? Without lifting his gaze, Xiao Yu continued his task. Is there something you need? Lin Yu bit her lip. My brother recently lost his job. I heard you're making good money from fishing. Could you? Finally looking up, Xiao Yu's expression remained calm. The boat, isn't short of hands. Just take him a few times. Lin Yu suddenly grasped his arm. For the sake of our old friendship. Xiao Yu gently withdrew his arm. Fishing is not a trivial matter. It requires certification. Lin Yu's expression shifted. So you think you're something special now, huh? She scoffed. What happened to that boy who brought me an umbrella in middle school? Xiao Yu resumed mending the net. That was a long time ago. Fine. Lin Yu turned to leave. Don't regret it. That evening, the alumni group erupted with messages. Lin Yu. Some people, once they earn a bit of money, forget their roots. Classmate A. Who are you talking about? Who else could it be but our king of fishing? Lin Yu replied. He won't even take my brother out to sea. Xiao Yu glanced at her phone, silently capturing an image to send to Liu Yanxin. Liu Yanxin immediately initiated a video call. Who is this woman? She inquired, her voice tinged with irritation. Should I confront her for you? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. No need. Let her speak. However, she added, Yanxin, looking at the flustered girl on the screen, I'm more curious about how many pots you've ruined while learning to cook. On the bustling fishing village dock that morning, the lively chatter abruptly ceased as Xiao Yu approached. A few elderly fishermen, mending their nets, exchanged knowing glances. While Aunt Wang deliberately raised her voice, these young people today, a little talent, and they act all high and mighty. Uncle Li feigned a reprimand. Mind your words. After all, she is the king of fishing. His tone lingered. Xiao Xiaohai rushed over, visibly upset. Rain brother, Aunt Zhang refused to sell me fresh shrimp bait this morning, he exclaimed, his hand trembling around an empty bucket. She said she didn't want to dirty the hands of a noble. Xiao Yu calmly examined the rope. Go buy some in town, but focus on your work. Xiao Yu glanced at the nearby villagers who were gossiping. Time waits for no one. At the village committee's entrance, several women were cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. I heard from my daughter, one woman whispered, that Miss Lin has quite the reputation in the city. Xiao Yu must have offended someone. Serve her right. Granny Ma spat. Even her old classmates won't come to her aid. All the virtue accumulated by her ancestors has been squandered. Just then, Xiao Dafeng passed by, leaning heavily on his cane. Ma's family. Shall we discuss how your grandson stole diesel from my fishing boat? In the evening at the village convenience store, when Xiao Yu went to buy cigarettes, the shopkeeper, Old Chun, was counting inventory. Oh dear, we've run out of premium cigarettes. Only the 5 yuan ones are left. Xiao Yu glanced at the full pack of Zhonghua cigarettes behind the counter and chuckled. Then how about a bottle of Matai? Xiao Yu did not have a smoking habit, but occasionally indulged in a cigarette when feeling overwhelmed at sea. Old Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. On their way home, Xiao Xiaohai could no longer contain himself. Rain brother, they all say you. Xiaohai, Xiao Yu suddenly halted. Do you see that rocky area? Huh. Only when the tide recedes do we see who swims naked. He patted the boy's shoulder. The spring salmon run is approaching. The sea breeze, carrying a briny scent, swept through the village road, dispersing the idle gossip beneath the trees. Chapter 45. Preschool plans on the morning of the 20th day of the first lunar month. A faint aroma of the new year lingered at the dock. Xiao Yu was organizing the tools in the cabin when he addressed Xiao Xiaohai, who was counting the fishing gear. Without looking up, Xiaohai, school starts for me in a couple of days. Xiao Xiaohai paused, his voice immediately dropping. So, soon? Indeed. Xiao Yu straightened up and brushed off the dust from his hands. If you wish to continue working with me, you must come to Haicheng. Xiao Xiaohai's eyes widened in disbelief. Go, to Haicheng? He stammered. But I can stay near the school or the dock. I've inquired with acquaintances. Xiao Yu pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. This is the address of rental places nearby. I've already checked the prices. Xiao Xiaohai took the note, his fingers trembling slightly. But my parents. Xiao Yu placed the last tool into the box. Discuss it with your parents and your grandparents when you go back. His tone was calm. Night fishing is more lucrative than during the day, and we can also fish on weekends. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaohai looked up. Brother Yu, I want to go. Don't rush your decision. Xiao Yu pointed to the half-visible phone in his pocket. Consult your family first. After all, you are still young. During lunch on the boat, Xiao Xiaohai's phone rang incessantly. Mom, I'm not going just to have fun. He stomped his foot in frustration while speaking into the phone. Brother, you said a grouper can sell for over 1,000. On the other end, a faint argument ensued, and Xiao Xiaohai's eyes suddenly reddened. Dad, can't I just try for 3 months? Xiao Yu silently offered him a cup of hot tea. In the evening, Xiao Xiaohai returned with his eyes still red. Brother Yu, his voice was hoarse. My dad said if I don't earn 50,000 in 3 months, I have to come back and take over his hardware store. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Tell him to save the money he intended for your hardware store to help you get married. If you come with me, I'll share the profits with you. After all, we are cousins, and since you're becoming quite skilled, I will certainly lend you a hand. The sea breeze caressed them as the waves crashed against the rocky shore. Xiao Yu closed the ledger and looked at Xiao Xiaohai, who was still organizing the fishing gear. Xiaohai, starting next month, you will receive a 10 share of the catch revenue. Clatter. Xiao Xiaohai dropped the pliers onto the deck, frozen in place, his lips trembling. Brother Yu, what did you say? Xiao Yu's voice was calm, yet struck like thunder in Xiao Xiaohai's ears. After deducting costs, you will receive 1/10 of the net profit. He opened the ledger. Based on last month's figures, you could earn 23,000. Xiao Xiaohai's vision blurred suddenly. He clutched the hem of his clothing tightly, his knuckles turning white. But I'm just a helper. Xiao Xiaohai was deeply moved by his cousin's generosity, and years of suppressed grievances suddenly burst forth. During the period following my junior high school graduation, Xiao Xiaohai's voice trembled with emotion. At the parent-teacher meeting, my father was called out by the teacher, and upon returning home, he destroyed all the gaming consoles. Tears cascaded onto the deck, leaving dark, splotchy marks. My grandparents, having gone to celebrate a wedding, dared not mention my academic performance. Amidst the cries of seagulls, Xiao Xiaohai wiped his face. Last New Year, my cousin from my uncle's family had successfully passed the civil service examination. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears, while our table remained the quietest in the room. Suddenly, Xiao Yu grasped his trembling shoulder. Now you can tell them. Your monthly income is 20,000. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Xiaohai sank to the deck, weeping uncontrollably. When Xiao Xiaohai returned home, a heated argument filled the air. I disagree. His father, Xiao Jiqiang, slammed the table. You're not doing well in school, and you want to become a fisherman? His mother, Lin Xiaoying, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, Hyaming is so far away. You wouldn't even know if someone sold you. In a corner, my grandparents sat silently. Grandpa Xiao Erfu smoked quietly, while Grandma Wang Milan hesitated to speak. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xiaohai slammed his bankbook onto the table. Dad, Mom, this is the money I earned in the past 2 months with Yugo. His voice trembled as he announced. 48,000. Lin Xiaoying opened the bankbook, her hand trembling. Is this real? Xiao Jiqiang snatched the bankbook away. This isn't something Xiao Yu lent you. Is it? He scrutinized it with suspicion. How could you possibly manage this? Every transaction record is right here. Xiao Xiaohai exclaimed, pulling out his phone. Last week, I made 3,002 from that E-Star fish. Grandma Wang Milan interjected. And what reason does Xiao Yu have to share his money with you? It can't be. Grandma. Xiao Xiaohai's face flushed. Yuga said this is a technical bonus. Finally, Xiao Erfen knocked his pipe. If only we had this opportunity back then, he remarked, looking at his eldest son. Xiao Jiqiang, fixated on the figures in the bankbook, suddenly inquired, How much did that kid give you? 10% of the net profit. Xiao Xiaohai straightened his back. Yuga said that once I obtain my captain's certificate, it will increase to 15%. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Lin Xiaoying suddenly burst into tears. But you are only 18. Mom. Xiao Xiaohai knelt down and held her hand. Following Yuga is better than just wasting time in school. Xiao Jiqiang sighed deeply, gently placing the bankbook back on the table. 3 months. If you don't earn 50,000, come back and continue your studies. Chapter 46. Departure from school. In the early morning, the dock lay shrouded in a thin mist, with 2 families waiting patiently beside the Rainy Heart vessel. Xiao Dafu leaned on his cane, handing a red cloth bundle to Xiao Yu, saying, This is a talisman for your safety. I placed your favorite dried fish in the cooking pot on the ship. Xiao Yu grasped her grandfather's hand tightly, her throat tightening as she replied, Grandpa, make sure to take your medicine on time. I will call you every week, and if anything arises, don't hesitate to call me immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoying was adjusting the collar of Xiao Xiaohai's shirt. With all his clothes packed, she placed the long johns on top and choked back her tears, admonishing, Don't follow your brother's example of wearing slippers without socks. Xiao Xiaohai, with reddened eyes, nodded earnestly, Mom. I'll earn enough money to buy you a gold bracelet. Xiao Jiqiang turned his face away, muttering, You little rascal, just don't embarrass me. Suddenly, Wang Milan squeezed in front of Xiao Yu. Yu, she said, rubbing her hands together, if Xiaohai misbehaves, feel free to give him a good thrashing. Xiao Erfa coughed lightly. Dear wife, let us speak of auspicious things. Right. Wang Milan quickly corrected herself. I wish you, well, may your hold be filled with fish and shrimp, and return safely. As the engine roared to life, Xiao Dafu called out to Xiao Yu, Wait. He pulled out a rusty compass from his pocket, saying, Your father used this back in the day. Electronic devices aren't always reliable. Xiao Yu took the compass, the needle trembling slightly beneath the glass, mirroring the rhythm of his heartbeat. Grandpa, go now. Xiao Dafu waved his hand. Remember, the tides have their times. The fishing boat slowly departed from the shore, and the 2 families waved goodbye on the dock. Suddenly, Xiao Hai shouted, Dad, I will definitely earn 50,000. Xiao Jiqiang turned his back, his shoulders trembling slightly. Lin Xiong's sobs mingled with the sea breeze. Make sure to call often as the sun rose above the horizon. It bathed the rainy heart and the silhouettes of the two young men aboard in a golden glow. Not long after the fishing boat set sail, Xiao Hai stood at the stern, gazing at the receding coastline of his hometown. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide and shouted into the sea breeze, I am free. Xiao Yu, adjusting their course, heard the exclamation and laughed, chiding without looking back, be careful not to fall overboard and feed the fish. Xiao Hai bounded into the cockpit, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yugo, do you know how annoying my parents are? He animatedly gestured. My mom even monitors what color socks I wear. My dad is even worse. Just last week, he checked my phone. Xiao Yu glanced at him. Now, no one is watching you. Wear whatever socks you like. During lunch, Xiao Hai was as exuberant as a child on their first camping trip. He ran around the deck with his bowl, exclaiming, Yugo, can we sleep whenever we want? Can we eat instant noodles anytime? Yes, Xiao Yu replied, placing a piece of fish in his bowl. But if you dare eat durian on this boat, I'll toss you overboard. In the afternoon, Xiao Hai suddenly quieted down, leaning against the ship's railing. He gazed at the sun dancing on the water surface and softly murmured, actually, my mom's braised ribbon fish is quite delicious. Xiao Yu did not respond, but simply handed over the phone, asking, do you want to make a call? Xiao Hai shook his head, a grin spreading across his face. I'll call them when I earn 50,000. It will scare them to death. In the evening, Xiao Hai took the long underwear his parents had given him and used it as a rag. They can't see it anyway. Just as he finished speaking, a wave crashed, slapping the underwear against his face. Xiao Yu could no longer contain her laughter. That's karma. The fishing boat gently rocked with the waves as Xiao Hai hummed a tune while tidying up the fishing gear on the deck. Suddenly, Xiao Yu called out, Xiao Hai, come here. Wiping his hands, Xiao Hai approached with a cheerful smile. What's up, brother Yu? Are you going to teach me a new trick? Xiao Yu turned, her gaze eerily calm. You may find your parents annoying now, but one day. She paused. You might long for their nagging when no one is left to nag you. Xiao Hai suddenly remembered that Xiao Yu had lost her parents, and the image of his father turning away as they departed flooded his mind, leaving his throat constricted. After a long silence, he quietly took out his phone. Son, Dad, I'm wearing the long underwear. Father, did you take the wrong medicine? Son, remember to remind Mom to take her blood pressure medication on time. The sunset cast a golden shimmer on the water's surface at the dock. Xiao Yu skillfully docked the Rain XIN at a familiar spot, wrapping the mooring rope around the cleat and tying a secure knot. We've arrived, she announced, clapping her hands and turning to Xiao Hai, who was still gazing around. First, let us find a hotel near the school. Xiao Hai jumped off the boat, his excitement bubbling over as he looked around. Brother Yu, this dock is even bigger than our villages. The two walked along the stone path beside the dock toward the school. Xiao Hai, like an inquisitive child, pointed to the distant yachts, peppering Xiao Yu with questions, and drooled over the street food stalls. Brother Yu, what kind of boat is that? It looks impressive. A yacht, a toy for the wealthy, Xiao Yu replied, not looking back. Stop staring. Let's take care of business first. The hotel near the school was not luxurious, but it was clean and tidy. The receptionist smiled as she handed over the room key. How many days will you be staying? Xiao Yu took the key. We'll stay for 3 days. Turning to Xiao Hai, she added, you need to find a house quickly. Hotels are too expensive. Xiao Hai scratched his head. Brother Yu, how about I stay on a boat? No way. Xiao Yu replied firmly. The conditions on the boat are too poor, and you need to adapt to the new environment. After settling their luggage, Xiao Yu took Xiao Hai to the school cafeteria for a meal. As they walked along the tree-lined path of the campus, Xiao Hai suddenly quieted. Brother Yu. Yes? Thank you. His voice was slightly choked. If it weren't for you, I might never have left that small village. And this university is so beautiful. Xiao Yu paused, not saying a word, but instead affectionately ruffled his hair. Chapter 47. Renting a room in the hotel room. Xiao Yu just finished a shower, water still dripping from his hair. He picked up his phone and dialed Lu Yanxin's video call. As the screen illuminated, Lu Yanxin's face appeared, seemingly just having washed her face, her hair casually tied up droplets of water still glistening on her skin. Xiao Yu, she exclaimed, her eyes brightening. Have you arrived at school? Xiao Yu towel-dried his hair, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yes, I just got here. I'm at the hotel now. Lu Yanxin leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing him. You've lost weight, she remarked, wrinkling her nose. Haven't you been eating well? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. I've been missing you. Don't say that. Lu Yanxin's cheeks flushed pink, yet she couldn't help but smile. I don't believe you. You're probably too busy fishing. Really? Xiao Yu's voice softened. Every night, while gazing at the sea, all I think about is you. Suddenly, Lu Yanxin buried her face into a pillow, revealing only her eyes. Xiao Yu, she murmured, I miss you so much that I've miscalculated the experimental data 3 times. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. What will you do about it? Should I fly back to comfort you? Who needs your comfort? She lifted her head, her face flushed. You, just wait for me. I'll return to school the day after tomorrow. After a moment of silence, Lu Yanxin whispered, Do you miss me? Xiao Yu gazed into the screen, captivated by her hopeful expression, and softly replied, Yes, I miss you so much that I can't sleep. Lu Yanxin bit her lip, smiling. Then, when I return, I'll bring you some local specialties. You needn't bring anything. Xiao Yu's gaze turned tender. Just bring yourself. Before the video call ended, Lu Yanxin suddenly leaned closer to the screen and gave a quick peck. Good night, my fisherman. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Good night, my marine biologist. As the morning sun bathed the street in warmth, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiaohai stood before the rental advertisement board near the school, meticulously examining the various listings. Brother Yu, this one looks good. Xiao Xiaohai pointed to an advertisement, noting its proximity to the dock and the inclusion of a small balcony. Xiao Yu glanced at the price. Too expensive. It exceeds our budget. The first apartment was in an old residential complex behind the school. The landlord, a wrinkled old woman, scrutinized them while smoking. Students? Xiao Yu nodded. Yes, from Haida. 1 deposit and 3 months' rent. No negotiation, the old woman replied, exhaling a smoke ring. Utilities are on your own. Xiao Xiaohai whispered. The walls are moldy. Xiao Yu tugged him along. Let's keep looking. The second apartment, closer to the dock, was slightly better, but the price had also inflated. This one is $800 per month, said the middle-aged landlord, impeccably dressed, adjusting his glasses. This is already a friendly price. Xiao Yu touched the wall. The soundproofing is poor. You can hear the noise from the dock. Well, the landlord suddenly lowered his voice. If you can pay for 6 months at once, I can bring it down to $500. Xiao Yu shook his head. The most I can do is 1 deposit and 3 months' rent at $200. The landlord's expression stiffened. Young man, your bargaining is rather ruthless. At noon, the two of them sat at a roadside stall enjoying noodles, and Xiao Xiaohai couldn't help but inquire, Brother Yu, what kind of place are we aiming to rent? Xiao Yu took a sip of soup and responded, close to the dock, safe and reasonably priced. He paused for a moment, adding, ideally, it should have cooking facilities. The third apartment they viewed in the afternoon left them both pleasantly surprised. It was situated on the 5th floor of an old-style building. Although there was no elevator, the natural light was splendid. The landlord was a kindly lady sunning dried fish on the balcony. This apartment, with a monthly rent of 400 yuan, had her smiling broadly. Seeing they were students, she offered to lower the price to 2,000. Xiao Yu checked the utilities. Is the property management fee included? Absolutely. The lady cheerfully replied. However, the rent must be paid on time. After signing the contract, Xiao Xiaohai exuberantly dashed around the empty apartment. Brother Yu, we can see the dock from the balcony. At night, we can count the stars. Xiao Yu stood by the window, gazing at the shimmering surface of the nearby sea, and gently nodded, this is the one. As evening approached, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiaohai pushed a shopping cart into a large supermarket near the school. They first purchased bedding and pillows, after which Xiao Yu consulted the shopping list, followed by kitchenware, and finally daily necessities. Xiao Xiaohai, steering the cart, had his eyes fixed on the snack aisle. Brother Yu, can we buy some instant noodles? No, Xiao Yu replied without looking back. We're getting rice and vegetables. I will cook. In the home goods section, they found themselves perplexed in front of a pile of bedding. How about this comforter? Xiao Xiaohai said, touching one adorned with cartoon patterns, which was quite soft. Xiao Yu frowned. How old are you? He then picked up another solid-colored option, saying, This one is more stain-resistant. An amused sales attendant couldn't help but chuckle. Little brother, listen to your brother. That cartoon one is meant for children. Xiao Xiaohai's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. The kitchenware section proved to be a battleground. Let's buy this non-stick pan, Xiao Xiaohai suggested, holding up a brightly colored, inexpensive one priced at just 59 yuan. Xiao Yu promptly set it back down. Get a more expensive one. It will last 3 years. He selected a thick-bottomed cast iron pot, assuring that it wouldn't burn the fish. However, it cost 299 yuan. Xiao Xiaohai winced at the price tag. It's worth it, Xiao Yu asserted, also picking up a sharp knife, emphasizing that quality tools were a principle to uphold. As they passed through the daily necessities section, Xiao Yu suddenly halted. Let us get a first aid kit, he said, tossing a small medicine box into the cart, ensuring it contained band-aids, fever medication, and iodine. Xiao Xiaohai, taken aback, remarked, Brother you even know about this? Xiao Yu replied with a hint of nonchalance. It will come in handy at sea. At the checkout. As Xiao Xiaohai surveyed the cart brimming with items, he quietly murmured, Brother you, I promise to pay you back for all this. Xiao Yu mid-scan. Paused momentarily before responding, No need to repay. We'll deduct it from your share of the profits. Observing Xiao Xiaohai's face fall, he broke into an unusual smile, adding, Just kidding, consider it your settling-in fee. Chapter 48. The Guide in the Early Morning. The sea area of Haicheng glimmered with a delicate lavender hue as the Rain-Xian vessel sliced through the placid waters, heading towards uncharted fishing grounds. Xiao Xiaohai stood at the bow, the sea breeze carrying an unfamiliar briny flavor that enveloped him. He inhaled deeply, his heart racing. This was no longer the familiar sea of his homeland. Nervous? Xiao Yu queried, adjusting the sonar without lifting his gaze. Not at all. Xiao Xiaohai retorted stubbornly. Yet his grip on the ship's railing tightened. He couldn't help but think. The waves seemed larger than those at home. As the first net was cast, Xiao Xiaohai was left in awe. The fishing net emerged from the water, silver scales cascading onto the deck like a waterfall, teeming with palm-sized wild yellow croakers. So many? He scrambled to grasp the slippery fish. Back home, catching 3 in a single haul was a stroke of luck. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. The Haicheng waters are rich in nutrients. The density of fish here is 3 times that of our hometown. System notification. 2 nautical miles to the southeast, the activity level of the snapper school is 92. The afternoon deep-sea fishing experience left Xiao Xiaohai utterly astonished. Barely 10 minutes after casting his line, the rod tip bent into a perilous arc. What the hell? He stumbled, pulled by an unseen monster. After a fierce half-hour struggle, a sea bass, nearly the length of a human, broke the surface, its scales shimmering a brilliant blue-green in the sunlight. Xiao Yu restrained the flailing fish, a local specialty. The 7-star bass. It can fetch 200 per pound. Xiao Xiaohai collapsed on the deck, his arms trembling. This one's worth 3,000? 4,008. Xiao Yu measured the fish's length, with restaurants clamoring for it. As night fell, the live well was brimming to capacity. Xiao Xiaohai counted their spoils, exquisite lobsters, grouper, and wild yellow croakers. His hand trembled slightly as he noted in the ledger, Brother Yu, we earned 32,000 in just 2 days. Xiao Yu was tying the mooring lines when he glanced back. What's wrong? Do you find it insufficient? Not at all. Xiao Xiaohai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I meant, it would take half a month to catch this back home. The setting sun painted the sea golden on their return journey. Xiao Xiaohai leaned against the railing, gazing at the unfamiliar coastline. Missing home? Xiao Yu inquired. Not at all. The youth wiped his face, his voice thick with emotion. I just feel how vast the world truly is. Before the revolving glass doors of Haiyan Tower, Xiao Xiaohai clutched Xiao Yu's sleeve tightly. Brother Yu. He stared at the receptionist in a Chong Sam at the entrance, his voice quivering. What if I wait outside? Xiao Yu grasped him by the scruff and ushered him inside. What are you afraid of? It's not like you'll be footing the bill. The crystal chandelier in the lobby dazzled Xiao Xiaohai, leaving him momentarily disoriented. This carpet is softer than my bed. He tiptoed, fearful of soiling the pristine floor. The attendant smiled as she guided them. Mr. Lin is waiting for you in box 888. Xiao Xiaohai leaned closer to Xiao Yu. Brother Yu, why are they being so courteous to us? Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. Because the seafood we brought can command this price. He gestured with his fingers. 500? 5,000 per pound. Upon pushing open the private room door, Lin Yaqin was elegantly savoring her tea. Captain Xiao, she greeted, rising to welcome him, her gaze sweeping over the timid figure of Xiao Xiaohai lingering at the back. And who might this be? My younger brother, Xiao Xiaohai. Xiao Yu urged him forward, encouraging him to broaden his horizons. Lin Yaqin's lips curved into a subtle smile. Young lad, is this your first visit to such a place? Xiao Xiaohai's face flushed crimson. I am 18. As the dishes were served, he became increasingly uneasy. Is this the fish we caught? He stared at the sashimi platter, intricately shaped like a phoenix, hesitating to pick up his chopsticks. With a light laugh, Lin Yaqin replied, give it a try. This is our chef's proud creation. Xiao Yu promptly scooped up the largest piece and deposited it into Xiao Xiaohai's bowl. Eat up. This bite is worth your entire day's wage. Xiao Xiaohai's hand trembled, nearly dropping the fish onto the table. After the meal, Lin Yaqin presented a gold card. For your future visits, enjoy a 50% discount. She winked at Xiao Xiaohai. Bringing a girlfriend will be even more beneficial. As they exited the restaurant, Xiao Xiaohai was still in a daze. Brother Yu, does she have feelings for you? Xiao Yu playfully smacked the card against his forehead. For you? This is merely a business arrangement. Amidst the lingering fragrance of tea, Lin Yaqin slid over a gilded invitation. The heir of Blue Ocean Group had formed a fishing club. She tapped the whale logo on the invitation, specifically requesting to catch bluefin tuna. Xiao Yu declined. There are no bluefin this season near the shore. Thus, the bid stands at this amount, Lin Yaqin indicated, showing an 8 with her fingers. 80,000 for a 3-day charter. Xiao Xiaohai, secretly indulging in the fruit platter, nearly choked at the mention. How much? 80,000 just to catch a fish? Lin Yaqin chuckled softly, young lad. The money spent on fishing rods could purchase you 10 boats. Xiao Xiaohai immediately withdrew his hand, no longer daring to take the cantaloupe. Xiao Yu perused the client information. 6 wealthy, second-generation heirs, 0 fishing experience. Are you certain this isn't a death wish? Suddenly, Lin Yaqin leaned in, her perfume enveloping him. That's precisely why I sought you, East Sea Little King. Xiao Xiaohai coughed uncontrollably at her words. Xiao Yu closed the file. 150,000. Insurance is an additional charge. Deal. Lin Yaqin clapped her hands in delight, but then lowered her voice. The gentleman with the surname Zhao is somewhat special. His father is with the Maritime Bureau. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. And what of it? Thus, we must ensure there are no mishaps, she smiled coyly, or our fishing club license. From her Hermes bag, Lin Yaqin produced a key, gently sliding it toward Xiao Yu. A new toy, her lips curled, the Neptune, a 28-meter deep-sea fishing vessel, with twin engines and a sonar fish-finding system. Xiao Yu did not take the key. What do you mean? I'm leasing it to you. Lin Yaqin waved her phone. The rental is 5,000 per day, deducted from this guiding fee. Xiao Xiaohai gazed at the yacht emblem on the key, his breath quickening. Brother Yu, I've seen this boat in magazines. It even has a helicopter landing pad. Lin Yaqin chuckled softly. You certainly know quite a bit, young one, but this is merely a simplified version. She turned to Xiao Yu. It's sufficient for you to venture into the vast ocean for bluefin tuna fishing. Xiao Yu picked up the keys, weighing them thoughtfully. The age of the boat? It was launched last year, Lin Yaqin replied, handing over a tablet. All the documentation is in order, and it even includes an anti-capsize system. On the screen, a sleek white fishing boat sliced through the waves, with the tuna hoist on the deck glinting in the light. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaohai had a thought. What about our Yusin? It's currently docked at the school pier for maintenance. Xiao Yu interrupted, already rising. We will be using this one. Lin Yaqin smiled and added, I even had someone spray our club's logo on it. Of course, this also serves to promote our club. Xiao Yu tossed the keys to Xiao Xiaohai. But I wish to take Xiaohai along as my assistant. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Yaqin called out to them. Oh, by the way, she remarked with a knowing smile, there's a surprise in the cabin. Later, Xiao Xiaohai discovered a complete set of Shimano fishing gear and a small refrigerator stocked with chilled champagne in the lower cabin. In the taxi on the way back, Xiao Xiaohai remained in a daze. Brother Yu, are we really taking that bunch of landlubbers out to sea? Xiao Yu gazed out at the swiftly passing night scenery. Prepare 2 boxes of motion sickness tablets. What? Chapter 49. A kiss as compensation. Xiao Yu stood beneath the girl's dormitory, his fingers absently caressing the edge of his phone. Suddenly, a familiar figure burst forth from the staircase. Lu Yinxin, clad in a nightgown, her hair tousled, even wearing her slippers incorrectly. Xiao Yu, she exclaimed, colliding with him like a little cannonball. Xiao Yu stumbled back a step, unable to suppress a laugh. Take it easy. I'm not going anywhere. Seated in a corner of the cafeteria, Lu Yinxin cradled a cup of soy milk, her eyes sparkling. You've gotten darker, she remarked, poking his cheek. Have you been lounging on the beach all day? Xiao Yu captured her mischievous finger. I missed you, he confessed. You're lying. Lu Yinxin's ears flushed crimson. Yet she refused to withdraw her hand. You were probably too busy fishing. Before she could finish, Xiao Yu suddenly leaned in, planting a light kiss on her lips. Believe me now? On a bench by the campus lake, Lu Yinxin counted with her fingers. 37 days. It's been a full 37 days since you last kissed me. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Shall we make up for it now? No. She covered his mouth, insisting. First, did you miss me? The hand covering his mouth unknowingly intertwined with his fingers, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. In the evening snack street, Lu Yinxin held a cotton candy and sighed. School starts tomorrow. Xiao Yu wiped the sugar residue from the corner of her mouth. I've rented a place off campus. Really? Her eyes instantly brightened. Then every Wednesday and Friday. He lowered his voice. I'll prepare you a seafood feast. Lu Yinxin leapt forward, playfully biting his ear. And night fishing, and watching the sunrise. As the street lights flickered to life, the two stood reluctantly beneath the dormitory. Xiao Yu, Lu Yinxin tugged at his shirt. Be careful out at sea this time. He cupped her face, their foreheads touching. I promise. As Xiao Yu pushed open the dormitory door, a familiar aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. Wow. Old Xiao. Wanda was squatting on a chair, slurping noodles, nearly toppling over. You're finally back. Chen Hao dashed over, snatching Xiao Yu's luggage. Quick, quick, did you bring the seafood? Li Mu adjusted his glasses, silently handing over a bottle of ice-cold cola. Can I borrow your sea observation records for reference? Xiao Yu tossed a bag of dried goods to Chen Hao. Dried squid, homemade. Chen Hao seized the treasure, tearing open the package and taking a bite. Damn, this is 10 times better than what they sell in stores. Wang De suddenly wrinkled his nose. Wait a minute. He circled Xiao Yu like a hound. You smell like perfume. Lu Yinxin is back. ISNT she? Li Mu's glasses glinted with a flash of insight. Based on the diffusion rate of the scent molecules, he stated earnestly, you two must have embraced for over 3 minutes. Xiao Yu swiftly grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Shut up. When Xiao Yu mentioned their weekend trip to the open sea, Wang De erupted with excitement. Bluefin tuna. He grasped Xiao Yu's shoulders, shaking him fervently. Take me with you. I'll pay 5,000. No, 8,000. Chen Hao chewed on dried squid and mumbled. Come on, with your seasick face. I'll take my medicine. 10 pills. Wang De rolled onto Xiao Yu's bed, exclaiming. Old Xiao, Dad, I beg you. Xiao Yu, irritated by the noise, replied that the boat was provided by a client. However, the three of them immediately perked up their ears. Next month is the fishing season, Xiao Yu said leisurely. I can take you all to catch bass near the shore. Instantly, 3 distinct cheers erupted in the dormitory, causing the neighboring room to protest angrily by banging on the walls. In the cafeteria, sunlight streamed through the glass windows onto the dining tables where Xiao Yu and Lu Yinxin sat facing each other, each with a steaming bowl of seafood porridge in front of them. There are no classes this afternoon, Lu Yinxin said as she scooped a spoonful of porridge and blew on it. Will you accompany me to the library? Xiao Yu nodded, sure. But I have to go night fishing with Xiao Hai later. Lu Yinxin pouted again. Didn't you just go yesterday? I made 3,002 yesterday, Xiao Yu said, placing a piece of fish in her bowl. If I say it a bit more, I'll buy you that necklace. Lu Yinxin's face flushed instantly. Who said I wanted you to buy a necklace? The library in the afternoon was tranquil and serene, with sunlight filtering through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Lu Yinxin rested her head on the table, her thick marine biology tomes sprawled before her, her eyelids growing heavy. Xiao Yu gently closed her book, asking, Are you tired? She mumbled drowsily, leaning her head against his shoulder. Xiaoyu remained still, allowing her hair to brush against his neck, tickling him with a faint scent of shampoo. At the dock in the evening, Xiao Hai had already prepared the fishing gear. Brother Yu, he waved excitedly. The tide is good today. Xiaoyu patted his shoulder. Let us go, come back early. Lu Yanqing stood by the shore, wrapped in Xiaoyu's jacket, waving at them. Be safe. The night fishing yielded a bountiful catch as always. The Live Well teamed with a dozen plump grouper and snapper. Xiao Hai jotted down the earnings with glee. 3,450. Brother Yu, at this rate, you should be able to upgrade to a better boat soon. Xiaoyu remained silent, gazing at the moon rising on the distant horizon, a slight smile playing on his lips. In the late-night snack street, shrouded in mist, Xiaoyu and Xiao Hai had just finished selling their catch and turned a corner to see a familiar group of people. Wang De was animatedly waving a skewer. Seated across from Lu Yanqing's roommate, Lin Xiaoyu, both laughing heartily. Chen Hao and Li Mu were sitting beside Fang Yuan and Chen Lu, with the table piled high with empty beer bottles. Xiaoyu squinted and strode over decisively. Oh, what kind of social event is this? The six of them froze in unison, Wang Da's skewer clattering onto the table. Old Xiao, he stammered, we are conducting academic exchanges. Li Mu adjusted his glasses. It's a cross-disciplinary seminar between the marine biology department and the fisheries major. Fang Yuan added earnestly. We are discussing the distribution of plankton and its implications. Come on. Xiao Hai suddenly interjected. Brother Mingxian, your hand is on someone else's shoulder. Chen Lu, Lu Yanqing's roommate, laughed heartily, slapping the table. Xiaoyu, your Yanqing is not here. You mischievously winked. We are sneaking out for a little indulgence. Xiaoyu took out her phone. Shall I make a call to report this in real time? No. The three girls immediately capitulated. She's busy crunching data in her lab. Xiaoyu grasped Wang De by the back of his collar. The quota for bluefin tuna, she said slowly. It seems someone no longer desires it. Wang De quickly clung to her leg. Daddy, I was wrong. This was all Chen Hao's idea. Chen Hao spat out the grilled eggplant in his mouth. Nonsense. It was clearly Li Mu who said he wanted to come and collect samples of female behavior. Ultimately, Xiaoyu waved her hand grandly, adding 20 skewers of grilled kidneys to the table. Eat, she declared, slamming the skewers onto the table. Whoever leaves leftovers will help me wash the boat tomorrow. Before departing, Xiaoyu instructed Lin Xiaoyu to take the packed skewers back to the dormitory for Lu Yanqing, stating, one must pamper their own girlfriend. Chapter 50. The unfledged, the morning sun poured through the glass windows of the cafeteria as Xiaoyu, carrying 2 bowls of steaming seafood congee, found Lu Yanqing in her usual spot by the window. Why are you up so early today? Xiaoyu pushed the congee toward her, gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair that had fallen into her bowl. Lu Yanqing yawned, her eyes still heavy with sleep. I was up until 3 finishing the lab report. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she pulled a thermos from her bag. Look, I woke up early just to bring this for you. Xiaoyu opened the container to reveal 6 neatly arranged golden shrimp dumplings. Did you make these? He picked one up, noticing its slightly lopsided shape. Lu Yanqing blushed and poked at her congee. It's my first time. I put too much filling. Xiaoyu took a bite, the succulent shrimp bursting with flavor in his mouth. Delicious. He paused, though the skin is a bit thick. Lu Yanqing, she huffed, playfully reaching for the container. If you're not going to eat it, give it back. Xiaoyu protectively cradled the box, chuckling as he popped another dumpling into his mouth. Truly delicious, but he pointed to the corner of her mouth. You still got some flour on your face. In the bustling commercial street midweek, Lu Yanqing pulled Xiaoyu's hand, weaving through various shops. What do you think of this one? She held up a light blue shirt in front of him. Xiaoyu frowned. Isn't it a bit too formal? Aren't we going to my house for the Dragon Boat Festival? Lu Yanqing stood on her tiptoes to adjust the collar. My scholarly boyfriend should certainly dress appropriately. Xiaoyu's ears turned slightly red. It's up to you. Then I'll take this one. She turned to the shop assistant, but suddenly tugged Xiaoyu back. Wait, let us try this tie first. As they exited the clothing store and passed a pet shop, Xiaoyu halted abruptly. Through the glass, several playful kittens were frolicking. One orange kitten pawing at the fish in the aquarium. Doesn't that remind you of yourself? Lu Yanqing chuckled. Always thinking about fish. Xiaoyu grew serious. Once we graduate, let us adopt one. Really? Lu Yanxin's eyes sparkled. Then I'll teach it to catch mice. It's a cat. It already knows how. I don't care. She looped her arm through his. I'll also teach it to swim. Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation, but quietly noted the shop's location. At the bus stop in the evening, Lu Yanxin leaned against Xiaoyu's shoulder, dozing off. Wake up, he gently pinched her cheek. Wei Yi arrived at school. Drowsily, she rubbed against his shoulder. Just 5 more minutes. What about the lab data? She jolted upright. My petri dishes. Xiaoyu smiled as he adjusted her crooked hairpin. Take it slow. I'll buy you some late-night snacks later and leave them at the lab door. Lu Yanxin hurriedly jumped off the bus, but suddenly turned back to swiftly plant a kiss on Xiaoyu's cheek. I like you the most. Time flew to Friday evening. The dock illuminated by shimmering lights reflecting off the water. Xiaoyu stood beside the gangway of the Neptune, watching as 6 luxury cars roared into view. As the door of the Porsche swung open, the sunglasses-wearing young master, Zhao, stepped out first. Are you the little sea king of Donghai? He inquired. Xiaoyu nodded, her gaze drifting to their limited edition sneakers. I suggest you switch to waterproof boots. A group of inexperienced rich heirs made quite a spectacle as they boarded the vessel. Goodness, this deck is swaying. Young Master Wu, clad in Givenchy, clung tightly to the railing. Young Master Li, even more theatrical, sprawled on the ground, exclaiming help. I'm seasick on land. Xiao Hai stifled a laugh, his face flushed, while Xiaoyu maintained her stoic expression, handing over seasickness pills. Take them now. There's still time. Young Master Zhao examined the high-tech equipment in the cockpit. Why does this sonar screen resemble an arcade game? Can it display fish school effects? Xiaoyu swatted his hand away. This is professional equipment, not a claw machine. TCH, young Master Zhao scoffed. Do you know who my father is? I could buy 10 of these pathetic boats in a heartbeat. Xiaoyu calmly initiated the engine. Then do you know the speed of bluefin tuna? 70 kilometers. Xiaoyu turned to him, the speed at which it could break your leg. At 4 in the morning. As the Neptune set sail into the waters frequented by bluefin tuna, the 6 heirs were fully armed. Gucci sunglasses paired with professional fishing gear, resembling a group of fashion models preparing for a lunar expedition. Take off your Patek Philippe watches, Xiaoyu said coldly, tossing several pairs of non-slip gloves their way. A tuna's tail swipe could send your watch into the Pacific. Reluctantly, young Master Zhao removed his watch. This watch could buy you half a boat. Perfect, Xiaoyu replied, thrusting a fishing rod into his hands. When a fish bites, you can use your watch to knock it out. Chaos ensued when the sonar screen indicated a school of fish nearby. My rod is moving. Young Master Wu suddenly shrieked, the fishing line wildly unraveling. It's going to drag me into the sea. Xiaoyu dashed over, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Use your wrist. This isn't a tango. The two hilariously twisted together on the deck, the rod bending into a perilous arc. Take a picture. Hurry, young Master Li urged, holding up a selfie stick, old Wu. Your expression is priceless. The true farce unfolded when the first bluefin was hooked. As the massive creature, weighing around 80 kilograms, broke the surface, the heirs collectively lost control. Post it on Moments. Hurry, young Master Zhao shouted while recording a video, captioning it channeling Hemingway. Even more absurd, young Master Chun produced a bottle of champagne and began pouring it over the fish. This is 82 Lafite. No, 82 Dom Pérignon. Xiaoyu scowled, snatching the champagne away. It doesn't drink, it only consumes seawater. Goodness, it's going to drag me into the sea. Young Master Wu screamed, the fishing rod bending alarmingly as he was pulled back, stumbling several steps. His expensive sneakers slipped on the slick deck, nearly sending him head first into the ocean. Xiaoyu sprinted forward, gripping his belt from behind. Get low. Rest the rod on your stomach. Wu Xiao fumbled to adjust his posture. Yet the fishing rod trembled as if possessed by a life of its own. The metallic reel emitted a piercing screech, and the fishing line was dragged out at a visible speed of hundreds of meters. On the other side, young Master Zhao's predicament was even more exaggerated. His fishing rod was suddenly yanked into a bend by an immense force, causing him to tumble to his knees on the deck with a thud. Goodness, has this fish become a spirit? His face turned pale, hands gripping the rod fiercely, as his expensive custom trousers became drenched in seawater. Xia Yi, Xiao, go help me. It wants to drag me down for a burial. Xiao Yu pressed down on his shoulder with one hand. Reel it in. Stop just shouting. How do I reel it in? Young Master Zhao fumbled to turn the reel, his movements awkward as though he were trying to operate a tractor. This was more challenging than driving a Ferrari. The most unfortunate was young Master Li. His tuna suddenly surged forward, the fishing rod crashing against his forehead, instantly causing a large bump to swell. I've ruined my looks, he wailed, yet he stubbornly refused to let go, demanding compensation for cosmetic surgery. Xiao Xiaohai, stifling laughter to the point of shaking, quickly handed him an ice towel. Young Master Li, that bump is quite symmetrical. After half an hour of struggle, the first blue fin finally surfaced. As the nearly 2-meter-long giant rolled beside the boat, its silver-blue scales shimmered in the sunlight, and the splash from its tail drenched everyone aboard. Goodness! Goodness! Young Master Zhao stammered in excitement. Hurry! Quickly take a photo of me with the fish. I want it as my WeChat avatar. Just as he struck a pose, the tuna suddenly whipped its tail, slapping him across the face and leaving a red mark. It hit me. Young Master Zhao clasped his face, yet he laughed even more madly. This fish has character. I want to keep it as a pet. Xiao Yu, while directing Xiao Xiaohai to use the crane to hoist the fish aboard, watched the frenzied group of wealthy heirs with a headache. The deck had descended into chaos. Some were taking selfies with the fish, others were busy live streaming, and one was stuffing $100 bills into the fish's mouth, saying, "Here, a reward for me. Everyone move aside." Xiao Yu finally reached his limit, threatening, "If you keep causing a ruckus, we'll be having instant noodles for dinner." This phrase proved more effective than anything else, as the 6 young masters instantly fell silent, obediently lining up to capture moments with their prized catches. Chapter 51. Add one more zero around 5:30 a.m. The sea before dawn was as dark as ink, illuminated only by the eerie glow of the Neptune's searchlight casting a pallid halo over the waves. The wealthy heirs were already sprawled in the cabin, snoring thunderously, while Xiao Yu sat alone in a fishing chair, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the fishing rod. Suddenly, the cold, mechanical voice of the system erupted in his mind. Warning: 400 meters below, an individual bluefin tuna, estimated length 3.2 meters, weight approximately 600 kilograms. Xiao Yu's spine stiffened abruptly as an overwhelming force surged through the fishing line. Snap. The Shimano rod, worth thousands, bent into a breathtaking arc, the carbon fiber groaning under the strain. His feet braced against the side of the boat, waterproof boots leaving 2 scorched marks on the deck. Reeling in, letting out, his muscular arms bulged with veins as the line sliced through the water, emitting a high-pitched whine. The tuna suddenly dove deep, the reel spinning frantically. 300 meters. 400 meters. Thinking of escape? Xiao Yu abruptly shoved the rods, but against his abdomen, leaning back at a 45-degree angle. The fishing line tautened into a straight, lethal string, glinting with a chilling sheen under the moonlight. Then, the sea erupted in a flash of silver blue. A blue fin, comparable to a small submarine, burst forth from the depths. Splash! The massive tail slapped the surface, sending up a wall of water 3 meters high. The shockwave rocked the boat violently, tools clattering to the deck. Xiao Yu stumbled back 3 steps, his waterproof boots slipping on the slick surface. Thud! He sank to one knee, the rod but carving a bloodied mark on his abdomen. The searing pain blurred his vision, but he tightened his grip with unwavering resolve. As dawn broke, Xiao Yu had become a figure drenched in blood, his palm mangled by the fishing line, thick plasma oozing between his fingers. The waterproof suit clung to him, soaked in sweat, outlining every taut muscle. Huff, huff. Each breath carried a metallic tang, yet Xiao Yu's gaze burned with fierce determination. When the prehistoric giant bluefin surfaced beside the boat, its eyes resembled 2 black holes, mirroring Xiao Yu's fierce countenance. Trembling, he raised the spear gun, his arm muscles spasming uncontrollably from exertion. The giant fish suddenly whipped its tail. Whoosh. The steel spear shot through the air, piercing the fish's brain with precision. Thud! Blood erupted like fireworks on the sea's surface, staining a 10-meter radius crimson. The giant fish's final thrash sent towering waves crashing, drenching Xiao Yu thoroughly. On the deck lay a bluefin tuna exceeding 3 meters in length, its silver blue scales glinting with a cold brilliance in the morning light. Inside the cabin, young Master Zhao was jolted awake by a violent tremor, his forehead still marked from last night's drunken revelry. Damn, is there an earthquake? He mumbled groggily, suddenly catching a whiff of a strong metallic scent. What the hell? Who is bleeding? The other 5 heirs were also roused, with Li Xiao tumbling down from the upper bunk. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. As the 6 individuals stumbled onto the deck, they were collectively petrified. A nearly 3-meter-long bluefin tuna lay upon a specially designed stretcher, its silvery blue scales still glistening with seawater, its tail fin thicker than their waists. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was slumped in a pool of blood, his hands wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Is this a whale? Wu Xiao's voice trembled in disbelief. Chen Xiao immediately knelt down to measure the fish's tail. It's 2 inches longer than my custom AJ. Young Master Zhao suddenly lunged toward Xiaoyu. Master. He clung desperately to Xiaoyu's bloodied thigh. Teach me. I'll pay any price. Xiaoyu pushed him away with his foot. First, replace your diamond-studded fishing hook. Replace it. Immediately. Young Master Zhao insisted. At that moment, Li Xiao removed his shirt and struck a muscular pose. Quick, take a photo. Capture my abs alongside the gills of the fish. The others, witnessing this, clamored to join the photo op. Wu Xiao was even bolder, stuffing his Rolex into the fish's mouth. Hurry, capture me feeding the watch to the fish. Xiao Hai approached with an ice bucket, nearly bursting into laughter. Gentlemen, the fish isn't quite dead yet. You must slice open the gill artery like this, Xiaoyu demonstrated, blood spraying 3 meters away, the cavity needing to be filled with ice. The wealthy heirs, holding up their phones, snapped pictures while retching. Ugh. This is more thrilling than a dissection class. Young Master Zhao, forcing himself to appear composed, remarked, Could this blood be made into lipstick? I could gift it to my girlfriend. Ugh. At noon, the sun scorched the asphalt of the dock, and the salty sea breeze permeated the air. As the Neptune slowly approached the shore, the 3-meter-long bluefin tuna shimmered with a silvery blue glow in the sunlight, instantly igniting excitement throughout the dock. Goodness, look at that fish. An old fisherman in rubber shoes gaped, dropping his cigarette to the ground. It must be 3 meters long. Nearby, a seafood vendor tiptoed for a better view. Oh my heavens, is this fish enchanted? It's wider than my front door. The crowd grew denser. Even the dock manager squeezed his way over. Young man from the Xiao family. Manager Zhang adjusted his glasses. Did you catch the nephew of the Dragon King of the East Sea? Xiaoyu, directing the crane to unload, chuckled at the remark. So these are the big bosses who caught the fish? A few student-like girls whispered, dressed as if they stepped out of a television drama. Young Master Zhao quickly straightened his $100,000 custom shirt, striking a pose of a successful individual. Young ladies, you have a discerning eye. Would you like a photo together? To his surprise, the girls flocked to the bloodied Xiaoyu, big brother. May I touch your muscles? The vendors in the seafood market began bidding. I'll offer $2,000 per pound for the belly meat. Nonsense. Such quality deserves at least $3,000. Xiao Hai furiously tapped on his calculator. Brother you, just the belly can sell for $200,000. Xiaoyu wiped the blood from his face. No rush. Let Lin Yaxin choose first. Outside the crowd, several children perched on their father's shoulders to watch the commotion. Dad, when I grow up, I also want to be a fisherman. The father's bitter smile. Foolish son. This is a king of the sea, not a mere fisherman. Less than 20 minutes after Xiaoyu hung up the phone, a cacophony of engine roars erupted from the dock. A fiery red Ferrari 488 screeched to a halt at the edge of the crowd, its doors soaring open like wings. Lin Yaxin, striding briskly in 10-centimeter stiletto heels, approached with urgency, her sunglasses still perched atop her nose. Where's the fish? She pushed through the throng of onlookers, her voice tinged with rare urgency. Xiaoyu, where's that tuna? Upon spotting the magnificent silver-blue creature resting on the ice bed, her lips parted slightly, and her sunglasses slipped to the tip of her nose. My heavens! She crouched down, her fingers gently tracing the fish's flawless streamlined body. The freshly cut area at the tail, the hue, the marbling. Suddenly, she shot a glare at Xiao Yu. Has it been bled out? Xiao Yu pointed to Xiao Xiaohai, who was washing his hands nearby. It's been done ages ago. Thank goodness. Lin Yaxin nearly leapt up, quickly suppressing her anger. Keep an eye on it. She swiftly retrieved her phone. I will contact the buyer right now. None of you are to touch this fish. As the call connected, Lin Yaxin instantly shifted into professional mode. Mr. Wang, there's a wild bluefin measuring 2 meters in length, with an estimated fat content exceeding 27. Yes, the very kind you mentioned wanting last time. As she spoke, she signaled to Xiao Xiaohai to fetch the thermometer. When she saw the core temperature of the fish, read 1.5, she nodded in satisfaction. It has been kept in a cold chain, still resting on crushed ice. All right, I will send you the location. After hanging up, Lin Yaxin let out a long sigh of relief. The owner of Sushi Katsu in Tokyo's Ginza flew over personally. She wiped the blood off Xiao Yu's face with a wet wipe. This fish is worth at least this much. She gestured with her fingers. 800,000? Xiao Xiaohai's eyes widened. Lin Yaxin chuckled softly. At another 0, Xiao Yu frowned. How much do you take? This time, for free, Lin Yaxin suddenly leaned in, whispering in his ear, consider it. A thank you for not selling it to those old men at the market. Her perfume mingled with the sea breeze, wafting into Xiao Yu's nostrils, causing him to instinctively take a half step back. Suit yourself. However, Lin Yaxin suddenly raised her voice, pointing at 6 wealthy second-generation heirs who were busy taking selfies. These fools guiding fees must be covered. Are you going out to sea again tonight? Xiao Yu shook his head to indicate he could not, then extended his bloodied hands towards Lin Yaxin for her to see. Amidst the clamor of the dock, the priceless bluefin tuna lay quietly on the crushed ice, its silver blue scales reflecting the greed and dreams of all who beheld it. Chapter 52. Is it real or not? Beneath the flickering lights of the rental house, Xiao Xiaohai sat on the sofa, clutching a calculator, his fingers mechanically pressing the numerical keys. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. His gaze was fixated on the string of zeros on the screen, his voice trembling. 8 million? Brother Yu, did you accidentally add an extra 0? Xiao Yu, busy cooking noodles in the kitchen, did not turn around. The price given by Lin Yaxin is accurate. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaohai leaped to his feet and rushed to Xiao Yu's side. 8 million, he exclaimed, waving a spatula that nearly poked Xiao Yu's nose. The total wealth of our village's richest man doesn't even amount to this. He lowered his voice. Brother Yu, do you think Boss Lin might be deceiving us? Xiao Yu cracked an egg into the pot. She would earn more from her commission. When the noodles were ready, Xiao Xiaohai found himself unable to eat a single bite. Holding the bowl, his gaze grew vacant. I calculated. If 8 million were deposited in the bank, the interest alone would suffice for my father to farm for 10 years. Suddenly, he grasped Xiao Yu's wrist. Brother Yu, pinch me. This must be a dream. Xiao Yu poured a spoonful of chili oil into his bowl. Just eat your noodles. In the dead of night, Xiao Xiaohai tossed and turned in bed. Brother Yu, he whispered into the darkness. If I go home now and say we earned 8 million in a day, my father would surely think I've taken drugs. Xiao Yu's voice drifted from the adjacent bed. Tomorrow, I'll transfer you 800,000. What? Xiao Xiaohai sat up abruptly, the bed creaking under the sudden movement. No. You caught the fish. I merely helped with the bleeding. 10% is yours. Xiao Yu turned over. Go to sleep. We have to go out to sea tomorrow. Moonlight streamed through the curtain's gap, illuminating Xiao Xiaohai's dazed face. He slowly lay back down, and suddenly, he pinched his thigh hard. Ouch. That really hurts. At dawn, the bustling dock market was filled with the clattering of metal. Xiao Yu led Xiao Xiaohai through the crowded stalls towards the innermost shop marked with the sign of Old Zhang's Crane Service. At the entrance, a middle-aged man with grease-stained hands was crouched welding parts, sparks flying. Master Zhang, Xiao Yu tapped on the nearby steel plate. We need a crane installed for the use in a haldenet. Without looking up, Master Zhang replied, 28,000, installation included. Xiao Xiaohai gasped in shock. Isn't that rather expensive? That second-hand machine looks ready to fall apart. Only then did Master Zhang lift his gaze, squinting at the two. What do you kids understand? This is a German hydraulic system. It will last for a decade. Xiao Yu crouched down, running his fingers over the machine's nameplate. produced in 2015, and the hydraulic pipes are already oxidized. Thus began the formal haggling. 25,000, that's the lowest I can go. Master Zhang insisted, patting the machine. Xiao Yu remained composed. 18,000, and in the future, we will return for any additional needs to support your business. Master Zhang's attitude softened noticeably. 20,000. He rubbed his hands together. Xiao Yu stood up and declared 19,000, but it requires a new hydraulic hose. Deal. Master Zhang suddenly broke into a grin, revealing a gold tooth. However, payment must be made first. As the crane was hoisted onto the ship, Xiao Xiaohai noticed that the base's screw holes did not align. Uncle Zhang, what's going on? Master Zhang, cigarette in mouth, replied nonchalantly, simple, just enlarge the holes. He reached for the electric drill. Xiao Yu quickly restrained him. Enlarging the holes will compromise structural integrity. He retrieved a set of conversion flanges from the toolbox. Use this, you cover the material costs. On the open sea, the newly installed crane on the Rain Exion glimmered coldly in the morning light. Xiao Yu stood in the cockpit, his bandaged fingers lightly tapping the sonar screen. Suddenly, the system's chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. High-density fish schools signal detected. Direction, southeast 15, distance, 1. 2 nautical miles. Species, silver pomfret. Estimated quantity, 3. 8 tons. Activity level, 92. Strongly recommend dropping the net. Standing on the deck, his bandaged hands gripping the joystick, Xiao Yu shouted to Xiao Xiaohai. Prepare to drop the net. Received. Xiao Xiaohai swiftly ran to the stern, attaching one end of the trawl net to the crane's steel cable. Upon reaching the system's indicated position, the crane hummed to life, and the enormous trawl net gradually sank into the sea. Depth, 30 meters. Xiao Xiaohai focused intently on the sonar screen. The fish school signal was robust. Xiao Yu adjusted the cruising speed to maintain around 3 knots. Keep this speed for another 20 minutes. The sea breeze caressed them, and the pulleys on the crane creaked against the steel cable. As they began to haul in the net, the crane's advantages became apparent. With the net's gradual retrieval, the fish began to leap from the water surface. Pull, Xiao Yu commanded. The steel cable tightened, and the crane slowly lifted the heavy fishing net. When the net's mouth emerged from the water, a silvery glimmer erupted. Splash! Thousands of silver pomfrets frantically leaped within the net, their scales reflecting the morning sun, transforming the sea's surface into a shimmering expanse of silver. Xiao Xiaohai exclaimed with excitement. Brother Yu, this haul is worth as much as the last 3 combined. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Don't celebrate too soon. Sorting is the main event. Indeed, amidst the silver pomfrets, there were also jellyfish, seaweed, and even a few small sharks that had inadvertently strayed into the net. The sorting process was exceptionally busy. Xiao Xiaohai, gloved hands working swiftly, tossed the silver pomfrets into the live well. This one's plump, at least 1.5 pounds. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu carefully untangled the netting from the sharks, releasing them back into the sea. Next time, don't be greedy. At this moment, the crane proved invaluable, directly lifting the sorted fish crates into the refrigerated hold, saving considerable manual labor. As they returned at noon, the live well was brimming with silver pomfrets. Xiao Xiaohai counted their catch, at least 2,000 pounds, can sell for over 40,000 at market. However, Xiao Yu gazed at his blood-stained bandage. We continue tomorrow, before the fish scatter. Just as he placed the final crate of silver pomfrets into the cold storage, his phone vibrated in his pocket. The screen displayed the name Lin Yashin, and he wiped the fishy scent from his hands before pressing the answer button. Hello? The money has arrived. Lin Yashin's voice carried a hint of languor, accompanied by the melodious clinking of glasses in the background. 8,004,000. Please check it yourself. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. An extra 4,000? It's a tip from the Japanese guests. A light chuckle resonated from the other end of the line. When he made the first cut, the marbling of the fat resembled a stunning work of art. Xiao Xiaohai was crouching nearby, keeping accounts, when he suddenly looked up, his pencil snapping with a sharp crack. 8 million. He stuttered, gesturing wildly. Has it really arrived? Xiao Yu promptly handed him the phone. Listen for yourself. Lin Yashin teased him over the phone. Little one, would you like me to teach you how to count zeros? Xiao Xiaohai's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone into the bucket of fish. That night, in their rental apartment, Xiao Xiaohai refreshed his mobile banking app for the umpteenth time. 110, 100,000, 10,000. His finger prodded the screen. Indeed, 7 zeros. Brother Yu, can I take this money out and sleep on it? Xiao Yu was busy tending to his wound. The bank would consider it robbery. So, are we still going out to sea tomorrow? Not going. Xiao Yu tossed the bloodied bandage into the trash. I need to make a trip to Haiyan Building. Chapter 53. The Goddess of Fortune on a Monday morning. Just as dawn began to break, Xiao Yu's phone vibrated. The screen displayed the name Lu Yanxin, accompanied by a selfie of her pouting. Xiao Yu glanced at the time. It was 6:15 a.m., and neither of them had classes that day. He pressed the answer button, and a sleepy, playful voice emerged from the other end. Xiao Yu, we haven't seen each other for 3 days. Xiao Yu leaned against the headboard. His voice still raspy from sleep. Did you miss me? Of course. Lu Yanxin's tone brightened suddenly. We have no classes today. I want to take you out to sea. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. The forecast says there will be rough waves today. I don't care. The sound of rustling came from the other end, as if she were rolling around in bed. The lab data is nowhere near as important as you. I'm all prepared. Xiao Yu sighed in resignation. You don't even have a waterproof suit. Who says? Lu Yanxin exclaimed triumphantly. I ordered a complete set of gear online last week. It's right downstairs in the delivery locker. Half an hour later, at the dock, Lu Yanxin donned a brand new bright pink waterproof suit, carrying a small waterproof bag shaped like a yellow duck. And she bounced over to wave at Xiao Yu. The sunlight illuminated her face, making her skin appear especially fair. Look, she proudly pulled out a myriad of items from her bag. Motion sickness pills, sunscreen, and your favorite energy drink. Xiao Yu reached out to tidy her hair, which had been tousled by the sea breeze. The first thing to do upon boarding is to put on a life jacket. Xiao Xiaohai chuckled nearby, but Xiao Yu silenced him with a glance. Go check the winch. As the fishing boat, Rainy Heart, slowly departed from the dock, Lu Yanxin excitedly leaned over the boat's edge. Wow, seagulls. She raised her phone to snap pictures, marveling at the beauty of the dock from his perspective. However, 10 minutes later, her excitement was swiftly quelled by the choppy waves. Xiao Yu. Her complexion turned pale as she clutched his shirt, her voice trembling. I feel a bit unwell. Xiao Yu wrapped his arms around her, deftly retrieving the motion sickness pills from her bag. I told you the waves would make you seasick. In the morning light, the fishing boat sliced through the waves, with Lu Yanxin resting her head on Xiao Yu's shoulder. Despite her discomfort from seasickness, a satisfied smile graced her lips. As the fishing boat entered calmer waters, Lu Yanxin's symptoms eased slightly. She was about to assist Xiao Yu in organizing the fishing nets when she suddenly caught sight of his hand. Wrapped in a bandage, the white gauze had become soaked with blood, the edges speckled with grains of salt from the sea. What happened to your hand? She grasped his wrist, her voice rising in alarm. Xiao Yu instinctively tried to pull his hand away. It's just a small injury. A small injury, Lu Yanxin insisted, unwrapping the bandage without hesitation. Upon seeing the ghastly wound on his palm, her eyes immediately filled with tears. Did you get cut by fishing line? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Yu gazed at her trembling eyelashes, softly explaining, I got it while fishing for tuna the day before yesterday. It's already been treated. Treated? Lu Yanxin rummaged through her waterproof bag for an iodine swab, her movements frantic and heavy. The wound is turning white. Doesn't it hurt with the seawater, soaking it? Suddenly choked with emotion, she stammered, Are you foolish? Xiao Yu gently wiped away the tears on her face with his thumb, assuring her, It truly doesn't hurt. You're lying. She sobbed as she disinfected her wound. Such a deep cut would surely sting during the dressing change. Before she could finish her thought, she turned her head away, her shoulders trembling slightly. Xiao Xiaohai, sensing the atmosphere, retreated to the cockpit, leaving the deck to the two of them. As the sea breeze blew by, Lu Yanxin gradually calmed down. She carefully bandaged her wound and suddenly pressed Xiao Yu's palm against her cheek. In the future, you must tell me immediately when you're hurt. Xiao Yu gazed at her swollen eyes. I didn't want you to worry. I worry more about you hiding it from me. She lowered her head and kissed his bandage. If this continues, I'll follow you out to sea every day to keep an eye on you. The surface of the sea shimmered, and sunlight danced upon the water, casting a mosaic of golden light. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Yu's mind. High-density fish school signal detected. Direction, 30 northeast, distance, 0. 8 nautical miles, species, wild yellow croaker, estimated quantity, 2. 6 tons, activity level, 88, suggest immediate netting. Xiao Yu swiftly adjusted the helm. Xiao Hai, prepare to lower the net. 30 degrees northeast. Lu Yinxin, intrigued, leaned closer to the sonar screen, her eyes widening. Wow, are those jumping red dots the fish school? She pointed at the densely packed, luminous spots on the screen, resembling underwater fireworks. Xiao Hai explained while adjusting the dragnet's depth. Sister Yinxin, this is top-notch radar. It can even detect the size of the fish. Stop rambling. Xiao Yu interrupted. Net depth at 25 meters. Maintain a speed of 4 knots. As the crane hummed to life, the massive drag net sank into the sea. Lu Yinxin leaned over the side of the boat, peering through the crystal-clear water to see the net opening slowly, resembling a gigantic jellyfish. Will they swim in by themselves? She asked Xiao Yu. Indeed, replied Xiao Yu, steering with one hand. The yellow croakers are phototropic, and the net is equipped with LED light strips. Sure enough, the underwater camera revealed countless golden yellow croakers converging towards the illuminated net opening, like a flowing river of gold. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu commanded to haul the net. As the net opening surfaced, Lu Yinxin gasped in astonishment. Heavens! Thousands of yellow croakers leaped within the net, each glistening with a golden sheen, as if they were fragments of gold dredged from the sea. The shimmering scales reflected glimmers of light on the water's surface, dazzling her eyes. Look at that one. Lu Yinxin pointed at a particularly plump fish, its belly swollen like a small balloon. Xiao Hai chuckled. That's a pregnant female fish. It must be released. Skillfully, he selected it and tossed it back into the sea. Is this one big enough? She cautiously held up another, exclaiming, "Oh, it bit me." Xiao Yu, not looking up, replied, "The yellow croaker has no teeth." But it clearly... Lu Yinxin glanced down and realized it was merely the fish's fin brushing against her glove, her face flushing with embarrassment. Oh! Xiao Hai struggled to stifle his laughter, his shoulders shaking. The live well quickly filled with the golden bounty of fish. Lu Yinxin leaned against Xiao Yu's shoulder, her gloves smeared with fish scales, yet her smile radiated brighter than the sun. "I want to come again next time," she exclaimed. Xiao Yu glanced at her sun-kissed cheeks and softly replied, "All right," just as the three of them finished sorting the small yellow croakers. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Xiao Yu's mind once more. New fish school detected. Location: 2. 5 nautical miles southwest. Species: ribbon fish. Length 0. 8 to 1. 2 meters. Density: 4. 1 tons per square kilometer. Activity level: 85. Suggested method: longline fishing. Xiao Yu immediately turned to Xiao Hai. Prepare for longline fishing, southwest. Lu Yinxin curiously leaned in. What kind of fish is it this time? Ribbon fish. Xiao Yu adjusted their course. They're silver, resembling long swords. Her eyes brightened. Is it the shiny ones from the supermarket? Xiao Hai, attaching bait to the hook, remarked, "Nothing from a supermarket compares to fresh ones. When we catch them, their silver sheen will dazzle your eyes." Upon reaching the target fishing grounds, Xiao Yu released the long line stretching 1,000 meters. Hundreds of luminous lures gradually sank into the depths, resembling a cascade of falling stars. Lu Yinxin leaned over the side of the boat, fixated on the sonar screen. Will they bite? Look, Xiao Yu pointed to the suddenly agitated light spots on the screen. They're coming. An hour later, as they reeled in the line, the surface of the sea erupted with activity. With each segment of the long line pulled up, 5 or 6 shimmering ribbonfish writhed, emerging from the water. Their elongated bodies glistened in the sunlight like unsheathed swords, the silver-blue dorsal fins reflecting a rainbow-like sheen. Heavens! Lu Yinxin gasped, covered her mouth. They look like they are made of liquid mercury. The most astonishing sight was a nearly 2-meter-long giant ribbonfish, thrashing angrily, its scales scraping against the deck with a metallic clang. A small incident occurred during sorting. Lu Yinxin attempted to touch the largest ribbonfish, only to be met with a sharp slap from its tail on her wrist. "It hit me," she exclaimed, raising her reddened wrist in dismay. Xiao Yu seized the culprit. "We'll stew it tonight. Even my lucky goddess Wu Ti dare to strike back." The ribbonfish suddenly thrashed violently, silver scales cascading to the floor as if protesting. On the return journey, the refrigerated compartment was filled with a shimmering bounty of silver. Chapter 54. New system features the afternoon sun poured through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the bed. Xiaoyu closed his eyes in repose, his consciousness delving into the system interface nestled within his mind. Current balance, 12,850,000 yuan. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Xiaoyu silently intoned, upgrade. A sharp pang coursed through his mind, akin to an electric current surging through his nerves. Upgrade complete. New feature unlocked. Target search. Usage instructions. Silently utter the target name. Search radius 100 nautical miles. First search free. Subsequent searches will cost 10,000 yuan each. Xiaoyu attempted to silently articulate bluefin tuna. The system promptly responded. Searching. Results. A school of bluefin tuna detected 72 nautical miles southeast. Number of individuals, 7. Estimated maximum weight per individual, 400 kilograms. Activity level, 79. Xiaoyu abruptly opened his eyes. This function was tailor-made for deep-sea fishing. Beside him, Xiao Xiaohai was startled awake by the commotion. Brother Yu, did you have a nightmare? Gathering his gear, Xiaoyu swung his legs over the side of the bed, resolved to head to the southeastern waters the following day. Huh? Xiao Xiaohai rubbed his eyes. But the weather forecast said, my intuition tells me there are big ones out there, Xiaoyu replied, pulling open a drawer to retrieve a nautical chart, spreading it across the table. This time, he was certain he could catch at least 2. As he stepped through the glass revolving door of Haiyan Building, his silhouette reflected in the glass. The manager approached him briskly as he entered the lobby. Captain Xiao, the manager respectfully guided him. Mr. Lin is waiting for you at the tea room on the top floor. The elevator ascended directly to the 8th floor, where panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the entire bay. Lin Yaxin leaned against the window, savoring her tea, leaving a delicate mark on the rim of her cup. Such a rare visitor, she remarked without turning. I heard you had another successful haul today. Xiaoyu took a seat opposite her. I want to change to a vessel capable of deep-sea fishing. Lin Yaxin paused, her cup hovering in midair. Oh. She narrowed her eyes. Are you dissatisfied with my Neptune? The rent is exorbitant, Xiaoyu replied bluntly. 50,000 a month is not worth it. It would be better to purchase one. Lin Yaxin suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, you little rascal, have you grown wings? She dialed a number, and 5 minutes later, a tablet was pushed toward Xiaoyu. A shipyard in Yokohama, Japan, she explained, her fingertip gliding over the screen, a 32-meter steel fishing vessel, rated for level 8 storm resistance. The streamlined hull gleamed coldly on the screen, the deck equipped with a massive crane. Xiaoyu noted that the live-well capacity of the stern was 3 times that of his current vessel. How much? Lin Yaxin's lips curled into a slight smile. For a brand new one, 28 million. Xiaoyu frowned. Do you have any second-hand options? Don't rush, she replied, pulling up another document. In Singapore, there's a vessel named Ocean Hunter. The owner is undergoing bankruptcy liquidation. The photo depicted a large white yacht docked at the pier, bearing some signs of use but fully equipped. 60% off, she gestured, but it requires full payment up front. Xiaoyu's fingers hesitated over the tablet, his brow furrowing. 60% off is still too expensive, he said, glancing up at Lin Yaxin. Are there any domestic options? Something with better cost performance? Lin Yaxin raised an eyebrow, her crimson lips curling into a playful smile. Oh, so now you're concerned about money? Retrieving her tablet, she swiftly navigated the screen, unveiling another set of data. There's a boatyard in Taizhou that has just launched a 28-meter offshore fishing vessel, rated to withstand winds of level 7, featuring a hybrid steel-aluminum structure. The screen shifted to showcase a blue and white domestic fishing boat. Although its tonnage was slightly less than that of the Ocean Hunter, its configuration was commendable. Lin Yaxin pointed to the specifications. Sonar, live bait tank, and crane were all included, with a price tag of merely 20 million. Xiaoyu scrutinized the details. What is its performance like? Enough for deep-sea ventures. She chuckled lightly, and the maintenance costs are low. Parts can be easily replaced domestically. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. Can we see the boat in person? Lin Yaqin made a quick phone call, and after a brief conversation, she hung up. Next week, the shipyard is launching a new vessel. I can arrange for you to test it. However, she added with a knowing look, while domestic boats are cheaper, some details may not be as refined as imported ones. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. As long as it's functional, that's all that matters. A boat is a tool, not a decoration. Lin Yaqin sipped her tea and replied, "All right, I'll help you get in touch." She paused, then looked up suddenly. However, the introduction fee is still 3%. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. "You take such a cut for a domestic boat?" "Just a favor," she replied with a sly grin. "How about you share a bit more of your catch with me?" At that moment, the door to the tea room was gently pushed open, and a tall man entered, bearing a resemblance to Lin Yaqin. "Brother?" Lin Yaqin exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" The man smiled, his gaze landing on Xiao Yu. "I heard the little king of the East China Sea was here, so I came to take a look." Lin Yaqin rose to introduce them. "Xiao Yu, this is my brother Lin Yinhang." "Brother, this is Xiao Yu, whom I often mention." Xiao Yu stood and extended his hand. "Mr. Lin." Lin Yinhang grasped his hand firmly. "I've heard much about you. I understand you caught a 3-meter bluefin recently?" After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yinhang learned of Xiao Yu's interest in purchasing a boat, and his eyes lit up. "What a coincidence. I have a friend who happens to be selling a fishing vessel." He pulled out his phone, showing a picture. A 32-meter boat, designed in Germany and assembled domestically, launched just last year. The boat in the photograph gleamed silver gray, its deck spacious and the crane appearing quite sturdy. Xiao Yu examined it closely. "What's the asking price?" Lin Yinhang gestured. 15 million, including the complete set of equipment. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. This price was higher than what Lin Yaqin had mentioned for the domestic boat. Yet if it was of German design, it could indeed be a worthwhile investment. "Why is it for sale?" he inquired. Lin Yinhang chuckled. "The owner faced a failed investment and urgently needs cash flow." Lin Yaqin interjected, "Brother, is your friend reliable?" "Rest assured," Lin Yuanhang turned to Xiao Yu. "The boat is currently docked at Zhoushan Pier. If you're interested, you can see it tomorrow." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu replied, "All right, tomorrow morning." Upon leaving Haiyan Building, Xiao Yu arrived at the Yuxian vessel, where the sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, caressed his cheeks. He opened his mobile banking app and glanced at his account balance. 12,850,000 yuan. He was still over 200,000 short of the 15 million needed for Lin Yuanhang's friend's fishing boat. Xiao Xiaohai rushed over, cradling his newly purchased fishing gear. "Brother Yu, how did it go?" Xiao Yu put away his phone. "We're going to Zhoushan tomorrow to see the boat." "Really?" Xiao Xiaohai's eyes widened. "Do we have enough money?" Xiao Yu gazed towards the southeastern sea. "If we can catch 2 bluefin tomorrow." Back at his rented apartment, Xiao Yu reconfirmed the data provided by the system. 72 nautical miles southeast. Bluefin tuna school. Estimated maximum individual weight, 400 kilograms. Fat content prediction, 28-32 premium. According to the current market price, if he could catch 2 such exquisite bluefins, it would perfectly fill the gap. As Xiao Xiaohai organized the fishing gear, he muttered, "Brother Yu, what if the fish don't bite tomorrow?" "They will," Xiao Yu assured him. He paused, his voice dropping to a somber tone. "But we must ensure the quality of the fish. Even slight damage would significantly reduce their value." The moonlight spilled over the waves, shimmering with fragmented silver. All hopes for tomorrow rested upon the 2 yet-to-be-encountered bluefins. Chapter 55. A Perilous Pursuit at 4 in the morning. The dock was still shrouded in a thin mist, yet the engine of the Rainy Joy had already roared to life. Xiao Xiaohai rubbed his sleepy eyes and hoisted the last piece of equipment aboard. "Brother Yu, are we really going that far?" "The weather forecast predicts possible storms this afternoon." Xiao Yu scrutinized the navigation device. "My instincts tell me that today holds promise." As the ship ventured into the deep sea, the sun began to ascend from the horizon. Xiao Xiaohai gazed at the sonar screen. "Brother Yu, we've been sailing for 2 hours and haven't seen a single fish yet." Before he could finish, Xiao Yu abruptly turned the ship's bow. "Right here. Drop the line." "Huh?" Xiao Xiaohai looked at the seemingly uneventful sonar. "But there's nothing here." "Trust me." Xiao Yu had donned the fishing harness, his gaze sharp as an eagle fixated on its prey. By 5 in the morning, with the sky just beginning to lighten, The Rainy Joy was racing at full speed across the southeastern waters. Xiao Yu focused intently on the system's real-time data. Target fish school speed, 9 knots. This velocity far surpassed that of ordinary tuna, almost as if they were being pursued. Accelerate! Xiao Yu slammed the throttle down, and the stern of the boat kicked up waves 3 meters high. Brother Yu, we've been searching for 4 hours. Xiao Hai clung tightly to the railing. At noon, the sonar suddenly indicated a dense school of needlefish ahead. The previously swift bluefin signal abruptly decelerated, and the system displayed a notification. Predatory behavior initiated, activity level skyrocketing to 92. Now, Xiao Yu sharply cut the engine. Drop the lines. All of them. 6 heavy fishing rods plunged into the depths, their luminous lures spreading like a spider's web. Boom! The rods bent into a terrifying arc, and Xiao Yu was yanked to the edge of the boat, the harness digging painfully into his ribs. The sea erupted as a nearly 3-meter bluefin soared into the air, its silver blue scales glinting in the sunlight like unsheathed swords. 200 kilograms. Xiao Yu bit down hard, drawing blood. Xiao Hai, steer the boat. The struggle transformed into a brutal tug-of-war. The fish darted frantically from side to side, the line whistling sharply through the air. Xiao Yu continually adjusted his angle, utilizing the rod's elasticity to wear down its strength. This one really knows how to fight. Xiao Hai observed, the fish more agile than the last. Beads of sweat formed on Xiao Yu's forehead. Its fat content should be impressive, judging by its swimming style. Each time Xiao Yu reeled in 30 meters, the frenzied bluefin would sprint back 50. Sparks flew as the line scraped against the boat, the deck stained with blood and sweat. It's diving deep. Xiao Hai watched the reel spin wildly, with only 300 meters of line remaining. 5 hours later, the first fish finally surfaced exhausted. Xiao Yu expertly thrust the harpoon into its brain, blood blossoming into a dark red stain on the surface. He gasped for breath as he examined the fish's body. The fat lines are exquisite. This one can fetch at least 280,000. But there's still one more. Xiao Yu croaked as he struggled to rise, only to see Xiao Hai being tossed about as the second bluefin dragged him across the deck. As the sun set, the second fish finally capitulated. As 2 colossal creatures lay side by side upon a specially crafted ice bed, the entire vessel sank lower into the water, its waterline descending ominously. Xiao Hai, sprawled in a pool of blood, chuckled foolishly. Brother Yu, your instincts are incredible, Xiao Yu. Gazing at the radar, displaying the retreating signals of the fish school, wiped the blood from his face. At 3 in the morning, the sea glimmered with a cold, silvery luminescence under the moonlight. The engine of the UXN echoed sharply in the stillness of the deep sea. Xiao Yu fixated on the system interface. Fish location, southeast by east 15, distance 1, 8 nautical miles, activity level 87. Continue the pursuit. He gritted his teeth, despite his arms trembling from prolonged combat. Xiao Hai, pale and exhausted, slumped on the deck. Brother Yu, we've been chasing for nearly 6 hours at dawn. The fish school finally slowed at the edge of a deep sea canyon. Drop the hook, Xiao Yu shouted hoarsely, his fingers stiff and numb from gripping the rod for so long. Within minutes of the line sinking into the water, the rod tip suddenly plunged, hooked. This bluefin, though weighing just over 100 kilograms, exhibited astonishing power. It darted wildly, the line whistling sharply through the air. Xiao Yu braced against the side of the boat, the belly strap digging painfully into his ribs. Each retrieval felt like a tug-of-war, his muscle fibers threatening to tear. Xiao Hai stumbled to his feet to assist, and together they battled the tenacious fish for a full 2 hours. As the fish finally surfaced, exhausted, the sun had already risen above the horizon. Kneeling on the deck, Xiao Yu trembled as he plunged the harpoon into the fish's brain, blood splattering across his face, mingling with his sweat. 120 kilograms, he gasped, examining the fish's body, noting the fat lines. Not bad. 3 bluefin lay side by side in the ice hold, shimmering with a silvery blue sheen in the morning light. Xiao Hai collapsed into the blood-stained water, unable to lift his fingers. Brother Yu, I truly believe now you possess superhuman abilities. Leaning against the ship's railing, Xiao Yu gazed at the distant horizon, which was gradually brightening, a weary smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Hai, you take the helm. Rouse me when we approach the dock. I'll catch a bit of sleep this afternoon. We'll head to Zhoushan to see the boats as the Xin glided slowly into the harbor. The morning mist still lingered, yet figures were already stirring at the dock. Brother Yu, wake up. Xiao Hai gently nudged the curled form of Xiao Yu in the cockpit. We're almost at the dock. Xiao Yu jolted awake, his eyes still bloodshot. He wiped his face, pulled out his phone, and dialed Lin Yaxin's number. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered. Hello, Lin Yaxin's voice was thick with sleep. Xiao Yu, do you know what time it is? It's 6:20, Xiao Yu replied, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. We caught 3 bluefin tuna. A sudden thud echoed from the other end, as if someone had fallen from their bed. 3 seconds later, Lin Yaxin's voice was alarmingly alert. How big? What quality? Where are you now? 2 fish, each weighing around 200 kilograms and one at 120 kilograms. Xiao Yu gazed at the refrigerated compartment, noting that the fat content exceeded 25, with the finest specimen nearing 30. The urgent sound of rapid keystrokes came from the other end of the line. I will contact the buyer immediately. Please dock at Pier 3. I have a dedicated cold storage facility there. Xiao Hai leaned closer and whispered, what did Boss Lin say? Xiao Yu hung up the phone. We are to dock at Pier 3. Pier 3? Isn't that the VIP dock of Haiyan Building? Xiao Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. Can our small boat even dock there? Xiao Yu, observing the approaching luxurious pier, smirked slightly. Now we can. As the Xin slowly approached the dock, Lin Yaxin was already waiting. Clad in a sharp professional outfit, her hair casually tied back, she bore no resemblance to someone who had just risen from bed. Let me see the cargo, she said, leaping aboard in swift strides, directly lifting the lid of the refrigerated compartment. Heavens! 3 silvery blue giants lay quietly amidst the crushed ice, glistening coldly in the morning light. Lin Yaxin pulled out her phone, snapping dozens of pictures of the gills and fat layers in rapid succession. The owner of Tokyo Sushiko was on a plane, and she spoke quickly, conveying that he was willing to offer 7,500,000 for the 3 fish. Xiao Hai gasped in astonishment. 7,500,000? Lin Yaxin shot him a glance. What, is that too little? No, I mean, Xiao Hai stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Xiao Yu nodded. Deal. Lin Yaxin revealed her first genuine smile of the day. A wise decision. She turned to leave, but suddenly paused, adding, by the way, about inspecting the boat this afternoon. As usual, Xiao Yu stretched his sore shoulders, ready to proceed once the funds were received. Chapter 56. The bluefin Xiao Yu was abruptly pulled from his deep slumber by the piercing ring of his mobile phone. Squinting against the light, he reached for the device. The name Lin Yaxin glaring at him from the screen, causing a sharp pang in his eyes. Hello. His voice emerged hoarse, as though rasped by sandpaper. The money has arrived. Lin Yaxin's voice came through crisply on the other end. 7,500,000, every cent intact. Xiao Yu jolted awake, swiftly turning to sit upright, the bed creaking beneath the sudden shift. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden line across the floor. A glance at the time revealed it to be 3:20 in the afternoon. Xiao Hai lay curled up in the adjacent bed, blissfully asleep, with a suspicious drool mark at the corner of his mouth. Quietly, he dressed and left a note on the table for Xiao Hai. Go check the boat. Find something to eat when you wake up. In the taxi, Xiao Yu opened his mobile banking app, fixating on the long string of numbers for a full 10 seconds. The driver stole a glance at him in the rearview mirror and remarked, You seem rather pleased. Did you win the lottery? Xiao Yu tucked his phone away with a smile. Something like that. As the vehicle crossed the expansive bridge, sunlight shattered across the ocean's surface, glimmering like countless shards of gold leaf. The designated dock was even more impressive than he had anticipated. Lin Yuanhang awaited their arrival, accompanied by a sharply dressed middle-aged man. Captain Xiao, Lin Yuanhang called from a distance. This is the owner, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun extended his hand. I have long heard of your esteemed name. I understand you caught 3 bluefins yesterday. Xiao Yu returned the handshake briefly. Just fortunate, really. The fishing yacht lay moored not far away, its silver-gray hull gleaming under the sun. Measuring 32 meters, it was designed in Germany, and Mr. Chun led them toward the dock. mentioning that the man engine could achieve speeds of up to 25 knots. Xiao Yu's gaze swept over the hydraulic crane at the stern before settling on the spacious deck, substantially larger than his own vessel, the Yusen, standing on the stern deck. He lightly tapped the stainless steel railing, producing a crisp, metallic sound. Mr. Chun, he turned to the impeccably suited owner. This vessel was launched just last year. Why are you selling it now? Mr. Chen's smile faltered momentarily, followed by a deep sigh. The company is experiencing some liquidity issues. Lin Yuanhang interjected at the opportune moment. Mr. Chun has 2 other deep-sea fishing boats in Zhoushan, but he is currently unable to manage them. Xiao Yu crouched down to inspect the filtration system of the live well at the stern. German design? He pointed to a welding seam on the bulkhead. This craftsmanship seems rather inconsistent. Sweat beaded on Mr. Chen's forehead. The primary design is German, but some equipment has been assembled domestically. Xiao Yu moved into the cockpit, pointing to the sonar screen. This model is outdated by 5 years. Its resolution is insufficient. 15 million is indeed quite steep. Xiao Yu leaned against the helm, noting that the engine had accrued over 2,000 hours of operational time. The sonar required an upgrade, and there was a slight leak in the hydraulic line of the deck crane. General Chun's expression shifted. How do you know about the hydraulic line? By scent. Xiao Yu pointed to his nose, the aroma of hydraulic oil. Lin Yuanhang tactfully interjected. Captain Xiao is an expert. Perhaps you should be more realistic, General Chen? Gritting his teeth, General Chen replied, 14.5 million. It cannot be any less. Xiao Yu shook his head, 13 million, which includes all fishing gear and spare parts. Moreover, Xiao Yu added, I require a professional surveyor to conduct another inspection. Ultimately, the price was settled at 13,800,000. As General Chun wiped his brow during their handshake, Xiao Yu suddenly inquired, can the ship's name be changed? Of course, General Chun breathed a sigh of relief. It is currently Namesea Eagle. What do you wish to change it to? Xiao Yu gazed towards the distant horizon. Let me call Bluefin. By around 5 p.m., Xiao Yu and General Chun entered the glass hall of the Zhoushan Ship Trading Center. The cool air conditioning enveloped them, instantly banishing the summer heat. The hall was sparsely populated, with a few uniformed clerks busily attending to their counters. This way, please. General Chun expertly guided Xiao Yu to window 3. Lao Lu, assist me with the transfer. The silver-haired middle-aged man at the window looked up and adjusted his reading glasses. It's you again, old Chun. Which ship are you selling this time? General Chun extracted a stack of documents from his briefcase. The ship's ownership certificate, inspection certificate, seaworthiness certificate, and insurance policy. Xiao Yu meticulously examined each document, particularly verifying that the hull number matched the engine number. What about the buyer's materials? Lao Liu Yin Gui. Xiao Yu presented his identity card and fishing vessel crew certificate. Is anything else required? Lao Lu scanned the materials into the computer, but suddenly frowned. The mortgage registration for this ship has not been canceled. General Chen's expression darkened. That cannot be. The system indicated it was still mortgaged to a commercial bank. Lao Lu typed away, we must release the mortgage before we can proceed with the transfer. Xiao Yu's gaze turned icy. General Chun hastily made a phone call. 20 minutes later, a bank employee hurried in, holding a release certificate. I sincerely apologize, General Chun said. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The financial department's process was delayed. Xiao Yu glanced at his watch. If this is not completed before 6, the price will be reduced by 500,000. Ultimately, at 5:40, all procedures were finalized. Lao Lu handed the pristine ship ownership certificate through the window. Bluefin, correct? The name has been changed. As Xiao Yu opened the red book and saw his name printed in the ownership section, a slight smile graced his lips. As they exited the trading center, the sun had already set in the west. General Chun wiped his brow. Captain Xiao, it was a pleasure collaborating. Xiao Yu shook his hand. The pleasure was mine, General Chun. I will send someone to inventory the spare parts on the ship tomorrow. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the deck of the Bluefin, adorning its pristine metal components with a lustrous sheen. Leaning against the ship's railing, Xiao Yu retrieved his phone and snapped several photos of the cockpit, the deck, and the hydraulic crane at the stern. He opened WeChat, selected Lu Yinxin's conversation, and sent the images in a flurry. His fingers lingered on the screen for a brief moment before he added a playful message. Isn't it impressive? Beautiful, isn't it? After sending, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Almost immediately, his phone vibrated with a cascade of exclamation marks from Liu Yinxin. Is this your ship? Didn't you say you were just going to see it? You bought it. Following this was a selfie of her with wide eyes, the background unmistakably a laboratory, her lab coat still on. Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Just completed the transfer. It's mine now. Liu Yinxin promptly initiated a video call. In the frame, her hair was tousled, clearly having just sprung up from her workstation. Xiao Yu, have you lost your mind? How much did this ship cost? Xiao Yu turned the camera towards the cockpit. 13,800,000. Well, what? Her voice shot up in pitch, startling someone in the lab, as a distant clang echoed through the air. Xiao Yu leisurely added, just sold 3 bluefin tuna today for 7,500,000. Liu Yinxin's expression shifted from shock to stupefaction. So, you spent the entire night? Yes. Xiao Yu nodded. I earned a ship. Silence enveloped the video call for a few seconds before Liu Yinxin's shriek broke through. Xiao Yu, you're so amazing. Her exclamation was so loud that even the seagulls at the dock took flight in surprise. Xiao Yu had to hold the phone at a distance. Yet he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Shall we set sail this weekend? He inquired. Liu Yinxin nodded vigorously, her hair flying about. I want to be the first passenger. After ending the call, Xiao Yu tucked away his phone and inhaled the salty sea air deeply. He patted the ship's railing and murmured with a chuckle, from now on, it's all on you. Chapter 57, Brotherhood. As Xiao Yu pushed open the door to the rented apartment, he discovered Xiao Xiaohai still fast asleep in bed, the covers kicked aside, with suspicious drool at the corner of his mouth. He approached and gently nudged the edge of the bed with his toes. Wake up, it's time to eat. Xiao Xiaohai, groggy and disoriented, opened his eyes and mumbled incoherently, Yuga, how's the boat looking? Xiao Yu placed the takeout on the table. I bought it. Oh. Xiao Xiaohai turned over, suddenly jolting upright. What? You bought it. Half an hour later, Xiao Xiaohai sat there, still holding his bowl, lost in thought. 13,800,000. He mechanically chewed the rice, so just like that. Xiao Yu placed a piece of braised pork on his plate. Called the 3 from the dorm, and Liu Yinxin's dorm too. We're celebrating at sea this weekend. Xiao Xiaohai's chopsticks clattered to the table. So many people? Can the new boat accommodate them? 32 meters, Xiao Yu gestured. There's enough deck space for 3 mahjong tables. After finishing their meal, Xiao Yu made video calls to Wangda from the dorm and his girlfriend Liu Yinxin to share the news of his new boat purchase, accompanied by a photo of the bluefin. On the other end of the line, the sound of Li Mu's ecstatic screams erupted. Wow, old Xiao, did you buy an aircraft carrier? Wangda snatched the phone. Does the boat have a KTV? Can I bring my guitar? Chen Hao, ever pragmatic, asked, do we have enough seasickness pills? The excitement from Liu Yinxin's roommates was even more exaggerated. Chen Lu's voice pierced through the speaker. Yinxin, is your boyfriend the Pirate King? Lin Xiaoyu chimed in. I want to wear a bikini for photos. Fang Yuan timidly inquired, wait, does the boat have a toilet? Liu Yinxin's furious shout came through the background. Yes, there are. Stop embarrassing yourselves. After hanging up the last call, Xiao Yu noticed Xiao Xiaohai grinning foolishly at the wall. Yuga, the young man turned his head, his eyes sparkling. We really have a boat now? Xiao Yu tossed him the keys to the new vessel. You drive tomorrow. The keys glinted like silver in the air, and Xiao Xiaohai fumbled to catch them. The keys sparkled in his palm, his fingers instinctively tightening around them before slowly releasing. Yuga, he lowered his head, his voice muffled. I might not be able to handle such a big boat. Xiao Yu raised his hand and playfully rapped his knuckles on Xiao Xiaohai's head. What are you afraid of? You've been out to sea with me so many times. What is there to fear? Xiao Xiaohai covered his head, but his eyes shone with excitement. Well, that's different. Before you were in charge. Xiao Yu suddenly adopted a serious tone. Xiao Xiaohai. He seldom addressed him by his full name, causing Xiao Xiaohai to instinctively straighten his back. I'm only in my 2nd semester of sophomore year. Xiao Yu pointed to the mountain of professional textbooks on the table. With courses in marine biology and fluid mechanics filling my schedule, I can't skip class every day. Xiao Xiaohai widened his eyes in disbelief. You mean, the UXIN will be entrusted to you? Xiao Yu pressed the key into his palm. You will be the captain and assemble your own crew. Xiao Xiaohai's hands began to tremble. But I don't know anyone. Think carefully, Xiao Yu interrupted. Do you have any childhood friends who dropped out? Anyone in the village who dreams of sailing? Or Guzi? Xiao Xiaohai suddenly jumped up. My cousin. He's an apprentice at the repair shop, always clamoring to go to sea with me. Xiao Yu nodded. Find 2 more reliable ones. And there's Da Peng. Xiao Xiaohai became increasingly animated. He's the one who delivers diesel to our house. He's a great swimmer. He suddenly paused, his voice lowering. But, brother Yu, what if we incur losses? Xiao Yu chuckled dismissively. If we lose, it's on me. If we profit, we split it evenly. As for how much you pay your crew, that's entirely up to you. The key glimmered in Xiao Xiaohai's palm, and he swallowed hard, his eyes suddenly misty. Brother Yu, his voice quavered. What if I mess it up? Xiao Yu reached out to ruffle his hair, his touch gentler than usual. Silly boy, we're cousins. If I don't take care of you, who will? Xiao Xiaohai looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. But the elder said, I'll speak to my grandfather about that. Xiao Yu interjected. When I brought you to Haicheng, I never intended for you to be a subordinate for life. An unexpected silence enveloped the room, with only the gentle sound of waves outside. Xiao Xiaohai gripped the key, his hand trembling slightly. I'm just a country boy. I didn't even finish high school. Nonsense. Xiao Yu raised his voice suddenly. Who says you're uneducated? You know more about fish than any of those bookworms in my class. You can repair engines faster than the mechanics at the dealership. Xiao Xiaohai was taken aback by the outburst, then burst into laughter. Well, that's because I'm afraid you'll scold me if I do it wrong. Xiao Yu pressed the key back into his hand. You've been a man for a long time. You just don't realize it. Tears suddenly welled up in Xiao Xiaohai's eyes, and he hurriedly wiped them away with his sleeve. I just... Stop crying. Xiao Yu feigned a stern expression. Starting tomorrow, you will be the captain of the UXIN. What will the crew think if they see you like this? Xiao Xiaohai forcefully wiped his face and straightened his back. Then, how much should I pay her, Guzi? Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Now, that's the spirit. A base salary of 3,000, and we'll share the bonuses for good catches. What about Da Peng? He is a good swimmer. Can he get a bit more? That's up to you, Xiao Yu said, reclining on the bed. You are the captain now. Chapter 58. A kiss under the moonlight on a Friday afternoon in the supermarket. 8 university students careened through the fresh produce section, pushing 2 shopping carts. Old Xiao, Chun Hao exclaimed, holding up 2 boxes of premium Wagyu beef, his eyes sparkling. Can we take this? I heard barbecuing on a yacht is particularly exhilarating. Before Xiao Yu could respond, Li Mu interjected, barbecue? Of course, it must be sashimi. He grabbed a salmon and tossed it into the cart, envisioning a sunset on the deck accompanied by champagne. Champagne my foot. Long to squeeze through with a case of beer. Barbecue paired with beer is the true way to go. Yin Xian Chun, Lu wrapped her arms around Lu Yin Xian's neck, pointing at the king crab in the seafood section. Why don't you let your partner treat us to this? Lin Xiao Yu was more dramatic, pulling out her phone to snap a picture of the price tag. I'm posting this on social media. The caption will be a day spoiled by a wealthy bestie. Fang Yuan timidly reminded them. Didn't T Xiao Yu say we shouldn't waste? Fear not. Chen Lu patted her chest confidently. I can even suck the meat out of the crab legs clean. Lu Yin Xian blushed furiously from the commotion. Enough already. If you keep this up, I'll make Xiao Yu buy only instant noodles. Oh dear, Chun Lu suddenly raised her voice. Did you all hear? Yin Xian now makes Xiao Yu do things. Lin Xiao Yu immediately chimed in, of course. After all, it's always Xiao Yu lets Yin Xian in the evening. Shut up. Lu Yin Xian threw a bag of chips at her. The boys collectively whistled. Wanda elbowed Xiao Yu, brother. You're quite the hidden gem. Li Mu gazed at him in admiration. Bro, teach me your ways. Even the notoriously fickle Chun Hao gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Xiao Yu's ears burned with embarrassment as he seized the shopping cart. If you keep talking, we will indeed only purchase instant noodles. At the checkout, the counter was piled high. 2,864 yuan, the cashier announced. Everyone turned to Xiao Yu, who, unfazed, produced his bank card. No witties. I just sold 3 bluefin yesterday. Wow. Everyone exclaimed in unison, realizing this was true wealth. At the liveliest seafood stall in Haicheng, the 8 friends gathered around a makeshift long table adorned with an array of seafood and beer. Come on, let's raise a glass. Chun Hao lifted his beer mug. Foam spilling over, to celebrate old Xiao's acquisition of a new boat. Cheers! They all cheered, clinking their glasses together. Even Fong Yuan, who usually abstained from alcohol, took a sip, only to cough from a burn. Xiao Hai sat next to Xiao Yu, whispering, "Brother Yu, are you really letting me drive the boat tomorrow?" Xiao Yu handed him a spiced shrimp. "Of course, didn't I give you the keys?" Li Mu, already 3 beers in, had a flushed face. "Old Xiao, how fast can your boat go? Can we drift on the sea tomorrow?" Wang De immediately countered, "Come on. Last time we went to the amusement park and rode the pirate ship, it was you who threw up so badly you didn't even recognize your own mother." Laughter erupted, and Chun Lu seized the moment to suggest, "How about we have a contest tomorrow? Whoever throws up first treats everyone." Lu Yanxin glared at her. "Dare to spit on my boyfriend's boat and see what happens." A myriad of seafood dishes adorned the table: steamed hairy crabs, garlic vermicelli scallops, and spicy stir-fried clams. Lin Xiaoyu frantically snapped photos with her phone. "Everyone, stay still. Let me post this on my moments first." Chun had already cracked open the 5th crab with his bare hands. "Yanxin, is Xiaoyu always this generous?" Lu Yanxin blushed, poking at the rice in her bowl. "He is always very kind to his friends." A chorus of teasing erupted from the group, causing Xiaoyu to nearly choke on the beer in his mouth. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the table was a scene of chaos. Xiaoyu glanced at the time and rapped on the table. "We meet at the dock tomorrow morning at 7. Anyone who is late?" We know. Chun Lu waved her hand. "You don't need to wait." Li Mu had already slumped over the table, mumbling, "Don't worry. I'll set 10 alarms." Xiao Hai supported the swaying Wang De. "Brother Yu, should I send them back to the dormitory?" As they exited the bustling eatery, the sea breeze, imbued with a salty tang, brushed against everyone's faces. Lu Yanxin discreetly tugged at Xiao Yu's shirt. "Tomorrow." "Don't worry," Xiao Yu whispered. "I prepared seasickness medicine for you." As night deepened, only a few scattered streetlights illuminated the campus path. Walking side by side, the gentle intoxication from the wine mingled with the sea breeze, caressing their cheeks. Lu Yanxin's fingertips inadvertently brushed against Xiao Yu's hand, sending a faint electric jolt that made them pause momentarily. "Today was very enjoyable," Lu Yanxin murmured, her voice so soft it seemed to be carried away by the wind. Xiao Yu turned to look at her. The streetlight's glow reflected off her eyelashes, casting a flickering shadow on her face. He replied, his voice slightly husky. Turning into a tranquil, tree-lined path, the surroundings suddenly darkened. The shadows danced as moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Lu Yanxin slowed her pace, prompting Xiao Yu to stop as well. "Xiao Yu." She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling like scattered stars. A warmth spread through Xiao Yu's veins from the alcohol, and as he gazed at her, he felt a tightness in his throat. In the next moment, he reached out to cradle the back of her neck and leaned in to kiss her. Lu Yanxin's breath hitched, but she quickly rose on her tiptoes to respond. The lingering taste of malt from the beer and the sweetness of seafood mixed with the coolness of the night air, making the kiss particularly tender. Xiao Yu's other hand encircled her waist, drawing her closer. Lu Yanxin's fingers clutched his collar, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Distant sounds of laughter broke the moment, prompting them to part slightly. Lu Yanxin's face was as red as a ripe apple, her lips glistening with moisture. Xiao Yu gently brushed his thumb across her lips' corner, murmuring, "I'm sorry, that was a bit impulsive." She shook her head and suddenly smiled. "Not bad." Xiao Yu chuckled, taking her hand. "Let us go, I'll walk you back to your dorm." Chapter 59. Haven't seen such beauty at 6 in the morning. The sea was still veiled in a thin mist, and the silvery gray hull of the bluefin gleamed with a cold, metallic luster in the dawn light. Xiao Yu stood on the deck, checking the supplies with a list in hand. "Xiao Hai, what is the temperature of the ice hold?" "-25 degrees," came Xiao Hai's voice from the cockpit. "The bait box is ready too." As the two were busy, an exaggerated gasp resonated from the dock. "Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!" Chun Hao's voice thundered. "Lao Xiao, is this really your ship?" Li Mu dropped to his knees on the dock, hands clasped together. "Father, please accept my kneeling." Wang De remained relatively calm, though his soybean milk fell to the ground with a splat. How much did this cost? Chun Lu seized Lu Yanxin by the neck. "Yanxin, your boyfriend must be a hidden tycoon, right?" Lin Xiaoyu snapped pictures frantically. Quick, quick! Take a photo of me at the bow. I want to capture the essence of Titanic. Fang Yuan timidly inquired. Where's the bathroom? I'm a bit nervous, Xiao Yu, both amused and exasperated. Set down the list. Come aboard. Don't embarrass yourselves on the dock. The crowd surged onto the ship, with Chun Hao drooling as he stroked the gleaming radar screen. Can this thing detect mermaids? Detect this. Xiao Yu kicked him lightly and went to carry the ingredients into the kitchen. Xiao Hai was instructing Wang De on the use of the life-saving equipment. This life raft was self-inflating. He pulled the safety pin, and with a loud bang, it would spring open bang. Wang De jumped in fright. Will it send us flying too? Liu Yanxin's roommates had already begun a photo shoot on the deck. Yanxin, Chen Lu struck a sultry pose. Hurry, let your boyfriend take the helm. I want to capture a photo of us riding the waves. Xiao Yu glanced at the clock and tapped the ship's railing. Everyone take your seats. We're about to set sail. Xiao Hai took a deep breath and pressed the start button. With the roar of the engine, the bluefin slowly departed from the dock, leaving a silver wake in the morning light. After sailing for over 3 hours, the bluefin anchored in the azure waters near an uninhabited island, sunlight cascading onto the deck. The sea breeze carrying a salty tang. Xiao Yu clapped his hands and said with a smile, All right, it's time to change into swimwear. There are coral reefs below, and the scenery is splendid. The boys instantly perked up, shoving each other as they rushed into the cabin, shouting, Hurry, hurry, don't dawdle. The girls, blushing, pulled each other into another cabin. Liu Yanxin was the first to emerge, clad in a light blue two-piece swimsuit, the halter top accentuating her slender waist and fair skin, while the skirted bottom was playful, yet subtly alluring. Her figure was proportionate, with long legs that shimmered like ivory in the sunlight. Following closely was Chun Lu, whose style was far bolder, a fiery red bikini, astonishingly minimal in fabric, perfectly accentuating her ample bosom and slim waist. She deliberately spun around, her long hair billowing, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. What do you think? My figure is quite impressive. Isn't it? Lin Xiaoyu opted for a black one-piece swimsuit, featuring a crisscross back design that revealed expanse of her smooth skin. Though her physique was slender, her lines were taut, especially her legs, which were straight and elongated, exuding a model-like elegance as she walked. Fang Yuan, the shyest among them, donned a modest floral-patterned swimsuit, yet even that could not conceal her exquisite curves. Her skin was fair and delicate, glistening like pearls under the sun, particularly her large, sparkling eyes that invited lingering glances. Xiao Yu, Xiao Hai, Chun Hao Li Mu, and Wang De stood frozen in place, their eyes wide and mouths slightly agape, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Xiao Yu swallowed hard, his gaze unwittingly drawn to Liu Yanxin, his ears subtly reddening. Xiao Hai was utterly mesmerized, especially when Chun Lu emerged, his face flushed to the roots of his neck, and the water bottle in his hand clattered to the deck. Chun Hao was the most dramatic, clutching his chest as if on the verge of suffocation. Am I dreaming? He gasped. Li Mu whistled, chuckling. While this outing is truly worthwhile, Wang De maintained some restraint, but couldn't help stealing glances at Lin Xiaoyu, only to be met with her fierce glare, prompting him to feign interest in the scenery. Ah, the weather is splendid today. Liu Yanxin felt her cheeks flush under Xiao Yu's gaze and couldn't help but stomp her foot. What are you staring at, you big pervert? Chun Lu, hands on her hips, intentionally puffed out her chest. What? Never seen a beauty before? Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. A bunch of rascals. Fang Yuan, the most bashful, retreated behind Liu Yanxin, murmuring, Why are they behaving like this? Xiao Yu finally regained his composure, clearing his throat to shift the topic. Ahem. Now, you six should pair up and look after each other. The snorkeling gear is over there. Please help yourselves. The boys snapped out of their daze, feigning busyness as they shuffled towards the snorkels and fins, though their eyes still wandered towards the girls. The blue fin was quietly anchored on the azure sea, and Xiao Hai sat in the cockpit, idly fiddling with the radar screen, occasionally glancing at his frolicking companions on the water, mumbling to himself, I wish I had a girlfriend too. Xiao Yu took Liu Yanxin's hand, and together they slowly submerged into the crystal-clear waters. Sunlight filtered through the surface, casting dancing light spots on the coral reefs, while vibrant tropical fish darted past them. Lu Yanxin excitedly pointed ahead. A cluster of clownfish was playfully hiding among the sea anemones. Xiao Yu leaned closer to her ear, though it was inaudible underwater, gently squeezed her hand, then suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, lifting them both to float in the water like a pair of drifting seaweed. Lu Yanxin turned to glare at him, only to see him mischievously blowing a stream of bubbles, then leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek through the snorkel. Her face flushed instantly, but fortunately, it was concealed beneath the water surface. She could only muster the strength to give him a gentle tap, which, ironically, caused her to drift backward due to the reaction force. Xiao Yu laughed heartily as he swam over and effortlessly pulled her back. Chen Hao, sporting an exaggerated pair of frog goggles and wielding an underwater camera, snapped fervently at the coral reefs. Meanwhile, Chun Lu glided around him like a nimble mermaid, occasionally obstructing the lens with playful intent. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Hao surfaced, removing his snorkel in protest. Chen Lu emerged with a grin. Why photograph coral? Capture me instead. Narcissist. Chen Hao rolled his eyes, yet obediently aimed the camera in her direction. Suddenly, Chen Lu dove down with a splash, grasping his flipper and pulling him into the water. They frolicked beneath the surface, startling a school of bioluminescent blue fish that scattered in all directions. Lin Xiaoyu's swimming style was as graceful as a professional athlete, effortlessly weaving through the shoals of fish. In contrast, Li Mu floundered like a novice swimmer, splashing water everywhere with his frantic movements. Could you please stop flailing about? Lin Xiaoyu surfaced, exasperated. You're scaring the fish away. Li Mu, looking rather pitiful, replied. These flippers are so hard to use. With a sigh, Lin Xiaoyu swam over to adjust his snorkel. Never mind, let me guide you. She took his hand and gently led him to a vibrant coral reef. Li Mu finally settled down, his eyes widening in awe at the breathtaking scene before him. Purple staghorn corals, orange sponges, and a multitude of shimmering silver fish swirling around them like stars. It was Fang Yuan's first experience with snorkeling, and she clung tightly to the life buoy in a state of anxiety. Wang De, ever patient, stood by her side, offering gentle encouragement. Relax, breathe evenly. Yes, just like that. I am still scared. Fang Yuan's voice was barely above a whisper. Wang De pondered for a moment before pointing underwater. Look, a sea turtle. Fang Yuan instinctively looked down, and indeed, she spotted a leisurely sea turtle gliding between the rocks. In that moment, her fear dissipated, and she released her grip on the buoy, swimming forward a few strokes. Wang De quickly followed, carefully positioning himself beside her. Truly, it's so beautiful, Fang Yuan murmured, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Wang De gazed at her illuminated face, his heart suddenly racing. Yes, it is quite beautiful. Whether he was referring to the sea turtle or to her remained a mystery to all. Chapter 60. Truth or Dare on the deck of the Bluefin. The group gradually emerged from the sea, droplets cascading from their hair, glimmering in the sunlight. Xiao Yu and Lu Yanxin were the last to board the vessel. Their faces flushed a deep crimson, akin to ripe shrimp. Particularly, Lu Yanxin's ears were so red they seemed to glow as she lowered her head, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Chen Lu was the first to notice the peculiarities, narrowing her eyes like a fox spotting prey. Oh, Yanxin, why does your mouth appear slightly swollen? Did some sea creature take a bite out of you? Lin Xiaoyu immediately leaned in, feigning concern. Let me have a look. It wouldn't be some large marine organism, would it? Although Fang Yuan felt shy, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. And it seems this creature is wearing swim trunks. Lu Yanxin, mortified, lunged toward Chen Lu, exclaiming, You gossiping fiends. The three girls erupted into laughter, splashing water across the deck. Li Mu elbowed Xiao, raising his eyebrows mischievously. Old Xiao, how did it feel down there in the depths? Wang De looked on with admiration. Bro, teach me your ways. How did you manage to? Chen Hao kneeled on one knee, hands clasped in prayer. Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. Xiao Yu, overwhelmed by their antics, grabbed a towel and flung it at them. Get lost. I'm going to help Xiao Hai with dinner. Escaping into the kitchen, Xiao Yu found Xiao Hai slicing sashimi. Upon his entrance, Xiao Hai flashed a knowing smile. Brother Yu, was it nice and cool in the sea? Even you. Xiao Yu seized the carrot, ready to retaliate. Xiao Hai quickly raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong. However, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. Sister Yanxin has a red mark on the back of her neck. Xiao Yu nearly crushed the carrot in his grip. That was from a jellyfish sting. Oh, Xiao Hai prolonged his tone. So there are jellyfish that grow strawberries in the sea? On the deck, Lu Yanxin was subjected to intense questioning by her friends. Chen Lu pinned her shoulders down. Come clean. What were you two doing in the water? Lin Xiaoyu waved her phone. If you don't spill, I'll post those photos of you both on social media. In the pictures, two indistinct figures could be seen closely intertwined beneath the surface. Desperate, Lu Yanxin lunged for the phone. Delete it. Quickly delete it. Fang Yuan suddenly chimed in. Yanxin, your boyfriend, has quite a nice physique. Fang Yuan. Lu Yanxin shrieked. Have you also gone astray? During lunch, the group gathered around the dining table on the deck. Li Mu raised his juice glass. Cheers to our brave undersea explorer, Xiao Yu. Wang De added, special commendation for his unwavering spirit in such challenging conditions. Laughter erupted among the group, while Xiao Yu wished he could leap into the sea in despair. Lu Yanxin, her cheeks flushed, fiercely stepped on Xiao Yu's foot beneath the table, murmuring softly, It's all your fault. Xiao Yu, feeling aggrieved, replied, You were the one who hugged me first. In the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the portholes, casting warm beams upon the carpet of the cabin. 8 individuals were seated in a circle, with an empty wine bottle placed in the center. The rules were simple. Chun Lu would spin the bottle, and whoever the mouth pointed to would have to choose between truth or dare, with the person at the bottle's tail posing the challenge. No cheating allowed. As the bottle gradually came to a halt, its mouth pointed at Chun Hao. I choose dare, he proclaimed, his chest puffed out, an expression of fearless bravado on his face. Wang De, at the bottle's tail, grinned wickedly and declared, Go to the deck and shout, I am a pig 3 times. The group erupted in cheers as Chun Hao, with a forced smile, dashed up to the deck. However, just as he shouted the first time, a fishing boat passed by, its crew staring at him in astonishment. Chun Hao returned, dejected. Damn it, my glorious reputation. Next, it was Fang Yuan's turn. With flushed cheeks, she opted for truth. Lin Xiaoyu blinked and asked, Do you have someone you like right now? Who is it? The cabin fell silent, all eyes on Fang Yuan. She nervously twisted the hem of her shirt, her voice barely a whisper. Yes. Who? Came a chorus of inquiries. Stealing a glance at Wang De, she suddenly covered her face, exclaiming, I can't say. Wang Da's ears turned crimson as he pretended to focus on his shoelaces. The bottle's mouth turned towards Xiao Hai, who also chose truth. Li Mu, with a mischievous grin, inquired, How old were you the last time you wet the bed? 10, 12. Xiao Hai stammered. Because I dreamed of being chased by a shark. The group burst into laughter, with Chun Hao slapping the floor. Ha ha. Sea King afraid of sharks. Flushed with embarrassment, Xiao Hai declared, Next round, I will seek revenge. Unfortunately, Lu Yanxin was caught in the crossfire and chose dare. Chun Lu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Kiss Xiao Yu with a piece of gum until it breaks. Chun Lu, are you trying to get me killed? Lu Yanxin exclaimed, grabbing a cushion to throw at her, yet ultimately blushing as she accepted the challenge. Xiao Yu took one end of the gum, and amidst the crowd's cheers, they leaned closer. Just as their lips were about to touch, Xiao Hai suddenly shouted, The ship is sinking. Startled, Lu Yanxin bit through the gum, only to realize it was a ruse, and she chased Xiao Hai around the cabin, furious. Finally, it was Li Mu's turn, and he arrogantly chose dare. Xiao Hai, with a sinister grin, said, Put on a life jacket and jump into the sea for a swim. What? Are you trying to murder me? Li Mu wailed. But under the pressure of the crowd, he reluctantly leaped in, floundering in the water like a drowning husky, causing the others on the ship to laugh uncontrollably. As the bottle spun one last time, it pointed at Xiao Yu. He chose truth. Lu Yanxin softly asked, What do you like most about me? The cabin fell silent once more. Gazing at her glistening eyelashes, Xiao Yu replied earnestly, Everything. Even the way you hit me. The crowd erupted in playful shouts. Wow, give him a kiss, give him a kiss. As the crowd erupted in laughter, Lu Yanxin buried her face in a pillow, yet her lips betrayed a hint of a smile. Xiao Yu approached Lu Yanxin, cradled her face, and bestowed a kiss upon her. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the game concluded amidst the echoes of laughter. Xiao Xiaohai stretched lazily and remarked, "How peculiar that I find myself playing with you college students." Chun Hao wrapped an arm around his shoulder and quipped, "My friend, bedwetting knows no bounds of education." Chapter 61. The seaside barbecue party. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sea shimmered with golden ripples. A notification appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. 5 nautical miles to the southeast, the activity level of the Ribbon Fish School is 87, and the Squid School is 92. Xiao Yu clapped his hands, the sound resonating clearly on the deck. "Everyone, grab your fishing rods if you wish to indulge. Tonight's late-night snacks will be either grilled ribbon fish or teppanyaki squid, depending on your skills." Xiao Xiaohai swiftly opened the gearbox, extracting several luminous fishing rods. Ribbon fish are attracted to bright lights. We must use fluorescent lures. Chen Hao picked up a handful of green glowing artificial bait. "Will this work?" "Attach it here," Xiao Xiaohai instructed, fastening the lure to the end of the fishing line on a swivel, a metal fixture that prevents tangling. Ribbon fish have sharp teeth, so we need a steel leader. He expertly tied a 30-centimeter length of steel wire, securing a glowing fake shrimp at the end. Li Mu attempted to mimic him, but ended up tangling the line. "Damn. This is harder than calculus." Wanda quietly pulled out his phone. "Wait, let me check the knotting method." Xiao Yu approached the girls, where Lu Yanxin had already tied her squid hook, a wooden shrimp lure adorned with colorful feathers that danced in the water like a small shrimp. "Well done," Xiao Yu praised, squeezing her hand. "It seems I need not instruct you." Chen Lu immediately raised her hand. "I need help. Why do these hooks look like torture devices?" With a smile, Xiao Yu picked up the wooden shrimp hook. "To catch squid, we must use this. The feathers mimic the antennae of shrimp." He demonstrated how to attach the hook to the end of the fishing line, adding a 20-gram sinker. We needed to sink to the midwater layer. Then like this, he suddenly flicked his wrist, simulating the action of reeling, pausing for 2 seconds before the squid would latch onto the fake shrimp. Lin Xiaoyu tried to mimic the motion, the feather lure creating graceful arcs in the water. "It's like dancing." Fang Yuan timidly asked, "What if we catch a shark?" Xiao Yu attached a small bell to her fishing rod. "Don't worry, just ring the bell and call for me." As the last rays of sunlight vanished, everyone cast their lines into the inky black sea. The fluorescent lures sank like stars beneath the surface, the fishing rods resting against the ship's railing, awaiting a bite. Suddenly, Lu Yanxin's rod bent sharply, forming a perfect arc. "Got one." She quickly reeled in, and the surface of the sea erupted in silver waves. A nearly 1-meter-long ribbon fish wriggled as it was pulled from the depths, its silver scales glistening like flowing mercury under the moonlight. "Wow!" The girl squealed, gathering around. Xiao Yu wrapped the ribbon fish in a towel to remove the hook. "Beautiful. This is enough for 2 large platters." Meanwhile, the boys were engaged in an even fiercer battle. Chen Hao's rod was nearly dragged into the sea. "Holy crap. Is this a ribbon fish or a sea serpent?" Xiao Xiaohai steadied his rod. "Don't pull too hard. The ribbon fish are fragile and can break easily." He guided Chun how to use the figure-8 method to tire the fish out. On the other side, Wanda made an unexpected catch, a fierce octopus, its suckers clinging tightly to his arm. "Help! This thing is touching me." Wanda cried in terror. Li Mu raised his phone, capturing the moment. "Don't move. I need to post this on Douyin." At the stroke of midnight, the refrigerator was overflowing with spoils, gleaming ribbon fish, reaching lengths of up to 1.2 meters, translucent squid, still ejecting ink, and several unfortunate octopuses, one of which was crawling inside the box. Xiao Yu ignited the barbecue grill on the deck, the glowing embers illuminating the smiles of everyone present. On the deck of the Bluefin, the crackling of the coals harmonized with the excitement of 8 faces under the night sky. As Xiao Yu turned the pieces of ribbon fish on the grill, the dripping oil sizzled on the coals, releasing an enticing aroma. Come, the first batch is ready," he exclaimed, lifting a golden piece of ribbon fish, only to have it snatched away by 5 or 6 eager hands. Chen Hao bit into it, exclaiming in surprise, "Ouch! It's hot, but oh so delicious." Li Mu seized the other half from his grasp, teasing, "If it's too hot, let me help you with that." Lu Yanxin cautiously placed a whole squid on the grill. But when its tentacles suddenly contracted, she yelped and jumped back. "It's still alive?" she exclaimed, shaking Xiao Yu's arm. He stifled a laugh, assuring her, "It's merely a reflex." With that, he grabbed a pair of scissors and snipped off a wriggling tentacle, declaring, "Now it truly is dead." Chen Lu, watching nearby, teased, "Yanxin, your boyfriend is quite ruthless." Lu Yanxin blushed and retorted, "Then don't eat it." "Who says I won't?" Chen Lu countered, snatching the grilled tentacle. "I only feast on the ferocious." Wangda insisted on grilling the octopus that had grabbed him, declaring, "I must exact my revenge." The octopus, however, writhed wildly on the grill, its suction cups adhering to his wrist. "Ah, it's wrapped around me again," he shouted, flailing his arms and sprinting across the deck, the octopus dangling like a bracelet from his arm. Li Mu raised his phone to capture the moment, exclaiming, "Stay still. This is bound to go viral." Fang Yuan timidly offered a bottle of beer, suggesting, "How about we intoxicate it?" Xiao Xiaohai mysteriously produced a can of chili powder, proclaiming, "My secret ingredient." He sprinkled it liberally over the grilled squid, but as the sea breeze blew, the chili powder ended up all over Chen Hao's face. "Cough, cough. Xiao Xiaohai, you're committing murder." Chen Hao spluttered, tears streaming down his face as he rushed to the side of the boat to wash it off with seawater. Xiao Xiaohai sheepishly scratched his head. It was an accident, purely an accident. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaoyu stealthily took his can of chili powder, declaring, "Now, it's my secret ingredient." As the last piece of grilled ribbon fish was ready, all 8 of them lunged forward. Lu Yanxin and Chen Lu nearly came to blows over the fish tail, only for Li Mu to stealthily snatch it away. Wang De attempted to intercept with chopsticks, but Fang Yuan accidentally knocked them away. "My fish," Wang De lamented. Xiao Yu quietly emerged from behind with another platter, saying, "Don't fight. There's more." Instantly, the group fell silent, then eagerly pounced on the new target. Under the moonlight, the deck was a chaotic scene, yet the laughter of each individual shone brighter than the stars above. Chapter 62. Morning surprise at the early hour of 5 as dawn began to break. Xiao Yu was roused from his slumber by an urgent need to relieve himself. Groggy and disoriented, he stumbled into the restroom. Just as he was in the midst of his business, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. 3 nautical miles to the due north. Bluefin tuna signal detected. Estimated length, 8 meters. Activity level, 91. Startled, Xiao Yu nearly lost his footing. 3 minutes later, the engine of the Bluefin let out a deep rumble. Standing bare-chested at the helm, Xiao Yu's gaze was fixed intently on the radar screen. The sea breeze poured in through the open porthole, dispelling the last remnants of his drowsiness. "Brother Yu?" Xiao Xiaohai called, rubbing his eyes as he pushed the door open. "Why are we setting sail so suddenly?" Without turning, Xiao Yu replied tersely, "There's cargo." Just those 2 words brought Xiao Xiaohai to full alertness. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the steering wheel. "I'll take the helm. You prepare the fishing gear." As the sun crested over the horizon, the Bluefin arrived at its designated fishing grounds. Xiao Yu moved with both speed and finesse. First, he lowered 2 electric trolling rods and attached luminous lures. Next, he set up a heavy hand line with a steel leader measuring a generous 50 centimeters. Finally, he scattered a handful of frozen sardines at the stern as bait. If they managed to catch one this time, Xiao Xiaohai rubbed his hands together, estimating its worth. He gestured an 8 with his fingers. Xiao Yu remained silent. His eyes locked onto the fishing rod that began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, the left rod bent into a harrowing arc. "We got a bite," Xiao Xiaohai shouted. In an instant, Xiao Yu dashed forward to grasp the rod, only to be yanked against the side of the boat by an immense force. The line surged out at a frenzied pace, the reel emitting a piercing whine. "Damn it!" Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the harness. This was undoubtedly a colossal catch. Xiao Xiaohai quickly emerged to reel in the remaining rods to prevent interference with Xiao Yu's fishing. The rod bent dramatically in Xiao Yu's grip, the metallic reel shrieking as the 300-pound line spilled out at a visible velocity. "Steady!" Xiao Xiaohai leapt to the control panel, swiftly adjusting the boat's angle to intercept the fish's escape route at a 15-degree incline. This was crucial to prevent the line from being severed by the fish's raw power. Beneath the surface, the bluefin tuna, weighing over 200 kilograms, initiated its first surge. Xiaoyu pressed his legs firmly against the boat's gunnel, the harness digging painfully into his ribs. He could distinctly feel the vibrations from each powerful flick of the fish's tail. It was akin to a tug-of-war with a submarine. Full left, he bellowed, sensing the fish's intent to dive deep. Xiao Xiaohai deftly maneuvered the boat, tilting it sharply. Just as the giant fish was about to plunge into the depths, the line was forcibly redirected, compelling the fish to alter its course. 20 minutes later, the battle transitioned into its second phase. The tuna unexpectedly shifted tactics, swimming in a figure-8 pattern. The line fluctuated between taut and slack, compelling Xiaoyu to employ a pump-and-reel technique. He would quickly lift the rod while the fish turned, then lower it to relieve pressure during its powerful surges. Each time, he aimed to reclaim 3 to 5 meters of line. Sweat trickled down his chin, leaving dark streaks on the deck. Suddenly, the bluefin tuna erupted. Bang! 200 meters away, the colossal fish leapt entirely out of the water. Illuminated by the rising sun, its silver-blue dorsal fin resembled a battle banner, and its streamlined body traced a perfect arc in the air before crashing back into the sea, sending waves soaring 2 meters high. My goodness! Xiao Xiaohai was awestruck. This was undoubtedly a specimen of the highest caliber. 50 minutes later, the moment of reckoning arrived. The fish's strength had noticeably waned, and Xiaoyu began the final retrieval. He employed the Turkish strangulation technique, suddenly loosening the line for 5 seconds to disorient the fish, then yanking the rod sharply 3 times. When a gigantic fish finally surfaced, drawn toward the boat by the line, Xiao Xiaohai was already poised with a spear gun at the edge of the vessel. Now, Xiaoyu shouted. The steel harpoon pierced the fish's brain with precision, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding waters a dark crimson. In the morning light, this behemoth, nearly 2 meters in length, was hoisted onto the deck. Xiaoyu collapsed amid the bloodied water, gazing at the marble-like fat patterns on the fish's body. Suddenly grinning, it was worth it. Xiao Xiaohai trembled as he measured. 198 kilograms. The fat layer was at least 12 centimeters thick. Inside the cabin, Chun Hao was the first to emerge, yawning, a half-empty can of beer in hand. What on earth is this? He gaped, his eyes widening, and the beer fell from his grasp with a splat, foam splattering everywhere. In the cold storage, the nearly 2-meter bluefin tuna lay quietly, its silver-blue scales shimmering in the morning light, like a flawless work of art. Li Mu scrambled over, exclaiming, "No way. Old Xiao, did you pull off something big in the middle of the night?" Wang De knelt beside the fish, trembling as he touched its fin. How much must this be worth? Chen Lu seized Xiao Yu's arm. You promised to call us when there's a fish? Xiao Yu shrugged helplessly. Call you? With how drunk you were last night, you probably couldn't even hold a fishing rod steady. Li Mu rolled up his sleeves. No way. I want to catch one too. Right now. Immediately. Chen Hao had already begun rummaging through the tackle box. Old Xiao, tell me how to do it. Wang De timidly asked. Will this get us dragged into the sea? Xiao Xiaohai chuckled from the side. Don't worry. The worst that will happen is something like what happened to you, Ge. He gestured toward the bruises on Xiao Yu's arm. The 3 boys fell silent. Lu Yanxin stood on the periphery of the crowd, observing the encircled Xiao Yu. His hair was tousled, his face speckled with dried sea salt, and his t-shirt stained with fish blood, yet his eyes sparkled like stars. Yanxin, Chen Lu suddenly nudged her. Your boyfriend is incredibly handsome, you know? Lu Yanxin pressed her lips together in a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yes, all right. But her gaze betrayed her. Filled with pride, it shone brilliantly. Once ashore, feel free to take pictures, Xiao Yu said, patting the tuna. But for now, let us clean the deck. Li Mu lamented, heartless. Chun Hao whined. If you don't let me catch one, I'll 1T help. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Fine. Then you 1T be coming next time we set sail. In an instant, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts, each rushing to seize a mop. Beneath the sunlight, Lu Yanxin quietly approached Xiao Yu and handed him a damp towel. Wipe your face, she murmured. You were quite impressive. Xiao Yu paused momentarily. then broke into a smile reminiscent of a child receiving a sweet treat. The sea breeze gently caressed them, blending the fragrance of the girl's shampoo with the boy's hint of fish, creating the most delightful aroma of that morning. Chapter 63. A shared experience on the deck. Everyone was busy reeling in their fishing lines, while Xiaoyu held a bucket of freshly caught live shrimp, preparing to make noodles. Yay! Lu Yanxin trotted over. Tugging at his sleeve, I have a bit of a craving for seafood porridge. The spatula in Xiaoyu's hand clattered into the pot. Within 3 seconds, he adeptly switched to a clay pot and tossed the noodles to Xiaohai, saying, "You boil the noodles. I'll prepare the porridge." Chen Lu, with keen eyes, immediately exclaimed, "Oh, someone wants to be a devoted boyfriend." Li Mu mimicked in a sing-song voice, "I have a bit of a craving for seafood porridge." Lu Yanxin's face turned crimson as she pinched Chen Lu. "Shut up." Chen Hao, while scaling fish, added fuel to the fire. "Old Xiao, what was your response when I said I wanted grilled fish yesterday?" He imitated Xiaoyu's tone. "If you like it, eat it." Wang De timidly raised his hand. "Last time I mentioned wanting a fried egg." "Be quiet." Xiaoyu threw a scallion at him. "Yanxin has a weak stomach. She needs porridge in the morning." Xiaohai chimed in, "But last time, when Yanxin said she wanted barbecue, someone went out at 2 in the morning to buy a grill." Lu Yanxin, her ears burning from the teasing, suddenly grabbed a wriggling octopus. "If anyone talks nonsense again, we're having this for lunch." The octopus plopped onto Chen Lu's face. "Ah." Chen Lu shook her head frantically. I was wrong. Xiaoyu is an absolutely wonderful man." Lin Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to take a candid shot, titling it the price of prioritizing romance over friendship. As the rich aroma wafted from the clay pot, Xiaoyu carefully picked out the ginger strands from the porridge. Lu Yanxin did not like ginger. Fang Yuan softly remarked, "So thoughtful." Wang De suddenly leaned in. "Actually, I dislike ginger too. Get lost." Both Xiaoyu and Xiaohai retorted in unison. Ultimately, everyone gathered around the deck, holding bowls of porridge while gazing at the rising sun. Li Mu smacked his lips. "I must say, this porridge is truly delicious." Chen Hao, forlornly chewing on noodles, lamented, "Why don't I receive such treatment?" Lu Yanxin discreetly held Xiaoyu's hand beneath the table, her fingertips gently caressing the indentations on his palm. After breakfast, the deck gradually fell into a tranquil hush. The sea breeze, laden with a salty essence, drifted by, and the warm sunlight bathed the deck, lulling one into a drowsy state. "Ah." Chen Hao stretched widely. "I can't take it anymore. I need to go catch up on sleep." "Me too." Li Mu rubbed his eyes, swaying as he headed toward the cabin, having drunk too much last night. One by one, everyone yawned and departed, leaving only Xiaoyu and Lu Yanxin on the deck. Xiaoyu turned to Lu Yanxin and noticed her eyelids drooping, yet she was still trying to stay awake. "Yanxin," he said softly, "you should rest for a while." Lu Yanxin shook her head and leaned closer to him. "I want to stay with you." A warmth spread through Xiaoyu's heart, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips then. "Would you like to lean against me and take a nap?" Lu Yanxin's cheeks flushed, yet she gently nodded in response. Xiaoyu carefully adjusted his position so that Lu Yanxin could lean in more comfortably. "Aren't you tired?" Lu Yanxin gazed up at him. "Not at all," Xiaoyu replied with a smile, playfully pinching her nose. "I'm just a bit concerned that you might not sleep well." Lu Yanxin nestled closer into his embrace, seeking a more comfortable position. "This is just perfect." Xiaohai peeked out from the cockpit, intending to say something, but upon witnessing the scene, he quickly retreated. "Ahem." He deliberately cleared his throat loudly. "Yuga, I'm going to take a nap." Xiaoyu chuckled helplessly. "Go ahead." Before leaving, Xiaohai winked at him, mouthing, "Seize the opportunity." The sea breeze gently caressed them, and Lu Yanxin's breathing gradually became even. Xiaoyu gazed down at her serene, sleeping face and could not resist bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead. "Sleep well," he murmured. "I am right here." The midday sunlight danced upon the water's surface at the dock, creating a shimmering spectacle. As the bluefin approached the shore, Lin Yaxin was already waiting with 2 assistants. Today, she donned a sharp beige suit, the click of her high heels resonating against the wooden pier, while her red lips curved slightly beneath her sunglasses. "Another one?" she remarked, observing the nearly 2-meter-long bluefin tuna on the deck. Her tone as calm as if inquiring about the weather. Xiaoyu leapt off the boat, brushing fish scales from his hands. "What's the matter?" "Not impressed." Lin Yashin approached the fish, her fingertips gliding over the fat layer. 28 fat content, quite decent. She glanced up at Xiaoyu. However, it's slightly inferior to last month's 30. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Dissatisfied? I could take it back and eat it myself. No thanks, Lin Yashin replied, pulling out her phone to take a picture. The longtime client at Ginza Sushi in Tokyo is waiting. She suddenly lowered her voice. This time, I've secured 680,000 for you. Xiao Xiaohai, standing nearby, gasped in astonishment. How much? As Chun Hao and the others disembarked, they overheard the figure and erupted in disbelief. My tuition for 4 years is only 80,000. How many skins could that buy? Is it too late for me to change careers? Liu Yanxin's roommates reacted even more dramatically. Yanxin, is your boyfriend a money printing machine? When is the wedding? I can prepare the gift money right now. Liu Yanxin blushed and covered Chun Lu's mouth. Enough, you guys. She directed her assistants to take measurements. Length 1. 98 meters. Weight 198 kilograms, bright red gills, clear eyes. Suddenly turning to Xiaoyu, she said, by the way, next week a group of Korean clients will be coming, specifically for yellowfin tuna. Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. All right, I'll keep an eye out. Lin Yashin nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly spotted Liu Yanxin. Her lips curled into a smile. Little sister, how about coming to my club as a model? The hourly wage is 5,000. No way. Xiaoyu swiftly wrapped an arm around Liu Yanxin. She still has to pursue her master's degree. After Lin Yashin departed with the fish, Xiaoyu immediately transferred 800,000 to Xiao Xiaohai. Your share. Once again, Chun Hao and his companions who ventured out to sea received a generous bonus of 20,000 yuan each, a windfall shared among all present. Li Mu gazed at the notification from his mobile banking app, his hands trembling in disbelief. This amount could sustain me for half a year. Wang timidly inquired, may I be invited next time we go out to sea? His question provoked a playful uproar among the crowd. Beneath the midday sun, a group of youthful individuals stood at the dock, clutching their newly acquired fortunes and grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 64: Departure from the Liu family. As April arrived, Xiaoyu's life resumed its rhythm between the classroom, laboratory, and library. Occasionally, he would find himself standing atop the teaching building at dusk, gazing through a telescope at the distant dock, where the Rain XN was returning home, bathed in the golden hues of sunset. On the deck, Xiao Xiaohai squatted beside a fish box, staring vacantly at the few mackerels within. Another loss. He wiped the salt from his face, lamenting that he hadn't even covered the fuel costs. Nearby, the newly recruited crew member, De Peng, offered him a towel, suggesting, Brother Hai, why don't we try a different fishing ground? Guzi counted the meager earnings, exclaiming, what is this enough for? We can't even afford an extra chicken leg in our boxed meals. One night, unable to contain himself, Xiao Xiaohai sent Xiaoyu a voice message. Brother Yu, I think I might not be cut out for this. The phone quickly lit up as Xiaoyu responded with a video call. Behind him, stacks of professional books loomed, dark circles under his eyes, yet he wore a relaxed smile. I heard you've been skunked again today? That makes it 3 days in a row. Xiao Xiaohai frantically gestured. I followed your advice to locate the fish schools, but there's absolutely nothing on the radar. Propping his phone against a bookshelf, Xiaoyu organized his notes while replying. Do you remember the first time I took you out to sea? That is not the same. Xiao Xiaohai retorted, you casually catch tuna. Nonsense. Xiaoyu raised his voice. You only see my current success. You didn't witness the effort I put into learning. He set down his pen, his tone softening. Xiaohai, no one is born with this skill. Besides, you've made some money during this period. Consider your losses as tuition fees and don't dwell on it. The next morning, Xiao Xiaohai unexpectedly rose early and ventured into a bookstore to purchase a stack of Atlas of Ocean Fish Migration. De Peng looked on in astonishment. Brother Hai, have you lost your mind? Shut it. Xiao Xiaohai bit down on the pencil tip. I refuse to be superstitious. A week later, at dawn, Xiao Xiaohai suddenly widened his eyes at the radar screen. Wait. This echo grabbing the walkie-talkie. He commanded, full left rudder. There's a convergence of cold water ahead. As the fishing nets were pulled up, a bounty of salmon leapt in the morning light, their scales shimmering like rainbows. Guzi counted the money until his hands cramped, exclaiming, Brother Hai, we made 80,000 on this trip. That evening, Xiao Xiaohai sent Xiao Yu a photograph. His open notebook was filled with dense data. Fish scales adorning the corners. The caption read, "It turns out finding fish is harder than dating." Xiao Yu responded with a thumbs-up emoji. In May, the sea breeze carried the heat of early summer, while a red banner prohibiting fishing fluttered at the dock. Standing on the deck of the Rain Xi, Xiao Yu observed Xiao Xiaohai and the crew diligently performing the final maintenance on the vessel. The scent of anti-rust paint mingled with the briny air, creating a distinct atmosphere. "Brother Yu, everything has been checked." Xiao Xiaohai wiped his sweat and pointed to the sealed compartments. "The oil line is cut, the electrical circuits are off, and the ropes have been replaced." Xiao Yu nodded, handing over a thick envelope. "This month's dividends, take it back to buy something nice for your uncle and aunt." Depeng and Air Guzi were already waiting on the shore with their luggage, yet Xiao Xiaohai lingered on the boat. "Is there something else?" Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. "It's about last month." Xiao Xiaohai's ears flushed crimson. She said if she could wear a gold bracelet, she'd agree to date me. Xiao Yu laughed and scolded him lightly, shoving a stack of money into his hands. "Good for you. Remember to take her to the county for a movie. This is your brother's sponsorship for courting." Once the fishing boat was completely secured, Xiao Yu dialed his grandfather Xiao Dafu's number. "What? You're going to girl us home?" The old man's voice reverberated through the phone, shaking it with intensity. "You're visiting during the Dragon Boat Festival? All right, all right." Sounds of rummaging came from the other end, as if the old man was searching for something. "Just wait, I'll find our pair of dragon and phoenix bracelets." "No," Xiao Yu quickly interjected. "Yuan Xin's family doesn't endorse that. I plan to buy some seafood gift boxes." "Nonsense," the old man retorted robustly. "Our Xiao family won't skimp on marrying a daughter-in-law. I'll head to the city tomorrow and buy a big gold chain." That evening, Xiao Yu recounted this incident as a joke to Lu Yuanxin. "A Tang suit?" She nearly burst into laughter while writing her thesis in the library. "If you wear that to my house, my dad will think you were there to perform a comedy." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu leaned closer. "Then what do you suggest I wear?" Lu Yuanxin blushed, pushing him away. "Wear what you like." Yet, she secretly noted in her phone's memo, "Buy Xiao Yu a navy blue casual suit." On the eve of the Dragon Boat Festival, the setting sun bathed the corridor of the boys' dormitory in hues of orange. Chen Hao, carrying a duffel bag, winked at Xiao Yu from the entrance. "Old Xiao, my brother wishes you. May success come swiftly." Suddenly, Li Mu jumped out from behind, waving a red silk ribbon he had somehow acquired. One move, and Yu went over the father-in-law. Wanda adjusted his glasses, looking serious. "I've checked, the best gifts for the boss are cigarettes and liquor. I've already ordered 2 packs of soft Zhonghua." Chen Hao unexpectedly pulled a bottle of foreign liquor from his bag. "Here, Hennessy XO. One shot at the dinner table, and your father-in-law will treat you like his own son." Xiao Yu chuckled helplessly. Yuan Xin's dad deals with business and socializing. He dislikes drinking. That's even simpler. Li Mu leaned in mysteriously. "My uncle works at an auction house. I'll get you a limited edition Zisha teapot." Xiao Yu gazed at the tea set in a luxurious box, priced in 5 figures, and his lips twitched. "This is too extravagant. I senti it." Meanwhile, Lu Yuanxin's suitcase was surrounded by her 3 roommates. Chen Lu lifted a champagne-colored dress. "Wear this. It screams rich girl." Lin Xiaoyu stuffed a box of La Mer into the suitcase. "A gift for meeting the wealthy. We can't lose face." Fang Yuan quietly reminded, "Did you bring the financial report from your company?" "Fang Yuan." Lu Yuanxin's face flushed as she threw a pillow at her. "We're going for dinner. Not for a merger." As Xiao Yu awaited Lu Yuanxin beneath the girls' dormitory, a sudden chorus erupted from above. "Xiao Yu, into the wealthy family." Lu Yuanxin, blushing fiercely, nearly hurled her suitcase in embarrassment. Her gaze drawn upward to find 3 roommates, gesturing as if counting stacks of money from the window. Xiao Yu raised his hands in a gesture of feigned humility. "Much appreciated." "Shut up. Let's go." Lu Yuanxin tugged at him, her cheeks aflame. To their astonishment, they encountered Chen Hao and his friends at the bus station. "Oh, what a coincidence!" Li Mu exclaimed, dragging his luggage with a mischievous grin. "We're headed to the county as well. We wouldn't happen to be on the same bus, would we?" Wang silently held up his ticket, confirming their shared journey. Lu Yuanxin, in despair, covered her face. "You're not spies, are you?" As the sun dipped below the horizon, The bus rolled towards the county, filled with the laughter of youthful exuberance. Chun Hao discreetly slipped Xiao Yu a packet of ancestral braising spices, which Lu Yinxin later discovered to be mere supermarket fare and confiscated. Li Mu spent the entire journey surreptitiously filming, claiming he intended to create a survival guide for sons-in-law in the county, while Wang prepared a handwritten compendium of culinary critique terms. In that moment, Xiao Yu was engrossed in a location sent by Lu Yinxin's father, a popular eatery known as Lu's Home Cooking in the county. Chapter 65 Acknowledgement 4 hours later. After depositing their luggage at the prearranged hotel, the two stood beneath the sign of Lu's home-cooked cuisine. Xiao Yu instinctively adjusted the collar of his shirt. The reflection in the glass door revealed his somewhat stiff expression, more anxious than when he first caught a bluefin tuna. "Don't worry, this is my family's place," Lu Yinxin reassured him, gently squeezing his hand, the warmth of her fingertips offering comfort. "Though my dad can be loud, he cares for me the most." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu inhaled the fragrant aroma of spicy stir-fried pork wafting from the restaurant, mingling with the faint scent of shampoo from Lu Yinxin's hair. As the door to their private room opened, a thin layer of sweat formed in the palm of his hand. Seated directly opposite was Lu's father, a middle-aged man with thick brows and a square face, his muscular arms straining against his polo shirt, scrutinizing him with an appraising gaze. Beside him, Lu's mother wore a gentle expression, resembling Lu Yinxin to a degree, though the fine lines at the corners of her eyes spoke of kindness. Lu Mingyuan sat by the window, winking at him with a mischievous grin. "Hello, Uncle and Annie," and "Hello, Mingyuan Ge." Xiao Yu's voice rose 8 octaves higher than usual, and he immediately regretted the overly deliberate tone. How contrived. Lu's father's gaze lingered on their clasped hands for a couple of seconds before he boomed, "Sit." The single word struck like thunder in his ears, prompting Xiao Yu to nearly stand at attention. As Lu Yinxin guided him to a seat, he noticed Lu's father's teacup was empty, yet no one dared to refill it. Lu's mother was discreetly prodding her husband in the side with her chopsticks, while Lu Mingyuan's phone screen glowed, displaying their chat. "Don't be timid, he's just putting on a fierce act." Just then, as the server presented a platter of cold dishes, Lu's father slid a bottle of liquor across the table. "Can you drink?" Xiao Yu stared at the 56-degree label, swallowing hard. "I can have a drink with Uncle." "Dad!" Lu Yinxin urgently stomped on Xiao Yu's foot beneath the table. "He doesn't drink much." Lu's father suddenly burst into laughter. "Protective, are we?" He twisted off the cap, declaring, "Then you must drink." As the fiery liquid coursed down his throat, Xiao Yu hazily perceived Lu Mingyuan mouthing the words, "3 cups down? Hang in there." After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu's father abruptly inquired, "I heard you acquired a new fishing boat?" Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu pulled out his phone to showcase photos of the Yusin and Lanfeng vessels. "Now there are 2 boats, and I've hired 4 crew members." Lu's mother's eyes sparkled as she leaned in to take a closer look. "What an impressive boat." "Oomph." Lu's father took a sip. "Better than when I drove a tractor." "At such a young age, you've managed to buy 2 fishing boats, one of which is a luxury fishing yacht. Quite remarkable." Xiao Yu astutely detected a softening in the elder's tone and quickly placed a piece of braised pork in his bowl. "Uncle, try this. Yinxin says you love the marbled ones most." As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere in the private room gradually warmed. Lu's father casually inquired, "Xiao, who else is in your family?" Xiao Yu's hand, poised to lift his teacup, hesitated slightly. "At home now. It's just my grandfather and me." Xiao Yu set down the teacup, his voice steady, yet his fingers unconsciously traced the rim of the cup. "His parents were involved in a car accident 2 years ago." As the words hung in the air, a sudden silence enveloped the private room. Lu's father held his chopsticks suspended in midair, his brow furrowed. Lu's mother covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. "Oh, my child." Lu Mingyuan silently pushed the bottle of liquor closer to Xiao Yu. Fixing his gaze on the tablecloth's intricate patterns, Xiao Yu continued, "My grandfather and I rely on each other. Now that I can earn a living, he won't have to work so hard anymore." The silence lingered for several seconds. "Su Den Li, bang." Lu's father slammed down his wine glass and stood up. Just as everyone assumed, he was about to erupt in anger. He instead moved to Xiao Yu's side and patted his shoulder firmly. "Good lad." Lu's father's voice softened. It's not easy. A man should be the pillar of the family. The phrase pillar of the family caused Xiao Yu's eyes to sting with emotion. Lu's mother had already wiped her eyes multiple times. From now on, during the holidays, you are always welcome at our home. Your grandfather can join us as well. Indeed, Lu Mingyuan raised his glass. Having more brothers is delightful. Lu's father remained silent, merely placing the largest piece of braised pork on Xiao Yu's plate and filling his own glass with liquor, which he downed in one gulp. The atmosphere in the room gradually warmed as the waiter brought out the final dish, the signature clay pot fish head of Lu's family. Clearing his throat, Lu's father suddenly turned serious. Xiao, about you and Yanxin. Xiao Yu's chopsticks froze in midair, his heart racing. We have agreed, Lu's father proclaimed, taking a swig of liquor as if that statement was more potent than the high-proof spirit itself. Lu's mother chimed in with a smile. However, there is one condition, Mom. Lu Yanxin anxiously grasped the tablecloth. During every holiday, Lu's mother continued cheerfully, you must come and celebrate with us, and of course, your grandfather should join as well. Or we could come over to your place. Suddenly, Lu's mother pulled out a red silk pouch from her bag. This is for you. Xiao Yu opened it to reveal a shimmering fish-shaped jade pendant. It was left by Yanxin's grandmother. Lu's mother said gently. She said it would ensure safety. Mom, Lu Yanxin exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this meant to be kept for? It's for you now, Lu's mother interrupted, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Yu. As they exited the restaurant, the night breeze carried the warmth of early summer, brushing against their cheeks. Standing beneath the neon lights, Xiao Yu felt a bit dazed. He had anticipated overcoming numerous obstacles. Yet in the span of a meal, Lu Yanxin's parents had given their approval. What are you daydreaming about? Lu Yanxin gently tugged at his sleeve, a smile dancing in her eyes. Xiao Yu snapped back to reality and chuckled. I thought I would have to drink until I was incapacitated at least 3 times, then be chased down the street by your father wielding a broom to earn his approval. Lu Mingyuan ambled over, a toothpick in his mouth. Dream on. My dad's broom is a family heirloom, specifically for chasing away the unworthy. Brother. Lu Yanxin shot him an exasperated look. Lu Mingyuan shrugged. I'm serious. Remember that kid who drove a BMW and came after you? Dad chased him away with the broom. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. So, what am I to make of this? You are different, Lu Mingyuan replied, patting him on the shoulder. You arrived here aboard a fishing vessel. Lu's parents finally emerged, each carrying a takeout box. Here, Lu's mother said, handing the box to Xiao Yu. I noticed you didn't eat much. Take this for a midnight snack. Lu's father cast a meaningful glance at him. Young man, treat my daughter well. Should you dare to mistreat her, I shall be pursued with a broom for 2 streets. Xiao Yu interjected earnestly. Lu's father erupted into laughter, giving him a hearty pat on the back. Excellent. Remember your words. As they made their way back to the hotel, Lu Yanxin kept her head down, giggling softly. What was so amusing? Xiao Yu inquired. She gently leaned against his shoulder. I noticed your hands were trembling as if it were your first time at sea. Xiao Yu grasped her hand tightly. I was even more anxious than that. As night deepened, the street lights cast elongated shadows of the 2 figures. Chapter 66, The Raucous Trio in the Hotel Elevator. Xiao Yu's fingers lingered over the floor buttons for a few seconds. How about? He glanced at Lu Yanxin. Can you stay and chat with me a bit longer? Lu Yanxin caught sight of his slightly flushed ears and smiled with a closed mouth. Just a little while. Don't overthink it. As soon as Xiao Yu closed the door, Lu Yanxin leaped onto the sofa by the window, swinging her legs. Were you startled? My dad isn't really that fierce. Much better than I imagined, Xiao Yu said as he poured her a glass of water. But what your brother said about the broom? That's nonsense. Lu Yanxin laughed. The broom is just for cleaning the store. My dad wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Xiao Yu sat beside her, suddenly recalling something. By the way, how many branches does your Lu Ji have in the county? Lu Yanxin twirled her glass. It's not in the county. She held up 3 fingers. 18 chain stores across 3 provinces, plus 3 high-end private dining establishments. Xiao Yu nearly dropped his cup. Wait a minute. So your family doesn't run a small restaurant? Who told you it was small? That's just your own assumption. Lu Yanxin tilted her head. My dad is just pretending to be poor, saying he worries I might make friends who are materialistic. Xiao Yu recalled the takeout box of braised pork. So this is made by a Michelin chef? Lu Yanxin blinked. My dad enjoys dressing up as a waiter to serve dishes. As the night deepened outside the window, Lu Yanxin stood up. I should head back. Xiao Yu suddenly grasped her hand. Yanxin. He caressed the jade bracelet on her wrist. I will take care of you. Lu Yanxin blushed and pulled her hand away. Who said I needed you to take care of me? Yet she turned back at the door. Remember what you said today. Xiao Yu lay on the hotel bed, his phone pressed to his ear, listening to his grandfather's booming voice on the other end. Hello, Grandpa. A smile unconsciously crept across Xiao Yu's lips. I have good news to share. On the other end, Xiao Dafu's voice resonated with vigor. What is it? Caught a big fish? Even better than catching a big fish, Xiao Yu chuckled. Yanxin's parents have agreed to our relationship. What? Xiao Dafu's voice instantly soared, causing Xiao Yu to hold the phone a bit further away. They really agreed? Didn't they set any conditions? Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. No, just that I should treat Yanxin well from now on. Great, great. Xiao Dafu's laughter vibrated through the phone. I told you my grandson is promising. Xiao Yu could picture his grandfather pacing back and forth in the yard. They also invited you to visit when you have time. Visit? Xiao Dafu's voice suddenly dropped. When? Should I prepare? No rush, Xiao Yu quickly clarified. Whenever it's convenient for you. Summer vacation or National Day works. The sound of a stool being moved came from the other end, indicating that his grandfather had sat down. Then we must plan this carefully. Xiao Yu heard her grandfather murmuring as he counted on his fingers. The dried bamboo shoots from the backyard must be kept, and the freshly salted fish needs to wait a little longer. She couldn't help but chuckle. Grandpa, you really don't need to bring so much. What do you know? Xiao Dafu huffed. Can one really arrive empty-handed for a first meeting? Suddenly lowering his voice, he inquired that girl. Does she truly like you? The image of Lu Yanxin laughing on the deck surfaced in Xiao Yu's mind. Yes, she likes me a lot. That's good, that's good. Her grandfather's voice suddenly became somewhat choked. After over 20 minutes on the phone, Xiao Dafu was still deliberating on what to bring. Grandpa, you should rest now. Xiao Yu gently suggested. I will let you know once we finalize the time. All right. Xiao Dafu replied cheerfully, adding, I'll go tidy up the vegetable garden tomorrow and plant some more fruits and vegetables. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yu gazed out at the moonlight, envisioning her grandfather standing before the old house, contemplating the layout of the garden. She then shared the news of Lu Yanxin's parents approving of her with her dormitory group, and her phone immediately erupted with notifications. Shenhao Wow, old Xiao is impressive, accompanied by a meme of a model's son-in-law, Li Mu. You're meeting the parents already? I don't even know where my girlfriend is. Immediately following up with a lemon sour emoji, Wang De. According to the analysis of marriage status among college students, the marriage rate at our school is only 0. 3. Interrupted by Chun Hao using a shut up meme of a fake scholar. As Xiao Yu opened the group video chat, 3 curious faces filled the screen. Spill the beans. Chun Hao pressed his nose close to the camera. Did your father-in-law get you drunk? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. I had 3 cups of baijiu. Only 3 cups? Li Mu exclaimed, my dad was once so drunk he had to hold onto the toilet while shouting for my grandfather. Wang De suddenly adjusted his glasses. Wait, what you're wearing? Is that pajamas? Where's your sister-in-law? The 3 pairs of eyes on the screen ignited with gossiping fervor. Chenhao, no way. Things are moving so fast. Li Mu, are you moving in together after meeting the parents? Wang De had already opened a calculator, according to local customs. Is it too late to prepare the bridal price? Get lost. Xiao Yu threw a pillow at her phone. I went home myself. Chun Hao suddenly became serious. Seriously, when will you get the marriage certificate? In the background, Li Mu is already singing Today You'll Marry Me. Let us talk about it after graduation. Xiao Yu felt her ears burning. Wang De interjected, student ID, identity card, household register. You can register right now. Suddenly, a location for the Civil Affairs Bureau popped up on the phone screen. Li Mu added, I have relatives who know people at the Civil Affairs Bureau. They can help you cut in line. Suddenly, a shower of red envelopes fell in the group chat. Chen Hao, advance payment for the wedding gift, Li Mu, future godfather registration fee, Wang De, infant education fund. Xiao Yu laughed while collecting the red envelopes, scolding, you bunch of lunatics. Yet, she secretly screenshot the godfather registration fee and sent it to Lu Yanxin. The news of Lu Yanxin appeared almost instantaneously. 3 consecutive emoticons bombarded the chat. A frizzy-haired cat with the caption, you're doomed. an anime figure with a knife poised at its neck, saying, "Don't sleep too soundly tonight." And lastly, a smiling Shiba Inu with the words, "Do you think I will tell Chun-Lu and the others that you snore and drool in your sleep?" Xiaoyu immediately responded with a pleading expression, "Mistress, I was wrong." He quickly followed up with a voice message. Amidst the cacophony of his dorm mates' raucous laughter in the background, they insisted on sending it. I couldn't stop them. Lu Yanxin sent a voice message, her voice laced with barely contained laughter. "Oh? Then who sent me the Godfather registration fee?" Before Xiaoyu could respond, she sent a screenshot, his message in the group chat reading, "Thanks, brothers, I invite you all to sit at the main table for the wedding." It turned out someone from their dorm had added Lu Yanxin to their group. She added a cheeky remark. "Main table? I think you meant the funeral parlor." Chen Hao suddenly tagged Lu Yanxin in the group. "Sister-in-law." Lao Xiao said the wedding will be held on a fishing boat. Li Mu quickly chimed in, "Yes." He even said you should wear a diving suit as your wedding dress. Wang De had even edited a picture, Xiaoyu don a captain's outfit, while Lu Yanxin sported a diving mask, the background depicting the deck of a Yuanxin with a banner proclaiming underwater wedding. Lu Yanxin responded in the group with a smiling emoticon. "Sounds lovely." She then privately messaged Xiaoyu, "You won't be getting any sleep tonight. I'm calling Chun-Lu to let her know you wet the bed at 12. Xiaoyu jumped up in alarm. "No, I was wrong." Chapter 67. A candid confession in the early morning. A veil of mist enveloped the ancient stone-paved street as Lu Yanxin held Xiaoyu's hand. Weaving through the soft light of dawn, the Wenchong Pavilion, with its over 400 years of history, beckoned her attention. She stood on tiptoe to point at the bronze bell beneath the eaves, reminiscing, as a child, I often fantasized about plucking that bell from its perch. Xiaoyu tilted his head to admire the weathered vermilion wood carvings, noting, "The fish patterns on the tiles are strikingly similar to those in our fishing village. This area once thrived by the sea, but over time, it has drifted far from the shore." Suddenly, Lu Yanxin tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "Look over there." Beneath the faded theater's coffered ceiling, she pointed at an inscription with a hint of mischief. "This was carved by my father in his youth. Chef Lu was here to sing." Just as Xiaoyu bent down to examine it closely, Lu Yanxin playfully pushed him on the stage, urging, "Perform a fishing folk song." "Stop it," he replied, his ears turning crimson. Yet he was met with applause from the gathering elderly audience below. Ultimately, he cleared his throat and let out a resonant "Hey yo!" that startled a heron perched nearby. Though his singing was but average, the elderly folks cheered enthusiastically, and after he expressed his gratitude, he hurried off the stage to find Lu Yanxin waiting with a cheerful smile. Next, they arrived beneath a massive ancient banyan tree, its aerial roots cascading like a curtain, adorned with crimson silk ribbons. Lu Yanxin produced a strip of cloth she had prepared earlier, declaring, "Make a wish with your eyes closed." Xiaoyu caught a glimpse of her writing, to be the happiest captain's wife, while he inscribed his own wish, to build her a ship that never docks. "You peeked." Lu Yanxin protested, her cheeks flushed as sunlight filtered through the tree's branches, casting a golden glow upon her. Although they had already eaten breakfast, the sight of delectable snacks proved irresistible. "These shrimp dumplings are even tastier than my mother's," Lu Yanxin exclaimed, offering Xiaoyu a delicate dumpling, urging him to take a bite. As he broke the thin skin, the hot broth burst forth, causing him to gasp for air. Lu Yanxin doubled over in laughter and, with a tissue, wiped the corner of his mouth, chiding, "Silly, you should have taken a smaller bite first." The elderly woman selling dumplings smiled warmly as she handed them a glass of cool tea, remarking, "You two are quite the match." On the final evening of the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, the return bus slowly rolled into the station. The setting sun cast their shadows upon the seats, with Lu Yanxin resting her head on Xiaoyu's shoulder. "Next time we come back," Xiaoyu whispered, "I'll bring my grandfather along." Lu Yanxin, eyes closed, replied with a soft hum, a smile subtly gracing her lips. As they reached the dormitory, they encountered Chun-Lu, who was returning with bubble tea. "Oh," Chun-Lu raised an eyebrow. "After meeting the parents, you're already delivering her to the doorstep?" Xiaoyu stood by, grinning foolishly, when Chun-Lu suddenly thrust a note into his hand, saying, "Here are some wife-pampering rules written by the sisters. Make sure to study them well." Once back in the dormitory, Xiao Yu found himself pinned to a chair by 3 friends. Chen Hao opened his phone to record, declaring, "Come clean. Did your mother-in-law give you a red envelope?" Li Mu held up a lamp as a spotlight, asking, "Did your future father-in-law give you a hard time?" Wang even opened a notebook, inquiring, "Please describe the similarities and differences between the wedding customs of the county town and the fishing village." Xiao Yu grabbed a pillow to retaliate, shouting, "Get lost. We have morning classes tomorrow." Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Yinxin and Chen Lu were met with gazes that pierced through the air like searchlights. "Ah, the bride has returned," Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, nonchalantly crossing her legs while brandishing a packet of wedding candies. Clearly a premeditated prop. Lu Yinxin tossed her bag onto the bed, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Xiaoyu immediately leaped off the bed, circling around her like an eager pup. "Let me sniff it out. Is there the scent of love in the air? Stop messing around." Lu Yinxin swatted her hand away, only to be intercepted by Fang Yuan. Adjusting her glasses, which glinted with an odd light, Fang Yuan declared, "According to the data, the breakup rate among couples decreases by 87 after meeting the parents. Therefore, so when are you two getting your marriage certificate?" Chen Lu interjected, pulling out her phone. "I've even prepared the QR code for the civil affairs appointment." The trio promptly pinned Lu Yinxin down on the bed, interrogating her. Chen Lu waved her phone, demanding, "Confess. Did he use a fishing boat as a betrothal gift? How far have you two gone?" Lin Xiaoyu mimicked Xiao Yu's voice. "Yinxin, my boat is your boat." Even Fang Yuan joined the performance, using her notebook as a serving tray. "Madam, here is today's catch of bluefin tuna. Please accept it." In a sudden counterattack, Lu Yinxin grabbed a pillow. "Enough already." Amidst the playful chaos, she blurted out, "What is the big deal about getting married? We'll do it after graduation." The dormitory fell silent. 3 seconds later, Chen Lu began dialing her phone. "Mom, I need to advance my dowry." Lin Xiaoyu rummaged through her makeup bag. "I'll give you a bridal makeup trial right now." Fang Yuan had already booted up her computer, generating the feasibility report for a fishing boat wedding. Meanwhile, in Xiao Yu's dorm, the 3 were bombarding him with questions. "Confess." Chen Hao thrust a desk lamp into Xiao Yu's face, resembling an interrogation room spotlight. "How much did your father-in-law drink?" Li Mu mysteriously produced a notebook. "Please describe in detail the micro-expressions on Uncle Lu's face when he said agree." Wang Du was even more audacious. Recording on his phone, "Start recounting from the first sentence you uttered upon entering. I need to conduct a case analysis." When Xiao Yu mentioned he had consumed 3 glasses of liquor, Chen Hao suddenly knelt on one knee. "Big brother, teach me the art of dodging drinks." Li Mu had already retrieved a measuring cup. Converted to 56 degrees, how many bottles of beer is that equivalent to? Wang Da's glasses reflected a sharp glimmer. "According to the alcohol metabolism rate, you should pretend to tremble your hand after the second glass." As the interrogation dragged on until midnight, hunger gnawed at their stomachs. Chen Hao suddenly unearthed a box from under the bed. "Quick, quick! Let's have a self-heating hot pot." As Li Mu opened the box, he inquired, "So which hand did Uncle Lu use to pat your shoulder? That determines your standing in the family." Xiao Yu gazed at the 3 brothers in the dorm, feeling that this was even more exhausting than meeting the parents. At 2 in the morning, Xiao Yu collapsed onto his bed, listening to the chorus of snores surrounding him. His phone lit up with a message from Lu Yinxin. "I heard you were interrogated? You deserved it." He chuckled as he typed back, "Your dad is much gentler than they are." Chapter 68. The pearl oyster. The morning sunlight streamed through the library's glass windows, casting a golden hue upon the open textbook of marine geology before Xiao Yu. Though he appeared to be diligently reviewing, his consciousness had already submerged into the depths of his mind. System. Display current status. With a mere flicker of thought, a translucent blue screen unfurled within his awareness. Marine Exploration System LV. 15. Current detection range. 16. 384 meters. Mariana Trench depth 11. 034 meters. Accumulated earnings 23, 743. 000 upgrade to LV. 16 requires 32, 768. 000 ultimate goal. LV. 20. Total investment 524, 288. 000. Xiao Yu's fingertips unconsciously tapped upon the tabletop. During the 23 days of the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, The system had generated an additional income of over 700,000 through automatic detection. Yet this figure remained a far cry from the ambitious target of 500 million. At the current passive income rate of approximately 30,000 per day, he hastily computed on a scrap of paper, realizing he would require at least 4 years to accumulate enough. The tip of his pen suddenly jabbed the paper, marking a black dot. He would have graduated by then. The call of a seagull broke his reverie, drawing his gaze toward the shimmering sea in the distance. The sunset he had witnessed with Liu Yanqing at the dock last week suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Beneath that crimson-streaked expanse of ocean, there might lie undiscovered deep-sea hot springs or treasure-laden shipwrecks. Ding! His phone vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. Liu Yanqing had sent a photo. She stood at the entrance of the Oceanography Institute, cradling a thick volume of ship fluid mechanics, pouting with the caption, "Your little captain needs a recharge." The aroma of soy milk still lingered in the cafeteria at 7 in the morning. Xiao Yu scanned the bustling crowd with his tray, swiftly pinpointing a seat by the window. There was Liu Yanqing, propping her chin with one hand, absent-mindedly poking at the tea eggs in her bowl with her chopsticks. "What, did the tea eggs offend you?" Xiao Yu set down his tray, the metallic surface clinking crisply against the table. His plate was piled high with 2 meat buns, a fried dough stick, and a steaming bowl of tofu pudding. Liu Yanqing lifted her head, faint dark circles under her eyes. "I was up until 3 this morning studying for the ship fluid mechanics midterm." She yawned as she spoke, resembling a languid cat. Xiao Yu smiled, pushing the bowl of tofu pudding toward her. "Try this," I added shrimp and seaweed. He recalled that she had previously mentioned her fondness for this combination. Delicious. Liu Yanqing scooped a spoonful, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Much better than the cafeteria at our girls' dorm." "Of course, I waited 10 minutes in line to get this," Xiao Yu replied, raising an eyebrow in pride, casually breaking the fried dough stick in half and dipping it into her soy milk for a softer bite. Just as Liu Yanqing was about to express her gratitude, her eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, why are you up so early today? I thought you had no classes during the first period?" Watching Liu Yanqing hurrying away with her textbook, Xiao Yu stood at the cafeteria entrance and stretched. The morning sun bathed the campus's tree-lined pathways, the air still imbued with the moisture from the previous night's rain. He took out his phone to check the time. It was only 8:30 in the morning, precisely the moment of low tide. "The fishing ban," Xiao Yu murmured to himself, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the faintly visible coastline in the distance. But there was still the possibility of foraging. He hurried back to his rented room and dragged out a canvas bag from beneath his bed. Inside were a folding net, a small bucket, gloves, and a short knife specifically for prying open oysters, tools he typically kept on a rainy heart. After all, idleness was not an option. A smile spread across his face as he grabbed his sun hat from the table and placed it on his head. Who knows, he might stumble upon something valuable. Half an hour later, Xiao Yu found himself standing on the rocky shore behind the school. The retreating tide had revealed extensive wet rocks, with shallow seawater pooling in the crevices, shimmering under the sunlight. He skillfully navigated the slippery stones, his eyes scanning the intertidal zone. Clams. Small crabs. Xiao Yu used his net to sift through a patch of seaweed, but all he found were ordinary specimens. The system had yet to detect anything of real worth. Just as he began to feel disheartened, a glimmer of unusual light caught his peripheral vision from a crevice in the rocks. After walking along the shore for half an hour, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Rare shell detected. Pearl oyster, Pinctada maxima. Estimated pearl diameter, 8 to 10 millimeters. Market value, 15,00020. 000. Xiao Yu nearly let out a whistle. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Fortunately, this rocky beach was usually deserted. Today seemed to be his lucky day. He carefully placed the shell into his bucket and added some seawater. Yan Xian would never suspect glancing at his phone. He noted that Liu Yan Xian's class would not end for another 2 hours. There was ample time to find a jewelry store for an appraisal. He lifted the bucket and briskly made his way back, envisioning the surprise he would prepare for her if it turned out to be a pearl. Standing at the edge of the rocky shore, he cradled the freshly unearthed pearl oyster in his hands, his heart racing faster than when he first caught a tuna. With utmost care, he pried open the edge of the shell with his short knife. As the blade tip slid in, A faint crack echoed. The shell opened slightly. Oh heaven, Xiao Yu held his breath, gradually prying the shell apart completely. Inside glimmered a rainbow-like luster, the pearl reflecting a dreamlike halo in the sunlight. At the center of the flesh lay a perfectly round pearl, about the size of a soybean, exhibiting a rare pale pink hue. Wow! Xiao Yu could not help but exclaim, his fingers trembling slightly. The system's notification chimed appropriately. Natural seawater pearl, diameter 9, 5 millimeters, quality rating, estimated value, 18. 000, 25, 000. Natural seawater pearl, diameter 5 millimeters, quality rating, estimated value, 10,000, 15,000. He hurriedly rinsed the pearls in seawater and carefully placed them in his pocket. An hour later, Xiao Yu stood before the counter of Ocean Heart Jewelry Store. Could you assist me in assessing this? He said, feigning calmness as he retrieved a soft cloth pouch. The seasoned craftsman behind the counter adjusted his reading glasses and raised an eyebrow upon receiving the pearls. Young man, you are quite fortunate. Where did you find these? I gathered them while beachcombing, Xiao Yu replied, scratching his head, just at the rocky shore behind school. The craftsman suddenly chuckled. That rocky shore? In 30 years of working here, it's the first time I've heard of anyone finding pearls there. He placed the pearl on an electronic scale. 9, 52 millimeters, roundness 0. 98. Nearly perfect. He then inspected it closely with a magnifying glass. A delicate pink overtone, flawless surface. Suddenly looking up, he inquired, are you looking to sell this? I can offer you 22,000. Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly shook his head. I'm not selling. This is a gift. For your girlfriend? The craftsman's face lit up with understanding. Would you like it fashioned into a necklace? I can offer you a 20% discount on labor costs. Xiao Yu hesitated, and the craftsman added, such natural pearls are ideally suited for a pendant, paired with a platinum chain. I assure you, your girlfriend will adore it. Just as Xiao Yu was about to agree, he remembered the smaller pearl and retrieved it to present to the craftsman. After examining it, the craftsman exclaimed, young man, your luck is extraordinary. Though it is only 5 millimeters, it is perfectly round and flawless. He placed both pearls side by side on a black velvet tray, one large and one small, just right for a matching set. The large can be a pendant, while the small can be fashioned into earrings. Xiao Yu gazed at the pair of pearls, envisioning Lu Yinxin wearing them. Let's have them made, he declared, slapping the counter, and include a gift box, the best one available. The craftsman smiled as he prepared the order. Young people are always so decisive. Come by this evening. I guarantee your girlfriend will be pleasantly surprised. As Xiao Yu exited the jewelry store, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Lu Yinxin. Class is over. Where are you? He glanced at the message, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. I have a surprise for you. See you tonight. Chapter 69. Sweet punishment. At 4:30, the glass door of the Heart of the Ocean jewelry store was hastily pushed open. Xiao Yu, with beads of perspiration adorning his forehead, had evidently rushed over. He retrieved the pickup slip and lightly tapped his fingers on the counter. Hello. I'm here to collect my reserved pearl jewelry. The young saleswoman behind the counter smiled as she produced a deep blue velvet gift box. Mr. Xiao, right? The master artisan specifically instructed me that this is the Italian imported packaging that just arrived this morning. Xiao Yu opened the lid to inspect it. The pale pink pearls shimmered softly against the black lining, and the platinum chain was so delicate it almost appeared invisible, making the pearls seem to float in midair. Nestled in the velvet recess nearby, the small earrings resembled 2 droplets of frozen morning dew. Would you like to write a card? The saleswoman offered a gold emboss card. We provide complimentary embossing services. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yu took the pen and inscribed, to the best shell-collecting captain. As he signed, the pen hesitated momentarily before he added a simple sketch, an uneven little fishing boat, with a heart flag fluttering from its mast. At 5:20, in a corner of the Blue Coral Western restaurant, Xiao Yu concealed the gift box beneath a napkin, checking its position once more. Sir, would you like to order now? The waiter inquired softly. Just a moment, Xiao Yu replied, glancing at his phone. I'll order when my girlfriend arrives. Outside, the setting sun bathed the campus clock tower in golden hues. For the third time, as Xiao Yu checked the box's location, His phone vibrated. Lu Yanqing had sent a photograph. She was fixing her hair in front of the glass of the teaching building, captioned, "Running 5 minutes late? Don't be angry." He chuckled and replied, "I ordered you a strawberry mousse. It'll melt if you take too long." Just as he pressed send, the restaurant's doorbell chimed melodiously. Lu Yanqing appeared at the entrance, dressed in a light blue dress, her hair still damp, evidently having rushed over after a shower. As soon as she sat down across from him, Xiaoyu cleared his throat, feigning mystery. "I found something wonderful while beachcombing today." He pulled out his phone and swiped a few times, suddenly losing his grip and letting the napkin fall to the floor. Oh dear. The moment the gift box revealed itself from beneath the napkin, Lu Yanqing's gaze was instantly glued to the deep blue velvet box. Xiaoyu leisurely bent down to pick up the napkin, deliberately allowing the gift box to sway at the edge of the table. Strange. It seems the waiter dropped something earlier. "Xiao, you." Lu Yanqing's toes lightly kicked him under the table. "Do you think I'm blind?" Suppressing a laugh, Xiaoyu nudged the box towards her. "Oh, are you referring to this? I just casually put some shells in there." As Lu Yanqing took the box, her fingertips trembled noticeably. The instant she lifted the lid, she gasped. A cascade of iridescent pearls glimmered in the warm light. The pendant's platinum chain, as fine as a strand of hair, and on the card, the little fishing boat sketch had an arrow drawn towards the mast. "Captain S exclusive." This is impossible, her voice trembled. "Did you really find this while beachcombing?" Seizing the moment, Xiaoyu pulled out his phone, showcasing the original photograph of the pearls he had taken that morning. The master artisan said that such natural pink pearls are 1 in 100,000. Lu Yanqing suddenly dashed around the table, and as she approached, twisted his ear. "So you didn't reply to my message this afternoon?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Xiaoyu grimaced and pleaded for mercy. "I just wanted to surprise you." Moreover, he produced a small box, revealing a pair of earrings crafted from the second pearl, discovered while opening oysters. At this, Lu Yanqing was utterly at a loss, her cheeks flushing as she rubbed his ear. "You fool. How much did this cost?" "Compared to my fishing for tuna." "Shut up." Lu Yanqing swiftly covered his mouth, the pearl pendant on her wrist glimmering with tiny flecks of light. As soon as the dessert plate from dinner was cleared away, Lu Yanqing eagerly tugged at Xiaoyu's wrist. "Let us go. The tide is receding perfectly right now." She shook her phone, the screen displaying a tidal chart app. "I want to see with my own eyes what the rocky beach that produces pearls looks like." Xiaoyu chuckled as he pulled out a tissue, gently wiping the mousse cream lingering at the corner of her mouth. "What's the rush? It won tea run away." Nonetheless, he stood up to pull out her chair. The coastline at 9 o'clock was bathed in moonlight, revealing a cluster of damp rocks as the tide receded. Lu Yanqing held the waterproof headlamp that Xiaoyu had brought, its beam dancing across the rocks. "This is the spot." Xiaoyu pointed to an inconspicuous crevice where a pearl oyster was lodged. Lu Yanqing crouched down, her fingers gliding over the rough rock face. "Wait, what is this?" She suddenly extracted a small shell glowing with blue light from the crevice. Xiaoyu leaned in for a closer look, amused. "A fluorescent conch. It glows in the dark. We call it AC lantern." Just as Lu Yanqing was about to place the conch into the bucket, she suddenly gasped and withdrew her hand. It's moving." The shell's opening slowly revealed several translucent tentacles, gently swaying in the air. Xiaoyu shone the flashlight on it. "It's a hermit crab. It must be using the conch as its home." "So adorable." Lu Yanqing's eyes sparkled, and she quickly pulled out her phone. "I want to show this to Chunlu and the others." "Oh?" She stumbled slightly, her slipper sinking into the wet sand. Xiaoyu, quick to react, wrapped his arms around her waist, only to hear a cracking sound. They both looked down to see a half-exposed metallic object where Lu Yanqing had stepped. Xiaoyu carefully excavated with a small knife, revealing a rusted copper box, roughly the size of a palm, its surface covered in barnacles. Could this be an antique? Lu Yanqing's voice trembled. Xiaoyu weighed in his hand, and suddenly the box cracked open with a snap, revealing a sealed glass vial inside, containing a yellowed piece of paper. June 1827. Lu Yanqing squinted in the light, recognizing it as a fragment of a maritime log. Amidst the sound of crashing waves, the two leaned in, heads touching, as they examined the aged maritime log. Lu Yanqing's hair was tousled by the sea breeze, brushing against Xiaoyu's face with a faint scent of shampoo, sending his heart racing with a ticklish sensation. This handwriting is so difficult to decipher. As Lu Yanqing furrowed her brow to read closely, she suddenly felt warmth at her waist. Xiao Yu's hand had encircled her from behind, his palm pressing against the curve of her side. Xiao Yu. As she was about to protest, her lips were sealed. Xiao Yu's kiss carried the salty essence of the sea and the sweetness of mousse cake, while his right hand restlessly glided toward the back pocket of her jeans. Lu Yanqing froze, the fragile remnants of a nautical log slipping from her fingers. Just as her protest was swallowed between their lips, Xiao Yu seized the opportunity to draw her into his embrace, his knee pressing between hers. The rough texture of the rocks penetrated through her thin top, while the heat emanating from him enveloped her. When Xiao Yu's fingers stealthily ventured beneath the hem of her shirt, Lu Yanqing finally regained her senses and bit down hard on his lower lip. The pain caused Xiao Yu to release his grip, yet he still held her close, his breath heavy with remorse. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Yanqing, blushing, adjusted her clothing, only to suddenly discover something bulging in his pocket. You. It's a conch. Xiao Yu hastily retrieved the glowing shell, a hermit crab still nestled within. As they parted, Xiao Yu pointed to the pearl necklace around her wrist, and then to the moon rising on the distant horizon. More precious than pearls are the nights spent tide pooling with you. The small creature timely extended its antennae, glimmering softly in the moonlight. Lu Yanqing snatched the conch from him, unable to suppress a laugh. The lecher knows how to change the subject? She twisted Xiao Yu's ear, declaring, "Tonight, you shall carry me back." "At your command, Madam Captain." As Xiao Yu crouched down, he seized the chance to plant a kiss on her ankle, eliciting a startled cry from her. Chapter 70. Deep Sea Fishing. As the class bell rang, Wang De squeezed beside Xiao Yu, clutching his notebook. Old Xiao, he adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming behind the lenses. "How about casting a few lines by the seaside this afternoon?" Xiao Yu, engrossed in organizing his textbooks, replied without looking up. "What could be caught near the shore? At most, a few small yellow croakers." "That's nonsense," Wang De whispered urgently. "Not everyone has a fishing boat like you. Only the deep sea yields substantial catches." Xiao Yu's hand, which had been tugging at his backpack's zipper, suddenly froze. "Damn!" He slammed his hand on the desk. "Why didn't I think of that?" Wang De, startled, took a half step back. "What is going on?" "Tomorrow afternoon," Xiao Yu exclaimed, pulling Wang De into a headlock. "We're heading to the open sea." The two crouched at the back of the classroom, using their textbooks to shield their phones while checking nautical charts. In the area of longitude 122, where warm currents converge, Wang De pointed at the satellite imagery. "A fishing boat caught yellowfin tuna here last week." Xiao Yu quickly calculated. The bluefin can reach there in 6 hours at full speed, perfectly timed with the tide on Saturday morning. "Can we bring Chun, Hao, and the others?" Wang De asked timidly. Li Mu mentioned he and Chun Hao wanted to join. Xiao Yu grinned. "Sure, we could use some extra hands for hauling in the catch." After school, Xiao Yu hurried to the dock. Xiao Hai was busy repainting the bluefin and nearly lost his balance upon seeing Xiao Yu approach. "Rain, brother? Didn't you say we can't go out during the fishing ban?" Initially, Xiao Yu suggested that Xiao Hai take a break and return home for 2 months during the fishing ban, but Xiao Hai preferred to stay. So Xiao Yu let it be. "We're going to the open sea," Xiao Yu declared, leaping onto the deck to check the fuel gauge. "We depart tomorrow afternoon, so prepare enough supplies for 3 days." He sent a voice message to Lu Yanqing. "This weekend, I'll be going out to sea with Wang De and the others." "Yes, just for 2 days." I'll bring you the freshest sashimi." The following evening, the dock was bathed in an orange hue from the setting sun as Xiao Yu and his 3 dorm mates appeared at the end of the pier, dragging bags of various sizes. "Wow, old Xiao, your boat is even more impressive than in the photos," Chun Hao exclaimed, shouldering a crate of mineral water, his eyes wide with amazement. Li Mu adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the words bluefin emblazoned on the boat's hull. "According to naval engineering, this boat design is suitable for ocean voyages." "Shut up, you pretentious scholar." Wang De kicked him lightly. "Hurry up and help with the gear." Xiao Hai popped his head out of the cabin. "Rain, brother. The ice hold has been pre-cooled to -25°C. Well done." Xiao Yu tossed 2 boxes of instant noodles to Chun Hao, instructing him to stow them in the crew quarters. "Remember to keep them separate." lest the seasoning packets get mixed up. Lu Mingyuan appeared out of nowhere, brandishing a professional tackle box. My dad sponsored this electric reel, with a maximum drag of 200 kilograms. Xiao Yu jumped at Lu Mingyuan's sudden arrival, but after some inquiry, he learned that it was Lu Yinxin who informed her brother. Xiao Hai leaped off the boat, retrieving a stack of documents from a waterproof bag. The permits for deep-sea fishing and the seaworthiness certificate are all in order. And also this. He dramatically produced a pink slip, an approved 72-hour extension from Chief Wang of the Maritime Bureau, stating, "Ahem, to leave him a tuna tail." Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. "So, Little Hai, are you now leveraging connections?" "Indeed." Xiao Hai proudly waved the documents. "When I mentioned supplying to your future father-in-law's restaurant, he immediately stamped it." As the engine roared to life, the bluefin slowly departed from the dock. Chun Hao leaned over the ship's railing and shouted, "Farewell, land. Farewell, final exams." Li Mu suddenly remembered something. "Wait. I haven't finished my maritime law assignment." "Remembering your assignment now?" Wang De threw a life jacket at his face. "It's too late." Xiao Yu spread out the nautical chart. "Listen, our target this time is the convergence area of warm currents at 122 east longitude." He tapped the radar screen. "Li Mu, you will be in charge of sonar monitoring. Wang De will handle the bait." "Chun Hao, I know." Chun Hao raised his hand. "I'll be responsible for shouting 666. Xiao Yu tossed a rag at him. "You are in charge of cleaning the deck." Then, he turned to Lu Mingyuan, who spoke first. "I'll help you speak well of this at home." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu could only let Lu Mingyuan manage it himself. As the sun fully sank beneath the horizon, the bluefin had already entered the deep waters. In the cockpit, Xiao Hai hummed a tune off key while the radar screen flickered with dense signals of fish schools. The night sea was as dark as ink, and the bluefin gradually halted in the designated area at 122 east longitude. The engine's roar gradually subsided, leaving only the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. Standing in the cockpit, Xiao Yu slightly closed his eyes, his consciousness delving deep into his mind. System, initiate active detection. A semi-transparent blue light curtain unfurled before him. Active sonar, scan initiated, detection range, 384 meters. Energy consumption, 2,000 hour. Radar-like ripples emanated from the vessel, and moments later, a multitude of red dots appeared on the light curtain. Southeast direction, 14. 876 meters. Fish species, yellowfin tuna, Thunus albicans. Estimated quantity, 12 to 15 fish. Average weight, 45 to 60 kilograms. Market value, 8,000 to 12,000 per fish. Xiao Yu abruptly opened his eyes and addressed the drowsy group. "My instincts tell me that they are in the southeast. Everyone get up." He kicked over an empty cola can. Southeast direction, yellowfin tuna school. Chun Hao sprang up. "No way. Is this for real?" Xiao Yu quickly assigned tasks. Xiao Hai, maneuver the vessel to maintain a 30 angle. Li Mu, provide real-time reports on the fish movements with sonar. In truth, Xiao Yu possessed a systematic perspective and did not need to rely on sonar. But to avoid revealing his abnormalities, he had to arrange it this way. Wang De operated the drone to disperse sardine bait, while Chun Hao prepared the heavy-duty trolling rod. "What about me?" Lu Mingyuan inquired, peering with an electric reel. Xiao Yu grinned. "You will be responsible for the first catch." The drone buzzed to life, scattering frozen sardine bait into an enticing line. The fish school changed direction. Li Mu focused on the screen, distance 800 meters. 600 meters. They're taking the bait. Xiao Yu pressed the switch of the electric reel, and 4 fishing rods simultaneously dipped their lures into the water. Under the moonlight, the nylon lines traced silvery arcs as they vanished into the inky depths of the sea. Suddenly, the rightmost fishing rod bent into a spine-chilling curve, the reel spinning wildly and emitting a shrill screech. Lu Mingyuan gripped the rod tightly, nearly stumbling as the fish tugged fiercely. Xiao Yu sprang forward, fastening the abdominal strap for him. "Steady. Don't pull too hard. Let it run." In the distance, a nearly meter-long yellowfin tuna breached the surface, its silver scales glistening like flowing mercury in the moonlight. Chapter 71. Frustration and Abundance on the Tranquil Surface of the Sea. The deck of the bluefin was ablaze with light late at night. Lu Mingyuan clutched the violently trembling fishing rod, the belly strap digging painfully into his ribs. The yellowfin tuna below thrashed wildly, the fishing line taut and glistening in the moonlight, occasionally sending up fine sprays of water. Let run, let run, Xiao Yu commanded from the side. Don't resist, allow it to expend its energy. Li Mu's gaze was fixed on the sonar screen. The school of fish was still nearby. In the southeast, another one was hooked. Just as Chun Hao prepared to cast a second rod, Wang De suddenly pointed at the radar screen and shouted, "Something's off. A boat is approaching." Everyone looked up to see a rusted iron fishing vessel emerging from the darkness, devoid of any national flag or insignia, with several indistinct figures swaying on its deck. More alarmingly, it was headed straight for the fishing line area of the Blue Fin, following an eerie course. Damn it! Xiao Yu dashed into the cockpit. Xiao Hai, hard to starboard. Avoid them. It was too late. The ghostly fishing boat showed no signs of slowing down, slicing through the waves and barreling directly over the Bluefin's fishing line. With a dull thud, Lu Mingyuan felt his rod suddenly lighten, the reel spinning freely. The fishing line had been severed. Damn it! My fish! Lu Mingyuan stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. Xiao Yu rushed to the edge of the boat, glaring at the vessel now perilously close. By the moonlight, he could clearly see several dark-skinned fishermen on the deck, flashing provocative smiles in their direction. It's from Vietnam. Xiao Hai gritted his teeth, recalling the reports of fishing disputes in this area last month. Li Mu quickly snapped a photo. The boat's registration number had been deliberately obscured, yet its deep draft indicated it was certainly laden with fish. Xiao Yu forced himself to remain calm. Xiao Hai, turn on all the searchlights. Wang De, prepare the maritime satellite phone. The blinding white light suddenly illuminated the fishing boat, rendering its outline unmistakable. The figures on the deck instantly fell into disarray, with some even raising fishing nets to shield their faces. They're trying to escape. Chun Hao pointed at the suddenly veering vessel. Escape? Xiao Yu replied. Li Mu, transmit the coordinates and photo to the nearby fishing boats. Alert them to exercise caution. Xiao Yu gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He stared intently at the ghostly ship disappearing into the darkness, his chest heaving with intensity. The high seas. He ground out through clenched teeth, his voice laced with fury. Next time, I'll install high-pressure water cannons and see who dares to come close. Chun Hao kicked the empty fishing bucket in frustration. Damn it, is this how it ends? Xiao Hai quietly retrieved spare fishing line from the storage. Brother Yu, we still have 3 rolls of 300-pound line. Li Mu adjusted the sonar parameters. The school of fish had scattered to a distance of 2 nautical miles southeast, but they were still lingering in the bait area. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, the salty sea breeze filling his lungs. He turned and patted Lu Mingxuan's shoulder, switched to the heavy-duty electric reel. We're going after them. The Bluefin cleaved through the inky sea, its searchlight illuminating the path ahead with brilliant clarity. Wang De skillfully maneuvered the drone to redeploy bait, as frozen sardines cascaded down like silver rain in the beam of light. The shoal of fish began to gather once more. Li Mu fixated on the flickering dots on the screen, the distance measuring 800 meters. Wait. His eyes widened in surprise. A sizable creature had infiltrated the group. At this moment, a colossal red ascended from the depths of the ocean within Xiao Yu's mind system. Detecting large fish signal, species, big-eye tuna, Thunus obesus, estimated length, 1.8 to 2.1 meters weight class, 150 to 180 kilograms market value, 25,000-35. 000 Xiao Yu's earlier frustration swiftly transformed into a fervent battle spirit as he addressed his companions. I sense that other large creatures are approaching. Everyone, be prepared. Switch to the electric reel. Xiao Yu took the helm himself, instructing Xiao Hai, maintain the boat's speed at 3 knots. The heavy fishing rod bent to a terrifying arc. The electric reel emitted a strained hum. Suddenly, the ocean erupted, and a gigantic fish soared into the air, its scales shimmering with a blue glow under the moonlight. Wow! Chun Hao nearly collapsed onto the deck, exclaiming, "Is that a submarine?" As dawn broke in the east, the refrigerated hold already contained 7 yellowfin tuna and 2 invaluable big-eye tunas. The frenzied fishing which had lasted through the night, finally ushered in a brief moment of tranquility. On the deck, Chun Hao slumped beside the fishing station, his fingers trembling slightly from the prolonged grip of the rod. I could eat a whole cow right now. Enough already, Wang De replied, rubbing his aching back. Let us move this bucket of bait into the ice hold first. Xiao Xiaohai lifted the lid of the rice cooker, steam wafting forth with the aroma of cooked rice. The porridge is ready. Who wants pickled vegetables? I do. Li Mu called out, pushing forward with his bowl, his glasses instantly fogging up. Wait, why does this pickled vegetable smell fishy? Chun Hao rummaged through the fridge and pulled out a few eggs. Who cares? Who wants fried eggs? Soft on one side. Bang! The sound of the eggshell cracking against the pot was abruptly followed by Lu Mingxuan's horrified shout. Oh no! You cooked the eggshell into it. Xiao Yu chewed on a dry piece of bread, condensation forming on the cola can at the control panel. He closed his eyes to bring up the system interface. Active scanning. Current ocean depth, 2,187 meters. Fish school detected. Large yellow croaker. Laramichthys crocea. School size. Approximately 800-1000. Fish average length. 35 to 40 centimeters market value. 1,200 to 2,000 per gene. Xiao Yu's eyes flew open, nearly dropping the bread in his hand. The price of wild large yellow croakers had soared in recent years. This school of fish was worth at least 500,000. Xiao Yu grabbed the walkie-talkie. Attention everyone. A school of large yellow croakers has been spotted in the northeast. Prepare to switch gear. The deck erupted into chaos. Chun Hao's frying spatula clattered to the ground. What? Is it the soft gold of the sea? Li Mu had already pulled out his phone to search for information. The latest market reports show that a single fish sold for 8,800 per gene at the Zhoushan dock yesterday. What are we waiting for? Wang De kicked the toolbox aside, urging for a swift deployment of the trawl net. Xiao Yu took command of the operation, instructing, adjust the vessel's speed to 3.5 knots, and maintain the net's depth at 22 meters. Utilize the golden netting to enhance the allure for fish. Set the trawling duration to 25 minutes. Xiao Hai, keep a heading of 125 degrees. Xiao Yu focused intently on the fish finder. The schools of fish were directly ahead of the net's mouth. With a thunderous roar of the hydraulic winch, the 800-meter-long trawl sank into the deep blue waters like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. As midday approached, the deck was piled high with shimmering golden yellow croakers, glistening like treasure in the morning light. Xiao Yu elegantly inscribed in the nautical log, single net haul, 2 tons of yellow croaker, valued at approximately 5,000,000. Chapter 72. An unexpected delight, the golden yellow croaker shimmered enticingly under the sun. Quick, quick, quick! Sort and pack. Xiao Yu crouched beside the pile of fish, holding an electronic scale. Chun Hao lifted a plump yellow croaker, and the tail flicked water into his face. Damn, this one must be 45 centimeters. Indeed. Wang De adjusted his glasses, still speckled with fish scales. According to the East China Sea Fisheries Resource Report, this size of wild yellow croaker. Shut up, you pretentious scholar. Lu Mingyuan snatched the fish and shoved it into the freezer. Hurry up. This one is worth 2,000 yuan. Li Mu suddenly raised a gleaming fish. Look, this one has a hint of red on its fins. Could it be a mutated variety? Xiao Xiaohai leaned in for a closer look and chuckled. What mutation? You just smeared it with fish blood. Amidst the laughter, Chun Hao stealthily tucked a small fish into Wang Da's collar, causing him to leap up in surprise and curse. He then slipped and fell into the pile of fish. Ha ha ha! Xiao Yu pointed at Wang Da, now covered in fish, exclaiming, he has truly become a tycoon now. Once sorting was complete, Xiao Yu surveyed the half-filled cold storage with satisfaction. Everyone, go rest. I'll keep watch. Xiao Xiaohai clutched his navigation log, reluctant to leave. Brother Yu, you've been up all night. Let's talk. Xiao Yu snatched the log and pushed him towards the cabin. Look at those dark circles under your eyes, like a panda. Chun Hao collapsed on the deck, wailing, I can't take it anymore. My back feels like it's not mine. Serves you right. Lu Mingyuan kicked him. What did you expect after slacking off? Li Mu suddenly remembered something. Wait, with so many fish, how do we divide them when we return? Divide? Xiao Yu grinned. Let us calculate by effort. Chun Hao gets the least, and only the fish tails. Damn! Chun Hao sprang up in protest. I object. Wanda remarked softly, according to labor laws. Shut up. Everyone chimed in unison. Ultimately, Xiao Yu sat alone in the pilot house, listening to the snores emanating from the cabin, a smile creeping onto his lips. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sea was bathed in a golden-red glow. Lu Mingyuan opened the door to the captain's quarters and found Xiao Yu sound asleep on the control panel, a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. With a mischievous grin, he took a candid photo before slapping Xiao Yu on the back. Wake up. The sun is shining on your backside. Xiao Yu jolted awake, his forehead bearing the imprint of the dashboard. Huh? Did a fish bite? Bite your head. Lu Mingyuan tossed a bottle of water at him. What's the next move? We can't just drift here. Xiao Yu wiped his face, feigning a serious inspection of the fish finder, while secretly activating the system in his mind. Active scan initiated northeast direction, 3 nautical miles fish species, skipjack tuna, Katsuonis palamis, school size, 300 to 400 fish average weight, 8 to 12 kilograms market value, 60 to 80 per kilogram, pointing at the flashing spots on the radar screen. Xiao Yu declared, I sense there is something worthwhile in the northeast. Lu Mingyuan approached with a hint of suspicion. This feeling must be peculiar. It wouldn't be that you've installed military sonar, would it? On the deck, the crew, still nursing sore arms and legs, gathered together. Shen Hao yawned. Are we starting work again? My back hasn't recovered yet. Stop complaining. Wanda kicked him lightly. You were the one sleeping the soundest just now. Your snores echoing like thunder. Xiao Yu handed the helm to Xiao Xiaohai. Maintain a course of 045, speed at 8 knots. Understood. Xiao Xiaohai rubbed his hands together. If we catch another net this time, will my share increase when we return? Xiao Yu laughed and scolded. In your dreams. First, you need to compensate for last month's vessel damage. Amidst their laughter, the bluefin sped through the twilight towards the northeast. The wake trailing from astern was marked by several seagulls diving down to snatch the dazed little fish disturbed by the propeller. As the bluefin slowly entered the target fishing area, the spotlight at the stern illuminated the dark sea as though it were daylight. Prepare to cast the net. Xiao Yu shouted from the side of the boat, for the school of skipjack tuna was directly beneath, with the system's prompt. Xiao Yu had already spotted the cluster of bluefin tuna behind. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Mu suddenly burst out from the sonar room, his glasses askew. Wait. There's something big behind us. The crew rushed to the sonar screen. Behind the dense mass of skipjack tuna, several large red dots were slowly moving. A notification appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Detected large fish signal, species, Pacific bluefin tuna, Thunus orientalis, quantity, 5 to 7 average weight, 200 to 250 kilograms market value, 800 to 1,200 kilograms. Wow. Chen Hao yanked off his sun hat. This is a moving treasure trove. Lu Mingyuan had already lunged towards a tackle box. Forget about the skipjack. Quickly switched to heavy-duty equipment. The deck erupted into chaos. Wanda fumbled to dismantle the trawl net. Li Mu, help me get the electric reel out. However, Li Mu was reciting from a book titled The Complete Guide to Tuna Fishing. According to the material, we should use live skipjack as bait. Stop reciting. Xiao Yu kicked open the toolbox. Xiao Hai, get a few live skipjack from the live well. Xiao Xiaohai grabbed the net, but suddenly screamed, ouch. This skipjack bites. Xiao Yu personally attached the bait, threading the lively skipjack onto a specially designed hook. Remember, let out the line to a depth of 150 meters. This is too extravagant. Chen Hao winced at the thought of the several hundred yuan worth of skipjack being used as bait. Can't we use frozen ones? You don't understand a thing. Lu Mingyuan cast his rod into the water. Only live bait can lure those ancestral fish. Xiao Yu pressed the switch for the electric reel, and 7 heavy rods simultaneously lowered the live bait. The steel cables glimmered coldly under the spotlight, resembling hunting nooses. In less than 10 minutes, the rightmost rod suddenly bent into a terrifying arc. Fish on! Wanda screamed as he lunged for the rod, but was nearly dragged off his feet by the immense pull. Xiao Yu dashed over to help him secure the belt. Don't pull hard. Let run. Tire it out. The surface of the sea erupted with a thunderous roar as a colossal fish, nearly 2 meters in length, soared into the air, its dark blue dorsal fin glimmering in the moonlight like a drawn sword. When the first bluefin tuna was hoisted onto the deck, all present held their breath in awe. This magnificent creature, worth a small fortune, shimmered under the moonlight with a luster as alluring as that of currency. Chapter 73. Escorting the fishing vessel on the surface of the sea, the deck of the Bluefin reverberated with exclamations of excitement. Another one! Another one! Li Mu's shrill cries nearly drowned out the roar of the engine. He clung desperately to the violently shaking fishing rod, nearly stumbling backwards. Goodness! The strength of this one is immense. Xiao Yu dashed over, assisting him in fastening the harness. Don't struggle. Let out the line. Allow it to run. The steel cable creaked ominously as the reel spun frantically, releasing nearly 100 meters of line in an instant. Limus arm muscles tremblet. Beads of sweat glistening under the lights. Steady. It's diving deeper. Xiao Yu intently observed the sonar screen. Now, start reeling in. Slowly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Hao's fishing rod also bent into an exaggerated arc. I've hooked one too. His voice shifted with excitement, but the next moment, he was dragged to his knees on the deck by the tremendous force. Oh no, this fish is going to pull me into the sea. Vong da hurid over to assist. You weakling, let me handle it. The moment he took the rod, his expression changed dramatically. Goodness, the power. Beneath the water, the line traced a bizarre zigzag, indicating that this bluefin was even more ferocious than Li Mu's. Suddenly, the surface erupted as a nearly 2-meter-long giant fish soared into the air, its silver-blue scales shimmering with a metallic sheen under the lights. I see it. It must weigh over 200 kilograms. Xiao Xiaohai brandished a harpoon, poised to strike. However, Lu Mingyuan encountered a predicament. Damn it, the line is tangled, he exclaimed, hopping anxiously. Somehow, his line had intertwined with others, as several bluefins wrestled beneath the surface, causing the line to creak ominously. Xiao Yu made a swift decision. Cut the line. Quickly. No, that S-300,000. Lu Mingyuan refused to let go. If we don't sever the line, everyone S-catch will escape. Xiao Yu snatched the scissors, and, with a decisive snip, Lu Mingyuan's line snapped. My fish. Lu Mingyuan knelt on the deck, tears of frustration brimming in his eyes. Xiao Yu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, there is an even bigger one waiting for you over there. Sunlight spilled across the deck. 5 bluefin tuna lined up neatly like soldiers awaiting inspection. That night, Chen Hao slumped beside the pile of fish, his voice trembling. Are we striking it rich? Xiao Yu assessed their haul. The smallest weighs 180 kilograms, while the largest is at least 250 kilograms. Based on market prices, Wang Da hastily tapped on the calculator, suddenly widening his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, this night is worth 10 years of my salary. The group exchanged glances, excitement etched on their weary faces. The sea breeze swept over them, carrying the briny scent along with the joy of a bountiful catch. The bluefin, laden with their harvest, slowly made its way back to shore. Golden sunlight bathed the deck, illuminating the gleaming scales of the 5 bluefin tuna. Wei Ve truly struck gold this time. Chen Hao, seated beside the fish pile, clutched the calculator, grinning from ear to ear. This trip is worth at least several million. Look at your enthusiasm. Wang Da playfully kicked him. Once we reach the dock, we must celebrate properly. Xiao Yu stood in the cockpit, gazing at the tranquil sea, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, at that moment, Xiao Xiaohai suddenly pointed at the radar and exclaimed, Brother Yu, there's a ship ahead. Something seems amiss. As they drew closer, the group beheld the harrowing state of the vessel. A hull riddled with dents, the deck strewn with torn fishing nets and overturned fish boxes. A few fishermen were frantically tending to their injured companions, their faces etched with terror and rage. It's the Haifeng. Xiao Xiaohai recognized the local fishing boat. What happened to them? Xiao Yu immediately seized the radio. Haifeng, this is the Lanfeng. Do you require assistance? A cacophony of static crackled through the receiver, followed by a hoarse voice. Damn it. We encountered pirates. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiaohai leapt aboard the Haifeng, and the scene before them made them gasp in horror. The gunnels were deformed from the impact. The cockpit glass lay shattered, and several fishermen, their heads wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, cursed as they attempted to salvage the wreckage. Old Zhang, what transpired? Xiao Yu hastened to the captain. Old Zhang, a fisherman in his 40s, wore a grim visage, his fists clenched white with rage. A bunch of bastards. They flew a foreign flag and crashed into us without a word, stealing our catch and injuring our men. Did you identify the nationality of the ship? Xiao Yu inquired, furrowing his brow. Damn it, the ship's number was painted over, but the accent sounded like it was from Southeast Asia. Old Zhang spat. They specifically target small boats like ours. Utterly shameless. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yu turned to Xiao Xiaohai and instructed, fetch our first aid kit. Let us tend to their wounds. Chun Hao and the others arrived, aghast at the scene. Good gracious. This is too brazen. Chun Hao's eyes widened. They're robbing us right at our doorstep? This bunch of bastards is taking advantage of the difficulty in enforcing the law on the high seas. Wang deceived. They prey on solitary fishing boats. Li Mu adjusted his glasses, his voice low. According to international maritime law, armed robbery on the high seas constitutes piracy. In theory, any nation could apprehend them. Theory is meaningless. Old Zhang slammed the table in frustration by the time the Coast Guard arrives. They have vanished without a trace. Xiao Yu placed a reassuring hand on Old Zhang's shoulder. Old Zhang, can your boat still navigate? It can barely move, but it's slow. Old Zhang sighed. We've truly drawn the short straw this time. Xiao Yu nodded. Very well. We will accompany you back to port aboard the Lanfeng. Old Zhang was taken aback, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This feels too much. We're all fishermen. It's only right to look out for one another. Xiao Yu smiled gently. Besides, should those rascals return, we'll be better equipped to handle them with our numbers. The two vessels, one following the other, slowly made their way towards the harbor. The wind carried a briny scent, as the Lanfeng gradually reduced its speed to maintain parallel with the battered Haifeng. Keep a speed of 3 knots. Xiao Yu adjusted the helm. Xiaohai, check the Haifeng's waterline every half hour. Xiaohai nodded, raising the binoculars to his eyes. The damage on their starboard side was more severe than anticipated. Even a slight swell could lead to water ingress. The originally 6-hour journey had been excruciatingly extended to over 10 hours. Chun Hao leaned over the side of the ship, listlessly counting the waves. At this rate, even a tortoise could overtake us. Shut your mouth, Wanda kicked him lightly. Can't you see the boat is nearly falling apart? Li Mu adjusted his glasses. Based on fluid dynamics calculations at the current speed, if you recite that formula again, I'll toss you overboard to swim back. The others chimed in unison. At noon, the sea suddenly erupted with frothy whitecaps. Attention! Starboard swell. Xiao Yu urgently grabbed the radio. The high-foam vessel pitched violently in the tumultuous waters, the damaged areas emitting a distressing creak. The seasoned fishermen scrambled to reinforce it with wooden planks. Yet seawater continued to seep into the cabin. Xiaohai, prepare the bilge pump. Xiao Yu commanded decisively. Chen Hao, toss over our spare patching mat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two boats finally caught sight of the lighthouse guiding them home. Old Zhang stood at the bow, his rugged hand tightly gripping Xiao Yu's. No need for thanks. Take these big yellow croakers with you. Enough of that. Xiao Yu pushed back the foam box brimming with fish. Just heal up and treat us to drinks. Suddenly, the engine of the Haifeng emitted a final mournful cry, ceasing all operations. Well then, Xiao Yu chuckled as he secured the tow line. For this last stretch, we'll tow you home. Chapter 74. Dividends. The bluefin slowly towed the Haifeng into the harbor. Xiao Yu pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Yaxin. Hello, Xiao Yu, came Lin Yaxin's languid voice from the other end. How was your trip at sea? Xiao Yu smirked slightly. Not bad, we caught a few small things. Small things? Lin Yaxin chuckled. What do you consider small? Just 5 bluefin tuna, averaging about 200 kilograms each, 3 big-eye tuna, around 150 kilograms, and wild yellow croaker, each over 40 centimeters. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the phone, as if Lin Yaxin had knocked something over. Wait, what did you say? Lin Yaxin's voice shot up. 5 bluefins. And yellow croaker? Xiao Yu could almost envision her wide-eyed expression. Yes, just weighed them. The largest bluefin is 260 kilograms. Xiao Yu, you've really struck it rich this time. Lin Yaxin's voice trembled with excitement. I want all the yellow croaker. The market price for wild yellow croaker is at least 1,500 per gene. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Is it really that high? Of course. Lin Yaxin spoke rapidly. Last month at the Zhoushan auction, A wild yellow croaker weighing 4.5 gene sold for an astronomical 8,800 per gene. What is the quality of your catch? They're all still alive in the cold storage, scales intact, gleaming gold. Perfect. Lin Yashin slapped her desk. I'll contact my father's restaurant right away. I'll send someone to the dock to pick up the goods. What about the tuna? Xiao Yu inquired. Do you have connections? Of course. Lin Yashin replied proudly. I know a few owners of Japanese cuisine chains. They love freshly caught bluefin. Based on current market rates, high-quality bluefin is at least 1,000 per kilogram. So those 5 could be worth at least 2 million each. Xiao Yu whistled. What about the big-eye tuna? That's more suitable for high-end supermarkets. I can connect you with the procurement director at Ole. They're currently hosting a seafood festival. Lin Yashin calculated swiftly. Big-eye tuna is around 600 per kilogram. So the 3 would be about 900,000. The sound of a calculator clicked from the other end, followed by Lin Yashin gasping. Xiao Yu, this trip at sea. The total value is at least over 10 million. Suddenly, a thud echoed from the deck. Chun Hao, who had been eavesdropping, collapsed in shock. How much? Chun Hao's voice cracked. Xiao Yu feigned calmness. All right, then it's all on you. Not a bother. I earn my commission too, Lin Yashin laughed. Just remember to take me out for the most expensive sushi. On the deck, Xiao Yu gazed at the final offer Lin Yashin sent him on the screen. 10,360. 000. He momentarily felt dazed. This trip at sea actually exceeded 10 million? He murmured, unconsciously tapping on the ship's railing. Chun Hao leaned over to sneak a glance, gasping in astonishment. Wow, 1,100,000. Dad, you are my real dad. Wang De shoved him aside. Look at you, what a disgrace. Unable to resist, he counted the numbers once more. Units, tens, hundreds, goodness. Is it truly over 10 million? Xiao Yu took a deep breath and clapped his hands. Everyone gather around. Instantly, the crowd drew near. Even Xiao Xiaohai, who was inspecting the engine, peeked out. For this voyage, each of you will receive a 10 profit share. Xiao Yu spoke with a calm demeanor, as if discussing what to have for dinner. The deck fell silent, the only sound being the gentle lapping of the waves. How much? Li Mu, oblivious to his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, stammered, 10%? That equates to over 1 million. Lu Mingxian was the first to jump up. No way. That is far too much. The ship is yours. We merely put in some labor silence. Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively, asserting that the sweat shed and hardships endured at sea warranted such compensation. Xiao Xiaohai, visibly anxious, wrung his hands. Brother Yu, my share is too much. How about any more talk, and I'll dock your wages? Xiao Yu shot him a glare. Suddenly, Chun Hao lunged forward, embracing Xiao Yu's thigh. Boss. From this day forth, wherever you point, I shall not stray. Get lost. Xiao Yu laughed while kicking him away, reminding him to pay taxes, lest the tax bureau come knocking. Wang De, with reddened eyes, murmured, Old Xiao. With this money, I can finally get a decent fishing rod. Li Mu had already pulled out his phone. Mom, help me buy a new house. His voice trembled with emotion. The clamor of the dock gradually faded, and Xiao Yu retrieved his phone. The cold glow of the screen illuminating his slightly fatigued yet exhilarated face. Xiaohai, come take a look at this. He gestured, having just found a modification factory capable of installing water cannons, not far from the dock. Xiaohai leaned in, his eyes lighting up. High-done ship modification. It looks quite professional. Should we go now? Xiaohai glanced at his watch. It was nearly evening. The night is long and full of dreams. Xiao Yu put away his phone, his gaze growing colder. After the incident with the Haifeng ship today, there could be no further delay. Wang De approached with a backpack in hand. Do you need us to accompany you? No need. Xiao Yu waved his hand, telling them they had worked hard all day and should return to rest. There's work to be done tomorrow. Chun Hao rubbed his sore arms and grinned. All right, but don't forget about the celebratory feast that Boss Xiao promised. The modification factory was nestled in the old warehouse district by the dock, with a rusty iron door displaying a crooked sign for Haidan. This, Xiaohai muttered softly. It doesn't seem very reliable. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a bald man with a face smeared in grease. Modification? To install a water cannon. Xiao Yu replied directly, specifying it should be capable of taking someone down instantly. The man grinned, revealing a gold tooth. Then you've come to the right place. Inside the dimly lit factory, sparks flew from welding torches. Xiao Yu caressed the brand-new water cannon base. The cold metallic touch brought him a sense of reassurance. Xiao Xiaohai suddenly lowered his voice. Brother Yu, do you think we will actually use this thing in the future? The factory's lights were dim, and the air was thick with the sense of machine oil and metal welding. Xiao Yu retrieved the detailed specifications of the bluefin from his mobile device and handed it to the bald-headed proprietor. The vessel measured 22 meters in length, 8 meters in width, and had a displacement of 45 tons. The proprietor squinted as he read aloud, his rough fingers gliding across the screen, contemplating the weight capacity. Xiao Xiaohai, feeling a surge of anxiety, swallowed hard and inquired, "Can it accommodate the cargo?" Suddenly, the proprietor broke into a grin, his golden tooth gleaming under the light. "Not only can it accommodate, but I can also provide you with some hard goods." He turned and rummaged through a drawer, producing a weathered catalog. Flipping to a marked page, German imported high-pressure water pump with a range of 50 meters. At maximum pressure, it can overturn a small boat. Xiao Yu's eyes brightened. "How long will it take to install?" 2 days. The proprietor boasted, thumping his chest. "I'll install 4 doors for you, 2 at the bow and 2 at the stern, operated remotely with a corrosion-resistant coating." Xiao Xiaohai gasped in astonishment. "How much will that cost?" Xiao Yu swiftly interrupted. "A 1 TB available tomorrow. You and Xiaohai can handle the installation." He pulled out his phone to scan a code, transferring a deposit of 100,000. The balance will be settled upon completion. The proprietor's golden tooth gleamed even brighter. "Splendid. I assure you, your friends will have their fill." As they exited the modification factory, the night breeze, laden with the scent of the sea, enveloped them. Xiao Xiaohai gazed at the distant, inky expanse of the ocean, suddenly feeling a newfound sense of resolve in his posture. Chapter 75. Indignation. The cafeteria buzzed with animated chatter at noon. As Xiao Yu settled down with his meal tray, 3 shadowy figures swiftly approached him. "Xiao Ge, sit here. It's cool," Chun Hao exclaimed, vigorously wiping an already clean chair with his sleeve. Wang De, with a flourish, produced a bottle of ice-cold cola, declaring, "Just bought it." Absolutely unshaken, Li Mu took it a step further, squatting down to give Xiao Yu a leg massage. "Stop! Stop!" I nearly choked. Xiao Yu exclaimed. "Could you all act normally?" "Not a chance." Chun Hao teased, adopting a high-pitched voice. "You are our second father now." Wang De presented chopsticks with both hands, proclaiming, "Dad, try this braised pork. Your son specially snatched it for you." Li Mu adjusted his glasses, adding, "Indeed, this is worth a full $1,000,000. The girls at the adjacent table stifled their laughter, whispering and pointing. Lu Yanxin, carrying her own meal tray, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, look at how popular Boss Xiao is. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding," Xiao Yu said, his forehead glistening with sweat, feeling as though they had all lost their minds. Suddenly, Chun Hao darted in front of Lu Yanxin, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, have some water." A bottle of mineral water had appeared in his hand without him noticing. Just then, a message pinged on Xiao Yu's phone from Xiao Hai. "Brother Yu, the money has been received," followed by a message from Lu Mingyuan. "Thanks, good brother-in-law." As Xiao Yu read the texts, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. The lively din of the cafeteria was abruptly interrupted by the somber voice of the television news anchor. Breaking news. Our country's 98 fishing vessel has sunk in international waters after a collision with an unidentified ship, claiming the lives of all 5 fishermen on board. The last distress signal suggests the vessel may have been a maritime police ship from a certain country. The previously jovial cafeteria fell into a heavy silence, save for the grave voice of the news anchor resonating in the air. Bang! Xiao Yu slammed his fist on the table, causing his meal tray to jump. "Damn it! It's them again." The smirk vanished from Chun Hao's face, replaced by a flush of anger. "Damn! They specifically target our fishing boats, don't they?" Li Mu adjusted his glasses, his eyes cold and piercing behind the lenses. "According to international maritime law, this constitutes an act of war." "Or my foot," Wanda erupted. "They're already shitting on our heads." Lu Yanxin and her dormitory friends, who had been eating at the neighboring table, all rose to their feet. "This is too much." Lu Yanxin trembled with rage. "What have these fishermen done to deserve this?" Chen Lu slammed her chopsticks down. Those sons of dogs. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with tears. They have wives and children at home. Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed on the television screen, where the grieving families of the deceased fishermen wept inconsolably at the dock. Lu Yanxin gently tugged at the hem of Xiaoyu's shirt, her fingertips trembling slightly. Xiaoyu. She spoke softly, almost drowned out by the noise of the cafeteria. Could you maybe refrain from going to sea for a while? Xiaoyu turned to meet her reddened eyes, feeling a pang in his heart. He grasped her icy fingertips, forcing a light-hearted smile. All right, I'll listen to you. Lu Yanxin visibly relaxed, though her brow remained furrowed. You promise me? Really? Of course. Xiaoyu gently tousled her hair, questioning, when have I ever deceived you? As the class bell rang, the others began to tidy their trays in preparation to leave. Chunhao patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, hesitating to speak. Old Xiao. Let's head to class. Xiaoyu interrupted him, her gaze signaling him to refrain from saying more in front of Lu Yanxin. Li Mu adjusted his glasses, unusually refraining from quoting literature, only letting out a heavy sigh. Before leaving, Wang De glanced back at the television. The news had concluded, yet the oppressive atmosphere lingered. In the dim light of their rented apartment, as Xiaoyu opened the door, Xiao Xiaohai was seated on the sofa, fiddling with his phone. You're back. Xiao Xiaohai looked up, noticing the grim expression on Xiaoyu's face, his smile faltering. Ringo, what's wrong? Xiaoyu tossed her backpack onto the sofa, her voice hoarse. How's the water cannon coming along? Very smoothly. Xiao Xiaohai quickly stood up. The German-imported high-pressure pump is ready. All 4 doors are installed, with a range of 50 meters. Remote control and anti-corrosive coating applied. Xiaoyu nodded, yet her brow remained furrowed. Xiao Xiaohai poured a glass of water and handed it to her. What happened? Xiaoyu accepted the glass, her knuckles turning white as she replied. Did you see the news today? The fishing vessel Yin 098 was sunk in international waters. 5 fishermen are missing. What? Xiao Xiaohai sprang to his feet, the glass clattering to the ground. Is it those bastards again? The latest information pointed towards a foreign Coast Guard vessel. Xiaoyu's voice was as cold as ice. They're likely the same group that attacked the Haiphong yesterday. Xiao Xiaohai slammed his fist against the wall, blood seeping from his knuckles. Scoundrels! Preying on us fishermen. We need to modify the equipment further at the workshop. Xiaoyu gazed out into the night. High-definition cameras, sonic deterrents. Money is no object. Xiao Xiaohai nodded, breathless. I'll take care of it first thing in the morning. After a moment of silence, he suddenly recalled, wait, didn't Lu Yanxin tell you to avoid going out to sea recently? Xiaoyu did not respond, but instead retrieved a nautical chart from the drawer, slowly spreading it across the coffee table. After dinner, Xiaoyu closed her room door and sat at her desk, the moonlight casting a cold glow on the tabletop. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, summoning the system in her mind. System, can you search for vessels in the nearby waters? Host request detected. Vessel search function activated. Note, please provide the name or number of the target vessel for accurate location. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Is it possible to pinpoint a certain nation's Coast Guard vessel, even without a specific number? Search failed. Current database does not include real-time coordinates of international Coast Guard vessels. Suggestion, to track a specific target, please provide any of the following information. Vessel registration, number, vessel name, recent activity, area coordinates. Xiaoyu opened her eyes, gazing out into the night, her expression sharp. Indeed, it was not so simple. She immediately accessed the system. System, mark this coordinate and compare it with the location of the fishing vessel robbery we encountered the day before yesterday. Data comparison in progress. Coordinates of the sunken vessel. Longitude 125.17 foot. Latitude 2836. Coordinates of the robbery incident. Longitude 124.49. Latitude 2815 foot. Conclusion. The two locations are approximately 52 nautical miles apart, suggesting a potential overlap in the patrol route. Chapter 76. A stir at the school gate. The school gate was teeming with people. The setting sun illuminating the vibrant red banner proclaiming our fishing rights and national pride. Old Zhang, accompanied by a dozen dark-skinned fishermen clad in pristine marine blue uniforms, carried foam boxes brimming with seafood. Passers-by, students paused to capture this rare sight on their phones. What's going on? Is this a movie shoot? The banner reads, Xiaoyu, the one from the Ocean College? A few girls tiptoed to catch a glimpse. Is he the tall one, always with the school bell? As Xiaoyu emerged from the school alongside Lu Yanxin, Old Zhang hastily stepped forward, his rough hand grasping Xiaoyu's firmly. Captain Xiao, we've been waiting for you. Before Xiaoyu could respond, Old Zhang suddenly stepped back, leading all the fishermen to bow deeply in unison. Gasps and the clicking of cameras filled the air. If it weren't for your fleet's escort last time, Old Zhang's eyes glistened with emotion as he straightened. RGU Yang 886 would have long since sunk in the open sea. He turned to unveil the foam box, revealing a bounty of wild yellow croaker, freshly purchased from another fishing vessel that very morning. You must accept this. The surrounding students erupted in excitement. Wow, that box of yellow croaker is worth at least 50,000. Did you hear Old Zhang mention a fleet? Xiaoyu has a fleet? Old Zhang was even more animated than the person involved. Captain Xiao has more than just a fleet. That modified bluefin ship alone is worth over 20 million. He counted on his fingers, and with the recent auction of that bluefin tuna, his fortune is no less than 20 million. The girls who initially gathered to gawk at the scene now regarded Xiaoyu with newfound admiration. No wonder Lu Yanxin clings to him every day. A delicately made-up girl remarked with a hint of envy. Her companion nudged her. Didn't you say last week at the student council dinner that he looked like a shipyard worker? Lu Yanxin, keenly aware of their gazes, instinctively tightened her grip on Xiaoyu's arm. Xiaoyu, embarrassed, felt heat rise to his ears and quietly pleaded, Old Zhang, please stop. One by one, the fishermen approached to shake hands. An elderly man missing a tooth insisted on giving Xiaoyu a package wrapped in red cloth. Dried shrimp for my own, sun-drying. My wife insisted I let the benefactor have a taste. The crowd at the school gate not only did not disperse, but grew even larger. A few impeccably made-up girls jostled among themselves, and finally, a girl in a super short skirt summoned her courage, clattering in high heels as she approached Xiaoyu. Senior Xiao, her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, her fingers clutching a pink notepaper. I'm Lin Miao Miao from the business school. Here, that's my number. Before she could finish, Lu Yanxin swiftly intertwined her arm with Xiaoyu's, her nails digging subtly into his arm. Sorry, his phone is dead. Another girl with wavy hair pushed through her companions. Senior, I'm from the school etiquette team. We need a male host for next week's event. P.S. busy. Lu Yanxin interjected firmly, her eyes wide. He.S. going to accompany me. Accompany me to the library to study. Xiaoyu grimaced in pain, yet dared not pull away. Managing only a forced smile. Yes, studying. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd broke out in teasing. Yanxin is jealous. The most audacious among them was Suya, the head of the student union's arts department. She boldly parted the crowd and approached Xiaoyu, a playful smile gracing her crimson lips. Xiao, I've heard you on a yacht. We have a maritime gathering next week. Lu Yanxin, instantly flustered, positioned herself protectively in front of Xiaoyu, declaring, that boat is his. It's for me. Old Zhang and the fishermen nearby found the scene utterly delightful, with one young fisherman even whistling, Captain Xiao, this is livelier than fishing. As another girl reached for her phone to snap a picture, Lu Yanxin grasped Xiaoyu's arm and swiftly turned to leave. Hey, don't go. So you called after them. We could all three go together. Three? Not a chance. Lu Yanxin shot back a fierce glare before hastening her pace, nearly breaking into a run. Xiaoyu stumbled slightly under her grip, but managed to call out to Old Zhang. I'll take the fish. Invite me next time you head out. After navigating a few corners, Lu Yanxin finally released her hold and glared at Xiaoyu, her expression one of indignation. Feeling quite pleased with yourself, are you? I'm wronged. Xiaoyu raised his hands in surrender. I don't even know their names. That's Suya. She handed you water at last year's sports meet. Lu Yanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually remember her. Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. How could this girl have such a remarkable memory? As the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two, one fuming with indignation and the other smiling apologetically, they found themselves at the seafood stall behind the school. Xiaoyu carefully peeled a spicy shrimp for Lu Yanxin, urging, try this, it's the house specialty. He dipped the prepared shrimp in sauce and brought it to her lips. Lu Yanxin bit down, cheeks puffed out, glaring at him. Don't think you can just gloss over this. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yu attempted to shift the subject. The Bluefin is testing its new water cannon this weekend. Smack! Lu Yanxin's chopsticks hit the table. What did you promise me? Surrounding patrons turned their heads in unison. Xiao Yu quickly lowered his voice. It's just a test close to shore. Lu Yanxin's eyes instantly filled with tears. Those fishermen in the news have families too. A tear fell onto the crab shell. Xiao Yu panicked, fumbling for tissue. Please don't cry. I'll make it right. You always do this. Lu Yanxin sobbed. Last time, you promised me. Do you know how worried I'm every time you go out to sea? Feeling guilty, Xiao Yu rubbed his nose. But nothing ever happens. Xiao Yu, quickly. Xiao Yu changed the topic, pulling out his phone to open the album. Look, I booked a VIP room at your favorite Japanese restaurant. We're going tomorrow. Lu Yanxin glanced at it, a slight smile appearing before she forcibly suppressed it. That place where the average cost is 3,000? Exactly. Xiao Yu seized the moment. And look at this. He displayed the order page for the concert tickets she had been mentioning for half a year. Lu Yanxin finally broke into laughter, but soon adopted a serious expression again. You want to be able to bribe me. Xiao Yu suddenly grew serious, grasping her hand. I assure you, we will test the equipment for just 2 hours, with the AIS positioning activated at all times, allowing you to track the vessel's location whenever you wish. Lu Yanxin bit her lip in silence. How about this? Xiao Yu produced a bank card and placed it on the table. If we exceed the time limit by even a minute, feel free to use the money on this card as you please. Who would want your money? Lu Yanxin kicked him lightly, her tone softening. But you must send the location every hour. The proprietress approached with a bowl of lobster porridge. Noticing Lu Yanxin with red eyes gnawing on a crab leg, while Xiao Yu busily peeled shrimp beside her, unable to suppress a chuckle. Chapter 77. Sea trial on the serene waters of Saturday morning. The surface shimmered with a delicate golden hue as the bluefin surged forward, slicing through the tranquility towards its designated area. At the bow, Xiao Yu gently caressed the metallic casing of the newly installed water cannon, its cold touch eliciting a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This was no ordinary water cannon, imported from Germany. The high-pressure pump, combined with a specially designed pressurization device, boasted a range of up to 50 meters, with sufficient force to penetrate wood at close range. Brother Yu, we've arrived at the location. Xiao called from the helm. Xiao Yu nodded and pressed his earpiece. Activate the water pump, prepare for the test. A deep rumble emanated from the bottom of the cabin, signaling the commencement of the high-pressure pump's operation. Xiao quickly manipulated the controls, opened the seawater intake valve, initiate the 3-stage pressurization turbine, check the pressure gauge, current, 1,500 psi. Pressure is normal. He gave a thumbs up. Xiao Yu grasped the remote control for the water cannon, aiming at the orange target floating 200 meters away. Increase pressure to 2,000 psi. With a high-pitched hum, the blue indicator lights on the 2 water cannons at the bow illuminated simultaneously. Fire in the hole. Xiao Yu pressed the trigger decisively. Boom! 2 columns of water, each with a diameter of 15 centimeters, tore through the air, refracting a rainbow-like halo in the morning sun. In the blink of an eye, the target raft was struck, the thick 5-centimeter wooden board splintering with a sharp crack. Xiaohai's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, if that hit a person. Let's try a moving target. Xiao Yu replied, adjusting the knob to elevate the pressure to 2,500 psi. This time, they aimed at the old lifeboat being towed at the stern. The high-pressure water stream struck like liquid bullets, rapidly deforming the lifeboat's aluminum shell until, with a resounding bang, it burst open, slowly sinking beneath the waves. The bluefin traced a graceful arc across the surface of the sea, pivoting 180 degrees towards the dock. Xiaohai scratched his head, puzzled. Brother Yu, we've reached deep water. Shouldn't we go out to the open sea for a test? The performance of the water cannon in a real combat environment is more crucial, isn't it? Xiao Yu, gripping the wheel, gazed ahead, his lips twitching slightly. Today, we'll stop here. Xiaohai squinted, suddenly enlightened. Oh, you promised Sister Yanxin, didn't you? Xiao Yu cleared his throat, feigning intense focus on the radar screen. A man must keep his word. Xiaohai leaned in with a mischievous grin. Our Captain Xiao, commanding respect on the sea. Turns out to be a henpecked husband. Get lost. Xiao Yu kicked at him, but Xiao Xiaohai nimbly dodged. Who is afraid of her? I'm just showing respect. Do you understand? Xiao Xiaohai clutched the railing, laughing breathlessly. I understand. Completely. He mimicked Lu Yinxin's tone. You must send your location every hour. Xiao Yu's ears turned crimson as he grabbed a nearby life buoy and threw it at him. If you keep imitating her, you'll swim back tonight. Inside the cockpit, the radar emitted 2 sudden beeps. Xiao Xiaohai leaned in for a closer look and chuckled. Brother Yu, it seems we have been locked onto by the Coast Guard's radar. Xiao Yu cast a glance, exclaiming, of course. Did you think that water cannon was merely for fireworks? Do you need an explanation? An explanation? Nonsense. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes and simply stated that they were testing the firefighting equipment. At noon, the bluefin slowly approached the shore. At the end of the dock, Lu Yinxin stood with her arms crossed, her phone displaying the vessel's trajectory, never straying far from the coast. Upon spotting her, Xiao Yu instinctively straightened his posture, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. On the dock, Lu Yinxin looked at Xiao Yu as he jumped off the boat, her expression a mix of amusement and teasing. Oh, Captain Xiao has returned. I thought your water cannon test would take you all the way to the Pacific. Xiao Yu, feigning seriousness, retorted, I shall always deliver on my promises. If I said 2 hours. It was 2 hours. Lu Yinxin waved her phone, questioning, then why did the location signal disappear for 3 minutes and 20 seconds at 10:07? Sweat instantly beaded on Xiao Yu's forehead. Well, perhaps it was signal interference? Oh, Lu Yinxin elongated her tone. Then why did Xiaohai post a video of you sneaking around the stern during this signal interference period? Just as Xiaohai hopped off the boat, humming a tune. He stumbled at the mention, Brother Yu, I was wrong. It was sister-in-law who forced me to film. Xiaohai discreetly captured the playful couple, captioning it on social media. Some people claim they fear not their wives, yet their bodies tell a different tale. 3 seconds later, he received a WeChat message from Xiao Yu. Tonight, you sleep on the deck. Upon reading the message, Xiaohai's expression changed dramatically, and he rushed to grab Xiao Yu's arm. Brother Yu, I was wrong. I'll delete the post right away. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. Too late. The deck shall be your bed tonight. Instantly, Xiaohai turned to Lu Yinxin, feigning a pitiful expression. Sister-in-law, there are mosquitoes on the deck. Last time I stood watch, I got bitten 8 times. Lu Yinxin laughed, raising an eyebrow at the two. 8 bites? How tragic. Indeed. Xiaohai rolled up his sleeve to display non-existent bites. Look at this. This. Wait. Lu Yinxin burst into laughter. Where are the bites? Did the sea breeze carry them away? Thinking quickly, Xiaohai replied, It's an internal injury. An internal injury. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. An internal injury, is it? Then a breath of fresh air on the deck is just what you need, fighting fire with fire. Wiping her hands, Lu Yinxin suddenly linked her arm with Xiao Yu's. Oh well, considering he helped me film today. Xiao Yu was momentarily speechless. Why are you siding with him? Because I'm the kindest girlfriend in the world, Lu Yinxin winked, but suddenly, she tiptoed and whispered something in Xiao Yu's ear. Instantly, his face flushed from his ears to his neck. That might not be appropriate. Curious, Xiaohai leaned in. What did sister-in-law say? Lu Yinxin smiled silently, while Xiao Yu swiftly covered Xiaohai's ears, exclaiming, Not suitable for children. Chapter 78. A clash of wits within the office of the Ocean College. The fan creaked rhythmically as Xiao Yu stood before Counselor Lao Chen's desk, a substantial stack of transcripts in hand. Professor Chen, I wish to apply for an early internship. Xiao Yu extended the transcripts towards him. These are the grades for all the courses I completed this semester. Lao Chen adjusted his glasses and glanced over the transcripts, his eyebrows shooting upwards in astonishment. Marine biology, 98. Naval engineering, a perfect score. Have you been residing in the library for the past month? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Well, since I haven't been going out to sea lately, I figured I might as well utilize my time. Lao Chen perused the transcripts, clicking his tongue in disbelief. You even managed to score 95 in marine law, a course notorious for a 40 failure rate. He suddenly looked up, a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Wait, you didn't resort to cheating, did you? Professor, Xiao Yu declared with righteous indignation. Am I the kind of person who would do such a thing? Lao Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Applying for an early internship is feasible. A sly smile crept across his face. On one condition, you must secure a first-class scholarship at the end of the term. Is that all? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Not so fast. Lao Chen raised a finger. You also need to present a paper at the International Marine Rights Forum, which is a task at the graduate level. As soon as Xiao Yu exited the office, he eagerly summoned the system in his mind. System, could you assist me in writing a paper on strategies for protecting fisheries resources in international marine rights disputes? It needs to have a plagiarism rate below 5. Request from host detected. Academic paper assistance function activated. Note, this system can provide data support, literature review, and logical framework. But the host must refine the content independently. Estimated plagiarism rate. 3. 2 minus 4? 8. Wow. Is it really possible? Xiao Yu exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and nearly colliding with Suya, who was passing by with a stack of documents. Oh no! Suya exclaimed as the papers scattered across the floor, stumbling a few steps before regaining her balance. Who is so careless? Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu hurriedly knelt to help gather the papers. I'm so sorry. Suya tossed her long hair aside, suddenly leaning in closer. I heard you're applying for an early internship? Her fingers brushed lightly over Xiao Yu's shoulder. Our literary department has something happening next week. My girlfriend is calling me. Xiao Yu abruptly pointed behind her and bolted away at breakneck speed. Suya turned to find herself alone, her foot stamping in frustration. Xiao Yu, just wait. Reaching a secluded corner of the library, Xiao Yu randomly grabbed a professional book, taking a moment to steady his breathing. The system's holographic interface had activated. Literature database accessed. JSTOR CNKI Springer data support. Fisheries conflict cases from the past decade, including unpublished files, core argument. Legitimacy analysis of using military escorts as negotiation leverage. Xiao Yu's eye sparkled. This was far more exhilarating than merely copying assignments. Just as he began to write fervently, his phone vibrated. Lu Yanxin sent a selfie, caught a wild academic genius in a library, silly face. In the photo, she was stealthily capturing him from behind a bookshelf. Xiao Yu looked up just in time to meet her mischievous gaze. The afterglow of the setting sun cascaded upon the tree-lined paths of the campus, casting dappled shadows. Xiao Yu and Lu Yanxin walked side by side, clutching a hefty volume of materials on maritime law. Suddenly, Lu Yanxin halted, tilting her head to regard him. Are you exerting yourself so fervently to earn credits, merely for an early internship? Xiao Yu cleared his throat softly, his gaze drifting into the distance. Not entirely. Oh. Lu Yanxin narrowed her eyes, intrigued. Then why? Xiao Yu inhaled deeply. The fishing ban is about to end. Lu Yanxin paused, then quickly grasped the implication. You still intend to go out to sea? Let me explain. Xiao Yu hastily grasped her hand. This time is different. We will form a fleet with over a dozen fishing vessels. Lu Yanxin bit her lip, falling silent, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Xiao Yu spoke gently. You are aware of the situation with Yun 098. I cannot feign ignorance. But that's in international waters. What if? There are no what-ifs. Xiao Yu tightened his grip on her hand. This time, we are thoroughly prepared. Water cannons, satellite positioning, emergency communication channels. Lu Yanxin abruptly interrupted him. Take me with you. Huh? Xiao Yu was taken aback. This. Otherwise, it's off the table. She lifted her chin defiantly. I can assist you in organizing data and processing catch records. Besides, her voice softened. I do not wish to be left on shore, anxious and fearful. Observing her resolute expression, Xiao Yu finally nodded. All right, but you must follow my instructions. Lu Yanxin then smiled brightly. It's a deal. By the way, she suddenly recalled. How is your thesis coming along? Xiao Yu smiled mysteriously. With the guidance of a master, the similarity index will undoubtedly be below 5. Boasting. Lu Yanxin playfully shoved him. If I catch you plagiarizing, you are finished. Under the setting sun, their shadows elongated. Xiao Yu headed back to his rented accommodation while Lu Yanxin made her way toward the cafeteria. In the evening at the campus CAF, Lu Yanxin was diligently organizing her notes on maritime law. The glass door swung open, the wind chimes ringing melodiously, as Suya strode over in her high heels. Oh, the academic overachiever is working hard. I see. Where's Xiao Yu? Why isn't he with you? Lu Yanxin did not look up. He is busy with his thesis. Suya stirred her coffee, seemingly casually remarking, I heard he has been particularly busy lately? She emphasized the word busy with a hint of insinuation. Lu Yanqing finally lifted her gaze, her expression tranquil. Speak plainly. Oh, don't be so serious. Suya leaned in, the scent of her perfume wafting towards Lu Yanqing. I'm merely curious. A man like Xiao Yu must be quite difficult to please, right? Her finger traced the rim of her cup slowly. Some matters are exhausting to handle alone. Lu Yanqing closed her notebook, smiling faintly. Such as? For instance, Suya loaded hervois conspiratoriae. I hear he enjoys staying up late. I can assist in taking care of her. She deliberately elongated her tone. Staying up all night is no issue at all. Lu Yanqing suddenly chuckled, retrieving her phone from her bag. What a coincidence. I just finished recording. She pressed the play button, and Suya's suggestive voice resonated clearly. You. Suya's expression shifted dramatically. Do not be alarmed, Lu Yanqing said slowly as she tucked her phone away. I merely wish to convey that he is fond of women who can endure sleepless nights alongside him on the deck, rather than delicate flowers confined within a greenhouse. Suya abruptly rose to her feet, the chair emitting a piercing screech. Do you think this means you've triumphed? Your father's company has gone bankrupt, has it not? Lu Yanqing interjected unexpectedly, referencing last week's financial news. Observing the sudden pallor on Suya's face, she extended a business card. This is a debt restructuring expert from my father's law firm. It's far more reliable than selling yourself. As a glass door swung open once more, only Suya remained rooted in place, the business card trembling slightly between her fingers. Chapter 79. A sense of crisis in the girls' dormitory. Lu Yanqing stood before the mirror, her fingers trembling slightly as she fastened the clasp of her black lace lingerie. Yanqing, are you still putting on makeup at this hour? Chun Lu peeked over her shoulder, mischievously blinking her eyes. You're not going to, he. Lu Yanqing's hand shook, nearly spilling her foundation. What nonsense. I'm just going to deliver notes to Xiao Yu. Oh, delivering notes, Lin Xiao Yu elongated her tone. Is that why you need to wear such expensive perfume? Fang Yuan silently handed her a small box. Safety measures. Fang Yuan. Lu Yanqing's face flushed crimson as she shoved the box back in her hands. I don't need it. She seized her jacket and fled in haste. Before the rented apartment door, Lu Yanqing took 3 deep breaths before daring to knock. The moment the door opened, Xiao Yu appeared with disheveled hair, his pajama buttons misaligned, clutching a copy of Marine Engineering. Yanqing, what's wrong? In response, the door slammed shut, followed by a soft body pressing against him. Wait, Xiao Yu found himself pinned against the wall, his mouth filled with a mingling sense of mint toothpaste and a floral fruity fragrance. He instinctively gripped his girlfriend's waist, but was taken aback to discover that beneath her jacket, she was clad only in lingerie. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yanqing pressed his hand against her waist, breathless. She murmured, Xiao Yu, I want you. Xiao Yu's mind momentarily short-circuited. Are you certain? His voice was hoarse, his fingers involuntarily sinking into her delicate skin. The small sea could. I told him not to come back tonight. Lu Yanqing nibbled on his earlobe now. Be quiet. In one swift motion, Xiao Yu scooped her up, taking 2 steps at a time into the bedroom, his foot kicking the door shut while he muttered, When did you and Xiao Hai? Lu Yanqing bit him on the shoulder. Focus. Moonlight streamed through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the bed. Xiao Yu suddenly halted, gazing down at the girl blushing beneath him. Why today? Lu Yanqing turned her face away. I saw Suya with you. Jealous? Xiao Yu chuckled softly, his fingers brushing against her reddened eyelid. Then I must prove just how discerning my taste is. At 3 a.m, Xiao Yu watched the girl in his arms slumber peacefully, gently kissing away the unshed tears on her lashes. Suddenly, his phone screen illuminated, revealing a message from Xiao Hai. Bro, I'm staying in internet CAF now. Don't forget to send me money tomorrow, followed by a grinning emoji. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains. Xiao Yu groggily reached out, only to find the space beside him empty. He jolted awake, spotting Lu Yanqing stealthily picking up her clothes from the floor, her fair back marked with several suggestive red marks. Ahem. Upon hearing him, Lu Yanqing visibly flinched. Good morning. Lu Yanqing froze in place, her ears reddening at an observable rate. Good morning. Xiao Yu scratched his head. Do you want to wear my t-shirt first? Lu Yanqing gazed down at the crumpled dress in her hands, her voice barely a whisper. All right. As Xiao Yu handed her the garment, he suddenly noticed a small patch of dark red on the bedsheet, leaving him flustered. This. No peeking. Lu Yanqing swiftly snatched the pillow to cover it, but her vigorous motion caused her to gasp in pain. Does it hurt? Xiao Yu immediately grew anxious. Did I? Last night. Silence. Lu Yanqing buried her face in her t-shirt. If you say another word, I'll jump into the sea. Xiao Yu stifled a laugh and gently embraced her. Jump into the sea? Today, I'll be your human crutch. A muffled voice arose from his chest. It's all your fault. Indeed, it is my fault. Xiao Yu kissed the top of her head, thus. I shall compensate you for a lifetime. In the kitchen, Xiao Yu fumbled as he fried an egg. This'll have to do. My culinary skills. I know. Lu Yanqing perched on a high stool, swinging her legs. Mister only knows how to boil instant noodles. Suddenly, Xiao Yu turned. Stealing a kiss from her lips, I've upgraded. Now, I am Mister. Can fry eggs. Lu Yanqing, blushing, pushed him away. The egg will burn. The egg sizzled in the skillet, and Xiao Yu abruptly turned off the heat, looking earnestly at Lu Yanqing. Yanqing, he inhaled deeply. You are mine now. He grasped her hand. This summer, I shall formally visit your uncle and aunt, if they agree. No. Lu Yanqing yanked her hand back, nearly toppling the milk cup. Xiao Yu was taken aback. You don't want to? It's not that I don't want to. Lu Yanqing bit her lip. You're just worried about what happened with Suya yesterday, afraid I would think too much. I am serious, Xiao Yu interrupted. From the day you came to my hometown alone, Lu Yanqing shook her head, her fingers gently caressing his cheek. Fool. We are only in our second year. She sighed. If my father finds out about us, he might toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Xiao Yu retorted. I've caught more fish than he has ever seen. That's not the point. Lu Yanqing was both exasperated and amused. I want you to marry me because you desire to, not because you should. Xiao Yu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly knelt on one knee, using the spatula as a microphone. So, Ms. Lu Yanqing, may I ask if you are willing to wait for this fool to graduate before marrying him? Lu Yanqing burst into laughter, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. The egg is gone cold. You answered incorrectly? Xiao Yu scooped her up in his arms, declaring, the correct answer is, I do. Chapter 80. Returning home for summer vacation with a smile gracing his features, Xiao Yu waved farewell to the other 3 inhabitants of the dormitory, exclaiming, see you next semester, everyone. He then turned to Lu Yanqing, gently saying, come on, Yanqing, Xiaohai is already waiting for us at the dock. Lu Yanqing nodded softly, and together they stepped out of the dormitory, making their way towards the harbor. The previous night, they had enjoyed a late-night meal outside, lingering until the early hours, and by the time they awoke, it was nearly noon. Today marked the official commencement of summer vacation. With the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze caressing their faces, seemingly heralding the beginning of a delightful journey. Lu Yanqing had already shared her plans with her parents. This summer, she intended to go fishing at sea with Xiao Yu. Although her parents were somewhat concerned that their daughter might overexert herself, they ultimately chose to support her decision upon seeing the joy and anticipation radiating from her. Upon their arrival at the dock, Xiaohai stood on a blue fishing boat, waving enthusiastically at them from a distance. Brother Yu, Sister Yanqing, you've made it. Everything is ready. We can set sail at any moment. Xiao Yu replied, all right then. Let's head out back home. Upon hearing this, Xiaohai expertly started the blue fin, the engine rumbling deeply as the fishing boat slowly departed from the dock, heading into the vast ocean. For the next 4 hours, the blue fin sliced through the waves. Sunlight danced upon the shimmering surface of the sea, creating patches of golden light. The sea breeze tousled Xiao Yu and Lu Yanqing's hair, bringing a refreshing chill. At last, when the blue fin reached the village's dock, the familiar outline of the village came into view, the coastline evoking a sense of nostalgia. The blue fin glided across the azure waters, gradually approaching the small dock of this remote fishing village. Sunlight flickered on the pristine white hull, and the 22-meter streamlined vessel appeared particularly striking next to the modest wooden pier. Look, what kind of boat is that? The first to notice was old fisherman Wang, who dropped his shuttle in surprise. A group of barefoot children abandoned their seashells and raced along the dock, shouting, a big boat. What a beautiful big boat. Antli, who was sun-drying fish, squinted her eyes and exclaimed, "Heavens above, this boat is fancier than the town government building. What is written on the bow? Blue. Bluefin." The young fishing heir, Ah Chong, stood on tiptoe, suddenly widening his eyes. "Wait a minute. Isn't that Xiaoyu? On the foredeck." Xiaoyu was leaning against the railing, waving to the shore. Behind him, Lu Yinxin donned a white dress, her long hair billowing in the wind, glimmering with a golden halo under the sunlight. "That boy from Xiao family." The village chief, momentarily forgetting to smoke his pipe, remarked. "Last year he returned with just an iron-hulled boat, and now he's commanding this grand vessel?" Several youngsters had already jumped into the sea, swimming towards the boat, only to be shooed back by Xiao Hai, who warned, "Don't climb aboard. The paint is expensive. That big freezer at the back, surely it can hold all the fish caught by the entire village?" Grandma Wang trembled as she pointed towards the boat's refrigeration compartment. As soon as Xiaoyu jumped off the boat, he was surrounded by the villagers. "Xiaoyu, how much did this boat cost? I have heard that you have struck it rich in the city. Is this young lady your partner? She is truly lovely." Lu Yinxin, blushing, hid behind Xiaoyu, who chuckled as she wrapped an arm around her shoulder, saying, "Uncles and aunts, please do not frighten her. We have merely returned to visit Grandpa." A timid little girl tugged at Xiaoyu's pants, asking, "Brother Yu, is there a television on the boat?" "Not only is there a television," Xiaoyu replied, bending down to lift her, "but there is also a microwave oven capable of grilling fish. Would you like to come aboard and take a look?" The children erupted in excitement, clamoring to tour the vessel. Xiao Hai quickly tried to restore order, exclaiming, line up, one popsicle each." As the sun set, the searchlight of the bluefin vessel illuminated the entire dock as if it were midday. The old village chief gazed at the brightly lit ship and remarked to those beside him, "I fear the ancestral grave of the Lao Shao family is emitting green smoke." Leaning on his cane, the old chief wobbled up the gangway of the bluefin, his calloused hand brushing against the polished handrail, marveling. "This ladder is cleaner than my own floor." Xiaoyu quickly assisted him, saying, "Take your time, be careful on the steps." Upon entering the cabin, the old chief was taken aback. The marble dining area was adorned with exquisite dishes. The steamed East Star grouper, vibrant and enticing. Garlic vermicelli lobster artfully arranged like a flower. And a steaming Buddha jumps over the wall. Is this what one calls a simple meal? The old chief's cane thudded against the ground. Even the wealthiest man in the county wouldn't host such a banquet for his daughter's wedding. Xiao Hai was busy setting the table, explaining, "Grandpa village chief. This food was ordered from Seascape in town. Their head chef previously worked in a 5-star hotel." A few audacious villagers approached, gathering around the dining table, swallowing their saliva. "Please, everyone take a seat," Xiaoyu urged. "Uncle Aqiang, do try this abalone. It was freshly caught and prepared." Antli hesitated, clutching her clothing, intimidated by the gilded utensils. "These chopsticks must be more expensive than the beams in my house." Lu Yinxin thoughtfully offered her a pair of ordinary bamboo chopsticks, saying, "Annie, use these. I can't handle those fancy ones either. They're all showy but impractical." After several rounds of toasts, the old chief patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, saying, "You've done well for yourself, young man." Then, lowering his voice, he inquired, "I heard, this ship can fend off pirates?" Xiaoyu smiled silently, simply pouring the elder a glass of Maotai. Outside, the sunset painted the sea in hues of gold and crimson, with the silhouette of the bluefin resembling a mighty beast poised to strike. Once they had feasted and imbibed, the old chief insisted on tying a red ribbon to the bow of the ship, stating, "It must be done according to tradition. A new vessel deserves to be adorned." Although Xiaoyu had already taken the ship out to sea, this was the first time it was being celebrated back home. Xiaoyu glanced at his grandfather, Xiao Defuku, who nodded in agreement. Xiaoyu promptly instructed someone to procure red fabric and display it prominently at the bow. As night fell, the last villager's figure vanished into the darkness. The deck of the bluefin returned to tranquility, with only the sound of waves gently lapping against the hull. Standing at the railing, Xiaoyu gazed at the distant lights of the fishing village, releasing a long sigh. Finally, it was over. Lu Yinxin approached, offering him a cup of hot tea. "How much did you drink tonight?" Xiaoyu accepted the teacup, smiling as he shook his head. "Not much. Just a few drinks with the old chief." Xiao Hai poked his head out of the cockpit and said, Rain, the 3 crew members have been arranged. They will stay in the crew quarters tonight. Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement. All right, let them return home for a few days of rest after they wake up tomorrow. Lu Yinxin, filled with curiosity, inquired, Are they the 2 new crew members you mentioned? Indeed, Xiao Yu replied, taking a sip of tea. They're seasoned hands. Having previously sailed with Xiao Hai on the Yuxian. Chapter 81. The nuances of human relationships as the morning sun poured its golden rays upon the narrow paths of the fishing village. Xiao Hai led his family in a jubilant procession towards the residence of Xiao Dafu. Grandfather, please take your time. Xiao Hai supported his grandfather, who leaned on a cane, for they were nearing the home of their elder uncle. Xiao Hai's grandfather, Xiao Erfu, bore 2 jars of homemade rice wine, his face alight with joy. I heard that Xiao Yu's boat is worth over 10 million? Goodness, that's more than all the fishing vessels in our village combined. Xiao Dafu, who was drying fish in the yard, looked up upon hearing the commotion and hurried out to greet them. Oh my, second brother, what brings you here? Xiao Erfu grasped Xiao Dafu's hand with a trembling voice. Elder brother, the ancestral tomb of our Xiao family is blessed with good fortune. Xiao Hai's grandmother, Wang Milan, presented a meticulously prepared gift box. Elder brother, this is dried shrimp from our own sun-drying. Xiao Hai mentioned that Xiao Yu loves this treat. As everyone settled down, Xiao Hai suddenly knelt before his elder uncle. Uncle, if it weren't for brother you taking me along, I would still be at the dock carrying fish. Xiao Dafu quickly assisted him to his feet. Get up. There is no need for such formalities between brothers. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Hai's grandmother remarked, Xiao Yu has truly made a name for himself. In just half a year, he has helped Xiao Hai earn over $1 million. Xiao Erfu produced a crumpled savings book. Elder brother, look, Xiao Hai has earned enough to build a new house for the family. Not to be outdone. Xiao Dafu emerged from the house with a framed photograph. Look here, a picture of Xiao Yu with the big boss. The 2 elders leaned in closely to examine the photograph, while Xiao Hai exchanged a sly glance with Xiao Yu. Brother, grandfather, and uncle are competing. After bidding farewell to his uncle's family, Xiao Yu took Lu Yinxin's hand. Come, let me show you the place where I grew up. Lu Yinxin looked around with curiosity. Your village is much livelier than I imagined. Indeed, Xiao Yu beamed, pointing into the distance. This is a 1,000-year-old fishing village. There are records of it dating back to the Tang Dynasty, though there aren't many young people around now. They arrived at the grand banyan tree at the village entrance, its trunk adorned with strips of red cloth. This is our village's wishing tree. The last time you visited was brief, and we hadn't yet established our relationship, so I felt embarrassed to bring you here. Xiao Yu plucked a red strip from the tree. I used to make wishes here in my childhood, dreaming of becoming the greatest captain. Lu Yinxin laughed as she tied her own cloth strip. Then my wish is to keep this captain in check. Passing by a dilapidated tile-roofed house. Xiao Yu paused. This is where I attended first grade. The classroom leaked during the rain, and we had to catch the water in basins. I didn't go to school in town until middle school. Is that why you worked so hard later on? Lu Yinxin asked softly. Xiao Yu shook his head. It was because one day, the teacher said, the sea will not disappoint those who are earnest. On the beach, a simple swing stood, its wooden boards polished smooth by time. This is what Xiao Hai and I could beg grandfather to make for us when we were little. Xiao Yu sat on it to give a test. Surprisingly, it had not fallen apart. Lu Yinxin pushed him, making him swing higher. You must have been quite the rascal as a child. Indeed, Xiao Yu laughed heartily. Once I swung too high and fell into the sea. My father grounded me for 3 days. As they reached the end of the dock, the setting sun elongated their shadows, painting a picture of serenity. Lu Yinxin suddenly pointed into the distance. Is that the bluefin? In the twilight, the pristine hull gleamed with golden edges, resembling a proud sea creature. Indeed, aside from it, where else could one find such a grand vessel here? Xiao Yu wrapped his arm around her shoulder, noting that beside it, there was now an additional mistress. As Xiao Yu and Lu Yinxin stepped into the courtyard, they beheld their grandfather, Xiao Defuku, seated under the old locust tree, surrounded by several elders from the village, enjoying tea. Grandfather, we are back, Xiao Yu said, holding Lu Yinxin's hand and nodding respectfully to the elders. Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, Grandpa Zhao. The elderly men responded with warm smiles. their eyes discreetly scrutinizing Xiao Yu. Understanding their curiosity, Xiao Yu was about to excuse himself to return indoors when his grandfather called out to him. Xiao Yu, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Xiao Defuku said, setting down his teacup and gesturing toward a nearby stone bench. Uncle Li rubbed his hands together and spoke first. Xiao Yu, I hear your large ship is in need of crew. My son just returned from the army and is quite adept in the water. Uncle Wang quickly chimed in. My grandson is studying machinery maintenance at the technical school. He'll certainly be of use. Grandpa Zhao, unwilling to be outdone, added, though my boy hasn't received much formal education, he has spent 5 years at the docks carrying fish and is quite strong. Xiao Yu exchanged a glance with Lu Yanxin, confirming their suspicions. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yu addressed the elders with sincerity. Indeed, the ship requires crew, but let me make this clear. His gaze swept over the group, his tone serious. Going to sea is no trifling matter. I seek individuals who can endure hardship and follow orders. If anyone is careless, I will send them back on the nearest fishing vessel. The courtyard fell silent as the elders exchanged glances. That's right. Absolutely. Uncle Li was the first to react, declaring if that lad dares to slack off, you needn't say a word. I'll personally fetch him from the docks. Uncle Wang thumped his chest in assurance. If my grandson misbehaves, feel free to discipline him. Grandpa Zhao nodded, stroking his beard. Our fishing family's children fear nothing as much as hardship. Satisfied, Xiao Defuku stroked his chin and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Yu. Lu Yanxin timely brought over freshly brewed tea. Uncles, enjoy your tea. It's settled then. Rising, Xiao Yu announced. Have them report to me at the docks by 8 tomorrow morning. As they exited the courtyard, Lu Yanxin discreetly pinched his arm, whispering, Captain Xiao, you exude such authority. Xiao Yu chuckled, taking her hand. ISNT this all learned from you? Upon returning to his room, Xiao Yu retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Hai. Hello, Xiao Hai. Be at the Bluefin by 7:30 tomorrow morning. From the other end came Xiao Hai's boisterous voice. So early? Are we testing new equipment? No, Xiao Yu replied, rubbing his temples. A few uncles from the village are sending people over. We need to establish some rules for them. He then called to Peng, and the phone was answered after just one ring. Boss, are we heading out to sea? Xiao Yu could already envision the burly figure standing tall. Tomorrow, we'll meet a few newcomers, and you'll be responsible for assessing their physical fitness. Got it. The booming voice of De Peng compelled Xiao Yu to distance her phone from her ear. I have instructed them to complete 100 push-ups. When I called ergo, the background was filled with the sounds of a game. Damn, I am in the midst of a team battle. Wait, is that Yuga? Xiao Yu replied with irritation. Tomorrow at 7:30. For every second you are late, I will deduct half a month's salary. No, please. Ergo wailed. I shall set 10 alarms right away. Lu Yanxin leaned against the doorframe, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Your crew is truly brimming with talent. Xiao Yu pulled her into an embrace. There is even more talent. Tomorrow you will serve as the examiner, specifically testing their professional knowledge. Me? Lu Yanxin exclaimed, her eyes wide. But I know nothing about fishing. Just ask them. Xiao Yu said with a mischievous grin. What should the captain's girlfriend receive for her birthday? Those who cannot answer will be eliminated. Chapter 82. New crew in the early morning. The dock was shrouded in a thin mist, with the outline of the Bluefin emerging faintly. Xiao Yu and Lu Yanxin approached, their feet dampened by the morning dew, and from a distance, they could see the deck brimming with people. It appeared everyone had arrived. Xiao Yu glanced at his watch. It was only 7:20. This group was quite enthusiastic. Lu Yanxin linked her arm with his, chuckling softly. After all, they are eager to follow Captain Xiao to prosperity. Upon boarding the deck, De Peng immediately straightened his posture. Reporting to the boss, all personnel accounted for. Xiao Hai leaned in, whispering. Li Chong and the others arrived before dawn, as nervous as if on a blind date. Xiao Yu scanned the crowd. Veteran soldier Li Chong stood erect. Wang Fugui from the engineering department adjusted his glasses incessantly, and dock worker Zhao Jiangwo rubbed his hands together, grinning foolishly. Li Chong, Wang Fugui, Zhao Jiangwo, Xiao Yu called out, you all know me, right? The three nodded in unison, with Li Chong even instinctively responding, present. From this day forth, you, along with De Peng, Xiao Hai, and Air Guzi, are all part of the Bluefin crew. Xiao Yu declared, patting the ship's railing. I have but two rules. First, obey commands. Second, no cheating or slacking off. His voice rang clear against the sea breeze, as long as you fulfill your duties. He opened the refrigeration compartment, revealing a bounty of mackerel caught during yesterday's trial. With such a harvest, I assure you all will be able to drive your own cars by year-end. The newcomer's eyes widened in astonishment, and ere Guzi proudly nudged Wang Fugue, I wasn't lying. Was I? With Brother Yu, there's plenty to eat. Lu Yanxin timely presented warm soy milk. First, have something to eat. We'll be inspecting the life-saving equipment shortly. De Peng suddenly stood at attention, reporting to sister-in-law, May I take them to tour the engine room? Go ahead, Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Just remember to conduct the escape and fire drills before noon. After the training concluded, everyone gathered on the deck to rest. The sea breeze gently caressed them as Xiao Yu stood at the ship's railing, surveying each face. Brothers, you are all aware of the coastal conditions, he spoke steadily. In recent years, fish have become increasingly scarce. The nets are cast further, yet the yield diminishes year by year. Li Chang nodded. My father said that 20 years ago, one could catch yellow croaker right by the shore. Now, it's difficult to spot even at 30 nautical miles. Xiao Yu patted the fishing rod beside him. Thus, from today onward, the primary focus of the bluefin will be the outer sea and the high seas. Deep-sea giants? Wang Fugue adjusted his glasses. Tuna, marlin, that sort? Precisely. Xiao Yu affirmed, these fish hold significant economic value and inflict minimal damage on marine ecology. He paused. Unless we encounter a school of high-priced yellow croaker, we shall not deploy trawlers. As for the compensation, Xiao Yu raised 2 fingers, a base salary of 5,000 monthly, plus 10% of the total value of each catch as a bonus. Ere Guzi began to tally on his fingers. Last time, your net of yellow croaker sold for over $1 million, so 10% would be 100,000. If it's divided among the 6 of us, each would receive over 1,500, Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Xiao Yu's expression turned serious. However, I must warn you in advance. Deep-sea operations carry significant risks. When faced with turbulent seas, one might find it impossible to close their eyes for 3 days and nights. Encountering a large fish often entails hours of fierce struggle. De Peng thumped his chest and declared, if you fear hardship, do not become a fisherman. Well said. Xiao Yu regarded him with approval, and thus, starting tomorrow, we will embark on specialized training, including deep-sea fishing, emergency medical skills, and even, he paused meaningfully, the techniques for defending against pirates. Now, Xiao Yu surveyed the crowd. Those willing to venture into the deep sea with me, raise your hands. 6 arms shot up in unison on the deck. Even the frail Wang Fugue raised his hand high. Lu Yanxin, appearing with a steaming cup of tea, suggested then, shall we toast with tea instead of wine? Cheers! The 7 teacups clinked together under the sunlight, splashing glistening droplets. Xiao Yu set down his cup and cast his gaze over everyone on the deck. Brothers, make sure to explain everything clearly to your families. This voyage will be unlike any other. We may not return for 10 days or even half a month. Xiao Hai added, the cell signal may be intermittent, so do not let your families worry. Xiao Yu raised 3 fingers. At 4 o'clock in the morning 3 days from now, we will set sail on time. Everyone must bring their change of clothes, bedding, and personal supplies aboard before that. De Peng pounded his chest in assurance. I will move them over tonight. What's the rush? Ere Guzi rolled his eyes. My girlfriend insists on preparing 30 pairs of socks for me. Laughter erupted among the group, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Li Chang, Xiao Yu turned to the veteran. You are responsible for procuring enough bottled water. The water from the seawater converter is only suitable for washing. You can have my girlfriend reimburse you later. Understood, Li Chang replied with a salute. Wang Fugue, bring along several professional books. We will rely on you for engine malfunctions. The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses. I've already packed the comprehensive guides on ship diesel engine maintenance. Remember, Xiao Yu's voice rang out clearly in the sea breeze. 3 days from now at 3 o'clock in the morning, I expect to see everyone standing here, full of energy. Yes, the 6 voices boomed, startling the seagulls at the dock. Li Chong pushed open his front door to find his father mending a fishing net in a rattan chair. "Dad, I'm going out to sea in 3 days," Li Chong stated plainly as he set down his backpack. His father paused. Where to this time? The open sea. Fishing for tuna. Li Chong poured himself a glass of water. "Captain Xiao said it might be half a month before I return." His mother peered out from the kitchen. "So far away?" She wiped her hands. "I'll prepare some extra pickled vegetables for you." "No need," Li Chong shook his head. "The food on the ship is good. I'll just buy some mineral water." At the small supermarket at the village entrance, Li Chong was loading mineral water into his cart. "Hey, Qiangzi." The owner, Old Zhang, chuckled. "Are you going on a long journey?" Li Chong nodded. "Going out to sea with Captain Xiao. That boy from the Xiao family." Old Zhang quickly brought over 50 cases of water. "I've heard his ship's equipment is more advanced than a warship." Li Qiao Smirka. "The water cannon can shoot 50 meters." Old Zhang's eyes widened. "Goodness, that must be quite impressive." He handed him a few packs of compressed biscuits. "Let me help you deliver these." As Li Chong passed by the Wang residence, he overheard a heated argument within. "Fuguwei, you have just graduated." Grandma Wang's voice trembled with sorrow. "Grandma," Wang Fuguwei replied with unwavering resolve, "the salary Captain Xiao provided will suffice for your medication for half a year." Li Chong silently placed a box of water at the doorstep of the Wang household before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiangwo was gesturing to Grandma, exclaiming, "This time, I can earn this amount." The elderly lady, leaning on her cane, replied, "Money is of little consequence. What matters is your safe return." Chapter 83. Targeting the high seas at the dock at 3 in the morning, the sea breeze carried the briny scent of the ocean. The searchlight of the Bluefin illuminated the dock, casting shadows on the deck. On the shore, a group of family members, cloaked in coats, conversed in hushed tones, their breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. Li Chong's father, a veteran, patted his son's shoulder firmly. "Remember, at sea, you are a soldier." "Yes." Li Chong instinctively straightened his posture. His mother, eyes reddened, handed him a thermos. "Ginger soup, drink it on the way." Suddenly, his father produced an old medal from his pocket. "Take this. The Dragon King of the South China Sea will recognize it." "Fuguwei." The elderly matriarch clutched her grandson's clothing tightly. "Grandma will be just fine at home. You needn't worry." Wang Fuguwei crouched down, gently wiping the tears from her face. "Did you not say that our Wang family had a sea captain in the past?" He gestured towards the Bluefin. "This time, your grandson will bring back even greater glory." The old woman abruptly placed a string of prayer beads around his neck. "May the Bodhisattva bless you." Zhao Jiangwo's grandmother, leaning on her cane, called out robustly, "Jiangwo, bring back a fish bigger than a person." "Sure thing." Zhao Jiangwo waved his strong arms. "I'll hang it in our living room." His cousins jeered. "You're just boasting." Laughter dulled the ache of parting. "If you fall into the sea, I'll remarry." A girl in pajamas twisted to Peng's ear. De Peng, grinning, handed over a set of keys. "Please take care of the succulents on the balcony." The girl suddenly embraced him. "If they die, you're done for?" "Dad, the password for my D drive is." "Get lost." The middle-aged man kicked him lightly. "I have no interest in your little films. Bring a new hard drive and take more pictures of big fish." Liu Yanqing quietly distributed notes to each family member. "This is the number for the ship's maritime satellite phone. You can reach us at any time." Xiao Yu observed it all and suddenly blew the whistle. All aboard. Amidst the roar of the engines, the Bluefin slowly departed from shore. The midday sun spilled over the shimmering surface of the sea, and several points of light appeared on the Bluefin's radar screen. "They're here," Xiao Hai exclaimed, pointing into the distance at the Haifeng NGU 668. Xiao Yu picked up the walkie-talkie. "Uncle Chun, Brother Lin, how was your journey?" Captain Chen's gruff voice boomed from the Haifeng's loudspeaker. "Damn it. We encountered 2 foreign patrol boats on the way. They circled around me 3 times. Captain Lin of GU 668 laughed as he added, "When they saw Old Chun activate the water cannon, those bastards fled faster than a sailfish." Xiao Yu chuckled heartily. "Excellent. Let's proceed as planned, maintaining a distance of 1 nautical mile." De Peng leaned in. "Brother Yu, the sonar indicates a school of fish to the southeast." Xiao Yu glanced at the nautical chart. "Forget that for now. Let us follow the GPS coordinates." Turning to the walkie-talkie, he said, "Everyone, take note. Upon entering the high seas, we will adopt a V-shaped formation, and I will lead the charge. Captain Chen's voice carried a hint of amusement. Do you think you're an aircraft carrier? Almost there, Xiao Yu grinned. But our carrier-based aircraft is tuna. Suddenly, Air Guzzi pointed at Ju-668 and exclaimed, Hey, why is there a red lantern hanging at the stern? Liu Yanxin chuckled and explained, Captain Lin's daughter got married last week. It's a sign of celebration. Li Chong suddenly shouted, Radar shows a metallic signal ahead. Xiao Yu's expression turned serious. All hands. Reduce speed. Grabbing the binoculars, he observed the wreckage of a sunken ship. Wait. He abruptly lowered the binoculars, the arrangement of rivets. It SGU Yun 098. A profound silence enveloped the intercom. The sea breeze wailed as 3 fishing boats quietly hovered above the remains of the ill-fated vessel. Xiao Yu stood at the bow, closed his eyes in contemplation, summoning the system interface in his mind. System, scan the distribution of tuna schools in the nearby waters. Active sonar, scan initiated, scanning radius. 20 nautical miles detected, 3 fish school signals near school. 8. 2 nautical miles southeast species analysis. Yellowfin tuna, Thunus albicans, school size, approximately 15 to 20 individuals average weight. 40 to 50 kilograms. Xiao Yu abruptly opened his eyes. A slight smile gracing his lips. Found it. He seized the intercom. Uncle Chun, Brother Lin, I'm heading southeast for 8 nautical miles. Let's stay in touch. All right, Captain Chun responded, wishing everyone safety and abundant catches. Xiao Yu smiled but did not reply. You all proceed with the original plan for trawling. I'll go fishing for tuna. Captain Lin cautioned, be careful, that area is close to disputed waters. The Lanfin vessel gradually veered off, parting ways with the 2 trawlers. Xiaohai, maintain course 045. De Peng, prepare the electric winch. Li Chong, check the live bait compartment. A series of commands set the deck bustling. Liu Yanxin handed him a cup of hot coffee. Your eyes are red. Xiao Yu downed it in one gulp. I'll rest after I catch the first fish. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a red alert. Abnormal ship signal detected, position 15 nautical miles due north, vessel characteristics 87 match with the ship involved in the wreck course. Heading directly towards our vessel. Xiao Yu's gaze turned icy. Interesting. They're coming to us. Luckily, the system was upgraded during the last outing. Now the search distance is 32,768 meters, along with an added early warning feature. Xiao Yu's eyes fixed intently on the approaching light on the radar screen, his fingers rapidly tapping on the console. All hands, pay attention. Xiao Yu's voice suddenly became grave. He put down the fishing rod and activated the water cannon. The deck fell silent, everyone halting their tasks, turning in unison to look at Xiao Yu. De Peng, take your position at the stern water cannon. Li Chong, get into position on the port side. Wang Fugue, keep a close watch on the sonar and report distance at all times. Xiao Hai dashed into the cockpit. Brother Yu, should we contact Uncle Chun and the others? Xiao Yu nodded, grabbing the intercom. Uncle Chun, Brother Lin, please respond if you hear me. The voice of Captain Chun resonated through the walkie-talkie, rugged and authoritative. Received. What treasure have you unearthed this time? It is not treasure, came the somber response from Xiao Yu, but a nemesis. 15 nautical miles due north. Suspected to be the vessel that sank Yu Yin 098 last time. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed from the walkie-talkie, as if Captain Lin had slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, I'm turning the ship around right now. Hold on, Xiao Yu quickly interjected. You all continue the trawling operation and do not raise any alarms. Captain Chen's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. What? Do you think our trawling vessel is too slow? No, Xiao Yu clarified, glancing at the water cannon on the deck. The launchie is highly maneuverable and I have prepared our gift. Captain Lin understood. Got it. We will maintain radio silence. Call for support whenever necessary. Remember, Captain Chen added, do not act impulsively. Confirm their identity first. Xiao Yu set down the walkie-talkie and turned to the crew. Everyone, listen closely. This is not a drill. Liu Yanxin had already donned her life jacket. The medical kit is ready. Air Guzzi was checking the remote control for the water cannon. Pressure at 2,000 psi. Ready to fire at any moment. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. Stay vigilant and await my command. Chapter 84. The imposter vessel through the lens of the telescope. The outline of the ship gradually became discernible, a hull marred by rust, a slanted mast, and a Coast Guard insignia that was barely recognizable, ravaged by the relentless sea breeze. Something was amiss. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, pondering how a genuine Coast Guard vessel could possibly be in such disrepair. Abruptly lowering the telescope, a sudden realization struck him. This was no Coast Guard ship. It was a pirate vessel masquerading as one. Xiaoyu seized the radio. Uncle Chun, Brother Lin, immediately execute a flanking maneuver. This is a counterfeit. The rough voice of Captain Chun erupted from the radio. Damn it. I've been itching for action. Captain Lin's voice, tinged with excitement, responded. Understood. We will attack from both sides. Xiaohai, full speed ahead. Target the starboard of the enemy ship. Xiaoyu's voice thundered across the deck. The engine of the Bluefin roared to life, the bow lifting sharply as it surged towards the adversary like an enraged shark. Da Peng, Xiaohai, prepare the water cannon. With a flurry of commands, the crew swiftly transitioned into combat readiness. Xiaoyu turned to Lu Yanxin. You need to go into the cabin and lock the door. However, Lu Yanxin stood her ground. I am part of this crew. I must remain here. Just as Xiaoyu was about to protest, he met her resolute gaze and finally acquiesced. Stay close to me. As the distance closed, the situation aboard the imposter vessel became glaringly clear. Several individuals clad in shoddy uniforms were frantically engaged in some operation. Indeed, a band of rogues. Xiaoyu sniet, Guzzi. Give him a warning. Received. Guzzi pressed the water cannon button. A powerful jet of water shot forth, striking the enemy's deck with precision, sending the crew sprawling in disarray. At that moment, the silhouettes of the Haifeng and Jiu 668 appeared in the distance, converging for both sides. The imposter ship seemed to sense impending doom and began to turn about, attempting to flee. The crosshairs of the telescope locked firmly onto the vessel's hull number, PCG 143. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted as he summoned the system in his mind. Retrieve information on the vessel with this hull number. Database searching. Hull number, PCG 143 affiliation. Philippine Coast Guard decommissioned status. Acquired by a private entity 3 years ago. Registered as a fishing boat-related incidents. Suspected involvement in multiple high seas piracy cases, just as I suspected. Xiaoyu slammed his fist against the railing, cursing the Philippine scoundrels. He grabbed the intercom. Uncle Chun, Brother Lin, confirmed, it's a pirate ship from the Philippines. A former Coast Guard vessel decommissioned 3 years ago. Damn it. Captain Chen's furious roar vibrated through the intercom. I'm going to give them a few skylights today. Captain Lin, however, remained composed. Xiaoyu, is the recording equipment operational? This will serve as irrefutable evidence. Recording the entire incident. Xiaoyu affirmed, patting the camera beside him. Li Chong, make sure to capture their faces clearly. Xiaohai, maintain a distance of 200 meters. Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed on the imposter vessel as it began to alter its course. Da Peng, increase the water cannon pressure to 2,500 psi. Lu Yanxin suddenly pointed towards the opposing deck, exclaiming, they're bringing something out. Through the binoculars, several shadowy figures were seen dragging out high-pressure water guns, while others were assembling metallic components. Huh, still hoping to resist? Xiaoyu scoffed, Guzzi, show them some color. The 4 water cannons on the Bluefin turned simultaneously, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Fire! 4 jets of water surged forth like silver dragons emerging from the sea, instantly scattering the equipment on the enemy's deck. A man wearing a hat was directly toppled, his hat flying far away. Splendid. Xiaohai exclaimed, pumping his fist. We've hit their water pump. Meanwhile, the Haifeng and Jiu 668 had successfully encircled, forming a triangular formation that trapped the counterfeit vessel in the center. The pirates aboard the opposing ship were evidently thrown into disarray, with some starting to flee towards the lifeboats. Thinking of escaping? Xiaoyu grabbed the megaphone and shouted in English. This is a fishing vessel of the People's Republic of China. You are suspected of high seas robbery. Immediately halt your vessel for inspection. Suddenly, the engine of the counterfeit ship emitted a deafening roar, recklessly charging towards the Haifeng. With a thunderous crash, the Haifeng tilted sharply, narrowly avoiding the collision, while the stern kicked up massive waves. Damn it, these lunatics! Captain Chin's furious voice crackled over the radio. Brothers, pursue. Xiao Yu immediately ordered Bluefin. Full speed ahead. Maintain pressure with the water cannons. The three fishing vessels, like predatory sharks, closely pursued the counterfeit ship. Xiao Hai, adjust to a 15-degree port, turn, and flank them. Xiao Yu's eyes were locked on the radar. Da Peng, increase the water cannon pressure to 3,000 psi and target their engine. Received. Da Peng adjusted the cannon's angle, and a high-pressure jet of water shot forth, accurately striking the enemy's stern. Hit! Li Chang shouted excitedly. Their speed is decreasing. From noon until dusk, the chase continued relentlessly for 6 hours. As the sun set, the ocean was stained crimson. The counterfeit vessel was now in a dire state, its hull damaged in multiple places, and the figures on deck swayed precariously. They cannot escape. Captain Lin's voice came through the radio. Fuel is running low. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. Continue the pursuit. Let them exhaust themselves. As darkness fell and the sea breeze turned colder, the counterfeit ship's speed dwindled until it floated lifelessly on the surface. Xiao Yu raised the megaphone, commanding sternly in English. Heave to and surrender. Otherwise, we will take further action. On the opposing vessel, several pirates raised their hands in surrender. The three fishing boats slowly closed in, encircling the enemy vessel. This half-day maritime chase finally drew to a close. As night enveloped the sea, the salty breeze wafted through the air. Standing on the deck of the Bluefin, Xiao Yu gazed at the powerless counterfeit ship and picked up the radio. Uncle Chun, Brother Lin, let us tow them back. All right. Captain Chin's rugged voice responded. I'll throw the lines now. Captain Lin chuckled. At last, we have avenged the Zheyu Yin 098. Da Peng and Li Chang swiftly operated the winch, casting the robust cable towards the counterfeit vessel, securing it firmly around the bow's towing ring. The Haifeng and Zheyu 668 secure the ropes from either side, transforming the three fishing boats into guardians escorting a prisoner. As they slowly navigated the imposter ship towards the waters of Longhua. On the deck, 7 dejected brigands were tightly bound. Search them, Xiao Yu commanded coldly. Check for weapons. Guzi extracted a dagger from one of the men, exclaiming, Ah, he even carries a deadly weapon. Xiao Yu picked up the satellite phone and dialed the Coast Guard hotline. This is the launch reporting a robbery gang disguised as a Coast Guard vessel at the coordinates of East Longitude XXX. North Latitude XX. We are currently towing it towards our territorial waters, suspected to be the culprits behind the sinking of the Zheyu Yin 098. Requesting assistance. A serious voice responded from the other end. Received. The Coast Guard vessel is en route for support. As dawn broke, the silhouette of the Coast Guard vessel finally emerged in the distance. Look, it's here, Xiao Hai exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the horizon. It's the Longhua Coast Guard 3306. The authoritative voice of the Coast Guard echoed through the loudspeaker. We thank all fishing comrades for your cooperation. Please hand over the suspects and the vessel to us. Chapter 85. A bountiful harvest. The outlines of the Coast Guard vessel gradually faded into the distant horizon, and the sea returned to its tranquil state. Whether or not those individuals acknowledged their misdeeds was no longer a concern for Xiao Yu and his companions. Standing at the bow of the Bluefin, Xiao Yu gazed at the Haifeng and Zheyu 668 sailing alongside and picked up the radio. Uncle Chun, Brother Lin, we can finally fish with peace of mind. Captain Chin's hearty laughter echoed through the radio. What a satisfying victory. We truly gave those scoundrels their comeuppance. Captain Lin responded with a steady tone. Xiao Yu, we owe this to you. If it weren't for your keen insight in uncovering their ruse, we might have fallen into their trap. Xiao Yu nodded. Let us stick to the original plan. You continue with the trawling, and I will go after the tuna. Absolutely. Captain Chin responded exuberantly. Once we're back at port, let us have a grand celebration. Captain Lin added a note of caution. Be careful, although we've dealt with those ruffians. This area is still fraught with danger. Xiao Yu smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll be prudent. As he watched the two fishing boats slowly depart, he closed his eyes and summoned the system in his mind. Scan for nearby tuna schools. Sonar scan initiated. Fish school signal detected. 12 nautical miles to the southeast species. Big eye tuna. Thunnus obesus, school size, approximately 20 to 30 individuals average weight, 60 to 80 kilograms. Xiao Yu opened his eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. Found them. Captain Chun's final words came through the radio. Xiao Yu, take care. Call us if anything arises. Captain Lin's voice followed closely. Stay safe and don't push your limits. Xiao Yu pressed the communication button. You too, take care. See you back at port. Xiao Hai, set course southeast and proceed at full speed. Xiao Yu commanded. The engine of the Bluefin emitted a deep rumble, slicing through the azure waters as it sped towards the school of fish. Lu Yanqing approached Xiao Yu and softly remarked, At last, we can fish without worry. Xiao Yu took her hand, his gaze resolute. Yes, this time we must return with a bountiful catch. The Bluefin raced across the Cerulean Sea toward the coordinates marked by the system. Standing in the cockpit, Xiao Yu focused on the dense light spots on the sonar screen. Xiao Hai, reduce speed to 3 knots and prepare to drop the line. On the deck, the crew busied themselves. De Peng inspected the electric winch, Li Chong prepared live bait, and Wang Fugue calibrated the sonar depth. Drop the line, Xiao Yu commanded, and 6 heavy fishing rods plunged simultaneously into the sea. Within minutes, the rightmost rod bent sharply into a harrowing arc. Fish on, Air Guzzi shouted as he lunged toward the rod. It was a big one. Xiao Yu hurried over to assist him with the harness. Don't yank it hard. Let out some line to tire it out. The surface of the sea suddenly erupted, and a magnificent silvery blue giant fish breached the water, shimmering with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Big-eye tuna. Length, 1.8 meters. Weight, approximately 75 kilograms. Characteristics, rounded body, enormous eyes. Market price, 800-1200 per kilogram. Splendid, Xiao Yu exclaimed, celebrating the first catch. The subsequent haul brought further delight. Yellowfin tuna, streamlined physique, side-like tail sides gleaming with golden hues, average weight of 50 kilograms. Exhibiting tremendous explosive power. Longfin tuna, elongated pectoral fins resembling blades, snow-white belly, the most tender flesh ideal for exquisite sashimi. As the third big-eye tuna was hooked, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Brother Yu, Xiao Hai exclaimed, fixated on the wildly spinning reel. This one must weigh over 100 kilograms. Xiao Yu dashed forward, taking charge himself. The fishing rod bent to the brink of breaking, his arm muscles taut and gleaming. Release the line. Let run, he shouted through gritted teeth. The colossal fish leapt from the water, its silver scales tracing a dazzling arc in the sunlight, measuring at least 1.5 meters. Lu Yanqing quickly offered a towel. Be careful not to get cut by the line. Once each tuna was aboard, it was promptly subjected to professional handling. Bleeding, a precise incision at the gills to ensure the meat remains fresh and tender. Evisceration, to prevent contamination from spoilage bacteria. Freezing, rapidly frozen at -60°C to lock in the exquisite flavor. Wang Fugue recorded diligently while muttering. Third yellowfin, 1.2 meters long, 58 kilograms. After 3 consecutive days of hard work, the cold storage of the Bluefin was brimming to the brim. Xiao Yu pushed open the cold storage door, barely managing to squeeze in the last longfin tuna, the door slamming back with a resounding thud. There was simply no more room. On deck, the crew slumped in various positions of exhaustion. De Peng had fish scales still clinging to his arm. Li Chong had a cut on his finger from the fishing line. And even the ever-energetic Air Go leaned against the railing, yawning. Time to call it a day. Xiao Yu clapped his hands, signaling that the cold storage was full, and it was time for the crew to rest. Xiao Hai struggled to rise. I'll start the engine now. Lu Yanqing was tallying the first aid supplies. 3 people have injuries, and 5 are suffering from muscle strain. Xiao Yu picked up the satellite phone. First, let us inform Uncle Chun and the others. Hi Feng Hao, please respond. Captain Chen's voice crackled with static. What is up, Xiao Yu? Caught a shark? More exhilarating than a shark. Xiao Yu replied with a smile. The cold storage is bursting. We're preparing to head back. Goodness, Captain Chen exclaimed. We've only filled 70% of our dragnet, and you. Captain Lin interjected. We're heading back tomorrow as well. See you at the dock. Xiao Yu hung up, surveying the crew sprawled across the deck. Everyone, perk up. Final checks before we set sail. De Peng, gather the fishing gear. Li Chong, Secure the cold storage. Wang Fugui organized the navigation log. Liu Yanxin distributed energy drinks. Drink up before getting back to work. As the bluefin vessel turned its bow, the setting sun bathed the sea in hues of gold and crimson. Suddenly, Guzi exclaimed, "How much will we each earn this time?" Xiao Yu tapped on the refrigerated compartment, stating, based on a 10 share. He deliberately paused. Each of us will receive at least 6 figures. An eruption of cheers filled the deck. Even the weary De Peng sprang to his feet. The navigation screen indicated an 18-hour return journey. Xiao Yu gazed at the receding fishing grounds, a smile gracing his lips. This bountiful harvest made every hardship worthwhile. Chapter 86. Homecoming. As the bluefin vessel gently approached the harbor of Haichin, the sun had just begun its ascent above the horizon. A few fishing boats were already docked at the pier, yet the pristine white hull and sleek contours of the bluefin still drew the attention of numerous fishermen and merchants. Xiao Yu stood at the bow, retrieving his mobile phone to dial Lin Yaxin. "Hello, Yaxin," he greeted, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet unable to conceal his excitement. "We're back." From the other end, Lin Yaxin's melodious laughter rang out. "Given your tone, it seems the haul was quite fruitful." "More than just fruitful," Xiao Yu replied, glancing back at the refrigerated compartment, which was brimming with tuna, big eye, yellowfin, and albacore, with the largest weighing over 100 kilograms. Lin Yaxin's voice soared in astonishment. 100 kilograms? "Hold on, I'll arrange for the cold chain truck to come right away." After ending the call, Xiao Yu turned to the crew and commanded, "Prepare for unloading. President Lin will have a vehicle here shortly." Da Peng stretched his sore shoulders, exhaling in relief. Finally, we can breathe easy. Li Chong had already begun inspecting the temperature logs of the refrigerated compartment, noting it maintained a steady -60°C throughout the journey. "The quality is undoubtedly fresh." Wang Fugui chuckled, estimating by market prices, this batch is worth at least 3 million. Guzi whistled in delight. We struck it rich. Within an hour, 3 white cold chain trucks emblazoned with the Heinle logo rolled into the harbor. Lin Yaxin personally led the team, stepping out and waving to Xiao Yu. "Captain Xiao, please don't tell me again that there isn't too much cargo this time." Xiao Yu approached with a smile. "This time, I assure you, you will be satisfied." As the refrigerated compartment door swung open, Lin Yaxin's eyes instantly sparkled. "Heavens, these tunas, their quality is superb." She hurried forward, expertly examining the fish's eyes and gills. The corneas were clear and the gills of vibrant red. "The freshness is simply unparalleled." Xiao Yu crossed his arms. "So, did I deceive you?" Lin Yaxin turned to her assistant, commanding, "Load everything onto the truck. Notify the kitchen to prepare. A new sashimi platter will be served tonight." Returning to the cabin, Lin Yaxin opened her tablet. "According to our previous agreement, I will increase the price by 15 per kilogram for this batch." Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. "Such generosity?" Lin Yaxin flashed a mischievous smile. "On the condition that you prioritize supplying me on your next voyage." Xiao Yu extended his hand. "Deal." The financial settlement displayed clearly on the tablet. Big eye tuna, 1,420 kilograms, 1,100 kilograms, 562,000 yellowfin tuna, 980 kilograms, 900 kilograms, 882,000 albacore tuna, 760 kilograms, 850 kilograms, 646,000 bonito, and others. 320 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 96,000 total. 186,000. Lin Yaxin's slender fingers tapped on the screen. "I'll round it off for you. 3,200,000 flat." She looked up and smiled. "This marks our highest single procurement record at Haiyan Tower. Those previous catches of yours were all sold off to upscale Japanese restaurants." Xiao Yu turned to the deck and called out, "Brothers, time to settle the bill." The crew quickly gathered around, and upon seeing the figures on the screen, "Holy smokes!" Guzi exclaimed as he embraced Li Chong. "We're going to strike it rich." De Peng counted on his fingers. 10% of 320,000 is 32,000. We 6 will split. Wang Fugui squinted. That's about 53,000 each. Xiao Yu pulled out his phone. "The bonuses will be distributed now." The notification chimes rang out one after another. Xiao Hai looked at the bank message. 53,000. It's in. Xiao Yu added, this is pure profit. I've already set aside the fund for potential damages and insurance. After the money was divided, the laughter and cheers of the crew echoed around the dock. Xiao Yu glanced at his watch and said to everyone, pack your things. We'll head back to the village directly. Xiao Hai was taken aback. Brother Yu, aren't we staying the night? No. Xiao Yu gazed out at the distant sea. We've been out for so many days. It's time to return. The engine of the Bluefin roared deeply as it slowly departed from Haiqing Dock. Lu Yanxin stood beside Xiao Yu. Are you in such a hurry to go back? Xiao Yu smiled. We should return early to bring some joy to the villagers. He paused and added, besides, Grandpa must be anxious. On the deck, the crew, having received their bonuses, were in high spirits. Depeng was polishing his fishing rod. This time, I'm gonna show my dad my earnings. Li Chong carefully tucked away his bank card. This will be enough to buy my mom a new wheelchair. Guzi was the most dramatic, kissing his bank card. Finally, I can update my collection of short films. As the sun set, the Bluefin sliced through the golden sea. Xiao Yu stood in the cockpit, gazing at the familiar route on the radar screen. It was expected to arrive by dawn. Xiao Hai reported, should we inform the villagers to come for the boat? Xiao Yu shook his head. No need. Let them rest well. As night deepened, most of the crew had fallen asleep. Lu Yanxin entered the cockpit with a cup of hot tea. Let me take the wheel for a while. I have a license too. You should rest. Xiao Yu accepted the teacup. It's fine. We'll arrive shortly. He looked towards the distant lights. Look, we can already see the village lights. At 3 in the morning, the Bluefin gently entered the village harbor. Xiao Yu stood at the bow, preparing to dock quietly. But he was taken aback. The dock was brightly lit, with dozens of villagers holding flashlights, forming a luminous path in the night. This is... Xiao Yu turned to the crew. Xiao Hai scratched his head. I might have accidentally mentioned it to my mom. Depeng lowered his head. My dad insisted on coming to pick us up. As the boat docked, Li Chong's mother rushed up. Xiangzi, let me see if you've lost weight. Wang Fugui's grandmother, leaning on her cane, trembled as she touched her grandson's face. Fugui, was the wind rough out at sea? Zhao Jiangwo's 3 cousins effortlessly lifted him, exclaiming, what a fine lad. You have brought honor to the Zhao family. Just as Xiao Yu contemplated slipping away quietly, he was unexpectedly tugged by the sleeve. Xiao Yu. It was Xiao Dafu, who had appeared behind him, holding a thermos. Grandfather has prepared ginger soup for you. Lu Yanxin accepted the thermos, inquiring, Grandfather, how did you? The elder scolded with narrowed eyes. These youngsters have someone to greet them. Surely my grandson deserves the same? At the dock, crew members were surrounded by their families, bombarded with questions. Dapeng's father clapped his son on the shoulder and proclaimed, well done. You become quite the man. Guzi's sister was busy scrolling through her brother's phone, exclaiming, I want to see pictures of the big fish. Meanwhile, Li Chong's mother persistently stuffed eggs into her son's arms, urging, eat up, you need to replenish your strength. As Xiao Yu observed, the crew members enveloped by their families. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. This kind of homecoming seemed rather delightful. Chapter 87. Farewells, and setting sail. Xiao Yu was firmly pulled home by his grandfather. As soon as he touched the bed, his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to slumber. Sleep well, his grandfather gently closed the door. I will call you when dinner is ready. Yet, this slumber extended into the following evening. The sunlight crept through the curtain's crevice, only to quietly retreat. The phone at the bedside lit up several times. 9:30 Xiao Hai. Brother Yu, my mom wants you to come over for dinner. 12:15 Lu Yanxin. Are you awake? I saved some fish soup for you. 15:40 Uncle Chun. Hey, don't forget the celebration dinner. Xiao Yu turned over, continuing his deep sleep. At 6 o'clock in the evening, he jolted upright, exclaiming, what time is it? Outside the window, the setting sun painted the persimmon tree in the yard a brilliant red. His grandfather's laughter wafted in from outside. Finally awake? You've slept for a full 14 hours. Xiao Yu snatched his phone. 18:07. Eat slowly. His grandfather brought in a steaming bowl of fish soup, specially saved for him, featuring fresh bass. Puffing on his pipe, he added, the whole village is talking about it, saying your boat. Xiao Yu devoured his meal, only then realizing how ravenous he was. As if he could consume an entire cow. Outside the yard, Lu Yanxin returned, carrying a vegetable basket. Awake? She smiled as she entered. Grandpa Xiao quickly rose. Come sit. Girl, I just warmed up some fish soup for him. Hand me the vegetables. I will prepare dinner. You two can chat here. The three gathered around the old wooden table, the sunset streaming through the glass window, illuminating the dishes. Grandpa Xiao took a sip of wine. Xiaoyu, about this trip at sea. Grandpa, Xiaoyu hurriedly interrupted. Let us not discuss work during dinner. Lu Yanxin stifled a laugh. Serving a piece of fish to Grandpa. Don't mind him. Let's just enjoy our meal. After dinner, the three sipped tea in the yard as night descended. Lu Yanxin cradled her teacup and spoke softly. Xiaoyu, I have to go back in a couple of days. Xiaoyu paused, his fingers lingering on the rim of the cup, nodding. Yes, summer vacation can't be entirely spent here. Grandpa Xiao glanced at the two, understandingly rising. I'll check on the water on the stove. The yard was enveloped in the delicate aroma of tea. Have you booked your flight? Xiaoyu inquired. Lu Yanxin shook her head. I'm taking the high-speed train. I have too much luggage. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyu suddenly smiled. Remember to try those snacks from your home when you return. They were irresistible. I'll send you pictures. Lu Yanxin laughed, though she withheld the fact that she had already booked her return ticket for the end of the month. Grandpa Xiao returned with a fruit platter. Girl, make sure to take some crab paste with you. No need, Grandpa. Lu Yanxin quickly waved her hands. My mom will surely prepare a bunch. Take it. The old man glared. It's better than what you find in the supermarket. The announcement at the high-speed train station echoed, and Lu Yanxin's figure gradually disappeared at the ticket gate. Xiaoyu stood on the platform until the train had completely departed before turning away. He pulled out his phone and dialed Shanghai. Notify everyone. We'll gather at the dock tomorrow to prepare for the voyage. The crew aboard the Bluefin swiftly received the news and promptly sprang into action. Dupont was at home assisting his father with repairs on the fishing boat when he received a call, instantly setting aside his tools. Dad, I must leave. Brother Yu has summoned us to see. Li Chong, who had just accompanied his mother for a medical checkup, grasped her hand and said, Mom, this time I'll bring you a new wheelchair. Ergo, meanwhile, hurriedly shut down his computer game, exclaiming, Damn it, my chicken dinner teammates are going to berate me. The following dawn, the Bluefin was docked at the pier, with the crew boarding in succession. Shanghai meticulously accounted for the supplies, bait, ice, provisions, all accounted for. Dupont inspected the water cannon system. The pressure was normal and ready for activation at any moment. Li Chong organized the fishing gear, all heavy-duty equipment this time, indicating a significant target ahead. Ergo clutched a bag of snacks. I brought enough instant noodles to last a week. The others chorused, Get lost. The engine roared to life as the Bluefin slowly departed the pier. Xiaoyu stood at the bow, gazing at the receding coastline with resolute determination. This time, he turned to his crew and declared, We shall return laden with spoils. The Bluefin sliced through the morning mist, gradually making its way toward the Haiqing dock. In the distance, the Haifeng and Jiu 668 were already anchored at their designated spots, with the two captains waving from the decks. Xiaoyu picked up the radio. Uncle Chun, Brother Lin, thank you for your patience. Captain Chen's rugged voice crackled through. Finally, you've arrived. The bait is almost stale from waiting. Captain Lin chimed in with a teasing tone. Captain Xiao seems to be getting a bit too grand, making us old fellows wait. Xiaoyu responded with a smile. How could I dare? I had to send my girlfriend off first. The three captains gathered in the Bluefin's cockpit, with nautical charts spread across the table. Are we still going to operate independently this time? Captain Chun inquired, pipe in mouth. Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. You haul your nets, and I'll catch my fish. He pointed at the chart. However, should any situation arise, we will be ready to assist one another. Captain Lin understood. Got it. Just like last time, keep radio channel 5 open. Returning to their respective vessels, Xiaoyu commanded his crew. Inspect the fishing gear, especially the electric reels. Today, we will be tackling some big ones. Shanghai queried, Brother Yu, aren't we going to fish alongside Uncle Chun? No, Xiaoyu shook his head. We will focus on catching the tuna while they handle their trawling. The three boats sequentially sailed out of the harbor, maintaining a safe distance from one another. Captain Chun's voice crackled over the radio. Kid, don't wander too far. Xiaoyu laughed in response. Rest assured, if we encounter pirates, we'll still rely on your deep-sea net. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Bluefin finally ventured into open waters. Xiaoyu stood in the cockpit, closing his eyes to concentrate, summoning the system in his mind. Scan for nearby tuna schools. Active sonar, scanning, initiated, scanning radius. 25 nautical miles detected 4 high-density fish school signals, optimal target. 14. 8 nautical miles southeast species analysis. Bluefin tuna, Thunnus thinnus, school size, 8 to 12 individuals, average weight. 150 to 200 kilograms market value. 1,500 to 2,000 per kilogram. Xiaoyu suddenly opened his eyes, his fist striking the control panel with force. Found it. Attention, everyone. Xiaoyu's voice resonated through the ship's intercom. Southeast at 15 nautical miles. A school of bluefin tuna. The deck erupted in excitement. Depeng abandoned his cleaning of the water cannon. I will prepare the heavy fishing rods immediately. Li Chong rushed towards the live bait compartment. We must use the freshest sardines. Xiaoyu informed the crew once more. The school is at a depth of 80 to 120 meters and is moving southeast. Xiaoyu personally checked the equipment. 800-pound electric reels 4. Carbon heavy-duty rods 6. Specially designed tuna hooks 12. High-pressure live bait pump activated. Xiaoyu instructed, keep an eye on the radar, maintain a speed of 3 knots, and monitor the movement of the school. Liu Yanqin handed him a hot cup of coffee. How great do you think our haul will be this time? Xiaoyu pointed at the system display. This school alone is worth at least 3 million. If the quality of the fish is exceptional, and we find a sushi restaurant that appreciates it, the sky's the limit. Have you forgotten the bluefin tunas I sold for millions before? The system display continued to update the data. Leading fish length, 2. 1 meters, estimated, maximum individual weight, 220 kilograms school swimming speed, 5. 2 knots optimal fishing point. Longitude 128.14 foot, latitude 29.36. This is the spot. Xiaoyu suddenly commanded, stop the ship, drop anchor, prepare to cast. The searchlight of the bluefin illuminated the sea surface as if it were daylight. 6 fishing rods simultaneously plunged into the water, pursuing the shimmering gold of the deep sea. Chapter 88. Rare Curiosities. The spotlight of the bluefin illuminated the pitch-black sea, casting a brilliant glow upon the surface. While 6 heavy fishing rods stood in a neat line at the stern of the boat. Drop the hooks, with Xiaoyu's commanding shout. Specially designed hooks adorned with live sardines sank into the depths. The electric reel emitted a faint hum as the nylon fishing line shimmered with a cold silver under the spotlight. In less than 10 minutes, the rod on the far right suddenly bent into a terrifying arc. We have a catch. Depeng darted forward, and, as he grasped the rod, the immense pulling force caused him to stagger back. Xiaoyu swiftly assisted him in fastening the harness. Don't force it. Let run. The surface of the sea erupted violently as a nearly 2-meter bluefin tuna leapt out, its silvery blue scales glistening like armor in the light. Let out more line. Let out more line. Xiaoyu shouted. At least another 50 meters. Depeng's arm muscles tensed, the fishing line creaking ominously. The colossal fish thrashed in a frenzy, carving a massive S-shaped wake across the water. Li Chong hurriedly handed over a towel. Be careful not to cut yourself on the line. At that moment, the other 3 rods bent simultaneously. We've E-hooked 3 more. Xiaohai screamed as he dashed toward the nearest rod. Xiaoyu took charge. The force transmitted from the rod took his breath away. This one must exceed 200 kilograms. The sea boiled with activity as 4 massive fish struggled simultaneously, splashing waves that soared 3 to 4 meters high. The first tuna brought aboard was quickly secured. Precision bleeding. A swift cut was made into the artery at the gills, and a dark red column of blood gushed forth. Internal cleaning and rapid freezing. Wang Fugue wielded a specially designed long knife, completing the evisceration in 3 minutes. Ultra-low temperature preservation. The -60 cryogenic chamber instantly locked into freshness. Recorded. Xiaoyu wiped the seawater from his face. The first one measures 2.05 meters in length. Estimated weight 198 kilograms. As the 5th fish was hooked, a sudden crisis emerged. Brother you, Ergo shouted in distress. The line is tangled. 2 giant fish had twisted the line into a corkscrew underwater. Xiaoyu made a decisive call. Cut the line. Quality over quantity. As dawn broke, 5 bluefin tunas lay on the deck, their total value exceeding 4 million. Xiao Yu gazed at the metallic sheen of the fish in the cold storage and smiled at the exhausted crew. Rest for 2 hours, then we continue. The engine of the bluefin had just started, preparing to head to the next tuna coordinates. Suddenly, the leftmost downstream rod plunged sharply. Something's there, Xiao Hai exclaimed. It's not a fish. The pull is steady. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, reeled it in to take a look. The electric reel gradually retrieved the line, and the outline of an underwater object became increasingly distinct. A rusty metal cylinder, encrusted with thick barnacles, yet still displaying foreign letters and numbers. This is Wang Fugue adjusted his glasses, FL 7712. This ISNT, our equipment. Xiao Yu crouched down, scraping away a patch of rust with his dagger, revealing a blurred national flag. It was a hydrological detector from country A. Given the level of corrosion, it had been adrift for at least 8 months. Xiao Yu meticulously examined the device. The solar panel was non-functional, but the data compartment should be intact. He pointed to the interface on the side. This is a military-grade data port, which contains at least 6 months of ocean monitoring data. Li Chong lowered his voice. Is this thing valuable? Xiao Yu shook his head. A hot potato. Xiao Yu promptly dialed the satellite phone. Coast Guard Command Center. This is Bluefin. We have recovered a hydrological detector from country A at 12815 foot E, 2940N, serial number FL 7712. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Please maintain the device in its original condition. We will dispatch Coast Guard Vessel 3306 immediately for assistance. Changing plans. Xiao Yu commanded, Xiao Hai, set the course of the rendezvous point number 3. Da Peng scratched his head. What about the tuna school? Prioritize the matter at hand. Xiao Yu glanced at the detector. This device is more important than an entire shipload of tuna. The bluefin turned its bow, and the rusted detector on the deck stood out conspicuously. The bluefin slowly approached the designated rendezvous point number 3, and the outline of the Coast Guard vessel was becoming distinctly visible in the distance. A commanding voice came from the loudspeaker of Coast Guard 3306. Bluefin, please stop the vessel for inspection. Xiao Yu ordered. Stop the ship, drop anchor, and prepare for handover. 4 fully armed Coast Guards boarded the ship, and the leading officer's eyes brightened upon seeing the detector on the deck. Is this it? Xiao Yu nodded. Serial number FL 7712. It was caught on our fishing line when discovered. The officer crouched down to inspect it and suddenly laughed. Goodness, this is the latest generation of ocean monitoring equipment from country A. The officer stood up and solemnly shook Xiao Yu's hand. Captain Xiao, I represent the Coast Guard to thank you. The research value of this device is immeasurable. He lowered his voice. The higher-ups have approved the issuance of the Maritime Safety Guardian Certificate to you, along with a bonus of 50,000 yuan. Xiao Hai gasped behind. 50,000? Xiao Hai was not so much concerned about the amount, but rather the online jokes about certificates and the 500 yuan bonus. The accompanying technical officer began to carefully document. Discovery coordinates device status list of personnel involved. Xiao Yu cooperated and signed, unable to resist asking, is this thing more advanced than what our country has? The officer smiled knowingly. It can save our ocean research 3 years of detours. After the handover was complete, the Coast Guard officer specifically reminded, Captain Xiao, pay more attention to such devices when going out to sea in the future. He winked. Finding one is worth 50,000. It's more profitable than catching tuna. The crew burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere dissipated. As the Coast Guard vessel gradually receded, the bluefin turned its bow once more. In the open sea, a gray-blue fishing boat quietly floated on the surface. Inside the cabin, a blond man stared at the suddenly lost signal on the monitoring screen, his expression darkening. The signal from FL 7712 has vanished. Impossible. A companion abruptly stood up. Even if it were retrieved by fishermen, it could not possibly shield military encrypted signals. The technician frantically pounded the keyboard. The last coordinates were 12815 foot E, 2940N, right within the activity zone of Chinese fishing vessels. The captain slammed his fist onto the control panel, exclaiming, damn it, it must be their Coast Guard intervening. He pivoted sharply towards the helmsman, commanding, set a full-speed course away from this area. Immediately, The fishing vessel's engine emitted a deafening roar, and the hull quaked violently as it changed direction. Shut down all equipment. The captain bellowed, initiate emergency protocols. On deck, the white sailors hurriedly stowed away the detection devices. The technician stared at the completely blackened surveillance system, muttering, unless it's specialized counter-surveillance equipment. Silence. The captain interrupted sharply. Are you suggesting that the Dragon Kingdom's Coast Guard is patrolling with military-grade jammers? A thick silence enveloped the crew, leaving only the engine's thunderous roar reverberating within the cabin. Chapter 89. Night Fishing for Cuttlefish. As the night descended, the bluefin vessel floated serenely upon the inky sea, with only the gentle lapping of waves against the hull breaking the silence. Everyone, stay alert, Xiao Yu commanded, lowering his voice. I have received news that there is a school of cuttlefish in this area. Depeng looked up, filled with skepticism. News? Where could such information come from at this hour? Xiao Yu waved his phone in the air. I just received a marine condition forecast. The water temperature and currents are just right. He winked mysteriously, adding, a senior of mine works at the Oceanographic Institute. It's insider information. In truth, a system display in his mind revealed. Optimal night fishing locations for cuttlefish depth, 15 to 20 meters population density. High active period, 21 to 3 o'clock turn on the lights. Xiao Yu commanded. The powerful floodlights on either side of the boat flared to life, piercing the night with blinding white light. Ergo squinted against the glare. Wow, this brightness. Xiao Hai quickly attached fluorescent lures to the hooks. Did your classmate mention what bait to use? Xiao Yu nodded seriously. He suggested adding some krill powder. Meanwhile, he discreetly adjusted the hook depth according to the system's prompt. Li Chong mumbled as he mixed the bait. How does your classmate know everything? In less than 10 minutes. Depeng's fishing rod suddenly bent sharply. About one, he exclaimed, reeling in the line as water splashed around. A small cuttlefish was pulled from the depths, its tentacles writhing wildly, spraying ink onto Depeng's face. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group. Ergo laughed heartily. Serves you right. Even the cuttlefish can't stand your bragging. Xiao Yu watched as he caught 3 large cuttlefish in quick succession, the system data continuously refreshing. Current catch, common cuttlefish. 14 color-changing cuttlefish, 2 total weight. 18. 6 kilograms of fine haul, he mused, nodding in satisfaction just as he met Xiao Hai's inquisitive gaze. As the night deepened, the deck of the Bluefin was illuminated by the floodlights, revealing shadowy figures moving beneath the surface. Another one, Xiao Hai exclaimed, lifting his line as a palm-sized cuttlefish twisted in the air, its 8 tentacles dancing wildly, releasing a spray of ink that splattered across his chest. Ha ha ha. That's the 10th time you've been hit. Ergo chuckled. Suddenly, Depeng lowered his voice. Everyone quiet. Look over there. Following the group peered into the water, where several dark shapes were slowly approaching the boat's underside. It's a school of cuttlefish. Xiao Yu signaled immediately. Lower the hooks gently. Don't startle them. As Li Chong's hooks sank into the water, a cuttlefish abruptly changed color, from transparent to milky white, then to a pale purple. Whoa, it's a chameleon. Egu gaspit. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yu explained, do you see? They communicate through color changes. This group of cuttlefish is insultingly addressing us. Depeng, in earnest, added, we must be the subject of their disdain. Xiao Hai stared at his empty hook. How peculiar. My bait keeps getting eaten, but I'm not catching anything. Xiao Yu consulted the system display. Cuttlefish prefer fluorescent green lures. Switch to this. He tossed a fluorescent green hook to Xiao Hai, and my classmate remarked, this color has become quite popular for squid lately. If one wishes to navigate life successfully, a touch of green is essential. Something feels amiss. Li Chong suddenly shouted, his fishing rod bending into an exaggerated arc. The crowd gathered to assist, and they reeled in a massive squid, measuring nearly half a meter long. Is this the ancestor of squids? Depeng exclaimed wide-eyed. At 2 in the morning, Xiao Yu set up the barbecue grill. Fresh catch for immediate consumption, squid sashimi. By 3, the deck of the Bluefin had finally settled into silence. Observing the crew, who were smeared with ink and leaning precariously, Xiao Yu clapped his hands. Everyone, go rest. We set sail promptly at 6. Depeng slumped his chair, feebly waving his hand. Just let me lie here for 5 more minutes. Wang Fugue remained squatting before the cold storage, taking notes. This giant squid must be stored separately. I'll note it down tomorrow. Xiao Yu promptly shut his notebook. You're still working with red eyes? Guzi had already slumped against the wall, snoring softly, clutching half a grilled squid tentacle. Xiao Yu completed the closing tasks alone, switching off the fish-attracting lights, securing the fishing gear, checking the cold storage temperature, and setting the navigation alarms. As he gently closed the cockpit door, the entire vessel was enveloped in a symphony of rhythmic snores. Morning sunlight spilled across the sea, awakening the crew of the Bluefin with a flurry of urgent calls. What is happening? Depeng rubbed his eyes and rushed onto the deck, followed by the others. They beheld a silver-gray dolphin leaping beside the boat, emitting sharp cries, seemingly trying to draw attention. What a lively little creature. Guzi chuckled as he pulled out his phone to capture the moment. Yet, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. The dolphin's movement was peculiar. Each time swimming forward, it would return, as if beckoning them to follow. He closed his eyes, conjuring the system in his mind, analyzed the behavioral intent of this dolphin. Biological behavior analysis in progress. Species, juvenile bottlenose dolphin behavior pattern. Guiding behavior, 98 match, possible reasons. Group in distress needs assistance recommendation. Follow its route. Xiao Yu's eyes flew open. Xiao Hai. Immediately alter course and follow it. Huh? Follow the dolphin? Xiao Hai looked bewildered. Brother, you this. No time to explain. Xiao Yu dashed into the cockpit, hard over to the left, heading northwest. As the dolphin noticed the boat moving, it accelerated ahead, frequently leaping from the water to check if they were in pursuit. Li Chong leaned over the railing. It's swimming so fast. Something must be wrong. Xiao Yu fixed his gaze on the system display, which indicated following distance, 200 meters. Speed, 8 knots. The Bluefin sliced through the tranquil waters, tailing that silver-gray figure. Chapter 90. Rescue of the dolphins. The Bluefin slowly decelerated, revealing a heart-wrenching scene upon the ocean's surface. A mature dolphin floated in agony, ensnared by a tattered fishing net that tightly bound its head and pectoral fins. The nylon ropes embedded in its flesh, oozing traces of blood. A young dolphin anxiously circled around it, emitting piercing cries. It's a mother and her calf. Wang Fugue exclaimed, realizing the net had ensnared the mother dolphin. Xiao Yu swiftly retrieved the rescue equipment from the cabin. Li Chong, come with me on the inflatable boat. The rest stay back and be ready to assist. Da Peng grasped his arm. It's too dangerous. A wild dolphin may there's no time. Xiao Yu had already leaped onto the inflatable boat, his gaze fixed on the net that threatened to suffocate the creature. The inflatable boat edged closer to the struggling dolphin, and Xiao Yu could see the terror reflected in its eyes. Slowly he whispered, signaling Li Chong to shut off the engine and paddle closer. Suddenly, the young dolphin dashed forward, positioning itself protectively in front of its mother, emitting a warning shriek. Xiao Yu bent down gently, extending the specially designed, long-handled net cutter towards the entangled net. Easy now. We're here to help. At the moment the blade met the net, the mother dolphin thrashed violently, nearly capsizing the inflatable boat. Steady. Li Chong gripped the edge of the boat fiercely. It's trying to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu expertly severed the most perilous entanglement around the neck. The net snapped apart, and the mother dolphin surged free, sending a spray of water that drenched both men. Yet, remnants of the net still clung to its pectoral fin, causing the dolphin to whirl in frantic circles. Chase after it, Xiao Yu shouted, urgency coursing through his veins. We must remove every last bit. The mother dolphin suddenly ceased its struggle, slowly surfacing beside the inflatable boat, its breathing gradually calming as it regarded Xiao Yu with moist eyes. The young dolphin, too, had stopped its shrieking, gently nudging its mother's body with its rostrum. As if to console her. It understands, Li Chong murmured, his hand clutching the net cutter, trembling slightly. It knows we are here to help. Xiao Yu inhaled deeply, leaning forward once more. This time, don't move. It will be over soon. His movements were now even more tender, the blade cautiously sliding into the crevice of the net entangled around the pectoral fin. The mother dolphin's skin rose and fell with its breaths, yet remained still. The young dolphin swam a circle around the inflatable boat, suddenly leaping from the water, sending droplets sparkling in the sunlight, forming a small rainbow. Just one last spot. Xiaoyu focused intently, deftly cutting the final remnants of the net. The mother dolphin flicked her tail with vigor, finally free. Instead of swimming away immediately, she lingered momentarily by the inflatable boat, gently nudging Xiaoyu's life jacket with her rostrum. She was thanking him. Li Chong stared in awe. The two dolphins began to circle the inflatable boat, emitting joyful calls. On board the Bluefin, Dapeng couldn't contain his excitement. It's incredible. Xiaoyu smiled and waved at them. Go on now, be careful next time. The mother dolphin cast one last glance at Xiaoyu before diving into the depths of the sea with her calf, disappearing beneath the waves. As the inflatable boat was hoisted back onto the Bluefin, Xiaohai eagerly inquired, Brother Yu, where shall we venture next? Xiaoyu closed his eyes, conjuring the system in his mind, scanned for high-value catches in the vicinity. Sonar scanning in progress. Northeast direction, 1. 2 nautical mile species, big-eye tuna, Thunus obesus, school size, 15 to 20 individuals average weight, 80 to 120 kilograms mark evaluation, 900-1200 per kilogram. Xiaoyu abruptly opened his eyes, northeast direction. Full speed ahead. Suspected big-eye tuna. Big-eye tuna, Dapeng exclaimed, springing into action quick. Prepare the heavy tackle, Li Chong shouted while running. I'll activate the live bait pump. Wang Fuguwei had already pulled up the sea chart. The current is heading that way. We'll arrive in 10 minutes. Xiaohai, trembling at the helm, remarked, Brother Yu, this is quite fortuitous. Isn't it? Just rescued a dolphin and now. Xiaoyu gazed at the churning sea in the distance. Perhaps good deeds truly are rewarded. Within 10 minutes. The sonar screen on the side of the boat suddenly illuminated with dense red dots. Now, Xiaoyu grasped the fishing rod, lowering the hooks. All 4 lines went down simultaneously. Below the surface, enormous silver-blue shadows glided, each exceeding a meter in length. On the deck of the Bluefin, an intense battle for fish ensued. Release the line. More line. Xiaoyu bellowed, gripping the fishing rod tightly, his arm muscles gleaming. The fishing line screeched, sending tiny splashes across the surface. Below, a nearly 2-meter-long giant fish thrashed wildly, its silver-blue form flickering in the deep water. The first one's up. Dapeng shouted with excitement, his fishing rod bending into an astonishing arc suddenly. The surface erupted as a massive big-eye tuna breached the water, glinting like metal in the sunlight. Its tail slapped the water, sending waves splashing over everyone. Beautiful, Xiaoyu exclaimed, at least 100 kilograms. Just then, the other 3 fishing rods began to shake vigorously. Another 3 hooked. Xiaohai screamed as he lunged for the nearest rod. Li Chong fumbled to secure his harness. This one's too strong. The surface erupted in chaos as 4 giant fish simultaneously struggled, splashing waves soaring 3 to 4 meters high. Xiaohai, hard to port. Xiaoyu focused on the sonar screen. The school is trying to escape. The Bluefin pivoted sharply, the boat tilting as water buckets clattered to the deck. Guzi clung tightly to his rod. They're diving. Release the line. Quickly release the line. Xiaoyu seized the moment. Reel it in. Now. All 4 electric reels surged into action, the lines swiftly retracting. The first fish was dragged to the side of the boat. With Dapeng expertly hooking its gills, it's coming up. Together, the 4 of them hoisted the massive creature, weighing over 100 kilograms, onto the deck. Record it. Xiaoyu wiped the seawater from his face. First one, length 1. 8 meters, estimated weight 110 kilograms. Wang Fuguwei brandished a specially designed long knife, swiftly completing the bleeding and gutting. Prepare the freezing chamber. Xiaoyu commanded, lock into freshness. As the last tuna was hauled aboard, the sun had already set in the west. Chapter 91. The treasure chest on the deserted island. The twilight sun cast its golden rays upon the surface of the sea as Xiaoyu stood at the edge of the boat, squinting towards the horizon. Look over there. He pointed to a rocky area approximately a nautical mile away, suggesting that perhaps hidden treasures lay within the dark reefs. Dapeng wiped the fish blood from his hands and remarked, Brother Yu, you wouldn't happen to have another classmate's tip, would you? Xiaoyu merely smiled in response. As the system interface in his mind displayed, reef area scan complete, lobster and abalone habitat probability 87. I'll team up with Da Peng and Li Chong. While Air Guzi takes the two newcomers, Xiao Yu swiftly assigned the tasks, equipping himself with a net and a crowbar, and ensuring that oxygen tanks were ready on the inflatable boats. The two inflatable craft gently approached the rocky area, the sea gradually transforming from deep blue to a vibrant emerald hue. Wow! Air Guzi suddenly lowered his voice. Look beneath that rock, through the crystal-clear water. The movements of several lobster antennae could be discerned amidst the crevices, each one as long as a forearm. Xiao Yu donned his diving mask and declared, "I'll go take a look." He plunged into the water, and his heart raced at the sight before him. The rocks were densely covered with abalone, each one the size of a palm. Deeper in, clusters of lobsters were partially visible within the caves. System notification, Wild Abalone Group. Approximately 30 to 50 individuals, splendid lobster. 15 to 20 individuals just as Xiao Yu prepared to surface. His peripheral vision caught sight of a chest at the base of the reef. As he swam closer, he discovered it to be a wooden box encrusted with seaweed. This trip was undoubtedly worthwhile. He surfaced and shouted, not only seafood, but perhaps there are undiscovered treasures as well. The two inflatable boats floated quietly at the edge of the rocky area, and everyone swiftly set to work. Da Peng, Li Chong, you handle the left side of that reef. Xiao Yu instructed, pointing to a nearby section. Air Guzi, take the newcomers to the right, and be mindful of the tidal changes. With that, he dove back into the water, swimming directly towards the ancient wooden box partially buried in the sand. Da Peng carefully inserted his crowbar into a crevice of the rocks, exclaiming, "Look at this." On the back of a rock the size of a wash basin, several abalone clung tightly. Li Chong immediately handed over a specially designed abalone spatula, saying, "This one is at least 15 centimeters. Be gentle with the pry, Da Peng," he cautioned in a hushed tone, "don't damage the foot." As the abalone was pried off, a jet of water shot out, the muscular foot still contracting vigorously. Meanwhile, Air Guzi was sprawled over a rock, his arm fully extended into a crevice. "Got it. Goodness. Its claws are thicker than chicken legs." The newcomer, Xiao Wang, nervously clutched a net. "Air Guzi, will it pinch?" Air Guzi abruptly retracted his hand. The little rascal really dares to pinch. He shook his hand, which bore a red mark, and switched to using a lobster hook to slowly draw out the splendid lobster. At this moment, Xiao Yu had reached the side of the wooden box. The box was covered in coral and seaweed, yet the ancient joinery was still discernible. He carefully brushed away the sediment on the surface, revealing the faint inscription of blessings of longevity and health along the side of the box. With a crowbar, he pried open the already decayed lid. Inside, he found a neat stack of over a dozen blue and white porcelain bowls, with the distinctive mark of the Ming Dynasty's Xuande period clearly visible at the base. As Xiao Yu emerged from the water's surface, two small boats were already brimming with plunder. He lifted the damp wooden box and exclaimed, "Brothers, in addition to our feast today, we may have stumbled upon a national treasure." On the deck of the Bluefin, the crowd gathered around the wet box, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Yuga, what precious find do we have?" Air Guzi anxiously rubbed his hands together. "Hurry, let us see what's inside." With a mysterious smile, Xiao Yu gently lifted the lid. Inside lay a dozen blue and white porcelain bowls, glistening softly in the sunlight, with the inscription of the Ming Dynasty's Xuande period clearly visible on the bottom. If these are indeed genuine, Xiao Yu mused, picking up one bowl. Even a single piece could be worth this sum. He extended 5 fingers. 50,000? Li Chong ventured. Add another 0. Xiao Yu chuckled. Instantly, the deck erupted in excitement. 500,000? According to the rules, the discoverer receives 30%, while the rest is shared equally. Xiao Yu surveyed the crowd, but he deliberately elongated his tone, causing everyone to hold their breath. "This time, we will make an exception and share equally." Da Peng swiftly embraced the nearest crew member, exclaiming, "I'm buying a house." Wang Fugue, puzzled, remarked, "We need a professional appraisal. What if they are replicas?" "That is why I said if," Xiao Yu replied, patting him on the shoulder. "But judging by the patina and sediment from the seafloor, it's highly likely." Xiao Hai interjected, "Yuga, why are you and Xiao Hai Gu excluded?" Xiao Yu winked, "Because we have already become millionaires." The two chimed in unison. Days later, The cold storage of the Bluefin was completely filled, and the deck was piled high with various catches. Standing at the ship's railing, Xiao Yu gazed at the data on the system's display. Tuna stock, 28 fish, total weight approximately 2 tons. Squid stock, 460 fish, total weight approximately 8 tons. Rare seafood, exquisite lobsters 9, abalones 24, additional gains. Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain bowls 12. He turned to the crew and clapped his hands. Brothers, let's head back and make our fortune. 460 squid. DePeng stared at the mountain of squid boxes. We'll be grilling until next year. Guzzi grinned foolishly while holding a giant squid. This one is thicker than my thigh. Xiao Yu swiftly issued commands. Arrange the tuna in staggered layers to maximize cold storage space. Pack the squid by size, with the extra-large ones boxed separately. Activate the second refrigeration chamber, -18°C dedicated for squid. Protect the porcelain with shockproof boxes and cushioning sponge. Wiping sweat from his brow, Xiao Hai inquired, Yuga, will we sell all these squid? Xiao Yu winked. Let Lin Yaqin find someone to take over. We won't concern ourselves with that. Under the setting sun, the waterline of the Bluefin was noticeably deeper than when they had set out. Li Chong gazed towards the horizon. Yuga, do you think that box of treasures is enough to buy 10 Bluefins? Xiao Yu laughed heartily, then paused deliberately, waiting for everyone to lean in closer. I would much prefer to brave the waves alongside my brothers. The morning mist enveloped the Haiqing dock as the Bluefin slowly approached the shore. Its hull distinctly deeper in the water than at departure. Prepare to unload. Xiao Yu stood at the bow of the ship, his voice resonating with remarkable clarity in the tranquil harbor. A few early morning fishmongers, upon witnessing the Bluefin's bountiful haul, were left in utter astonishment. Goodness! Captain Xiao has struck it rich this time. As the refrigerated compartment door swung open, the sight of 28 gleaming tuna arranged in perfect order elicited gasps of amazement. How much could this possibly be worth? One fishmonger trembled as he counted. Even more staggering was what followed. 10 large plastic crates of cuttlefish being unloaded one after another. Each box clearly marked with its quantity, 46. Lin Yaqin, accompanied by the Haiyan Building's fleet, had been waiting for quite some time. Xiao Yu, have you emptied the entire East China Sea? Xiao Yu smiled as he handed over the list. The usual for the tuna, and as for the cuttlefish, I want them all. Lin Yaqin interrupted. Perfect timing with the food festival next week. As the sun fully rose, the crowd at the dock began to disperse. Xiao Yu gently halted Lin Yaqin, who was about to leave. Yaqin, wait. Once the last worker had departed, he mysteriously opened the safe in the ship's cabin, retrieving a wooden box wrapped in shockproof materials. This is... Lin Yaqin's eyes widened as she watched Xiao Yu meticulously unwrap the protective layers. When the final piece of cushioning was removed, revealing exquisite blue and white porcelain bowls, her breath caught in her throat. Heavens! This is... Xiao Yu made a gesture for silence. I stumbled upon these yesterday in an uninhabited reef area on the high seas. Lin Yaqin trembled as she picked up one of the bowls, scrutinizing the markings on the bottom, made during the Xuande period of the Ming Dynasty. If this is authentic, she suddenly looked up. My father knows a porcelain expert at the Provincial Museum. Should we? Xiao Yu nodded. We need a reliable channel for appraisal. Let us keep this to ourselves for now. Xiao Yu carefully repackaged the wooden box, suggesting they wait for the appraisal results before revealing anything. Lin Yaqin understood and nodded. Got it. I'll contact my father right away. Suddenly, she recalled something. By the way, during these days, you should. I know. Xiao Yu interrupted. I've already arranged for someone to guard the ship around the clock. Chapter 92. The astonished crowd. The dock was eerily quiet under the setting sun, with only the Bluefin vessel illuminated. As Xiao Yu heard footsteps, he saw Lin Yaqin, accompanied by 3 elders boarding the deck. Xiao Yu, Lin Yaqin softly introduced. This is my father, Lin Guoqiang. This gentleman is Professor Qin Lang, an expert in porcelain appraisal at the Provincial Museum, and this is Professor Wang Wei from the Archaeological Research Institute. Xiao Yu promptly stepped forward for a handshake, saying hello. Uncle Lin, greetings to both professors. Please come aboard. As everyone entered the cabin, Xiao Yu swiftly fetched a few chairs. The conditions are modest. I hope you will bear with me. Lin Guoqiang surveyed the cabin and chuckled. Not bad, young man. This vessel is well kept. Professor Qin, brimming with anticipation, remarked, "I heard you discovered Ming Dynasty porcelain?" Xiaoyu nodded. Just a moment. He turned and walked into the inner cabin, carefully cradling a wooden box and setting it gently on the table. Upon opening the box, the three experts gasped in unison. Dozens of blue and white porcelain bowls were neatly arranged, shimmering with a warm glaze under the light. Professor Qin immediately donned white gloves and picked up a magnifying glass, exclaiming, "The body is delicate and the glaze is pristine." Meanwhile, Professor Wang examined the wooden box, noting, "This mortise and tenon craftsmanship is typical of the Ming Dynasty." Lin Guiqiang quietly inquired of his daughter, "Where did you find these?" Lin Yaxin quickly shook her head. "Dad, let us focus on the items first." After half an hour of meticulous examination, Professor Qin removed his glasses, his voice trembling slightly. "If I'm not mistaken, this could very well be from the Zhenghe fleet of the Xuande period." He suddenly paused, glancing at Xiaoyu. "Young man, this is a matter of great significance." Xiaoyu retrieved his phone and displayed an underwater video, stating, "This is the complete record of the salvage operation." The footage clearly revealed the wooden box half buried in a rocky area of the high seas, with the coordinates stamped: east longitude 128.15 foot, north latitude 2940. Salvaging in international waters. Professor Wang exhaled deeply. That adheres to the regulations of international salvage law. Professor Qin promptly took out his tablet and pulled up a maritime division map. Indeed, it falls within international waters, 17 nautical miles from our territorial sea. Lin Guiqiang patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder. "Good job, lad. You've struck luck. If this were within our territorial waters, these national treasures would have to." He gestured as if to submit them, and everyone laughed. According to international auction prices, Professor Qin lowered his voice. "Just this lotus pattern bowl alone fetched £3.8 million in London last year." Lin Yaxin's eyes widened. "So this entire box? Enough to purchase half a dock," Professor Wang quipped. Lin Guiqiang then stated earnestly, "Xiaoyu, I suggest we go through Hong Kong auction house. It's safe and legal." "It's already arranged," Xiaoyu nodded. "The Sotheby's expert introduced by Miss Lin will arrive tomorrow." Professor Qin added, "It would be best to conduct a carbon-14 test for added credibility." As they escorted the experts off the vessel, Professor Wang suddenly turned back. "By the way, the salvage coordinates must remain confidential." He added meaningfully, "That area of the sea may hold even more discoveries." The morning sunlight streamed onto the deck as Lin Yaxin accompanied a sharply dressed middle-aged gentleman aboard the Bluefin. "Xiaoyu, this is Mr. Matthew Chun, the chief appraiser for Sotheby's Asia," she introduced. Matthew smiled as he presented his business card. "Miss Lin has provided me with a brief overview of the situation. It is indeed an honor to witness this collection firsthand." Inside the captain's quarters, Matthew donned white gloves and retrieved his professional tools: a high-powered magnifying glass to examine the glaze for bubbles, a UV lamp to detect restoration marks, and a portable X-ray fluorescence analyzer for analyzing the clay's composition. "Perfect," he murmured to himself, noting that the preservation condition exceeded his expectations. "Had I not known these were salvage porcelain, I would have thought Captain Xiao was engaged in a different trade altogether." Removing his glasses, Matthew fixed his gaze upon Xiaoyu. "Mr. Xiao, we are willing to offer a prepayment of 100 million as a deposit." At Xiaoyu's raised eyebrow, he quickly added, "Of course, the final sale price may very well double or remain below 100 million, but should it fall short, we would purchase it for the full amount. We only charge in 8 commission, significantly lower than the industry standard of 15. Lin Yaxin quietly explained, "This is the protocol of the auction house." Fearing that Xiaoyu might be unaware, Xiaoyu took the contract and scrutinized it carefully. After he had read each word, he stated, "Agreed." He turned to the crew member at the door and instructed, "Go summon De Peng and the others. Prepare to distribute the profits." Matthew, taken aback, inquired, "Aren't you going to discuss this with your family first? I can make decisions on these matters." Xiaoyu indicated towards the crew members who had hastened to the scene. Upon hearing that each would receive 5 million, Guzzi collapsed onto the deck, exclaiming, "Am I dreaming?" The mobile phones on the deck buzzed incessantly as the crew members widened their eyes, fixated on their banking apps. counting in units, tens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. Guzzi counted on his fingers. 5 million. It's really here. Ha ha ha. Depong immediately dialed home, Mom. We've struck it rich. We're getting a new villa. That noon, 3 black bulletproof transport vehicles slowly rolled into the dock, with uniformed security personnel standing in formation. Matthew personally supervised the packing, ensuring each item was individually wrapped in shock-absorbent foam, with the boxes maintained at a constant temperature and humidity. As the last piece of blue and white porcelain was placed into a specially designed safe, he turned to Xiao Yu and extended his hand, a pleasant collaboration. Have you considered auctioning that remaining piece with us? Xiao Yu replied that he intended to keep it as a gift. Once the auction house's convoy departed, Xiao Yu pulled out his phone. Yaxin, please provide me with your account details. Lin Yaxin raised an eyebrow. For what purpose? For your reward. Xiao Yu had already entered the amount. 2 million. Don't think it's too little. The notification of a successful transfer chimed, and Lin Yaxin shook her head with a smile. Thank you, Boss Xiao. I'll take my leave now. After Lin Yaxin departed, Xiao Yu announced loudly, Tonight at Seafood City, it's on me. We want to leave until we're intoxicated. Standing on the deck, he cleared his throat against the sea breeze. Brothers, there's one more thing. Before he could finish, Depong interrupted with a grin. Brother Yu, are you about to say the remaining money will be distributed after the auction? Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Guzzi even playfully draped his arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder, exclaiming, Who are we to each other? Xiao Hai, with utmost seriousness, remarked, Brother Yu, our ability to unearth this treasure trove is entirely due to your efforts. We are all well aware of that. At this moment, Li Chong's eyes glistened with emotion as he said, If it weren't for Brother Yu guiding us out to sea, I would still be lugging bags at the dock. Depong quickly interjected, Hey. We agreed to avoid sentimental remarks. Xiao Yu rubbed his nose and playfully scolded, All right, tonight at the Seafood City, whoever falls first pays the bill. Once all the funds had been received, Xiao Yu surveyed the group and declared, I intend to acquire a new vessel. Guzzi eagerly responded, Expand the fleet. Depong added, Upgrade the Bluefin into the Bluefin fleet. Chapter 93. The Vision of Building at Noon. The sun cast its golden rays upon the deck as the Bluefin slowly departed from the harbor of Haicheng. Xiao Yu stood in the cockpit, gazing through the window at the crew on deck. Depong was animatedly gesturing about the renovation of a new house, while Guzzi was engrossed in studying the specifications of luxury cars on his phone. Yet, all were tacitly avoiding a certain topic. Remember, Xiao Yu rapped on the cabin door. Not a word about that batch of porcelain. In unison, everyone replied, Understood. Xiao Hai, select the smallest tuna from the cold storage. Xiao Yu instructed, and bring it back to the village for the folks to savor. Depong raised an eyebrow, just one. Wealth should not be flaunted. Xiao Yu remarked with a knowing smile, One will suffice. By 4 in the afternoon, the familiar silhouette of the fishing village emerged into view. On the dock, a few sharp-eyed children were already cheering and running over. Uncle Xiao is back. Xiao Yu personally lifted the 80-kilogram tuna onto the shore. Tonight, at the village square, there will be an abundance of tuna sashimi. The old village chief caressed the shimmering fish. This is too precious. Absolutely. Xiao Yu replied with a smile, waving his hand. I owe much to the care of the villagers over the years. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the crew members maintaining their silence, and he nodded in satisfaction. Grandpa Xiao, seated at the gate, was smoking his dry tobacco. Only brought back a fish? Xiao Yu wrapped an arm around his grandfather's shoulder. Let's discuss the rest inside. After enjoying a lavish tuna banquet in the village square, Xiao Yu and his grandfather sat in the courtyard, relishing the cool evening air. Grandpa, I wish to build a house in the village, Xiao Yu suddenly declared. A courtyard-style residence. Xiao Dafu paused, his pipe momentarily still. Where will you find the money, young man? Xiao Yu chuckled as he poured tea for his grandfather. You needn't worry about that. I am, after all, a millionaire now. Xiao Dafu squinted and exhaled a puff of smoke. The land belonging to the Oldley family at the eastern end is quite nice. It has the mountains at its back and faces the sea. He tapped the ash from his pipe. Tomorrow, I will have a word with the village chief. Lowering his voice suddenly, he added, however, we must fix a road for the village, so that everyone is agreeable and the envious will be fewer. Xiao Yu nodded in understanding, indeed. Returning to his room, Xiao Yu dialed Lu Yanxin for a video call. A courtyard. Lu Yanxin nearly leapt from her seat upon seeing the screen. I want to design a garden and a viewing platform. Xiao Yu smiled indulgently. Whatever you say. He discreetly took a screenshot, preserving the image of her animated enthusiasm. Lu Yanxin had already opened her sketchbook. The main house will be for your grandfather, the east wing as a tea room, and the west wing. Her pen suddenly paused. Wait, where will our bedroom be? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. So quickly it has become ours? Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a dappled pattern on the floor. Meanwhile, the earnest girl on the phone, diligently sketching, filled Xiao Yu with a sense of satisfaction surpassing that of earning a fortune. The following afternoon, as Xiao Yu stepped into the main hall, he spotted the village chief and his grandfather seated at the 8 immortals table, sipping tea. Greetings, village chief. Xiao Yu promptly approached to offer his respects. The village chief, with a warm smile, set down his teacup. Xiao Yu, I hear you intend to build a courtyard in the village? Xiao Defuku lightly cleared his throat and said, Please sit. We were just discussing the land. The village head rubbed his hands together, noting that the plot owned by the Oldley family is indeed quite valuable. However, as you well know, the villagers have all heard about you. He hesitated, casting a glance at Xiao Defuku. Xiao Yu, understanding the implication, inquired, Uncle Li, how much do you want? The village head held up 2 fingers this amount. 200,000? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. 2 million. The village head chuckled ruefully, adding that anything less would not be up for discussion. Xiao Yu sipped his tea and remarked, Village head, I recall that patch of wasteland behind the mountain. That is unclaimed land. The village head's eyes brightened, albeit with the caveat that the slope is somewhat steep. No matter, Xiao Yu set down his teacup. I shall hire a professional construction team to level it. The fund for the road will be covered. He added, but I have one condition. The village head nodded eagerly. Please go ahead. The village must assist me in coordinating the approvals for water and electricity infrastructure, Xiao Yu said with a smile. After all, you have many acquaintances who can facilitate this. It's settled then, the village head exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I will convene a village meeting this afternoon. As he was leaving, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. I will make sure Oldley regrets this. After bidding farewell to the village head, Xiao Defuku suddenly asked, The view from the back mountain is even better, isn't it? Xiao Yu smiled as he refilled his grandfather's tea. The 180,000 saved will be sufficient to build you a viewing pavilion. As the sun set, the village head returned, beaming with joy. Xiao Yu. The village meeting concluded, and everyone unanimously agreed. He wiped the sweat from his brow. I will head to the town tomorrow to handle the paperwork. It should be approved within a week at most. Xiao Yu promptly offered him a cup of hot tea, expressing gratitude, and discreetly slipped him a red envelope. After seeing off the village head, Xiao Yu retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to his grandfather. Grandpa, this is your pocket money. The password is your birthday. Xiao Defuku furrowed his brow. What does an old man like me need this for? Don't be stingy with it. Xiao Yu interrupted. Your grandson is now capable of earning substantial sums. Xiao Defuku caressed the bank card, suddenly lowering his voice. You rascal, tell me honestly, how much did you make this time at sea? Legal income, certainly in the tens of millions, Xiao Yu replied, winking. Once the house is built, you can look forward to enjoying life. The old man grunted, but discreetly tucked the bank card into his inner pocket. During dinner, Xiao Defuku suddenly asked, How do you plan to design that plot behind the mountain? Xiao Yu was busy eating. Lu Yanxin suggested creating a courtyard with a viewing platform, and she also wants. That girl is coming too? The old man interjected. That makes sense. Once the house is completed, you two can get married. His eyes lit up at this prospect. Xiao Yu nearly choked on his food. Grandpa. As night fell, the fragrance of tea wafted through the small courtyard. Xiao Defuku, feeling the bank card in his pocket, gazed at the distant silhouette of the back mountain, a smile unwittingly spreading across his face. Chapter 94. Unexpected victory 1 week later. The morning dock lay shrouded in a delicate mist, the engine of the Bluefin reverberating with a low growl. Is everything ready? Xiao Yu inquired, standing at the bow and observing the bustling crew. De Peng patted the refrigerated compartment. It's filled to the brim with ice. Li Chang shook his toolbox. All fishing gear is accounted for. Xiao Hai poked his head out from the cockpit. The course is set, heading straight for the South China Sea. As the mooring ropes were untied, the bluefin slowly departed from the dock. Xiao Dafeng waved from the shore. Stay safe. Xiao called back, got it. I'll bring you back some specialties from the South China Sea. Their first destination was near the Dongsha Islands. Xiao Yu unfurled the nautical chart, noting the tuna migration routes. Liu Yanqin sent a message. Remember to capture the sunset over the South China Sea for me. Xiao Yu smiled and replied, I'll bring you back some pearls. After 7 consecutive days at sea, the crew felt drowsy. Even the usually boisterous Ergo lay languidly on the deck. Brother Yu, how much longer? Xiao Hai weakly gripped the helm. Xiao Yu stood at the bow, gazing toward a faintly visible island in the distance. We've arrived. This is it. He closed his eyes, and, in his mind, the system interface illuminated. System scan initiated. Scan radius. 30 nautical miles detected. 3 high-density fish school signals. Optimal target. 22. 8 nautical miles due. South species analysis. Yellowfin tuna school. Thunus albicans. School size. 30 to 40 individuals. Average weight. 60 to 80 kilograms. Xiao Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Due south. Full speed ahead. Here we go. Depeng sprang up energetically. Li Chong shouted while running. I'm off to prepare the electric reel. The bluefin sliced through the azure waters, racing towards the fish school. Suddenly, the system interface flickered with a red alert. Warning, abnormal metal signal detected, location. 15 nautical miles, southeast depth. 45 meters profile match. A Country SC Dragon 3 hydrographic detector. 92 match. Xiao Yu squinted. Not this thing again. Depeng leaned closer. Brother Yu, what's up? I've discovered something intriguing. Xiao Yu replied, shaking his head. Notify the Coast Guard. He retrieved his satellite phone and dialed a familiar number. Coast Guard Command Center, this is the Bluefin. We have detected an A-country hydrographic detector at longitude XXXX. Latitude XXXX. The voice on the other end responded with the sound of typing. Received, coordinates logged, please maintain your distance. Xiao Yu added, this is the Sea Dragon 3 model. It must have been deployed recently. After hanging up, Xiao Yu clapped his hands. Let us not dwell on that. Focus on catching our tuna. Xiao Hai adjusted the course. Due south, we expect to reach the fish school in 20 minutes. The bluefin gradually sailed into the targeted waters. The surface glimmering with fragmented golden light under the midday sun. Xiao Yu stood at the bow, squinting at the distant, faintly visible bubbles of the fish school. Prepare to drop the hook. The crew instantly shifted into combat mode. Dapeng hoisted the 800-pound electric reel fish